Chapter 1, Dad, I finally found you. Dad, I finally found you. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd become an instant father one day. Staring at the exquisitely delicate little girl at my door, I stood completely dumbfounded. The little girl carried a pink backpack, her hair tied up in two adorable buns, wearing a pretty princess dress and white children's shoes. Her eyes were big and bright, her chubby cheeks still carrying that baby fat, making her look utterly playful and adorable. I crouched down in front of her and asked, "Little one, did you get separated from your mom and dad? Should Big Brother take you home?" Some parents these days are so irresponsible, letting such a pretty little girl run around outside like that. What if she gets snatched by traffickers? The little girl said sweetly, "Daddy, what are you talking about?" Tong Tong doesn't understand. I already found Dad, so why does he still say he's taking me to find him? I just feel my scalp tingling with terror. I just turned 18 this year and am still in my senior year of high school. This little girl looks about 8 or 9 years old, but upon closer inspection, she really did resemble me. Squatting down patiently, I asked, "Are you missing your dad? Let Big Brother take you to find him." For some reason, the moment I saw this little girl, I felt a vague sense of familiarity and an irresistible urge to hold her in my arms. Perhaps cute human children naturally inspire affection, or maybe it was just my imagination. "You are my daddy. You're Tong Tong's daddy." Seeing that reasoning didn't work, the little girl pouted in frustration and threw her arms open to hug me. Her daddy used to scoop her up in his arms the moment he got home, lifting her high and kissing her cheeks. She loved nestling in his embrace best of all. But why was Daddy being like this today? I instinctively dodged, leaving her to grab at empty air. The little girl had always been prone to tears, and being spoiled without ever having faced disappointment, her eyes immediately turned red. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, small fists clenched tightly, tears falling one after another like pattering raindrops. "Ooh, Daddy, does Daddy not want Tong Tong anymore?" Her pitiful expression threw me into a panic. Don't cry, little one, you." Who could tell me why an 18-year-old high school boy would suddenly have a little loli calling him daddy? The moment I said those words, the girl cried even harder, her red-rimmed eyes looking pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Each sob hit my heart like a hammer. "Daddy used to call me Baby Tong Tong," sob. She rubbed her eyes forcefully, crying so hard she started hiccuping between sobs. "I want mommy, mommy makes you kneel on the floor." Question mark. I took a deep breath. "Tong Tong, right? I really am not your dad. I have a photo." The little girl continued weeping as she took off the backpack behind her and hugged it to her chest while rummaging through it, the white rabbit charm hanging on the side of the bag swaying back and forth. Soon, she pulled out a photo from the inner pocket of her backpack. The photo didn't look new and must have been in the bag for a long time. Resigned, I took the photo. It was a family portrait of 3. In the center of the photo is the little girl named Tong Tong, her smiling eyes crinkling into crescents, making her look even more youthful. Standing beside her is an exceptionally beautiful woman, wearing a white dress identical to the little girl's, as if it were custom-made matching mother-daughter outfits. Her jet-black hair cascades casually over her shoulders, her waist slender and figure tall. Her bright almond-shaped eyes are slightly narrowed, crimson lips pressed faintly together, breathing vitality and allure into her cool, pristine complexion. Even without a trace of makeup, she exudes a mature, dewy radiance, her looks, poise, and aura all extraordinarily striking. I looked at her face. It seemed somewhat familiar, though I couldn't recall where I'd seen her before. In my memory, I'd never met such a stunning young woman. But what struck me more was the man beside her. Dressed in ordinary t-shirt and trousers, he had clean, fair cheeks and bright eyes, his whole demeanor exuded mature steadiness. Standing together, this family looked like Manhwa's graduation project, every one of them absurdly beautiful. I froze in place, feeling as if I were dreaming. That man was painfully familiar, a 90% match to me, though he lacked a bit of youthful vigor. What kind of joke is this? Is this some kind of prank? Humph. Now Dad can't pretend not to recognize Tong Tong anymore, can he? That photo is taken when Tong Tong was 5 years old. I had to take a good look at the little girl. Even though this felt like something out of Arabian Nights, I had to admit that she resembled me, with traces of that woman's features too. Even the dimples that appeared when the Su family pursed their lips were inherited. She could easily pass as an adorable baby star if posted online. "You?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "What's your name?" "Su Miaotong." The little girl with tear-streaked face stood on tiptoes and chirped proudly, Miao as in wonderful, Tong as in Polonia. "Then what are your parents' names?" "Daddy is Su Yen, Mommy is Wen Ning." The child pronounced these names with evident satisfaction and pride. Clearly her parents doted on her. "Wen Ning." My expression froze as I turned back to the photograph. The woman in the frame smiled gently, her features gradually merging with a face from my memory, becoming increasingly familiar. No wonder she'd seemed recognizable at first glance. Wen Ning, the most frequently whispered name among boys throughout 3 years of high school. She always wore her hair in a ponytail and spotless school uniform, carrying herself with an aloof elegance that made her the unattainable campus belle. The problem is, I don't even know her. She's from the elite class, future Ivy League material, while I'm from an average class with mediocre grades. As high school graduation approached, I hadn't even exchanged words with this campus belle when only heard her name in passing. Question mark. I gasped in shock. You're saying my future wife is Wen Ning, and we have a daughter together? Wait a minute, even if all this were true, why would Su Miaotong appear here of all places? The little girl furrowed her delicate brows with a troubled expression. Daddy seemed so strange today, even his appearance wasn't quite how she remembered, almost as if he'd become better looking. Unable to figure it out, she simply shook her head vigorously. Daddy, take me to find Mommy. Su Miaotong's coquettish voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy you can't bear to swallow. Her tender little hands clutched at my sleeve, tugging back and forth. I haven't seen Mommy for days now, I miss her so much. Chapter 2. Tonton wants Mommy. My biological daughter? 8 years old? Is this still Earth? Is this some elaborate prank, or has she really traveled back through time? Even with a premonition, I could hardly believe it. But the closeness I felt when I saw Su Miaotong couldn't be faked. I'd never experienced this bone-deep connection even with my own birth mother. Tonton, why did you come here? I don't know. Su Miaotong nervously twisted the rabbit charm on her backpack, woke up from nap time and found myself here. If this really was some kind of time travel, I couldn't expect a little girl to explain it clearly. I'd rather believe this is just a mix-up. Looking on the bright side, maybe she's old Su's secret love child. The simplest solution would be a paternity test, but it's too expensive. This high school student's wallet would definitely feel the pinch. Just then, Su Miaotong's stomach growled loudly. She instinctively patted her empty little belly and whined, Daddy, I'm so hungry. Her tiny voice brimmed with pitiful grievance once more. Her wheedling always melted my resistance. Often, I just wanted to scoop her up and ruffle her hair, not out of some Lolita complex, but from something deeper, like the pull of blood ties. Tonton, right? I stepped aside. Come in first. My parents were usually busy with work, so I'd been renting my own place since high school. It actually saved me a lot of hassle. Seeing her father's change in attitude, Su Miaotong brightened again. Her eyes were still red-rimmed, but when she smiled they curved into crescents, inexplicably uplifting. She was probably thinking, Dad still likes me best. I reached over to take the school bag from her arms and closed the door. She kicked off her shoes, small feet in white socks padding across the floor. Perhaps being in a new environment for the first time, she stuck close behind me like a little shadow, bouncing around to inspect everything with wide, curious eyes full of wonder. Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy anymore? She asked with innocent curiosity. You used to sleep together every night before. In her understanding, Mommy and Daddy should always be together, so she must be wondering why I live alone now and whether I had a fight with Mommy. I honestly couldn't answer that question, so I opened the fridge, planning to quickly make her some egg noodles. As a high school student living alone, I've never been particular about what I eat. Watching Su Miaotong sitting by the table, swinging her legs while holding a bowl almost larger than her face, I felt like I was dreaming. She was probably truly hungry, stuffing her cheeks until they bulged like a pufferfish, giving me the strange sensation of raising a daughter. Seizing the moment, I went online to check the costs of paternity testing institutions. It was indeed beyond my financial means. Daddy, I can't eat anymore, she said after finishing half her meal, patting her rounded belly before neatly arranging her chopsticks and sitting properly in her chair. Her beautiful big eyes stared unblinkingly at me. I felt slightly uneasy under her gaze, reaching for a tissue and saying, wipe your mouth. She lifted her porcelain white cheeks and cooed playfully, Daddy, wipe it for me. I simply couldn't refuse this clingy little sprite, so I wiped her plump lips for her. Hee. She giggled until her eyes curved into crescents. Daddy really is the best to Tonton. With that, she jumped down from the chair and clambered up by tugging at my pants. Daddy, pick me up. To be honest, I'm quite curious about this child's upbringing. Is an 8 or 9-year-old girl still this clingy to her parents? Sticky as toffee candy. I remember getting beaten every day when I was her age. Tonton, I still need to check on something, I said. No, Daddy, carry me. Her lips pouted, arms raised high, the corners of her mouth instantly drooping, once again looking ready to burst into tears. What a little crybaby. I quickly picked her up and placed her on my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck, gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, and said, Daddy, kiss. Today was actually my first time meeting this little girl. In a sense, she was almost a stranger to me. Yet I didn't feel the slightest bit repelled by such an intimate gesture. On the contrary, I felt an inexplicable, heartfelt satisfaction, as if we had done this countless times before. Daddy, take me to find Mommy right now, she said. Wen Ning, this really puts me in a tough spot. Why did it have to be that famously stunning Wen Ning from school? She was universally recognized as the modest and effortlessly beautiful campus belle, with a personality known for its graceful reserve. I didn't even have her contact information, and even if I did, what exactly would I say to her? Saying she's your daughter and you're my future wife? People would think I'm nuts. Daddy? She tilted her head, a colic sticking up. Did you really fight with Mommy? I cautiously asked, did mom and dad used to argue often? If all this was true, I was pretty concerned about my future life. Not at all, mom and dad get along great. She poked her pink lips with a finger, just little arguments sometimes, but daddy would quickly kneel on the floorboard, and then mommy wouldn't be mad anymore. So my marriage seems fairly happy, but does this mean I'll end up being a henpecked husband, afraid of my wife? But if Su Miaotong really did time travel here, things would get complicated, and finding the child's mother would indeed be the top priority. After all, she's just a little girl, and there are many daily matters I can't properly handle for her, like bathing and bedtime routines. I asked her, Tong Tong, could you lend me that family photo of yours for a bit? Mei Shem, remember to give it back to Tong Tong when you're done. She hugged her backpack, nodding obediently and emphatically, this is my favorite photo after all. I'm not the indecisive type, so I decided to go see Wen Ning. The moment I saw Su Miaotong in that family portrait, my heart was utterly shaken. Who knows how Wen Ning would react upon seeing the photo? Mom, spot me some cash. I called my mother while putting on my shoes, playing the role of the devoted son. My family circumstances are decent, but we're far from wealthy. After deducting rent and daily expenses from my allowance, what's left can't possibly cover the cost of a paternity test. Didn't I just send you 2,000 the other day? Mother Lin Hui's voice sounded rather impatient. Are you some gold-devouring monster trying to bankrupt your mom? Yet she knew I wasn't the type to splurge recklessly. Still, as a mother, it was necessary for her to ask. Su Miaotong stood obediently behind me with her hands clasped behind her back, her big eyes blinking as she asked, Daddy, is that Grandma? Then she broke into a sweet smile. I miss Grandma so much too. Lin Hui immediately became alert. What's that strange noise? Why do I hear a child's voice? There's something I don't know how to tell you. I paused for a moment. It seems you're about to become a grandmother. Though there was no concrete evidence beyond photographs, I had a vague suspicion that things might be exactly as I'd guessed. The moment I laid eyes on Su Miaotong, I had this overwhelming premonition, this little girl must be closely connected to me. Perhaps this is what they call the bond between father and daughter. The other end of the line fell silent for a long while, followed by the sound of shattering glass. You bastard, what did you just say? Lin Hui suppressed her panic as she asked, say it again. Who exactly did you impregnate? How many months along is the child? She probably felt like the ancestors of the Su family were about to rise from their graves in shock. 8 years old, I replied. Silence returned on the other end of the line. After a long pause, Lin Hui's icy voice finally came through. Do I look like a complete idiot to you? I don't know, I said seriously. Transfer the money first. After that, you won't look like one anymore. Go to hell, she snapped irritably. Go play somewhere else. With that, she hung up the phone. 8 years old? She was probably thinking why didn't I say 18 instead? But it was clear she still loved me dearly. She directly transferred me a 1,000 yuan red packet, attaching a message, floral prosperity. Next time you need money, come up with a reason that doesn't treat your mother like an idiot. Tong Tong, give me one of your hairs. I still had classes in the afternoon, so I had to leave her home alone. Staring at her soft and adorable face, I still felt uneasy. If you get bored, watch some TV. I'll be back by evening. She frowned slightly. Where is Daddy going? To school. Can't I go to school with Daddy? No. I'll bring you something yummy tonight. Nothing's been settled yet. How could I dare take her to school? Her little face crumpled with disappointment as she twisted her fingers anxiously, but she still murmured obediently, Tong Tong promises to be good. I left home with the photograph, turning back to see her straining on tiptoes against the windowsill. Just half her face was visible, those big round eyes watching me unblinkingly. Today was the first time I'd met her, yet this little girl's attachment to me came straight from the heart. Sometimes I could hardly handle it. At the same time, I couldn't help worrying. If what she said was true, this little girl who had suddenly barged into my life carried more trouble than I'd imagined. At 1:30 p.m., I arrived at the classroom. The teacher hadn't come yet, so I grabbed a sheet of paper, thinking I should write something. What should I write? Asterisk Wen Ning, my future wife? You and I have a daughter together? Asterisk. It looks just like a love confession. Number 1 high school is a prestigious institution with strict discipline, and the administrators are particularly vigilant about student romances. If Wen Ning turns those photos over to the accelerated class teacher, I'd be socially ruined on the spot. I crumpled the paper into a ball in frustration, deciding not to write anything at all. Taking advantage of the sparse hallway traffic, I left the classroom and headed upstairs to the accelerated class section. The classroom was crowded with students, some resting their heads on desks, others buried in practice problems. With less than 4 months left until the college entrance exams, this was the crucial sprint period. I called out to a boy seated by the window in the back row, Hey, is Wen Ning here? The boy scanned the room and shook his head. I asked again, which seat is hers? I've got something to give her. The way the boy looked at me grew somewhat strange. Wen Ning was, after all, the school belle of number 1 high, the dream girl in countless boys' hearts. With her youthful ponytail and faded blue and white uniform, She was the epitome of an unforgettable first love. She sits in the fourth row, the innermost seat. Thanks. I completely ignored his strange stare and walked into the classroom. Wen Ning's desk was meticulously tidy, with books neatly stacked. A test paper lay spread out, its handwriting delicate and refined. It was evident she was a diligent top student, maintaining a consistent position within the top 10 of her grade. I tucked the photo under the pencil holder, tore a sheet of scratch paper, and wrote down my name and class, paying no attention to the puzzled glances from the other students in the honors class. %%. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, I'm invincible. This was probably the first interaction between Wen Ning and me in our 3 years of high school. If it weren't for Su Miaotong's appearance, we'd probably have remained strangers until graduation, and unlikely to have enrolled in the same university either. How could Wen Ning ever be my future wife? After finishing up, I quickly made myself scarce. It was lunch break, prime time for the academic office teachers to be prowling around, and getting caught would be disastrous. The afternoon class was as usual, and soon it was 5:30. Chen Hao came over holding a basketball and said, Yen, wanna go play some ball? Teenage boys are bursting with energy, and basketball is their only outlet. Not going. Without looking up from sorting through my wrong answers, I muttered, shut it, muttbrain. Don't waste your dad's time getting into a top-tier university. Stop studying. It's already over. Chen Hao rolled his eyes and tossed the basketball over. Our grades are about the same, hovering around the undergraduate cutoff line for the past 2.5 years. Can we still get into a top-tier university in the last 4 months? I caught the basketball in my hands and said, I've decided to take my talents to a top university. Actually, I was waiting for someone, feeling a bit unsure about how Wen Ning would react upon seeing the photos. At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly fell silent, took a step back, and stared straight at the classroom door. The girl on cleaning duty pointed at me and said, that's the one sitting at the far end of the classroom. Ayen, someone's looking for you. I get along well with everyone in class, able to chat freely with both boys and girls. Raising my head, I saw a girl in blue and white school uniform standing at the classroom door. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, her cheeks radiating youthful purity while her long, straight legs carried an elegant frame. With slightly upturned fox-like eyes tinged with redness at the corners, she exuded both innocence and subtle allure. Chen Hao stared at me with disbelief, his expression practically shouting, dude, how much have you had to drink today? Seeing Wen Ning in person confirmed it. If the photo was real, she was undoubtedly the woman in that picture. The resemblance between her and Su Miaotong was uncanny, their eyes practically identical. Wen Ning seemed to be coming to another class to look for a boy for the first time and wasn't quite used to the stares from classmates. Her face was unnaturally tense as she said, Su Yan, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. At the corner of the hallway, Wen Ning turned around, calming her emotions while her chest rose and fell slightly. Classmate Su Yan, I believe we don't know each other, right? Is this kind of prank fun? Up close, this school beauty was truly stunning. Even with a bare face and a pair of white canvas shoes, her beauty couldn't be hidden. No wonder everyone said she was a natural-born white moonlight. I countered, so you think it's a prank, right? What else could it be? Don't you think you've gone too far? She frowned. She had received love letters before, but this was the first time she'd received a family portrait. Returning to the classroom after lunch break, she immediately noticed the photo. Drawn to the woman in the picture, she couldn't help feeling it was herself, and found herself scrutinizing the little girl and man in the photograph. Su Yan, this has crossed into harassment. Please explain exactly how you obtained this photo. She clutched the family portrait, waiting for my explanation. Alright, her reaction was within my expectations. I'd reacted the same way when I first saw the photo. You probably won't believe this, but this little girl calls me daddy. I pointed at Su Miaotong in the photo. She paused for a moment before asking, adopted? No, she said I was her biological father. She also said her mother's name is Wen Ning. Wen Ning's beautiful eyes widened as she opened her mouth blankly, her expression radiating pure, bewildered innocence. She asked, are you under too much academic pressure in your senior year? How long has this situation been going on? Student 1 is quite polite, but my mental state is completely fine, I said helplessly. She actually believed I wasn't lying. Perhaps my gaze was too clear, or perhaps the person in the photo had caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, the boy in the photo looked almost identical to me, though the current me had more youthful vitality, with cheeks still carrying a touch of youthful innocence. No, what kind of joke is this? She snapped out of it and shook her head. I didn't believe it at first either, but this photo was given to me by Tong Tong. When you meet that child, you might think differently. That feeling of blood being thicker than water can't be faked. I don't believe it. A single photo doesn't prove anything. She calmed down, her tone turning firm again. Can you wait for me at school for a bit? Believe it or not, I need to see her, I said with a slight headache. She was probably still confused, remaining silent. I couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Normally, the first reaction to something like this would be anger. Surprisingly, Wen Ning managed to stay calm today. The fact that she came to find me was proof enough. The moment she saw that photo, she had started caring about certain things. Without saying much more, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and left school. After I was gone, Wen Ning stood there, looking lost, her hand gripping the railing on instinct, her ponytail swaying gently in the wind. She probably thought that I didn't seem like a strange person, having gotten into the 4th high school. My upbringing must have been decent, and I didn't seem like the type to cling to outrageous lies with relentless persistence. Yet the words I'd said to her would have counted as a clumsy joke, even on April Fool's Day. About 20 minutes later, I returned with the porcelain-skinned Miaotong Su in tow. Her glossy dark hair cascaded down, making her look as delicate and beautiful as a china doll. Our unlikely duo showing up at school together was bound to draw attention. The moment when Ning laid eyes on Su Miaotong, she froze completely at a loss. She took 2 reflexive steps backward as if trying to escape, yet her eyes remained stubbornly locked on the younger girl. She was probably wondering why she suddenly had this irresistible urge to sweep the little thing into her arms and cover her with kisses. Mommy! Su Miaotong's eyes instantly sparkled as she spread her arms and lunged toward Wen Ning. Mommy hasn't hugged Tongtong for days. Actually, she's closer to me. After all, I never scold her. Wen Ning may usually be gentle, but sometimes she puts on a stern face to lecture her. Still, Tongtong loves Wen Ning just as much. In her heart, both Wen Ning and I are her favorite people. I'm not your mommy. Wen Ning tried to evade, but the little girl immediately wrapped herself around Wen Ning's slender, straight legs. Tongtong raised her fair, milky-soft little face and cheerfully looked at her. Mommy, why are you so pretty today? Wen Ning froze completely, instinctively wanting to push the little girl away but finding herself unable to resist. Su Miaotong continued asking with innocent childishness, Mommy, kiss me. Wen Ning floundered helplessly and looked to me for rescue, only to find me standing far away. I narrowed my eyes, observing these 2 beauties, one big, one small. Wen Ning wore simple, modest clothes while Su Miaotong looked like a delicate little princess. Standing side by side, they looked like a breathtakingly pure and ethereal painting. Undeniably, Su Miaotong bore too much resemblance to Wen Ning's delicate features. She was like the most perfect fusion of the 2 of us, inheriting only the finest traits from each in appearance. Little one. Wen Ning squatted down, meeting her bright, large eyes. I'm not your mommy. You are my mother. Su Miaotong couldn't understand why Wen Ning and I suddenly wouldn't acknowledge her. Never having endured such humiliation before, she instantly turned into a weeping mess. Tears pattered down her cheeks, her face flushed crimson, so pitiful it could melt anyone's heart. Wen Ning was instantly flustered, her heart twisting painfully. With somewhat clumsy hands, she reached out to wipe the little girl's face in a flurry of distress. Don't cry, don't cry. Only then did she finally understand what I meant when I said she would feel something different upon seeing the child. Why did it make her feel so inexplicably happy and fulfilled when Tongtong called her mommy? Half an hour later, when Ning and I sat down in a cake shop, I ordered 2 lemonades and added a mango milk crepe for the little girl. Tongtong looked utterly delighted, sitting beside me with her tiny legs swinging back and forth. Even that unruly strand of hair atop her head seemed to wiggle along, like a little antenna. Looking at Wen Ning across from her, she couldn't help but feel the urge to smooth it out for her. The baby is so adorable. The young waitress placed the cake in front of Tongtong, her face filled with curiosity. Are you her older brother and sister? She looks just like you, I said with a smile and nodded. Yes. Su Miaotong was eating a deliciously sweet cake, humming some unknown nursery rhyme in a soft, sweet voice, with a bit of cream smeared on her face, making her look even more adorable. To be honest, neither Wen Ning nor I could resist such an adorable child. I turned my gaze. Can I just call you Ningwen? Ningwen clutched the lemonade with both hands, trying hard to stay calm. Yes, you can. To be honest, until now she still couldn't accept something as earth-shattering as time travel. No one would believe it if she told them. Yet when Tongtong hugged her, that throbbing sensation in her heart couldn't be faked. I think this matter should be resolved as soon as possible. I took a sip of lemon water to clear my throat. My idea is to conduct a paternity test with Tongtong. This is the simplest and fastest solution. It can determine whether this is just a farce or something truly beyond ordinary comprehension. When Ning voiced no objections, her gaze never leaving Tongtong. Seeing how happily the little girl devoured her cake, looking as content as a hamster, she felt her heart warm. The child was simply adorable, she thought to herself. When Ning hesitated for a moment, what should we do if the results turn out to be real? Today marks the first day I met her. Just yesterday, she couldn't have imagined sitting with me in a bakery booth discussing paternity testing. Fortunately, I seemed quite approachable, so her tension gradually eased, and she began to think about how to resolve the matter. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, she comforted herself, but her feminine intuition told her the odds of coincidence were slim. I don't know, I answered honestly. As 2 high school students, we had no ability to raise a child, let alone during this critical period of preparing for college entrance exams. We looked at each other, then simultaneously turned our gaze to Tongtong. Seeing the cream on Su Miaodong's face, Wen Ning instinctively pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. The little girl cooperatively tilted her face upwards, enjoying the attention from her mom. Only after doing this did Wen Ning suddenly realize she had genuinely acted just like a mother doting on her daughter. "Mommy's talking kinda funny." Su Miaodong tilted her head and piped up in her clear voice. "You're the one who always handles all the money at home, so why are you suddenly giving daddy money now?" It was only then that Wen Ning and I remembered an issue we had overlooked, or rather, one we had both deliberately avoided bringing up, the strong possibility that we might end up as husband and wife someday. The words I wanted to say stuck in my throat. Wen Ning turned her head away, unsure how to respond to the little girl's remark, the tips of her ears faintly tinged with a barely perceptible blush. The realism is lacking here. I had no interactions with her in high school, so how could we end up getting married later? I gazed at Wen, the campus belle opposite me, who looked as pure and innocent as a little white flower, and found it hard to imagine that scene. "Tong Tong, do you know how mommy and daddy got together?" I asked. "Was it through a blind date, or something?" Su Miaodong seemed confused, her delicate brows furrowing as she made a struggling sound. "Tong Tong doesn't understand. Daddy and mommy sometimes argue about who liked who first. That meeting didn't seem like a blind date at all, more like they naturally entered the marriage hall after falling in love. And they didn't seem like they were quarreling at all, they were blatantly showing off their affection right in front of the child, making my scalp tingle with awkwardness. I can hardly imagine ever having a day where I'd smile as gently and happily as the woman in the photo." I glanced at my watch awkwardly, making an excuse that I couldn't stay out too late and needed to head back. I also needed time to process everything that had happened today. I took out my phone and said to Su Yan, "Tell me the results as soon as they come out. I'll add you on WeChat if anything comes up, just contact me directly." Compared to Su Miaodong, I probably found the boy before me even harder to accept. He asked me for a strand of my hair. Afterwards we added each other on WeChat and labeled our contacts. I was about to leave when my gaze fell on Su Miaodong's face again. She said pitifully, "Mommy's not going home with us. Does mommy not like Tong Tong anymore?" Su Yan gently coaxed her. "Mommy has something very important to do. Tong Tong must be a good girl." My steps faltered, then I grabbed my backpack and silently fled in panic. I stand at 168 centimeters tall, which is considered tall for a woman, with long, straight legs. If the me in the photograph resembles a blooming crabapple, mature and graceful, then the current me is like a flower in bud, pure and unblemished. I knew I was actually a little panicked, and only I understood that, as a woman, my feelings were more intense than Su Yan's. Even before the paternity test results came out, the moment I saw Tong Tong, I felt certain she must be my daughter. To think that my future husband is actually at the same high school, this is just too bizarre to process. Chapter 6, Tong Tong is super adorable. The urgent paternity test results came back quickly. Around 9 in the evening, Su Yan sent me 2 reports via WeChat. The professional testing institution confirmed that the probability of Su Miaodong being biologically related to us was 99.99%, meaning she is indeed our daughter. Su Yan sent the information to my phone while I was hunched over my desk doing homework. Fresh out of the shower, her hair hung loose instead of tied into a ponytail, still damp and carrying the pleasant scent of shampoo. Tong Tong's beautiful hair was perfectly inherited from me. At this moment, I completely surrendered to accepting the fact that my daughter had traveled back from the future. Oddly enough, my heart remained surprisingly calm, perhaps seeing Tong Tong had instantly confirmed everything for me. Su Yan texted again asking, "What should we do about this?" I replied, "You're Tong Tong's father, and you're asking me?" He actually responded, "Are you going to be an irresponsible scumbag?" I shot back, "Stop talking nonsense." I stared at the exam paper with a headache, having not written a single word all night. My mind was completely occupied by adorable Tong Tong and clean-cut Su Yan, wondering what they might be doing. I patted my cheeks and got up to leave the room. In the living room, Dad was sitting on the sofa watching TV. I hesitated at the doorway for a long time before calling out, "Dad." He turned his gaze away from the screen, lowered the TV volume, and asked if something was wrong. I said, "Dad, could you give me a bit more pocket money? About 1,000 yuan. Before Dad could reply, my stepmother's voice came from the kitchen. "What do you need so much money for? Every day you come home to eat and never stay out. With 1,000 yuan, where do you think you'd spend it? Is it for buying clothes? Or something else? Shiming, don't you dare give it to her. She's in the most crucial year of high school now, her focus should be on studying." I didn't know how to explain, so I just stood there stubbornly with my head down. Dad said, "Xiao Ning, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Go wait in your room for a bit." I sat in my room staring blankly at the test paper, unable to write a single word. About 10 minutes later, Dad knocked and entered, holding a stack of money in his hand. I quickly stood up and said, "Dad, I'm sorry, Dad smiled and said, "It's alright. If you don't have enough money, you must tell me. You're already a young lady now, Xiao Ning. If you see pretty dresses or things like that, go ahead and buy them." I nodded silently and took the money. Dad then asked about my recent grades, and I told him I ranked 6th in my grade last time. As Dad smiled and was about to ask more, my stepsister's voice came from next door. Dad. Mom, where did you put the doll I bought with my friends yesterday? Dad said, I think it's in the cabinet. Go look for it yourself. My stepsister whined, Humph, Dad, hurry up and find it for me. I want to sleep with it tonight. Dad replied, alright, let Dad find it for you. Listening to my stepsister's coquettish tone and Dad's helpless yet indulgent voice, I clenched the money in my hand, my unspoken thank you, Dad lingering on my lips. When I was little, Dad used to talk to me in the same way. Back then, I was the little princess of the Wen family, happily living in a loving home. After Mom passed away, Dad found a new woman, and my stepsister came into our home. Everything changed, they favored her over me. Dad still treats me well, but he doesn't love me with his whole heart like before. The household finances are managed by my stepmother, and my stepsister's allowance is more than twice mine. I understand her favoritism is human nature, but I still feel regret. Ever since Mom left, I haven't been able to act spoiled with my parents like my stepsister does. I carefully tucked the 1,000 yuan bill into my school bag and picked up my phone to reply to Su Yan. What are you all doing now? There was no reply for a long time, so I didn't just wait idly. Instead, I picked up my pen and worked on some practice problems. My grades were excellent. Whenever I brought home a flawless report card or competition award, my father and stepmother would be pleased because it gave them face. Even my stepmother would smile when attending parent-teacher meetings. But once the momentary joy passed, everything returned to normal. The entire family still revolved around my stepsister. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Yan finally replied with a message, at the mall. She only has one outfit right now. This little girl loves rabbits. She insisted on buying it, along with a photo attached. I tapped open the image and saw Tong Tong in the middle of the shopping center, dressed in a white rabbit onesie. The hood had droopy bunny ears, and she was beaming with joy, looking like a mischievous little sprite. Holding my phone, the gloom in my heart instantly lifted. She was so adorable she could be a lock screen wallpaper. Then Su Yan sent a voice message, and Tong Tong's sweet voice came through. Mommy, I'm a little bunny now. So cute, isn't it? I listened to it again, thinking, Mom, so Tong Tong really is my future daughter. I've never been one to wear my emotions on my sleeve, yet at this moment I didn't even notice the unusual softness creeping into my eyes. I pursed my lips and lowered my head to type a reply. Well, super cute. Chapter 7 Mom. Dad, Mom said I'm cute. Yes, Tong Tong is indeed adorable. Su Yan returned home with the little girl. Looking at the large and small bags in his hands, he checked the balance in his bank account again. Account balance, 499.2 yuan. To be honest, Tong Tong was indeed very well behaved and adorable, but she also had one flaw. She grew up in a truly privileged environment, like a real little princess. Whenever she saw pretty things she liked, whether clothes or dolls, she would tug at her father's hand and sweetly beg him to buy them for her. People often say daughters tend to be closer to their fathers. Whenever she cooed and pleaded with Su Yan in that soft, sweet voice, he would immediately want to buy out the entire mall for his darling girl. Tong Tong, how big is the place where you usually live? Su Yan hung his coat on the rack and casually asked, bigger than this place? Su Miaotong was still fiddling with the pair of rabbit ears on her head. Fluffy and hanging down, it would bounce up and down with her every movement. Here, she sized up the surroundings, about the same size as the bathroom at home. Alright, Su Yan was absolutely certain now. My future self has achieved remarkable success in my career, and I've become a hopelessly doting father who'd move mountains for my daughter's happiness. But right now I'm just a broke high school student. Far from raising a daughter, I spend half my time comparing toilet paper prices at the supermarket. Wen Ning clearly didn't come from an extremely wealthy second-generation family background. This was going to be troublesome. Just how much does it cost to raise a child? Although Lin Hui had never deprived her son of material comforts while raising him, she'd often jokingly scold him for being a little money-devouring monster. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, tuition fees, various extracurricular classes. In short, with his current abilities as a high school student, he couldn't afford it. Thinking about the balance in his bank card, Su Yan had a headache. What about the system? Since my daughter has already traveled through time, where's my doting dad's system or Tong Tong's hope father becomes dragon's system? Su Yan lowered his head and met Su Miaotong's bright, sparkling eyes. The little girl pinched the rabbit ears, then tilted her head and gave her dad an adorably silly smile. Fine then. Even with nothing, we'll find a way to raise her. She's my future daughter, after all. Tong Tong, come brush your teeth and wash your face, then it's bedtime. Su Yan grabbed a small stool and took out a children's toothbrush from the bag, carefully squeezing toothpaste onto it. Su Miaotong stood on the small stool, wrinkling her tiny nose as she leaned in to sniff. It's strawberry flavored. I bought it especially for you. Dad is the best. Su Miaotong gurgled while brushing her teeth. I want to sleep with Dad tonight. When she was little, she slept with her mom and dad. To her left was Mom, to her right was Dad. She could cuddle up to whoever she pleased. But after starting elementary school, she had her own room. The room was pink, spacious and beautiful, with a delightfully soft bed that was practically begging to be jumped on. But no matter what, Mom just wouldn't let Tong Tong sleep with her parents anymore. Su Yan had originally intended to refuse, but when he saw the longing shimmering in his daughter's expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Don't steal Daddy's blanket. Su Yan hadn't even noticed how naturally he'd begun referring to himself as Daddy now. Yay! Su Miaotong was so happy she nearly jumped up in excitement. Su Yan wrung out a warm towel, and Su Miaotong obediently pressed close, rubbing her soft little cheeks against the towel in her father's hand with a playful roll. Tong Tong wants to sleep on the inside. Su Miaotong jumped onto the bed, sticking her bottom in the air as she buried her head in the blanket Daddy sent. It was obvious she was thrilled to be sleeping with her dad tonight. Su Yan quickly rinsed his hair and stood at the bedroom door drying it, watching Tong Tong roll around hugging her pillow. Oh Tong Tong, you're just adorable. But right at that moment, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Wen Ning's soft voice came through. Su Yan? Yeah, it's me. Su Yan, still uneasy about his daughter, added a reminder. Tong Tong, be careful, don't fall down. Wen Ning's voice paused for a moment on the other end. Have you two gone home yet? We have. Su Yan replied, I don't know how to buy clothes for little girls, so I just picked out a set of pajamas. Find some time to take her shopping with you. He always felt this kind of thing should be done by the child's mother. Tong Tong seems particularly fond of toys and clothes with rabbit patterns, the kind that make her unable to walk away the moment she sees them. No idea who she inherited that from. Alright, let's find some time this weekend. When Ning's voice on the other end sounded somewhat awkward. It's not very convenient for me, so, I live alone. Tong Tong can stay with me just fine. Su Yan paused for a moment, but Tong Tong seemed really happy when she saw you. This was something Wen Ning could clearly perceive. During their brief time together, her mind had already become completely occupied by that adorable little darling Tong Tong. The moment I close my eyes, Tong Tong's smile appears before me. Wen Ning took a deep breath. Su Yan, let's find time to meet tomorrow. Her voice was deliberately hushed, carrying an unmistakable awkwardness and shyness, like someone stealing glances. Su Yan could practically visualize her carefully clutching her phone while cautiously glancing around. Though, it's unclear why she's being so cautious about it. Perhaps because, in all her years, this is the first time she's ever asked to meet a guy. And the reason is absurd enough to discuss matters concerning her daughter. Let's find somewhere private. I know. Su Yan casually remarked while drying his hair. Our aloof campus bellman has never been involved in any romantic rumors. Wen Ning fell silent. This remark seemed to make her feel a bit frustrated and unhappy, and she couldn't help but let out a soft humph. Just kidding. Su Yan chuckled. You can just contact me whenever you're free. Well, goodbye then. Aren't you going to talk to Tong Tong? Hearing her father's words, Su Miaotong's eyes visibly lit up as she piped up cheerfully. Is that Mommy? Tong Tong wants to say goodnight to Mommy. There was a distinct pause from the other end of the line. Then came a soft gasp, followed by what sounded like a water glass being knocked over on the table. Su Yan could even hear the slightly hurried and disorganized breathing of the school beauty, Wen Ning. Forget it. Though Wen Ning tried her best to remain composed, her voice trembled faintly at the end. As if fleeing disaster, she hastily hung up the phone. On the other side, Wen Ning quickly put down her phone and stood up, using a tissue to wipe away the water stains on the table. Her chest heaved violently as a wave of intense pink spread rapidly from her neck, quickly overtaking her crystal-clear earlobes and porcelain-white cheeks. Her mind still echoed with Tong Tong's words just now. I want to say goodnight to Mommy. I'm only a senior in high school this year. Future husband, adorable daughter, and all that. This is just too strange. Chapter 8. Do you have wake-up anger? When Su Yan woke up in the morning, she felt a small something clinging to her body. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Miaotong clinging to her father's body, sleeping sweetly with a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her still slightly chubby baby cheeks were flattened from the pressure. Su Yan kept his eyes closed for a moment to savor the quiet atmosphere before carefully peeling her off, trying his best not to wake her as he got up to wash. Afterward, he went downstairs to buy breakfast. When I returned, Su Miaotong was already awake. She didn't seem to have fully emerged from her dreams yet, kneeling sleepily on the bed in a daze. Her normally smooth black hair was slightly disheveled, with a single adorable cowlick sticking up. Daddy! She pouted, looking all huffy. Kissy Tong Tong. Su Yan placed breakfast on the table. Tong Tong is a big girl now, you can't cling to daddy like this. Humph. Su Miaotong seemed quite displeased, tugging hard at the bunny ears on her head. Daddy's mean. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback. He paused for a moment, his thoughts sluggish, trying to figure out what he might have done to upset her. This was the first time he'd ever heard Tong Tong say she hated her dad. This girl, is she maybe cranky after waking up? Come have breakfast. Oh. When sitting at the table, Su Miaotong still looked sulky. Su Yan observed her with amusement. Tong Tong, don't you like daddy anymore? Morning grumpiness is truly an unpleasant thing. The Su family doesn't have such a habit, so who could she have inherited it from? Oof. Su Miaotong pouted her lips. After breakfast, she finally became fully awake and gradually returned to her normal self. From an angry little pufferfish, she transformed back into the soft and adorable little dumpling she had been before. However, it was time for Su Yan to go to school. With a somewhat aggrieved expression, she said, "Daddy, Tong Tong is so bored staying home alone." Children at this age are the most lively and energetic. Back in elementary school, she had so very many friends. "Tong Tong, can you bear with it for just 2 more days?" Su Yan finished putting on his shoes, then crouched down to pat her head. "You'll make new friends soon," he said. "Daddy will be back by noon. If you get hungry, there are strawberries in the fridge and snacks on the coffee table." Su Miaotong was still quite sensible. She opened her arms and planted a loud kiss on her father's cheek. "Tong Tong will be good at home. Daddy must bring mommy home quickly too." The little girl's soft, warm pink lips gave Su Yan an inexplicable sense of comfort. He hugged his daughter, then left the house. "Indeed, we can't let her stay alone at home all the time. How to get Tong Tong to go to school is a very important matter." During morning reading, Su Yan seemed somewhat unfocused and couldn't stop yawning. His mind kept wandering back to Tong Tong at home. Suddenly having a daughter waiting for him at home was a strangely wonderful feeling. "Yanzi, explain this." During break time, Chen Hao came over with a stern face to interrogate his best friend. His eyes were filled with the grief and indignation of betrayal by a sworn brother, like a resentful wife threatening to hang herself without a proper explanation. Su Yan shot him a glance. "What do I need to explain to you?" Chen Hao planted his hands on his hips, confronting the cheating scumbag. "What's your relationship with Campus Bell 1? Yesterday, you straight up abandoned me." "Nothing's going on." Su Yan opened the math test paper. "We have a daughter together." Chen Hao. "Just kidding. I'm the class life committee member. Wen Ning is the math representative from the honors class. There's just some teacher-related stuff to handle." Su Yan said offhandedly, "She's the school belle, why would she look twice at me?" "Don't overthink it." Hearing this, Chen Hao was satisfied, though he couldn't see what connection there was between the health committee member and the math class representative. But as everyone knows, good buddies can endure hardships together, but shouldn't drive a Land Rover. "Why shouldn't she fancy you?" The girl next to Su Yan said without looking up. "Hey Yan, you're actually pretty good looking." The girl was named Li Yuyu, with short hair and a petite frame, but she had a straightforward personality. She was also good friends with Su Yan and Chen Hao. "Who?" Chen Hao scoffed. "You mean Yanzi?" They'd been classmates since elementary school, all the way through middle school and high school, always in the same class together. You could say they were childhood friends in a sense. Hadn't you noticed? Li Yuyu pondered for a moment. "With a bit of grooming, Ian has potential as a pretty boy toy. I reckon he'd be just the type rich aunties in their 50s would adore." Su Yan was a textbook example of an adolescent boy. He never deliberately dressed up, wore his hair long enough to half cover his eyebrows, and insisted on wearing enormous black-framed glasses. It was as if he was deliberately suppressing his good looks. Coupled with his naturally low-key personality, he never stood out much in class. But setting all that aside, his looks were truly outstanding. Not dazzling, but definitely within the range of excellent human design. And his skin was pale, sometimes to the point of making women envious. "When did you go blind?" Chen Hao looked gloomy. "You wouldn't happen to like Ian, would you? If you say my best friend is ugly, then I'm coming for your parents. But if you dare say my best friend is handsome, then I'm coming for you even harder. Go play somewhere else." Li Yuyu frowned. "What I mean is, Haozi, you're the ugliest one here." "What did you say?" Chen Hao widened his eyes. "4 eyes, say that again?" Su Yan calmly drank water while watching the two attack each other's appearances. Under the immense pressure of the college entrance exams, they all genuinely needed something to relax their strained nerves. The first period was math class, where homeroom teacher Old Wu handed out yesterday's test papers. Since it was just a routine quiz, it used a simple percentage-based grading system. This time the questions were quite difficult. Su Yan only scored 80 points. "Hey 4 eyes, what did you get?" Chen Hao casually tossed the test paper aside and leaned over to check her friend's score. Li Yuyu coldly pressed her exam sheet under a book. "Get lost, what are you looking at?" Among the three of them, Su Yan and Chen Hao came from similar middle-class families, comfortable but not extravagantly wealthy. That's why the college entrance exam was one of the most critical events in their lives. But Li Yuyu was different from the two of them. She had to consider whether the college entrance exam was her one and only chance in life. If she didn't do well, she would have to return and inherit the family business. A single leap from the starting line of life straight to the finish line. Yes, she's a little rich girl, a genuinely wealthy young lady. Li Yuyu's father owns over a dozen chain restaurants with thriving businesses. Every spring festival when the Su family hosts banquets, they always do so at Li Yuyu's family restaurants. But the trouble was, this gal was an obsessive study maniac, the kind who'd invert the Nining manual to practice. Basically, every time Su Yan saw her, she was buried in a book. She'd even recite English vocabulary from flashcards while standing in the lunch queue. Su Yan reckoned students in honors classes didn't study 1/10 as hard as she did. It's almost as if she's become obsessed. Li Yuyu personally admitted that she studies 12 hours a day. She couldn't wish for anything more than to split a single minute into 2 usable halves. Her level of diligence reigns supreme across the entire first high school. Chen Hao glanced over. Li Yuyu's score was 72. Chen Hao fell silent. This test was really hard. What score did you get? Li Yuyu looked displeased. Haven't you been studying at all lately? I saw you going to the internet cafe to play League yesterday. Old Wu's been calling you out every day. Did you fail? Chen Hao was the classic example of a naturally bright student who just didn't care for studying. Yeah, haven't really been studying lately, backsliding a bit. Chen Hao silently picked up the exam paper. A blaring red 75. Li Yuyu glanced at the sports star photos plastered on his desk, then back at the dense pile of 5-3 textbooks cluttering her own. It's alright. Chen Hao comforted her. You've already tried hard enough. Li Yuyu snapped. Who are you calling an idiot? She completely lost her cool and wanted to flip the table right then. Shit. I study 12 hours every day, yet can't pass the exams, while Chen Hao never cracks open a book except during class. Fuck you and your mother. At noon, Wen Ning sent him a message asking where to meet. Su Yan thought for a moment and decided to meet at the small grocery store at the end of the alley behind the school. Fewer people there. After waiting about 5 minutes, Wen Ning finally arrived. She was dressed as usual, a simple, neat ponytail, blue and white school uniform, and a pair of freshly washed white canvas shoes. What drew the most attention were her slightly upturned fox-like eyes. The contrast with her pure appearance was striking enough to make even Su Yan's gaze linger for a long time. In my memory, this campus belle-named one has always dressed like this, pure as a white flower. Yet even so, she firmly holds the top spot as the dream girl in the hearts of 4th High's male students. The standards are simply too high, there's really no criticizing this. Su Yan handed her a bottle of mineral water. Do you have morning grumpiness? Wen Ning was slightly taken aback, her expression gradually shifting. After a long while, she hesitantly asked, how, did you know? Her morning temper was incredibly intense. It's literally one of those mornings where everything pisses you off. You'd kick any dog that walks by, and if there were a button to destroy the world, she'd smash it without hesitation. So Wen Ning made sure to get up and leave home extra early every morning to avoid upsetting her stepmother and stepsister. But this was her deepest secret. Not even her father knew. That trait definitely comes from you. Su Yan confirmed. When Tong Tong got mad at me this morning, I didn't even dare to make a sound. Wen Ning. Su Yan imagined Tong Tong's father must have miserable mornings, clearly at the bottom of the family hierarchy. Of course, it was the future him. Su Yan pondered for a moment before replying as politely as possible. This habit isn't actually very good. Wen Ning grew somewhat displeased, her lips pressing into a straight line. It's innate. Can't be changed. If you don't like it, why did you marry me in the first place? Then she deserves to suffer the morning grumpiness. Chapter 9, like an old married couple. Perhaps compared to Tong Tong, Wen Ning finds Su Yan standing before her even harder to adjust to. After all, Tong Tong's blood relation with her can't be faked. But between her and Su Yan, there was none of that journey from romance to marriage. None of those shared experiences that allow two people to love each other freely without burdens. In fact, it was only the second day they'd known each other. The thought that she might marry this boy someday, Wen Ning felt extremely strange. She didn't know what attitude she should adopt when dealing with him. I need to go back at noon. I'm worried about Tong Tong being home alone. Su Yan asked. It's not far. Are you coming? Wen Ning hesitated for a moment. Going to his house on their second meeting? Yet surprisingly, though somewhat embarrassed, she found herself not feeling too resistant to the idea. Perhaps it was because of the adorable and well-behaved Tong Tong there, or maybe, Wen Ning knew her own temperament. Unless she truly fell in love with Su Yan in the future, there was absolutely no way she would ever marry him. Wen Ning finally took the bottled water. Come back early. I still have unfinished test papers to complete. Su Yan nodded. Alright, let's go. We'll take the bus. There weren't many people on the bus at this hour, or perhaps in this era, few still took buses. The two walked to the very back of the bus. After a slight hesitation, Wen Ning still sat down beside him. They both spoke at the same time. Su Yan closed his mouth and signaled with his eyes for her to go first. After I got back, I spent a lot of time thinking about Tong Tong. Wen Ning took a notebook out of her school bag. It contained neatly listed items in meticulous handwriting. Straight A students will be straight A students. They can organize anything with perfect clarity. It's completely different from the distorted, Mouse-style mystical symbols in Su Yan's notebook. Wen Ning took a deep breath and pointed the pen tip at the first item. The most important thing first, you must record every cent you spend on Tong Tong. Her expression was serious. I'm responsible for half of these expenses. I don't have much allowance, but I'll definitely pay you back. Su Yan was quite surprised. He hesitated for a moment. Are you really considering these things? Wen Ning looked puzzled. Didn't the test results already come out? That's not what I meant. Su Yan explained, most people would typically go through the three-step process of shock, denial, and avoidance. But you seem to accept the fact that you're Tongtong's mother almost immediately. Wen Ning froze momentarily. Tongtong, you are indeed my daughter. After a while, Wen Ning tilted her head slightly, tucking a stray lock of long hair behind her ear. Running away would be too despicable. So by your logic, Su Yan thought for a moment, you don't need to give me this money. I'm Tongtong's father, earning money to support my wife and child is perfectly natural. Stop talking nonsense. Wen Ning turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Who's your wife? Though the tips of her ears couldn't help turning slightly red. It's a physiological reaction, something she can't control by herself. Su Yan gave a dry chuckle. Go on. I'm currently living with my family, there's no way I could mention this to them. Wen Ning's voice softened slightly, so Tongtong probably can only stay with you. Perhaps when college begins, that's when I'll move out. It seems like when it comes to Tongtong, she couldn't help with anything. After much deliberation, all the troublesome things that seemed difficult for her would ultimately rely on Su Yan to solve. Well, this isn't a big deal. Su Yan nodded and said, but Tongtong really wants to see you, so try to spend time with her every day. Although this campus bellman appeared aloof and pure, he sensed there was something more beneath the surface. Not exactly icy on the outside but warm within, just far more complex than she seemed. Wen Ning pursed her lips, taking a long moment before nodding slowly. And also, Tongtong's identity. Wen Ning finally pointed out the most crucial issue, to integrate into this society and grow up like an ordinary little girl. To attend school, she needs an identity. This was also the most distressing and difficult obstacle for Su Yan to overcome. In this society, nobody would bat an eye at one more little girl appearing out of nowhere. But to truly grow up properly and healthily, it wasn't that simple. Right now, Tongtong has nothing at all. Su Yan closed his eyes, massaging his temples as he thought. Wen Ning didn't disturb him either, lowering her gaze to stare at the notebook in her hands. Her slender fingers unconsciously twirled a pen, while all sorts of random thoughts kept surfacing in her mind. She had never read any science fiction, and her understanding of time remained at the most basic level. Following the normal course of life, she would marry Su Yan someday in the future and then give birth to Tongtong. But, what about now? Tongtong has returned from the future, and I've gotten to know Su Yan ahead of time. Has the course of our lives already been altered? In the future, will we still get married and have Tongtong? Does that mean there would be two Tongtongs? Wen Ning couldn't make sense of it, her thoughts were tangled like a ball of yarn. I don't know how much time had passed when Su Yan opened his eyes and said, I'll think of a way to handle this. Wen Ning snapped out of her daze, her expression still somewhat blank. What? About Tongtong's identity? Su Yan stated with conviction, I'll think of a way. Can a high school student really come up with any solution? Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. Will it be very troublesome? Su Yan shook his head. Just a little. I'll handle it, you don't need to think too much. Wen Ning didn't get along well with her family, and there was no way she could talk to her dad about Tongtong's situation. Compared to Su Yan, she, as Tongtong's mother, seemed completely inadequate. Wen Ning felt somewhat gloomy as she took out 1,000 yuan from the inner pocket of her bag. Here's the money for the appraisal. Su Yan didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. After all, he still had to raise Tongtong, earning money was just as much of a headache. At last, the bus arrived at the stop. The two walked together toward the rented apartment. When Su Yan opened the door, a little girl, sprightly as a fairy, dashed out from the room. Upon noticing Wen Ning standing behind him, lovely and graceful, her eyes instantly lit up. Mom! Su Miaotong rushed straight into her arms. Welcome home. Wen Ning's expression was rather stiff, yet she couldn't help but squat down and reach out to embrace the girl. Su Miaotong stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on her mother's right cheek, then dashed over to her father to repeat the gesture. Watching Su Yan searching for slippers for her by the side, Wen Ning suddenly felt a very strange thought welling up in her heart. It somehow feels a little like an old married couple. Chapter 10, Kneel Down to Death. Su Yan's home was much cleaner than Wen Ning had imagined. There was none of the mess typically associated with a guy living alone. Instead, everything was neatly organized. Two potted green plants on the windowsill swayed gently in the sunlight. Noticing this, Wen Ning felt much more at ease. What did Tongtong do at home this morning? She avoided her daughter Lianglian's gaze and asked in the gentlest voice she could muster. Watching TV. Su Miaotong clung to her mother without letting go, speaking in a sweet, childish tone, and then, waiting for mom and dad to come home. Su Yan went to the kitchen to wash his hands and glanced at the TV, where the classic Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was playing. He had no idea what future cartoons would look like. In any case, Tongtong didn't seem bored, and that was enough. He smiled and asked, Tongtong, do you know how Pleasant Goat's story ends? Su Miaotong immediately pressed further. What happened? What happened? Eaten by Grey Wolf. Su Miaotong was stunned for a long moment. After a while, her lips quivered downward as if on the verge of tears. Don't talk nonsense.
Wen Ning's heart ached seeing her daughter's tearful expression. She glared at him and quickly hugged Tong Tong. He's lying to you. In the end, Pleasant Goat drove Grey Wolf away.
Really?
Su Miaodong immediately brightened up again, sticking her tongue out at Su Yan with exaggerated mischief. Stinky daddy, go away.
Su Yan couldn't help but smile. See, you can get along just fine with your daughter. By the time Su Yan came out from the kitchen again, mother and daughter were already sitting together on the sofa.
Su Miaodong was quite the spoiled child. Having gone so many days without her mother's affection, she now clung to Wen Ning's embrace, utterly refusing to let go. Wen Ning appeared somewhat stiff, her arms encircling Tong Tong to prevent her from falling, her back ramrod straight. Clearly, she wasn't particularly accustomed to such intimate contact, but
it was evident she didn't exactly mind it either.
You stay and watch TV with her a while longer. Su Yan took out the strawberries from the fridge and placed them in front of the mother and daughter pair. Here, have some fruit first.
Thank you.
Wen Ning plucked the leaves off the strawberries and placed them into Tong Tong's hands.
Mom.
Su Miaodong's cheeks were flushed, looking utterly adorable. Tong Tong slept with daddy yesterday.
Clearly, this innocent little child was easy to tease.
She'd already completely forgotten how Su Yan had lied to her earlier about Pleasant Goat being eaten.
Perhaps infected by her excitement, Wen Ning couldn't help smiling too. Tong Tong is so happy today? I'm so happy. Su Miaodong blinked her big eyes. Mom never let me sleep with dad before. Wen Ning was also curious about her future self. Is that so? So it seems, I might turn out to be quite a strict mother? Yeah, mommy is so stingy. Su Miaodong protested. Mommy always competes with Tong Tong for daddy's attention. Listening casually from the kitchen, Su Yan chimed in. So Tong Tong isn't mad at mommy? Of course I'm mad. Su Miaodong said innocently. Then mom would ask dad, if both Tong Tong and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Su Yan paused for a moment, and then, a bad feeling crept in. The question itself was meaningless. Because when they asked this question, they had already decided that no matter what your answer was, they would take your damn life. And then dad got punished by mom to kneel on the washboard. Su Miaodong extended her hand, gesturing a small size, this big, the kind of washboard used for doing laundry. Su Yan jerked his head around to look at Wen Xiaohua sitting on the sofa. At the same time, a subtly wary gleam flashed in his eyes. Truth be told, he was relatively the more chauvinistic type. Unlike old Su who was henpecked at home, he was the spirited young man who frequently vied for domestic dominance with his mother, Lin Hui. Though these attempts usually ended in failure, typically with Lin Hui threatening to cut off next month's living expenses for the little brat. But this defiant spirit ensured Su Yan would never be enslaved. Afraid of his wife? You think I'd ever tolerate such humiliation in the future? TSK, this woman. Wen Ning. Tong Tong, you're just talking nonsense now. Though there's a saying that daughters are their father's little sweethearts, she refused to believe her future self would ever feel jealous of her own daughter. I couldn't believe it myself. I actually made Su Yan kneel on the washboard, literally kneeling on a laundry board. Why are you looking at me like that? Wen Ning kept a straight face. Now you know what kind of person I am. Su Yan nodded cautiously. Got it. Wen Ning always felt that Su Yan's gaze carried an air of facing a formidable enemy. This inexplicable look inexplicably irritated her. What does he mean by that? Does he think I'm the type of woman who makes her husband kneel on the floor at the slightest disagreement? Su Yan stopped talking to the mother and daughter, returning to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wen Ning watched TV with Tong Tong for a while, noticing the little girl's sparkling eyes as if she was about to tumble right into the animated sheep village on screen. Not wanting to disturb Tong Tong further, she quietly got up to check on the kitchen. After all, she was technically a guest now, and more importantly, Tong Tong's mother. Just sitting around without helping with anything was putting her in a somewhat unhappy mood. Su Yan glanced back at her but didn't say much. He was by the sink, cleaning the shrimp he'd bought that morning. Tong Tong had said she wanted to eat shrimp. Let me help. Wen Ning tucked the hair by her ear behind it. Su Yan didn't even look up. No need, you spend more time with Tong Tong. What I meant was, Wen Ning was rather embarrassed. Su Yan, have you handled fresh produce before? From the way he moved, it was clear he occasionally stepped into the kitchen. The faint scent of cooking oil lingered in the house. But at best he was a bronze-level cook, certainly nothing more advanced. About at the level of being able to boil noodles and make egg-fried rice. It's downright painful to watch. Su Yan's movements came to a halt. He thought for a moment and said, I understand that if you put shrimp in the pot, it'll become cooked shrimp. And what else? Shrimp are alive before they die. Isn't that all just nonsense? Wen Ning sighed. Before Su Yan could respond, Wen Ning had already effortlessly picked up the SpongeBob apron hanging on the nearby hook and tied it around her waist. With practiced ease, she loosened her ponytail, gathered her hair with one hand, and twisted it into a coil around her wrist. Then she secured it into a neat bun at the nape of her neck with a hairband, revealing swan-like fair skin that gleamed. Paired with her sweet, innocent features, she perfectly embodied everyone's dream image of a virtuous wife and loving mother.
We still have to go back to school later, hurry up. Su Yan felt slightly looked down upon by her.
Fine, you Wen Ning. What kind of place do you think this is, you wicked woman? This is my house.
Wen Ning shot him a glance and deftly began cleaning the raw shrimp. Go sit outside and keep Tong Tong company for a while. As expected, Tong Tong was right about you. Pushed aside by her, Su Yan fell into deep thought.
Setting that aside for now, would Wen Ning and I actually end up together in this lifetime? But when it comes to family hierarchy, is it already becoming apparent?
Wen Ning understood what he was implying, which made her rather irritated. Then be careful for the rest of your life, and make sure you never fall into my hands again. Her expression was rigid, lips pressed into a straight line as she spoke with icy detachment. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel to death.
Chapter 11, Bronze and King.
Wen Ning moved swiftly. After deveining and steaming the shrimp, she still found time to stir-fry a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, minced garlic with pork, and then quickly whipped up a simple seaweed and dried shrimp soup. Due to her upbringing, she was never the spoiled, helpless little girl.
This kind of thing is effortlessly easy to do. In other words, just like coming back to my own home. Tong Tong, come eat. Mom.
Su Miaotong leaned over the table's edge, peeking out with half her face. Wow. Seeing the sparkling glow in her daughter's eyes, Wen Ning felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment.
Su Yan took a bite and offered a rather insincere evaluation. Nothing special. It's about the same as what I make.
Wen Ning couldn't be bothered with him and lowered her head to scoop vegetables for Tong Tong.
Mommy, I want to eat that. Okay, Tong Tong, eat slowly.
Perhaps even Wen Ning herself didn't notice that when she looked at Tong Tong, her face would unconsciously soften with tenderness. The mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance to each other. One big and one small beauty, one lively and adorable, the other quiet and gentle. Such a reaction was within Su Yan's expectations.
No parent could resist loving a daughter like Tong Tong.
Su Yan had always eaten quickly, and soon he was carrying his empty bowl toward the kitchen.
Wen Ning raised her head sensitively. Where are you going? Su Yan asked suspiciously. Serve the rice. Just stop eating if you can't eat anymore.
Wen Ning lowered her eyes and wiped Tong Tong's mouth, saying, later when you're too full, you'll blame me again.
What's wrong with you? No. Su Yan said, I'm just genuinely still hungry.
Wen Ning fell silent and lowered her head to eat. Her eating movements were very quiet, hardly making any noise, and she wouldn't stretch too far to pick up distant dishes. Basically, she would eat whatever was placed in front of her. It was a habit cultivated since childhood. At home during meals, she always behaved this way because her stepmother and stepsister were present. Her efficiency and skill in household chores also stemmed from this. When Wen Ning was at home, she tried her best to help her stepmother with chores. After her mother passed away, it wasn't that she hadn't thought about getting along well with her stepmother, earning her affection through achievements and household chores. Sadly, all these years later, her stepmother and stepsister still didn't grow particularly fond of her.
Why do you only eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Got something against them? Su Yan directly placed another plate of stir-fried meat in front of her. Finish the rest too.
Wen Ning lowered her eyes. Okay, thank you. Half an hour later, the slightly awkward meal finally came to an end. Wen Ning took the initiative to get up and wash the dishes. Su Yan felt his family status was being challenged once again. He put on a cartoon for Tong Tong and voluntarily went to help in the kitchen.
Are you coming over tonight? Su Yan wiped the plates.
Wen Ning shook her head. I can't come home too late every day. Otherwise, Dad would make my stepmother and stepsister wait for me to eat.
They'd be unhappy. Alright, then Tong Tong and I will eat out. Su Yan didn't pay it much mind, maintaining a measured distance between them.
Wen Ning was indeed beautiful, and she would become his future wife, that much was certain. But at their core, the two were merely strangers brought together by Tong Tong's circumstances. Though it was admittedly hard to look away from Wen Ning, sleeves rolled up and washing dishes in that plain apron. Unfortunately, even Tong Tong didn't know how her parents had actually gotten together.
Su Yan, there's one more thing. Wen Ning asked cautiously, how are your academic grades? Her careful tone made it seem like she was afraid of hurting Su Yan's self-esteem. But in reality, her behavior hurt people's self-esteem even more.
Average undergraduate rankings tend to fluctuate. They won't drop significantly, but won't rise much either.
Su Yan responded quite generously, I can't compare with you.
Jiang Province is highly competitive in the Gaokao, National College entrance exams, though it hasn't yet caught the wave of education reform. So, it's still the traditional division between liberal arts and sciences. Both Su Yan and Wen Ning chose science stream. In the last monthly exam, Wen Ning ranked 6th in the entire school, firmly establishing herself as the top student beneath the top 5 elites. Even at the municipal level, she's among the top 50 outstanding students. With slightly better than usual performance, she could qualify to compete at the pinnacle academic competition, metaphorically referred to as Manhwa Sword Tournament.
I see.
Wen Ning slowed her dishwashing movements, as if pondering something.
Tong Tong's arrival also brought another issue.
Her parents were currently immersed in the most critical college entrance exams of their lives. And universities, they too may head towards different futures.
What will happen to Tongtong when that time comes? I'm fine, it's just an ordinary undergraduate school anyway. Studying somewhere makes no difference.
Su Yan said very naturally, my priority is Tongtong.
I mean,
Wen Ning lowered her eyes, though her ears were visibly flushed red, we'd better be in the same city. She turned her head away, evading Su Yan's gaze, and looked at Tongtong lying on the sofa eating strawberries while watching cartoons.
Su Yan wouldn't misunderstand anything strange, right? I didn't mean that at all.
I just meant that a child shouldn't grow up without either a father or a mother.
Although saying such things out loud makes it sound even stranger.
Anyway, what I mean is, we should consider Tongtong's well-being.
I do. Su Yan fell silent for a moment.
He sighed, I originally wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. Seems like now I'll just have to get into a university in the same city as you, preferably the same one.
Wen Ning. Su Yan, are you secretly looking down on me in your heart? No secret contempt here.
Wen Ning looked awkward as she said, maybe it'd be better if I just tried to get into the same city as you.
I think that'd be simpler. Wow, that's pretty aggressive coming from you, Queen B1. Do you take me for a fool? Just barely ranked 6th in the grade, nothing more than a backup candidate for a top university. How much did you score last time? 688. How much? Such a niche number.
Jiang Province's college entrance exam hasn't undergone reform yet. There's an optional 60-point section, making the total score 810 points.
688, that's 40 points higher than 648. Is this the kind of number that might appear on a transcript?
She was the cream of the crop, capable of studying in Shanghai or the capital, a standout talent who could rise above the fierce competition of the national college entrance examination. Yet hearing this only made Su Yan focus more intently on another matter. If it hadn't been for Tongtong's appearance,
Su Yan couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, you scored 688 points, why would you marry someone like me who didn't even break 600? How did a bronze-ranked player and a champion end up in the same voice chat? He's so annoying. Wen Ning got a little angry again and couldn't help letting out a quiet huff. How should I know?
How would I know how my future self got tricked into coming home with you?
Chapter 12, Uncle and Auntie. After lunch, the two stayed with Tongtong a while longer before getting ready for class.
The little girl was naturally reluctant to see them go, and Wen Ning coaxed her for quite some time,
and promised to come back and keep her company tomorrow.
Su Miaotong clung tightly to her mother's long legs, refusing to let go. When Mom and Dad went out before, they always kissed Tongtong.
What's it like to have an extremely clingy daughter?
Wen Ning had no choice but to lean over and plant a kiss on her smooth, soft cheek.
Su Miaotong's eyes crinkled with joy, and Daddy. Su Yan had no choice but to follow Wen Ning's example, gently touching the other cheek with a kiss. Mom and Dad must come home early, okay? Tongtong will miss you, MHM.
Both of them were left with slightly complicated feelings. It was as if they were truly a married couple preparing to go out, saying goodbye to their daughter.
Tongtong is very sensible.
Su Yan took out the keys to lock the door, but leaving her alone at home would be too cruel.
Though Tongtong never showed any signs of distress, always saying how much she enjoyed the cartoons.
But as he was leaving, he noticed the reluctant look in the little girl's eyes. He could easily imagine Tongtong staying home alone, counting the hours on her fingers while waiting for Mom and Dad to return.
So pitiful.
Wen Ning thought for a moment, luckily, it's almost the weekend tomorrow. I plan to take Tongtong to visit my aunt tomorrow. Noticing her puzzled expression, Su Yan explained, my uncle works at the local police station.
I want to ask her about Tongtong's situation. Though, it might be a bit troublesome. Enrollment requires identification, and identification involves household registration paperwork.
If only Tongtong were a little older.
Su Yan sighed, I just say Tongtong is my younger sister, Lao Su's illegitimate daughter. But now, the ages don't match up. How should I explain to Auntie what Tongtong's relationship to me is?
Su Yan knew perfectly well that the moment her aunt laid eyes on Tongtong, she would recognize the unmistakable Su family traits. Every member of the Su family shares the same charming dimples when they smile, cute little indentations at the corners of their mouths. They were so endearing that people instinctively wanted to reach out and poke them. This very facial feature had also served as bait for Chen Hao to tease Su Yan relentlessly for 10 whole years.
What kind of man would have such a girly thing?
Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, I'll go with you.
Understood. Su Yan didn't overthink it and immediately agreed. Since it involved Tongtong, it was only right that she went along. The two took the bus back, intending to part ways at a stop some distance from the school. Wen Ning pulled her school jacket's zipper up a little, standing there bright and lively yet seeming to hesitate over unspoken words. Facing Su Yan's puzzled gaze, she finally spoke up. Could I take a look at your monthly exam paper from last time? With 4 months still to go, there's plenty of room for improvement.
As long as your foundation isn't too weak and you don't have significant weaknesses in any subject, improving by 30 or 40 points is entirely achievable.
Wouldn't it be embarrassing to marry someone who scored under 600 points? Of course, Su Yan understood that wasn't what she meant. Considering Tong Tong's situation, the higher Su Yan scored, the more flexibility both of them would have when it came time to choose universities. Otherwise, we'll just have to let Wen Ning handle backward compatibility. Alright, when you come over tomorrow, take a look while you're at it.
Su Yan said, but no matter how much I study, I won't reach your score, just keep that in mind.
Wen Ning nodded, well, I'll be heading back then.
After parting ways with her, Su Yan headed towards his classroom. By now, the classroom was already quite crowded. Li Yuyu sat at her desk working through test papers, while Chen Hao lay sprawled across his desk taking an afternoon nap.
Su Yan sat for a while reviewing his mistakes.
English and Chinese literature were his weaker subjects. His attitude towards studying is decent enough, but not particularly diligent. Usually with parents not around, and being a day student, there's no supervision once he gets home. He's the kind of student teachers see as somewhat clever but rather slack, though obedient in other aspects.
Simply put, just an ordinary Joe. TSK.
The English vocabulary made Su Yan's head ache. 688 points. Even if I studied like Yuyu, I probably still wouldn't reach that level, right? Unless, baby Tong Tong truly awakened the legendary expecting father to become a dragon's system. Li Yuyu, who had been gossiped about behind her back, suddenly looked up with sharp sensitivity.
So you and the school beauty one really have something going on?
In the entire number 1 high school, only one person had scored 688 in total.
Nothing much. Su Yan scribbled on the paper, I'm not interested in women. Li Yuyu adjusted her glasses, feeling something was off. Then what are you interested in? Study.
It was hard to imagine such words coming from Yan's mouth. This was somewhat rare.
So, Li Yuyu pondered for a moment. Are you trying to pursue the campus belle when in a strange way, like surpassing her academically?
That would be surpassing her academically. Please don't omit some crucial words.
However, Su Yan didn't feel inclined to explain his peculiar relationship with Wen Ning either.
Mainly, even he himself couldn't quite figure it out. They hadn't known each other for long, but because Tong Tong was involved, many interactions between him and Wen Ning had actually gone beyond those of ordinary male and female classmates.
Yet they weren't lovers. Yuyu, I need to ask you something. Su Yan skipped over the topic and continued asking, high school students, are there any ways to make money?
If nothing else works, he'd have no choice but to look for part-time jobs. But on the other hand, he also needed to spend time with Tong Tong, which made things complicated.
Li Yuyu was taken aback. Are you that short on money? Su Yan explained, there's something going on at home, and I need some money. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Li Yuyu promptly take out her phone. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right now.
No, I didn't mean to borrow money from you.
Was raising a daughter supposed to cost someone else's money? What kind of person do you take me for? Besides, though you're a little rich girl with over a dozen family-owned restaurants, how much pocket money could a high schooler really have? I've saved up over 200,000 from years of Lunar New Year money and allowance. Li Yuyu pulled up her best friend's Alipay account on her phone. Is this enough? No way, sis. What kind of wealthy family are you from? Maybe I should just become your maid then. The college entrance exams are coming up. Why aren't you studying now? Going out to earn money instead? Li Yuyu furrowed her brows. I'm asking you, how much do you need?
She thought something bad might have happened in Su Yan's family, which was why he seemed so troubled.
No need. In the end, Su Yan shook his head and declined. If I really need it, I'll reach out to you.
Although, his relationship with Li Yuyu was indeed very close, hardly any less than with Chen Hao.
But at the very least, I must try first before declaring defeat. Since the future version of me can provide Tong Tong with such a comfortable life, there's no reason for my present self to be completely incapable, even to the point of borrowing money from others for Tong Tong's sake. Are you really alright? Li Yuyu understood his temperament. Su Yan wasn't stubborn, but he was very independent. He always had his own ideas. Since he brought it up, it clearly meant he genuinely wasn't trying to borrow money from her. Alright, let's go out for barbecue tonight. Li Yuyu put away her phone. My treat. Basically, every Friday evening the three of them would get together for a meal. It was their way to unwind, a rare moment of leisure amid the stress of their final high school year. Su Yan had actually planned to take Tong Tong out for dinner too, and pondered for a moment upon hearing her words. Can I bring someone along? Su Yan added, my 8-year-old cousin is staying with me recently. Perfect timing, it'll also expose Tong Tong to my everyday life. Since she's already returned to the present, she'll have to adapt to this era eventually. Let's start with Li Yuyu and Chen Hao. Nothing special, it's just the three of us anyway. Li Yuyu had no objections and turned back to continuing her test paper. After school, Su Yan went home to pick up Tong Tong. The little white dress she had worn before had been washed clean, but fortunately she could change clothes by herself. An 8-year-old child shouldn't need her parents' help with such trivial matters. But Su Yan didn't know how to style hair, so he just tied her hair into a simple little ponytail.
Standing there brightly, Su Miaotong fiddled with her ponytail by looping her fingers through it, sweetly calling out daddy in her soft voice. Now, she looked even more like Wen Ning. It was like having a miniaturized version of the campus belle standing before him.
Su Yan couldn't resist taking a photo and sending it to Wen Ning. Just like a little princess. My daughter is so beautiful.
Spending time with Tongtong really does make it easy to develop a fatherly mindset. When taking Tongtong downstairs, Li Yuyu and Chen Hao had already been waiting for ages.
What took you so long, dragging your feet like some fussy woman?
Chen Hao grew impatient. I'm starving to death right now, I could devour a whole pig raw, believe it or not. However, he soon noticed the little girl holding Su Yan's hand, and his voice abruptly trailed off. What a beautiful little girl. I never heard Brother Yan had such a big cousin.
Uncle Chen Hao, Auntie Yuyu. Su Miaotong hopped up and down cheerfully, saying, long time no see. Uncle, how come you suddenly have hair now? Li Yuyu, Chen Hao. Chapter 13. You're so adorable. Since when have I not had hair? And calling me uncle right off the bat, little girl, where are your manners? Chen Hao shot Su Yan a deeply aggrieved look. Did you teach her that? He had reason to suspect that Su Yan had instilled some strange ideas in this cousin. Like, for example, that Chen Hao was some weird, balding uncle or something. Su Yan's face froze in astonishment as he looked at Chen Hao's thick, full head of hair.
Only he knew just how loaded Tongtong's words really were.
Middle-aged baldness, going bald? Hiss, Haozi is truly a powerhouse. Cousin? Li Yuyu also looked at Su Miaotong with some curiosity.
Like a doll kissed by an angel, every bit of her was adorable, making one yearn to hold her in their arms.
Not very alike. Li Yuyu shook her head.
Su Yan froze for a moment, needing her slightly scrutinizing gaze. This was the first time he had brought Tongtong out to meet friends. Moreover, judging from Tongtong's reaction, it was clear that he would remain good friends with Chen Hao and Li Yuyu in the future. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous, worried that Li Yuyu, being particularly perceptive, might notice something unusual.
What's wrong? She must be your biological sister, Li Yuyu declared with certainty.
Su Miaotong inherited all the best traits from Su Yan and Wen Ning, yet her face clearly bears striking resemblances to both of them. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and openly admitted, true, but she's not my biological sister.
He crouched down and hugged Tongtong. This is my daughter. Of course Tongtong looks like her daddy. Su Miaotong happily threw her arms around Su Yan's neck. Li Yuyu wore a blank expression. Oh, get the hell out of here. Alright, hurry up and go eat.
Chen Hao rolled his eyes.
What kind of nonsense are you teaching that kid all day? Won't her real dad beat you up for this?
He simply thought it was the siblings teaming up to amuse them.
Su Yan said with a serious expression, she really is my daughter. Don't you think we look alike? Enough already. At this point, even Li Yuyu couldn't hold back.
Though admittedly, getting hugged by such an adorable and pretty little girl would make anyone envious. But showing off a bit is one thing, this childish game of make-believe has gone on far too long, hasn't it?
Don't believe me then. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Their disbelief was exactly what he'd expected. Humans really are such peculiar creatures.
If he had been evasive about Tongtong's identity, they might have suspected something.
Yet when Su Yan openly stated it like this, they didn't believe him. Li Yuyu had chosen a spot in a newly opened shopping mall.
Being freshly built, promotions were running, making the place lively with bustling crowds, mostly students coming and going. Tongtong clutched her father's hand tightly, her curious, sparkling eyes darting around. The little girl who hadn't been out with her father for a long time was bouncing with joy, her eyes crinkling into happy crescents.
Daddy, I want that one.
Su Miaotong pointed at a claw machine, her feet rooted to the spot in longing. Su Yan took a glance. It was a small, fluffy white rabbit plushie inside, utterly adorable.
After we finish eating, Daddy will bring you back to catch more. Let's catch two, one for Tongtong, and one for Mommy.
Su Yan faintly recalled that Wen Ning also had a tiny rabbit doll dangling from her backpack. As she walked, the bunny plushie would sway back and forth. During the bus ride at noon, she sometimes unconsciously tugged at the bunny's ears on her toy. This habit was exactly the same as Tongtong's. It seems mother and daughter even like nearly identical things.
Chen Hao, who was walking ahead, smiled and asked, little girl, who's your mother?
Mom is just mom. Uncle Chen Hao's question is so strange.
Su Miaotong's baby voice was soft and sweet.
Chen Hao, who was once again called uncle by the 8-year-old girl, stiffened visibly. Call me big brother. I'll win you a plush toy later.
No. Su Miaotong was unhappy. Little sister, just ignore him. Li Yuyu couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her soft cheek. That uncle isn't a good person. Make sure to stay far away from him in the future. Yes, I'm not a good person.
Chen Hao shoved his hands in his pockets and said carelessly, I wonder who it was that got bullied in elementary school and came running over tearfully tugging at my sleeve, calling me brother Chen Hao.
That was ages ago. Li Yuyu grew impatient. Youth is wasted on the young. In elementary school, she was dark-skinned, short, and rather introverted.
Back then, she also suffered from severe rhinitis, often with a runny nose, making her look like a messy little girl. Because of this, both boys and girls in the class would bully her, calling her snotty. No one wanted to play with her except Chenhao, who always took her along wherever he went. Back then, she was truly the little girl who followed this guy around calling him Brother Chenhao. But as she grew older, Li Yuyu refused to acknowledge it. In fact, she'd get mad at anyone who brought it up. The nickname also changed from Brother Chenhao to that bastard. Little ungrateful brat. Chenhao's tone was chilly. Did I ever say anything when you wiped your snot on my sleeve? Shut up. Li Yuyu angrily pulled out a red banknote and slammed it onto his palm. Here, go buy some mouthwash to rinse out that filthy mouth of yours. Fine. Chenhao nearly scoffed in exasperation. Grabbing the hood of her jacket from behind, he stuffed the 100 yuan bill inside. Next time you get bullied, don't come running to me. Li Yuyu stumbled from the sudden tug. Pursing her lips, she let out an extremely displeased humph. Su Miaotong glanced left and right before whispering cautiously to her father, Dad, are uncle and aunt still arguing every day? Clashing zodiac signs. Su Yao shook his head. What do you mean by still, Tong? Uncle and aunt used to argue every day, she replied. Su Miaotong blinked her eyes innocently. Sometimes they even fight and ask Dad to settle their arguments. Su Yan always felt something wasn't quite right. Fighting every single day? These two have graduated from university and still stick together like glue? When several people were seated in the barbecue restaurant, Su Miaotong asked in a sweet voice, Auntie, why didn't Minmin come today? Li Yuyu was puzzled. Who's Minmin? Su Miaotong blinked in surprise. Uncle Chenhao and Aunt Yuyu's daughter. And also her best friend. Chenhao was drinking water and nearly choked to death on the spot. Li Yuyu was also startled and immediately pulled Su Yan's face in flustered anger. What exactly have you been teaching the child normally? Su Yan spread his hands. I really didn't teach him that. Don't make me sick. Li Yuyu pictured the scene in her mind and instinctively shivered. Every morning staring at that face of his would make me vomit. Trying to show off? Chenhao gave her a sidelong glance. There are plenty of girls chasing after me, who cares? Oh, then take care of yourself. Li Yuyu nodded. After all, you're old and ugly, maybe they're just lacking fatherly love. Chenhao wanted to retort, but when he saw the young girl across from him, he swallowed all the curses in his throat. He gave a thumbs up, restraining his temper as he said, impressive. By dinner time, the two still hadn't made up, eating their food with frosty expressions. Su Yan was accustomed to their behavior and couldn't be bothered to engage, focusing instead on serving Tong her favorite treats. The little girl's lips were smeared with oily stains, making her pink, glossy mouth look utterly adorable. When the meal ended, Su Yan honored his promise by taking Tong to the claw machine to win her a rabbit plushie. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that he finally walked out of the shopping mall, holding his daughter's hand. Tong held 2 fluffy bunny plushies in her arms. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she couldn't resist rubbing her soft cheek against a bunny's face. You're so adorable. After that, the father and daughter said their goodbyes and headed home hand in hand. Tong, is what you said really true? Su Yan gently rubbed Tong's head as they walked. Uncle Chenhao and Aunt Li Yuyu have a daughter named Minmin? Ha! Su Miaotong's thoughts were still lingering on the bunny plush toy. As she tugged at its ears, she cheerfully replied, yes, Minmin is my best friend. Tong knew about many things that had yet to happen. Yet at the same time, Su Yan couldn't help feeling a tinge of unease. Will those futures undergo any changes because of Tong's appearance? For instance, he and Wen Ning meeting earlier because of Tong, or Chenhao and Li Yuyu discovering in advance that their future daughter will be named Minmin. There's a term called the butterfly effect. But then again, with something as outlandish as time travel already happening, why overthink it? Others get systems and golden fingers when they transmigrate, but Tong is such an embarrassing transmigrator that in other stories, she'd be kicked out of the group. The February weather was rather chilly, and Su Yan couldn't help but pull his clothes tighter around himself. Tong, time to go home. Daddy, carry me on your back. All right. The next morning, at 8:30 in the morning, Wen Ning arrived at Xu Yan's doorstep. Since it was the weekend, she wasn't wearing her school uniform. Instead, she had on a simple beige knit top paired with blue jeans, her long and straight legs making her look youthful and vibrant. With delicate Jiangnan features, her fresh and pleasing appearance was effortlessly charming no matter how you looked at her. Though she wasn't smiling, the slight upward tilt of her eyes created an alluring and extraordinarily beautiful arc. As Su Yan opened the door, his gaze involuntarily lingered on her face for a moment. He ruffled his slightly messy hair. It's so early, Tong isn't up yet. Come on in for now. Then, without a word, he strode ahead into the living room. Wen Ning always felt that this guy was a bit too relaxed. He didn't seem particularly nervous when visiting his house yesterday. As she changed into slippers and entered the living room, Su Yan was in the kitchen pouring himself a glass of water. On the coffee table sat 2 white rabbit dolls, fluffy, with short tails, one large and one small leaning dopily against each other. Wen Ning's gaze was instantly drawn to them. I stared for quite a while before resisting the urge to pick it up and play with it. She pressed her lips together with difficulty, then slowly averted her gaze. As it happened, her eyes met Su Yan's, who was walking out of the kitchen holding a water glass.
Did you buy that for Tong Tong? What did you say? Su Yan gave a yawn before realizing what she was saying.
He casually picked up one of the bunny dolls and placed it directly in Wen Ning's hand.
This is for you.
Looking rather drowsy, Su Yan said absent-mindedly, Tong Tong insisted you love bunnies too, so she pestered me into winning one for you.
For me?
Wen Ning held the rabbit in a daze, feeling slightly at a loss. She couldn't bring herself to refuse it, nor could she properly accept it. All she could do was clutch the rabbit tightly in her hands. Truth be told, she'd fallen in love with the stuffed rabbit at first sight.
I'll go wake her up, you wait here for a bit. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to her expression and walked straight into the room. Tong Tong, wake up, Mom's here. Humph, stinky daddy.
From the bedroom came the drowsy yet distinctly displeased voice of Su Miaotong. Her words carried a hint of defiance, the trailing tone slightly rising. Clearly, she was throwing a morning tantrum at her father. Only then did Wen Ning lower her head to look at the rabbit doll in her hands. The little rabbit looked somewhat dopey, round and plump, soft to the touch.
It's indeed adorable.
So adorable that even Wen Ning couldn't resist cradling the rabbit doll in her hands, secretly rubbing her cheek against it. Her eyes held a gentle softness, wearing nearly the same expression of delight as Tong Tong. You're so adorable. It had been ages, truly ages, since anyone had given her a little rabbit doll. The little rabbit plush on her backpack was bought by her mother from a street stall during preschool and personally hung on the bag for her. $5 each, but they were Wen Ning's most cherished treasures from childhood to adulthood. She changed backpacks many times, but that little bunny plush toy hung from her backpack for a very, very long time. It's been nearly a decade since then, yet whenever Wen Ning tugs a rabbit's ears, her mother's image still surfaces in her mind. She really likes rabbits, especially likes them.
Chapter 14 Wen Xiong.
After breakfast, Su Miaotong lay limply in Wen Ning's arms, her mouth practically pouting up to the sky,
angry like a puffed-up pufferfish, though it's unclear exactly what she's angry about.
Wen Ning felt slightly awkward.
This little girl's misanthropic demeanor first thing in the morning bore an uncanny resemblance to her biological mother, especially right after waking up. It typically manifests as irritability, short temper, emotional volatility, and other negative emotional states. The cartoon Pleasant Goat playing on TV nearly got subjected to a military-style combat drill. Tong Tong, aren't you happy to see Mom?
Wen Ning still wanted to cheer her up. Pouting like this makes you not pretty at all.
I'm not happy.
Su Miaotong buried her head heavily in her embrace. Mom woke me up. Wen Ning pursed her lips, her mood inexplicably stifled.
The back of her ears seemed delayed, suddenly burning hot.
Tong Tong looked exactly the same as she did when the alarm woke her up in the morning.
Su Yan took note of all this. I told you, this little girl wakes up cranky every morning. Su Yan gave her a hollow smile.
I wonder who she learned that from.
Wen Ning's expression froze for a moment.
After a long silence, she finally spoke in a strained, icy tone. Then you'd better remember this, never marry someone with morning grumpiness in the future.
Deal.
Su Yan lowered his head to organize his backpack. Later I'll set a house rule, anyone who dares to vent their morning grumpiness on me will get a spanking. Wen Ning snorted coldly. Tong Tong, Daddy said he'll spank you.
Su Yan immediately denied it. I could never bring myself to spank Tong Tong. Who do you want to fight then?
Wen Ning thought this lazy demeanor of his looked particularly punchable. It took about half an hour before Su Miaotong fully shook off her just woke up state. Her temper flared up quickly but faded just as fast, and soon she was curled in her mother's arms, giggling sweetly without pause. The little girl's laughter revealed two deep dimples on her cheeks, making her even more adorable, which made Wen Ning's fingers itch to pinch them. Unable to resist, she reached out and poked them playfully, teasing Tong Tong. Su Yan squatted beside the coffee table, gathering the game console and scattered discs before packing them all into his school bag. You two play for a while longer.
I'm heading out and will be back soon. He carried his backpack and said, I've got plans with my aunt in the afternoon, so let's take Tong Tong shopping for clothes in the morning. Since you're a girl, you'd probably be better at picking things out. Wen Ning froze for a moment. Where are you going? Selling my gaming console and discs.
Putting on his shoes by the door, Su Yan answered casually, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, and I won't have time to play games anymore.
Might as well sell them while they're still worth something.
Wen Ning wasn't very familiar with men's electronic devices and had little exposure to games, so hearing his words, she didn't give it much thought. Soon, the sound of a closing door was heard. Only mother and daughter remained in the living room. It was only at this moment that Wen Ning belatedly realized something.
Tong Tong, does Daddy really like playing games? Loves it.
Tong Tong responded earnestly with childish innocence. We have so many game consoles at home. Daddy wipes them with a towel several times every day. I love sitting in Daddy's arms watching him play games the most.
Wen Ning gazed at the empty coffee table and remained silent.
So it was for Tong Tong after all. something he clearly adored, yet deliberately pretended not to care about in front of her. Wen Ning had never truly understood him. She had never known this boy she had met several years early, whom she might have fallen in love with in the future. Due to her mother's early passing and an unhappy new family situation, Wen Ning had always maintained a rather detached attitude toward relationships. She never believed she was capable of loving someone with intense passion. Because of her stepmother and stepsister, she never dared hope that anyone could love her deeply. But now, Wen Ning suddenly felt, no matter what her current attitude towards Su Yan was, at least, in Tongtong's world, Wen Ning must have truly loved Su Yan. Loved this boy who, despite his delicate sensibilities, appeared slightly awkward due to his somewhat chauvinistic tendencies. Thinking this, she gently pinched her daughter's little face. Tongtong, promise mommy you won't get angry with daddy when you wake up in the morning, okay? Upon hearing her mother's words, Tongtong's little face immediately scrunched up. She didn't want to be angry with daddy either, he was the best daddy in the whole world. But mornings just made her feel so grumpy for no reason. Especially when dad had to leave early in the morning and had no choice but to wake her up for breakfast. Then, mommy will pinky promise with Tongtong. Su Miaodong extended her little finger. From now on, even if Tongtong and mommy feel really annoyed when waking up in the morning, we won't get mad at daddy. Wen Ning froze for a moment. A subtle complexity suddenly weighed on my mood. Thinking about it this way, Tongtong realized that her future self must have often vented morning grumpiness at Su Yan. After a long pause, she finally extended her finger to pinky promise with her daughter. Su Yan hadn't been gone long, he returned in less than half an hour. He hung the now empty backpack on the rack and looked at the mother-daughter pair watching TV on the sofa. What did you two talk about? Hearing his voice, Wen Ning and Su Miaodong turned their heads simultaneously. Why are you staring at me? Su Yan dubiously touched his cheek. Is there something on my face? It's a secret, daddy. Su Miaodong jumped off the sofa and leaped into his arms. The little girl's sparkling eyes blinked rapidly. Tongtong and mommy just pinky promised. No taking it back for 100 years. Su Yan turned to look at Wen Ning. A secret. Wen Ning turned her head to the side, her ears inexplicably growing warm. I can't tell you. For some reason, Su Yan felt that this campus bell one seemed a bit unnatural. Every penny you spend on Tongtong must be recorded. Alright. Su Yan paused briefly but didn't press further. Let's go. We'll buy Tongtong some clothes first, then visit auntie in the afternoon. Wen Ning knew how to style hair and spent about 10 minutes braiding Tongtong's hair into 2 neat little pigtails. Afterwards, the 3 of them went out together. Su Yan picked the nearest mall, walking ahead while gripping her phone and checking the balance in her Alipay account. The game console and discs were in excellent condition, totaling over 3,000 yuan in sales. This should be more than enough for daily expenses even after buying Tongtong's clothes. There will still be plenty left. But Tongtong will definitely have to go to school later. He was lost in thought, which made him appear unusually silent. Meanwhile, when Ning walked behind, holding Su Miaodong's hand, her expression uncharacteristically gentle. Seeing her daughter so happy, she felt inexplicably cheerful herself. Walking down the street, this striking pair of beauties, one tall, one small, naturally drew everyone's attention. Wen Ning put a little more thought into her outfit today. Her legs in jeans looked straight and slender, giving her a more youthful and vibrant appearance than usual. The silly blue and white school uniform had actually been suppressing her looks to some extent. But what Wen Ning never expected was running into someone she knew here on this early weekend morning. And of all people, it was the last person she wanted to see at this particular moment. She was holding Tongtong's hand when she heard a female voice not far behind her. Wen Ning? The voice sounded familiar, carrying its usual coquettish softness. Wen Ning turned her head stiffly. She saw a group of middle school girls, all dressed flamboyantly, each holding a cup of bubble tea in their hands. And Wen Xiong stood right in the center of them, wearing a pale green pleated skirt. Her appearance was strikingly sweet and far from understated, with even a hint of light makeup on her face, making her stand out remarkably among the group of girls. However, her expression showed obvious confusion, especially when she spotted Tongtong in Wen Ning's arms and Su Yan standing beside them. Her smile gradually faded. Cheong, do you two know each other? The girl beside them looked surprised. What a beautiful girl, the kind of pure and delicate beauty you'd only expect to see in magazines. Yet her eyes gave her a strikingly alluring quality, the sort of appearance that even other girls would envy. Wen Ning lowered her eyes and remained silent. She just tightened her grip on Tongtong's hand slightly. My sister. Wen Xiong frowned, but we don't share the same mother. Yet didn't she tell mom this morning that she was going to the library to study? Chapter 15. What kind of monster are you? Wen Xiong knew exactly how stunning her stepsister was, this girl who shared no blood relation with her. From the moment she entered high school as a freshman, she consistently held the title of the most beautiful girl at first high school. Moreover, it was obvious she had put some effort into her appearance before heading out today. The cashmere sweater and light blue jeans combination wasn't something she usually wore. If you were coming to the mall, why didn't you just tell mom you wanted to hang out with classmates? Wen Xiong furrowed her brow, her tone sweet but tinged with dissatisfaction. Even if you just wanted to relax on the weekend, Mom wouldn't scold you.
Why lie to her about going to the library?
Wen Ning gave a perfunctory clearly not particularly willing to continue the conversation.
Big sis, who is he?
When Xiong pressed further,
and this kid, where did he come from?
She looked at Tong Tong, who was dressed like a little princess, and couldn't help but marvel at the girl's sheer adorableness from the bottom of her heart. Su Miaodong glanced at her, then immediately buried her face in her mother's embrace, looking somewhat pouty.
Wen Ning's expression remained neutral as she said gently, a friend.
I was just asking, you little grump.
Wen Xiong obviously didn't believe him.
Smoothing her hair, she pressed on with keen interest, don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. Most importantly, there was also a boy standing beside my sister. You must understand, after all these years, even she was seeing her sister go out with a boy for the first time.
Boyfriend?
Or is he chasing after my sister? Wen Ning remained silent. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward, to the point where even the junior high school girls who had come out with Wen Xiong could sense the subtle tension between the sisters.
Gradually, their boisterous chatter also quieted down.
With her friends watching, Wen Xiong suddenly felt as though she'd been giving warm affection only to meet cold indifference, leaving her somewhat humiliated.
Do you have to keep acting like this? Wen Xiong was in a foul mood, lightly clicking her tongue. We're family too, you know.
There's no need to hide things from us all the time.
Why are you always giving me and Mom such cold looks?
Wen Ning found her words rather amusing. To be fair, she didn't particularly dislike this stepsister of hers. After all, Wen Xiong had been steeped in honey since childhood, doted on by her father and indulged in every way by her mother. One could say she had never known a single worry from the day she was born. Therefore, her personality was quite lively and self-assured.
She couldn't quite read the room and was rather arrogant and willful.
But Wen Ning was different. They lived in the same blended family, yet their personalities were polar opposites. After her mother's death, Wen Ning went from being the apple of her parents' eye to a girl living under someone else's roof. She no longer had the privilege to be willful or self-centered, and could only yield without contention on every matter in front of her stepsister. Even her stepmother, Xiao Ziqin, it was only natural that she doted on her own biological daughter and gave her everything good. From a very young age, Wen Ning could understand this point.
Xiao Ziqin was a good mother, simply not destined to be hers.
Wen Ning didn't dislike them, but it was difficult for her to feel much fondness for them either.
Actually, it wouldn't matter if you told them.
Wen Ning took a deep breath and said good-naturedly, I'm 18 this year, already an adult.
I can have my own life and my own friends.
Wen Xiong's lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. In the end, she just stomped her feet angrily.
Fine, do as you please then. I can't be bothered with you. With a temper like yours, no wonder Mom and Dad don't like you. Nobody could. How annoying.
Wen Ning remained silent. It wasn't until this moment that Su Yan, who had been playing with his phone the whole time, finally looked up and glanced at Wen Xiong. After a while, as if realizing something, he actually couldn't help but laugh out loud, his soft laughter lingering in Wen Ning's ears. Even Wen Ning turned to look at him in confusion, feeling rather annoyed.
Was it really that funny? Su Yan laughed for a while before saying, who would have thought?
Your sister really knows how to curse.
You're insane. When did I ever curse at her?
Wen Xiong had sharp ears and couldn't help rolling her eyes.
A young girl shouldn't have such a loose tongue. Su Yan scoffed, acting like some gossipy old hag at such a young age. Aren't you ashamed?
What did you say? Wen Xiong had never heard anyone speak to her like that to her face. Though not vulgar, the words were exceptionally offensive, the kind that would infuriate any girl who heard them.
Big sis, who is he?
With her cheeks flushed crimson from the inexplicable verbal assault, Wen Xiong showed no fear despite Su Yan towering over her, even raising a hand to push him. As a result, Su Yan didn't budge an inch, while she herself staggered back a step instead.
When Wen Xiong raised her head, she met Su Yan's thoughtful expression.
Only then did she realize there was a significant difference in size between her, a junior high school girl, and Su Yan. Su Yan often played basketball with Chen Hao, giving him a lean and tall build, standing at 1.78 meters. Standing in front of Wen Xiong, who was probably less than 1.6 meters tall, he did seem a bit imposing.
You're from Linjiang No. 2 High School, right? Su Yan didn't get angry, just reached out and patted her shoulder. Get along well with your sister from now on, and stop bullying her all the time, okay?
Wen Xiong looked up at him, only feeling the hand on her shoulder tighten slightly. Su Yan wore a simple black coat, his hair long, with a pair of rather outdated black-rimmed glasses on his face. But his pupils were pitch black. Back in junior high when I was bullying others, you probably didn't even know where you were.
Wen Xiong tensed up under his gaze and instinctively took a step back. He keenly sensed that although the boy's face showed little expression, there was an inexplicable sense of pressure about him. After all, she's just a junior high school girl. There you go, just be obedient, and your sister will buy you yummy treats later. Su Yan's expression softened as he slowly broke into a smile. Alright, no big deal. Go play with your classmates. Listening to his tone as he lectured the child,
Wen Xiong's lips twitched, but she wisely chose not to continue arguing. In the end, she silently returned to her group of classmates.
Is that your sister's boyfriend? I don't know. Let's just go. Wen Xiong's complexion looked extremely unpleasant. Wen Ning, who was holding Tong Tong, finally snapped out of her daze. She glanced at Su Yan and spoke in a faint voice. Just now, to be honest, she was slightly frightened. For a moment, it almost seemed as if Su Yan was about to raise his hand and slap Wen Xiong across the mouth. With that innocent and harmless face of his, usually appearing so casual and carefree, who would have thought he had that side to him? I didn't give your sister attitude only because I was afraid she'd go back and complain, making things difficult for you at home. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with some junior high school girl, all spoiled rotten, nothing but bad habits. Wen Ning held Tong Tong's hand while muttering under her breath, why did you suddenly become so fierce? In middle school, I used to hang out with Chun Hao all the time, committing ruthless murders without batting an eye. Su Yan shrugged, but I've turned over a new leaf since then. That was the plain truth. Wen Ning seemed dazed for a moment before softly complaining, but she really didn't swear at me just now. Su Yan glanced at her and casually remarked, no, she said nobody likes you. Wen Ning froze, a look of utter bewilderment clearly visible on her delicate face. If nobody likes me, why are you angry? The absurdity of his statement made Wen Ning feel the heat creeping up the back of her neck once more. Before she could even process what Su Yan meant, she heard him continue. Isn't this just insulting Tong Tong? Oh, Wen Ning realized she had misunderstood. Suddenly feeling sulky, she couldn't help blurting out, then, how inhuman would you have to be to fall for someone like me in the future? Su Yan, ? Chapter 16, Tong Tong and Su Yan. Is this human language you're speaking? Su Yan realized that after getting familiar with this girl, he'd discover another side of her. Sometimes, her train of thought seems to be on a completely different wavelength from ordinary people. The things she says make her come across as a bit slow-witted. It's hard to imagine she's actually a top scorer with 688 points. As time was running short, the two of them spent the entire morning helping Tong Tong pick out clothes. The mother and daughter shared similar tastes. When Wen Ning thought a children's outfit was pretty, Tong Tong loved it too. As for Su Yan, his daughter looked beautiful no matter how she dressed. How about you try this one too? The sales assistant, an older sisterly figure, felt her heart melt at the sight of Tong Tong. This little girl is really, damn stunning. Adorable isn't enough to describe how breathtaking she is. What's more, there's also the gorgeous campus belle when standing beside her, captivating everyone's gaze. Wen Ning followed her line of sight, which landed on a celestial blue long-sleeved shirt hanging on the wall. The fabric is quite nice, perfect for wearing out or lounging at home as sleepwear. But this is, parent-child matching set? And there are even 3 pieces. I think this would suit you two perfectly. The sales assistant looked at Su Yan playing on his phone while seated. Big bro, you should pay a little more attention too. Su Yan, who'd been mistaken for an older brother, looked up to see the clothes featured an overwhelmingly cute style. Every garment was embroidered with a different kitten design. Children's clothes are little white kitten milk fur, mom's outfit is an elegant ragdoll cat, while dad's is a chubby orange tabby. As a man who remains composed even if Mount Tai collapsed before me, how could I possibly wear such things? He struck Wang Jing's classic gesture. I won't wear it, unless I jump off from here. Daddy, Tong Tong likes it. Su Miaotong started acting coquettishly. Su Yan reasoned logically, but if dad wears such childish clothes, Uncle Chen Hao will laugh at him. Don't want to dad is the best. Su Miaotong's sweet, milky voice was laced with pleading as she clung to her father's hand, swaying it back and forth unwilling to let go. The salesgirl standing nearby felt her bones nearly melting from the sweetness of it. Buy it for her already, hurry up and buy it for her, you jerk. Tong Tong learned these tricks at such a young age. Su Yan pinched her nose and said, when you grow up, who knows how many boys you'll fool into being your simp sheep. Wen Ning watched Tong Tong clinging to her father, feeling an inexplicable subtlety in her heart. Tong Tong had mentioned before, how mom would always ask dad, between me and our daughter, who do you like more? At the time, Wen Ning thought this impossible. With her personality, how could she ever say such things, actually feeling jealous of her own daughter? Will I become that kind of tacky, complicated woman after falling in love? But now, she suddenly understands a little. Tong Tong is such a spoiled little thing, even clingier than a lover. The 3 of you can try first, no worries if you're not satisfied. The sales assistant wore an auntie's knowing smile the whole time. These 2 high schoolers are really playing house with the little girl. Daddy, mommy, daughter and all, how adorable. We have cameras in the store. Even if you don't buy anything, keeping a photo as a memento would be nice. This is the cunning part of being in sales. After they take the photos, there's a high probability they'll end up buying them. With her offering it for free like this, Su Yan and Wen Ning really had no way to refuse. Speaking of which, ever since Tong Tong returned from the future to the present, they really hadn't taken any photos with their daughter yet. An 8-year-old daughter with 2 18-year-old parents, this temporal dislocation held many wonders that couldn't be missed. Tong Tong would grow up gradually,
If her present smile faded from memory with the passage of time, it would surely become a lasting regret. 10 minutes later, Su-yen changed clothes and stood before the hall mirror. After another while, Wen Ning finally led Tong Tong out from the women's changing room.
Even Su-yen couldn't help but let his gaze linger on her for a long time.
Wen Ning naturally possessed an elegant and somewhat aloof temperament, with exceptionally beautiful and delicate features. She didn't tie her hair back up, simply looping the hairband around her wrist instead. Her jet black hair cascaded smoothly down her back, lending her entire demeanor a sudden, languid charm. Though dressed in decidedly cute-style clothing, combined with her strikingly alluring eyes, she radiated a mesmerizing allure that even Su-yen found hard to look away from. She now bore a striking resemblance to the Wen Ning in the photos, the Wen Ning who had already given birth to Tong Tong, exuding all the softness characteristic of a Jiangnan woman.
Stop looking at me.
Wen Ning averted Su-yen's gaze, awkwardly twirling a stray lock of hair that had fallen near her ear.
It's just, so it'll be easier to take this dress off later.
That's good. Su-yen paused.
So after marrying me, you'll keep this hairstyle at home. Is it also to make it easier when undressing?
Of course, this kind of rotten joke that could get Wen Ning to silence him on the spot wasn't something he said outright. The sales assistant was once again dazzled by the beauty of the two young women, one tall and one petite.
This family is way too good looking. Come here quickly for a photo.
She cheerfully set up the camera. You don't seem like you're just playing house, you genuinely look like a real family. The three of them stood before the lens, frozen into a perfectly composed photograph. Soon, the sales assistant sent the photos to both of their WeChat accounts. Su-yen glanced at the photo on his phone but remained silent, though he ultimately bought the parent-child set. Wen Ning received it too and lowered her head to open it.
Tong Tong remained as adorable as ever.
In the photograph, she stood beside Tong Tong with her hair loosely cascading down, her skin fair and translucent. Her eyes were slightly lowered, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
It softened the somewhat aloof aura she naturally carried. Wen Ning hesitated. Do I look this happy when taking photos?
And Su-yen in the photo remains exactly the same as always, looking completely carefree, with his hand resting on Tong Tong's head, smiling lazily.
This was supposed to be a family photo that would only be taken when Tong Tong turned 5.
But now, it had appeared before her, over a decade ahead of time. Wen Ning created a new album on her phone and placed the photo inside.
Then, she named the album Tong Tong.
After finishing these steps, she turned off the phone screen and slipped it into her pocket. When she looked up, she saw Su-yen walking ahead, one hand holding the bouncing Tong Tong, the other carrying all the things he'd bought for his daughter. After a few seconds, Wen Ning took out her phone again.
She opened the photo album and slowly deleted the two characters Tong Tong.
She changed them to Tong Tong and Su-yen.
But there's absolutely no way anyone else can be allowed to see this. I'll set a password that only I know.
From now on, this photo album will be for my eyes only.
Chapter 17, Is your father having an affair?
After lunch, Su-yen went home first to put away his things. Great, the 3,000 yuan that hadn't even had time to warm up in his pocket was now down to less than half. Since it was still early, Su-yen decided to stay at home for a while before heading to his aunt's place. Wen Ning took out the hair ties and hair accessories she had bought today from the bag and led her daughter to the bathroom.
Tong Tong, sit here, let mommy fix your hair. Okay, Tong Tong wants little puffs. Little puffs mean little buns.
Following the style shown in the photo Tong Tong brought, Wen Ning crafted an adorable bun hairstyle for her daughter, topping it off with a tiny bow hair accessory.
I think Tong Tong would be better off living with you. Su-yen leaned nearby, slowly sipping water. Some things are better done by a mother, like tying hair, changing clothes, or bathing.
Tong Tong is quite smart though, she can bathe herself. But she loves playing with water and blowing bubbles, spending over half an hour every bath time just playing. Su-yen had to knock on the door for a long time before she was willing to reluctantly come out. Such are the inconvenient aspects of being a father. If it were Wen Ning, she could casually push the door open and enter without hesitation.
Mom.
Wen Ning carefully smoothed her daughter's hair strands. When I'm in college, I'll move out on my own. Once she enters university, she can finally have a life completely her own. No longer living under someone else's roof, cautiously watching others' expressions to survive.
Then I can have Tong Tong live with me. 19 years old, college girl, single mom? Su-yen couldn't help but imagine that scenario. You probably wouldn't be able to date in college then.
Wen Ning shot him a glance but stayed silent. Clearly, she had absolutely no interest in this topic. Because of her childhood experiences, she wasn't like ordinary girls, filled with longing for everything adolescence had to offer. She had never expected that someday in the future, she might meet a boy she'd adore deeply. Nor did she believe that anyone would ever love her with burning passion. So even without Tong Tong, Wen Ning had never planned to fall in love during university. Seeing her silence, Su-yen thought his words had upset her slightly.
No need to feel so bad. It's not like you're completely incapable of romance. Su-yen seemed to find her reaction quite amusing and couldn't help but laugh.
When he laughed, he looked exactly like Tong Tong, emitting soft breathy sounds from his throat, his cheeks hollowing deeply to reveal two shallow dimples.
Wen Ning couldn't help but take another look.
What I mean is, if you want to fall in love. Su Yan pointed at his own cheek. Well, I suppose you'd just have to date me then.
Surprisingly, Wen Ning actually gave it some serious thought.
After a long pause, she finally continued, let's not talk about that then. Tong Tong said you'd deliberately kneel on the washboard to stop me from doing laundry. Just thinking about it annoys me.
What a deliberate kneel indeed.
The grand documentary series, The Legend of the Washboard, continues its broadcast for you. Su Yan suddenly realized that this campus bellwoman could be quite infuriating sometimes with her words. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, holding it in for a long while before saying, just you wait. Then, he turned and walked away.
Where are you going? To throw out the washboard.
Su Yan said with obvious displeasure. That thing will never appear in my house again.
Wen Ning couldn't help curling her lips slightly.
So silly, if it gets lost, can't I just buy another one? Wait, no. Wen Ning, who had somehow been led astray by Su Yan, suddenly composed her expression.
Soon, the time reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yan gave his aunt a heads up on WeChat, and only then did the trio head out again. Maybe I shouldn't go after all?
Wen Ning squinted against the glaring sunlight, unable to help but narrow her eyes slightly. For your aunt's place, just taking Tong Tong along should be fine.
Though she still had some lingering concerns about Tong Tong's identity issue. But visiting Su Yan's aunt's house like this felt somewhat inappropriate.
It's no big deal, it's just my aunt, not my birth mother after all.
Su Yan glanced at his phone and said casually, it'd be even weirder if I took Tong Tong alone.
Right now, he didn't know how to explain Tong Tong's situation to his family.
Time travel was ultimately too earth-shattering of a concept. Having too many people know about it might not be a good thing. Alright then.
Wen Ning nodded and instructed, when the time comes, just say Tong Tong is my little sister, and that I'm the one who asked you to handle this matter.
Just make sure aunt and uncle don't find out. Ha!
Su Yan looked up at her. Next time you speak, try not to leave out some pretty crucial words.
What?
Wen Ning was somewhat puzzled.
Was there something wrong with what I just said? Alright, just don't let your aunt and uncle find out.
Su Yan yawned. Don't try to get chummy, you're not my wife yet. Wen Ning decided to ignore him.
She kept feeling like he was retaliating for the kneeling on the washboard incident earlier, deliberately trying to annoy her. Half an hour later, they arrived at a residential area. Is Ban Ban here?
The door was opened by a woman with an excellent temperament, dressed in white pajamas, as if she had just woken up from a nap. She was, in fact, Su Yan's aunt. Her name was Su Lingling, which sounded somewhat childish. Her appearance was also sweet and youthful, though in reality she was already in her 30s. Her aunt and uncle's relationship had always been stable, and I heard they had started trying for a baby this year.
What brings you here so suddenly? Su Lingling reached out to poke her nephew's cheek, smiling sweetly. Ban Ban, do you want auntie to take you out to play? Ban Ban was Su Yan's childhood nickname. He learned to walk late as a child and often tripped. Back then, it was always his aunt who held his hand while walking or running. So afterward, she always called him Ban Ban, little stumbler. Auntie, you're no spring chicken anymore. Stop acting like a little girl all the time. Su Yan wore a helpless expression. You're about to have a baby. Try to be more mature. This is called keeping the childlike innocence forever, okay? Su Lingling put her hands on her hips with a willful air. This is what keeps women forever young. It's hard to imagine this is a woman in her 30s. Yet before she could continue speaking, she suddenly stopped, because she saw the girl standing behind Su Yan. Su Lingling didn't know who this girl was, but she couldn't help noticing how truly beautiful she looked. Her skin was so fair it seemed made of water, the type that would stand out remarkably even on a television screen. Before she could consider the relationship between this girl and her nephew, she spotted Su Miaotong holding her mother's hand. The little girl's eyes lit up as she giggled sweetly. So daddy brought me to see little granny. Actually, when Tong Tong was little, she used to call her great aunt. But Su Lingling said it didn't sound nice, so she had Tong Tong change it to little granny. Su Lingling stared at the deep dimples on her face, her expression gradually freezing. Why does she look like a descendant of our Su family? Before Su Yan could explain, she saw her aunt's expression darken, a rare sight. A child of your father's? Chapter 18, you're here to turn yourself in? What are you thinking about, auntie? Could my dad possibly sire such a beautiful child? Although, admittedly, Su Yan's comment did carry a somewhat double-edged implication, undermining both her father and herself. Indeed it is. Su Lingling also came to her senses. He had thought both the older and younger beauties were from old Su's family. But upon reconsideration, their ages didn't quite match up. Then Ban Ban, who are they? My friend and her sister. Su Yan said, Auntie, we came to discuss something important today. Don't leave us standing outside. Oh, right. Come on in then. Su Lingling quickly stepped aside. Let me get you some slippers. How could Ban Ban bring a friend to meet his aunt?
She had countless questions for her nephew, but considering the presence of an outsider, she kept them to herself. The Su family's tradition of spoiling the younger generation runs deep. Since childhood, Su Lingling had always doted on this nephew the most. So, she didn't think her nephew would bring any shady characters home. Most likely, there really was something going on. Wen Ning held Tongtong's hand and sat on the sofa, not uttering a word, not daring to look anywhere but at her own toes. Here, have some water. Su Lingling wore a smile, doing her best to put the girl at ease. This girl is truly beautiful, far more captivating than any of those so-called university belles online. Thank you, thank you, Auntie Su. Wen Ning remained timid, like a girl visiting her boyfriend's home for the very first time. Actually, Su Yan knew exactly what her concerns were. It was for Tongtong. Never mind whether he and Wen Ning would eventually reach the stage of marriage and children. Tongtong needed a healthy family. All of the Su family members are Tongtong's genuine flesh and blood relatives. Keeping her from recognizing her loving grandparents and step-grandmother to conceal certain matters is truly a cruel thing to do. Speaking of which, your grandmother called me today. Su Lingling, filled with suspicion, gave her nephew a meaningful glance. Then, as if remembering something, she walked toward the room. You all sit for a while, I'll go talk to my aunt, she said. Seeing Wen Ning's nervousness, Su Yan took the initiative to comfort her, saying, it's nothing serious. Only after Su Yan left did Tongtong finally couldn't resist blinking her big eyes and asking, Mommy, why can't Tongtong call her grandma? Little grandma was very good to her. Because right now, little grandma isn't your little grandma yet. Wen Ning sat her daughter on her lap, gazing into her bright and delicate eyes. It won't be until more than 10 years later. Su Miaodong nibbled on her fingers, clearly not quite understanding. Wen Ning patted her daughter's head. When Tongtong grows up, you'll understand. This matter would also need to be revealed to Tongtong gradually. Coming to a familiar yet unfamiliar environment was her misfortune. She recognized everyone, but those who had once loved her no longer knew her. But at the same time, this was also Tongtong's good fortune. With her childish eyes, she could see many old moments she had missed. She saw her parents in their younger days, saw her grandmother before she had children. Meanwhile, as soon as Su Lingling and her nephew entered the room, she immediately locked the door behind them. Go ahead. She looked at him with a hint of scrutiny. Who are those two girls, one big and one small? Auntie, you might not believe this if I tell you. Su Yan gazed into her eyes with absolute sincerity. That little girl is my daughter. Ha! Su Lingling's face went blank with shock. After a while, she finally realized and gave her nephew a wide-eyed glare, grumbling, go play somewhere else. When she was born, you hadn't even started developing yet. Question mark. Auntie checked personally. Fine. Su Yan remembered how his aunt used to pull down his pants when he was little. Of course he knew his aunt didn't believe him. Everything requires a process of acceptance. Even though his aunt was his closest family member, this needed to be a gradual progression. So who exactly is that little girl? Su Lingling stood with her hands on her hips, spit it out. Her younger sister was snatched by human traffickers soon after she was born and only recently got found. Su Yan blurted out, she's got no household registration status, can't attend school, you get it? Brother Meng works at the police station, so she asked me to check with him. This was an excuse he had prepared early on. What Brother Meng? Don't be so disrespectful. Su Lingling pinched her nephew's ear, he's your uncle now. At the thought of this, Su Yan also looked displeased. But I've always called him Brother Meng before. I can't change it now. Auntie, you're robbing the cradle. Aunt was a full 7 years older than uncle. Uncle's name was Meng Yufei, and he lived in the same neighborhood as Su Yan's family. When Su Yan was in elementary school, Meng Yufei was in college. Tall, handsome, and with a charming personality, he was well liked by all the kids in the neighborhood as the kind-faced older brother, Su Yan included. Calling him Big Brother with every bite, Meng Yufei also took great care of this younger brother. Simply put, though Meng Yuyun was slightly older, the two were of the same generation, just bros. Back then, their aunt was already in her 20s and working, only returning home on weekends. Somehow, the two of them hit it off and began a real-life version of a Nuna romance. A bit further down is the short drama, My Nephew's Friend is Really Handsome. Or alternatively, Brother's Aunt. I wanted to be your brother, but you wanted to be my uncle. Su Yan remembered how her aunt and Meng Yufei still didn't dare let the family know at that time. Using the excuse of taking Su Yan out for weekend fun, the two secretly went on a date. What's this about an old cow eating tender grass? Su Lingling flushed crimson. What does a little brat like you know about matters of love? You two dumped me at the arcade all afternoon that time, then went to watch a movie. Su Yan clicked his tongue, and when we got home that evening, you made me lie to the family, telling them where Auntie took me that afternoon, what delicious food we ate. Was that something decent people do? You still remember that? Su Lingling turned pale, looking slightly guilty. That was so many years ago. I remember everything. Su Yan curled his lips and said, I just can't be bothered to argue with you.
Alright, asking uncle for help and still acting so righteous about it? Su Lingling waved her hand and quickly changed the subject, but, since it's her family matter, why are you so concerned? Su Yan waved his hand dismissively, don't ask about simp business. The aunt and niece stared at each other, baffled. Fine. Su Yan sighed helplessly, she's my girlfriend. You should have just said so earlier. Su Lingling's expression softened, our Ban's grown up now, with such a beautiful girlfriend. That's strange, I remember Ban is about to take the college entrance exam soon? Wouldn't dating such a pretty girl right now affect his studies? So don't tell my parents. Su Yan seemed to know what she was thinking and hushed her, Auntie, don't gossip about this outside later. The girl's quite sensitive, if it weren't for her little sister, she wouldn't have come here today. Su Lingling gave a thoughtful hum, finally giving the matter serious consideration. Being taken by human traffickers, having no household registration. Though it sounded somewhat outrageous, it wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen. Yet, as she recalled the little girl's appearance, but somehow, she really looks like she's got our Su family blood in her. Right? I also feel like we share fate. Su Yan asked, Auntie, can this be arranged? What about their family elders? Su Lingling didn't answer and pressed on. Why is it just older sister bringing younger sister over? The girl looked about the same age as Ban, probably around college entrance exam age. Shouldn't things like this be handled by her elders? Her mother passed away, and her father remarried. Su Yan explained, the stepmother is, well, you know how they can be, right Auntie? That poor girl. Su Lingling thought for a moment. Do you have any documents to verify that little girl's identity? To put it simply, proof that she didn't just appear out of thin air. Su Yan shook his head. Yet Tong Tong truly did appear out of nowhere, without even a trace of having lived before. She didn't bring anything else except for one photograph. But a paternity test can't just be shown to anyone. Who knows what consequences might follow? With absolutely nothing to go on, it's definitely impossible to handle. This isn't even something we'd need to consult your uncle about. Su Lingling shook her head and said with great certainty, society is very strict now. Even if someone was kidnapped by traffickers right after birth, there would still be birth certificates and such documents. Otherwise, where would all those unregistered homeless people in society come from? Under her aunt's further explanation, Su Yan roughly understood the situation. Actually, there's a very simple way to handle this matter, and he had already done it before. A blood-related paternity test can serve as proof of identity. Ideally from the parents, or at the very least grandparents would work too. But this method is indeed quite troublesome. While it does prove Tong Tong is indeed his biological daughter, that much was confirmed. But how to explain your age? Something's off. Ban, you're definitely hiding something. Su Lingling watched as her nephew fell into deep thought, keenly sensing something wasn't quite right. It wasn't that her nephew had never come to her for help before. For instance, back in middle school when he got into a fight with other boys at school and the teacher demanded to see his parents. He didn't call anyone else, he summoned none other than his aunt. Su Lingling was reluctant to go at the time. Though she adored her nephew, this was undeniably an embarrassing affair. Her nephew's response back then? If you can't handle it, then none of us will live. Flip the table. How could it be, this kind of silence now? So, who exactly is that little girl? It's like this, Auntie, a friend of mine. Su Yan fell silent for a moment. Well, my friend and this girl got carried away in the heat of passion, couldn't control themselves. Su Lingling, and then? Then they had a daughter. Su Yan spoke cautiously, Auntie, do you think that's an appropriate way to put it? Question mark. Su Lingling looked incredulous. So you came to confess to your uncle today? Chapter 19, how dare you judge others? Not me. It's a friend of mine. Su Yan explained, don't be fooled by how mature that little girl looks, she's actually only 3 years old. Is this fucking 3-year-old behavior? Su Lingling kept feeling her nephew's mouth was particularly annoying today. It seemed whenever the young woman or little girl were mentioned, it became terribly difficult to get any truthful words out of his mouth. But in reality, Su Yan had already told his aunt the truth right from the start. Fine, don't say it if you don't want to. Su Lingling didn't want to keep the guest waiting too long either. Anyway, I've told you all the solutions. You'll have to talk to her yourself. Understood. Su Yan nodded. He wasn't worried that his aunt would tell the rest of the family. Actually, it doesn't matter if we tell her. Tong Tong will have to meet her grandparents someday. It's just that Su Yan hasn't figured out how to tell them yet. Ban, you're an adult now. Su Lingling opened the bedroom door and turned back to look at her nephew, her smile fading slightly. Auntie won't pry, but whatever you do, you must consider the consequences yourself. Su Yan remained silent. I mean, I've watched you grow up bit by bit. Su Lingling said earnestly, no matter what happens, you can always trust your aunt. Su Yan nodded. I know Auntie cares for me most. Su Lingling finally laughed again, reaching out to pat her nephew who now stood a head taller than her. When the two emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still sitting properly on the sofa. Seeing the aunt and nephew come out, she grew somewhat nervous.
As for Tongtong, having waited too long, she was slumped in her mother's arms, looking thoroughly drowsy. Probably because she had been shopping at the mall all morning, coupled with the drowsy afternoon, Tongtong's head kept nodding, like a little chick.
Auntie, there's one more thing. Su Yan didn't want to wake her daughter and instinctively softened her voice. Auntie, aren't you the Chinese teacher at Chiang Elementary? Couldn't this little girl go to school there? She can't just stay home at this age. Even if she can't enroll officially, just sitting in on classes would be good, at least to make some friends. Elementary and middle school are the most crucial periods for shaping one's life.
No, you'll also need guardian verification.
Su Lingling shook her head, and Auntie is on leave right now. She hasn't been to school for almost a week.
Su Yan froze for a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, looking rather surprised.
Su Lingling touched her flat belly with a blissful expression. Auntie's pregnant with a little one.
For a woman, this marks entering an entirely new chapter in life.
Sorry miss, I probably can't help you.
Su Lingling looked at Wen Ning somewhat apologetically. I've made you come all this way for nothing.
Would you stay for dinner? It's okay. Wen Ning's voice softened.
I'll think of another way.
Us? Did this girl just say us? Su Lingling's curiosity grew stronger. Why does it feel like they're really taking care of a child together? Why do I feel like I'm talking to my niece-in-law? Auntie, I just told you about her family situation. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Neither parent is responsible or willing to take care of things. She's preparing for the college entrance exams herself and doesn't have time to look after a child during the day. We can't just leave the little girl alone. Su Lingling couldn't help but glance at Wen Ning. The excessively pretty girl obediently nodded without making a sound. Auntie, could we do it this way? Su Yan suggested, since you're a teacher, perhaps you could teach her reading and writing during the day, take her out to play, and we'll come pick her up in the evening. This would be a perfect opportunity for Auntie and Tongtong to spend time together. Go back and teach Tongtong what to say in front of Auntie.
After Auntie gets used to it, you can slowly tell her about Tongtong's situation.
Auntie is somewhat younger than Su Yan's parents.
She's also more likely to accept and understand certain things.
No problem. Su Lingling agreed without hesitation.
It works out perfectly. Your uncle is usually very busy, and your aunt has nothing to do at home alone. But as she spoke, her eyes never left Wen Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. It was as if her words had been meant for her all along.
Wen Ning's expression was visibly awkward, her earlobes slightly reddened. She didn't know what Su Yan had just said to his aunt, but clearly, ever since coming out of the room, Su Lingling had been looking at her with strange eyes. Lowering her gaze, she murmured softly, "Thank you, Auntie Su." Su Lingling just smiled. "It's fine, Auntie is very good with children, don't worry." Still feeling shy, huh? Such an innocent girl. Not only is she pretty, but her legs are so long too. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Meng Yufei walked in carrying several shopping bags. Tall and broad-shouldered, he had handsome masculine features and wore a neatly pressed uniform that made him look exceptionally sharp. There was quite a height difference between him and the petite Su Lingling. She'd probably have to stand on tiptoes just to kiss him. "You're here, Ian?" He changed into slippers and walked into the living room. "Stay for dinner tonight." "Brother Meng, congratulations." Su Yan smiled. "In the blink of an eye, you're about to become a father. I can't wait to hold your baby." But to my surprise, I ended up becoming a father before Brother Meng. "What Brother Meng? Call him uncle." Meng Yufei instinctively glanced at the girl on the sofa, somewhat puzzled. "Are you friends of Ian?" Wen Ning said slowly, "Hello, uncle." "Auntie, we'll head back first then, still got some test papers to finish. Shall I bring Tongtong over tomorrow morning?" Su Yan picked up the already dozing Tongtong, effortlessly adjusting her hold to let the little girl sleep more comfortably. "Her name's Tongtong? How adorable." Su Lingling gently booped the child's button nose. Tongtong slightly furrowed her brows, murmuring softly daddy under her breath while tightly clinging to Su Yan's neck, a glistening trail of drool hanging at the corner of her mouth. Afterwards, Su Yan and Wen Ning put on their shoes, exchanged farewells once more with the pair, and departed together. Su Lingling watched them leave with a radiant smile. "I think this girl might just become our old Su family's daughter-in-law someday." "What does that mean?" Meng Yufei pondered thoughtfully. "Why does that kid keep running away the moment he sees me?" As a police officer, his habitual way of thinking instinctively told him there was something off about these two people. But for the moment, he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. "In the future, don't go wandering around the house in your police uniform all day long." Su Lingling shot him a glance and snorted, "You'll scare people." Meng Yufei was puzzled. Who are that girl and child? Su Lingling gave a rough explanation without hiding anything from her husband. "Abducted by human traffickers, and they asked you to help take the child?" Meng Yufei also thought it was absurd, yet something felt off. "We have to report this at the police station. Also, what about that girl?" "I don't know," said to be his girlfriend. "Girlfriend?" Meng Yufei recalled the girl's innocent and charming appearance. After working as a police officer for so long, he had witnessed too many petty thefts, quarrels, and fights. Whenever he encountered someone suspicious, it always struck him as odd. Su Yan looked really off today. Something's definitely up with him. Besides, isn't Su Yan renting his own place now? Nope. I need to drag that punk back here for questioning. Meng Yufei's expression gradually turned serious, his brows deeply furrowed. He lowered his head to put on his shoes. Never mind the little girl, Su Yan is about to take the college entrance exams. Now is no time for romance. Teenage boys at that age are full of restless energy, especially without parental supervision. That girl is too strikingly beautiful, and she seems quiet and docile by nature. That kid Su Yan is a real troublemaker who fears nothing under the sun, outrageously bold since childhood. What if he acts recklessly and brings some girl home? Get back here. Su Lingling grabbed her husband's arm angrily. Why are you dragging our Ban into this? That's not what I meant. Meng Yufei's arrogance vanished in an instant, his voice growing weaker. Besides, shouldn't we get the full story about the girl too? Su Lingling shot back protectively, clearly irritated. Ban's already an adult. It's just young people dating, what's the big deal? It's just, I'm worried it might affect their studies. Meng Yufei explained with little conviction, they're still students, after all. You were studying too when we were dating. Su Lingling directly grabbed her husband's ear. When you came to stay with me on weekends and climbed into my bed, why didn't the police arrest you then, Officer Meng? Meng Yufei grew flustered. That's completely different. Su Lingling shot him a sidelong glance. How is it different? Then, Meng Yufei flushed red in the cheeks and blurted after a long pause. Wasn't that your initiative? Chapter 20, Mom, someone will give me a bunny. On their way back, Wen Ning's expression looked somewhat troubled. If even Su Yan's aunt couldn't manage to handle it, Tong Tong might remain unregistered forever. Clearly, this was something neither she nor Su Yan could accept. Although, as a mother, her own life and family were currently in complete disarray. But Wen Ning's perspective was quite simple. Having never experienced a truly happy childhood herself, she knew exactly how that felt. So, when she became a mother herself, she would give Tong Tong the very best of everything. Don't overthink it. It's not that it can't be done, just that the timing isn't right yet. Noticing her expression change, Su Yan repeated his aunt's explanation to Wen Ning. It sounded simple enough, all they needed was proof of blood relation. But when it comes to actually doing it, there are some difficulties. Let's return to that problem. We can't clearly explain Tong Tong's age. Su Yan held Tong Tong in his arms, pulling up her hat for her, letting his daughter nestle more comfortably against his neck. Though she's an 8-year-old girl, Su Yan never found her heavy to carry. But there's no rush, we still have 4 months. Su Yan looked directly into her beautiful eyes. After we graduate, once we've settled on a city and school, we'll still have plenty of time to find a school for Tong Tong. Tong Tong definitely wouldn't want to be separated from either of them. And honestly, they probably couldn't bear to leave her anywhere else either. Wen Ning thought what he said made sense and gradually relaxed. Previously, her plan for the future had always been to live independently after entering university, to become self-sufficient so she wouldn't have to tread carefully under her stepsister's watchful eye. But in reality, she had never held much expectation for the future. Day after day of studying in a daze, staring at the flawless numbers on the report card, still not knowing what it's all for. But now, because of Tong Tong's appearance, she's slowly starting to feel some anticipation for the future. It's as if something incredibly important has suddenly taken root in her heart. Focus on preparing for the college entrance exam, don't overthink things. Su Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. With grades as good as yours, you can get into the top universities nationwide, don't let anything distract you. Wen Ning shot him a glance. What about you? Su Yan chuckled. So the elite university genius is looking down on us no-name undergrads now. Wen Ning turned her head away, unwilling to engage with him further. But after a brief pause, she turned back, her voice cool. After we get back, show me your last monthly exam paper. By the time the three of them returned home with Tong Tong, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The little girl still had her eyes half closed, drifting between sleep and wakefulness. Su Yan simply laid her down on the bed, letting her rest peacefully for a while. Wen Ning didn't waste any time either. Taking his test papers, she sat at the desk and began reviewing them meticulously. After a long while, the tension on her face gradually eased as she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, it was better than she had imagined. Su Yan had a solid foundation in science subjects and could solve most problems correctly when he put in the effort. His main weaknesses were English and Chinese. His English multiple-choice answers were clearly just random guesses. This is a common issue among many male students. The subjects aren't particularly difficult, they're just lazy and prefer playing around. I'll take these papers back first and go through them carefully. Wen Ning carefully straightened out several crumpled test papers where he dug them up from. She had no idea, folded them neatly, and placed them seriously into her school bag. After I get back, I'll pick out some problems for you to solve on Monday. Sitting across from her, Su Yan, who had been idly scrolling through his phone, finally lifted his gaze. Why are you so invested in my grades? Even the two at home had never urged him like this.
After all, Su Yan was notoriously the worst student in his class during junior high. It wasn't until middle school that he started to buckle down and focus on his studies due to certain circumstances. Suddenly awakening to study their way into #1 high school and reaching the college entrance cutoff score made both parents feel they'd already hit the jackpot.
Wen Ning didn't answer, simply saying, "I need to go back now."
She checked the time and lowered her head to pack up her school bag. Having been out all day, Wen Xiong should have already arrived home by now.
"Hey, Wen, the campus bell."
As Wen Ning was putting on her shoes, Su Yan called out to her, "Stop worrying about my affairs all the time.
What if your own grades slip? Then let them slip a little."
Wen Ning carefully tied her shoelaces before standing up. Her striking eyes stared directly at Su Yan as her lips tightened slightly.
"If I score too high, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up."
"Oh,
no need for that." Su Yan's expression faltered slightly. After a while, he chuckled again. "When I only scored a little over 500 points, didn't I still manage to win you over? I was talking about the scores."
"Oh." Wen Ning gave him another glance before hoisting her canvas bag and leaving. As she stepped out of his house, the weather outside had begun to darken. Since it was a bit far, she waited for a bus downstairs and took a seat at the very back.
There weren't many passengers on the bus.
Wen Ning quietly gazed at the scenery outside the window. After a while, she finally took out the stuffed rabbit toy from her backpack and held it in her hand. Everything that had happened these days had left her feeling almost dazed.
Tonton's appearance introduced Su Yan into our lives. Many things fell upon her without warning. In Tonton's description, her future was so bright it would make any woman envious.
Wealthy family background, an adorable and well-behaved daughter, a marriage that hadn't faded after more than a decade, incredibly stable in-law relationships. Even now, she could still feel that surreal sensation slowly spreading within her heart. "It feels like if I open my eyes again, all of this will completely disappear." She didn't know whether Su Yan, the guy she might have fallen in love with only in her late 20s, was truly the one she would have loved no matter what age she met him. Yet Wen Ning still felt incredibly happy about it. Just like that year when I was 5, when Mom personally hung the bunny doll on my school bag.
"Mom, so many years have passed." Wen Ning pinched the doll's ears and said in a low voice, "Aside from you, who else would give me a little bunny?"
Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the stop. Wen Ning carefully placed the rabbit plush back into her backpack before getting off the vehicle and heading home. She stood at the doorway for a while before finally pulling the keys from her pocket to unlock it. Yet the moment she stepped inside, she could sense something was amiss. Her stepmother Xiao Ziqin was the only one sitting in the living room.
Wen Xiang's bedroom door was tightly shut. The television volume was turned down very low. Hearing the door open, Xiao Ziqin turned back to glance at her.
Wen Ning gave a quiet greeting while carrying her school bag, preparing to return to her own room.
"Xiao Ning."
Xiao Ziqin called out to her first, "Come sit here." Wen Ning hesitated for a moment before obediently taking a seat on the sofa.
Wen Xiong must have already told her about today's incident.
Given her temperament, Wen Ning had already anticipated the outcome the moment they ran into each other in the mall.
Seeing her stepmother remain silent, Wen Ning had to take the initiative and ask, "Where's Dad? He had company matters today and won't be coming back." Xiao Ziqin muted the TV completely. "Where have you been all day?"
Wen Ning stayed silent, unsure how to respond.
"I remember you told me this morning you were going to study at the library."
Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her nominal eldest daughter, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. But at noon your younger sister came back saying, "You actually went out with a boy?"
Chapter 21, Can't Bring Myself to Like You. MHM. Wen Ning didn't deny it. "Yes, with a boy."
Actually, aside from being somewhat partial, her stepmother rarely interfered in this aspect of her life.
Or perhaps couldn't be bothered to interfere.
Wen Ning knew that if she refused to admit it, her stepmother probably wouldn't bother pursuing the matter further. But somehow, Wen Ning felt reluctant to conceal anything regarding Su Yan. Xiao Ziqin hadn't expected her to actually admit it, and fell into rare silence. Perhaps encountering such a situation for the first time, she didn't know what attitude to adopt toward this daughter who wasn't biologically hers.
After a long pause, she finally continued, "Are you seeing someone?" Wen Ning lowered her eyes. "No, I'm not. But I heard from Qian that the boy seems a bit shady."
Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her for a long moment before finally speaking in a measured voice. "Xiao Ning, how could you be friends with that kind of boy?" Actually, when Xiong had recounted these words to her in a tearful tone when she returned today, he even complained about being bullied by his sister's friend.
However, Xiao Ziqin wasn't entirely unaware of her youngest daughter's temperament.
Having been indulged and willful since childhood, she sometimes tended to exaggerate or embellish certain matters. So Xiao Ziqin took her words with a grain of salt, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor without showing any displeasure towards Wen Ning.
"No, that's not it."
Wen Ning had always maintained a relatively meek and obedient attitude in front of her stepmother.
Basically, whatever her stepmother said, she would do.
But now, there was an unusual note of seriousness in her tone. "He's not some shady guy.
I haven't told Dad about this matter yet."
Xiao Ziqin frowned, feeling somewhat displeased by her attitude. "Don't make him worry about you.
From now on, you're not allowed to see that boy again, understand? At the very least, not until you graduate from high school."
She knew exactly how beautiful Wen Ning was. Any boy who approached her to say they had no ulterior motives would be highly improbable. Because their father Wen Shiming had excellent genes, their youngest daughter Wen Xion was actually quite pretty, delicate and adorable. But she couldn't hold a candle to Wen Ning. Standing beside her sister, Wen Xiong appeared utterly ordinary as every gaze invariably drifted toward Wen Ning. This was precisely what filled Xiao Ziqin with profound displeasure.
Wen Ning's mother was an exceptionally rare beauty.
Even when looking at photographs, it was hard not to feel somewhat inferior in comparison.
"I consistently achieve excellent grades."
Wen Ning fell silent for a moment, instinctively clutching the canvas bag on her lap.
"Besides, I'm already an adult. I can recognize who's suitable to be friends with." "You." Xiao Ziqin was genuinely a bit angry now. "Can't you tell good advice from bad, child? I'm just worried you'll be deceived, don't you understand that?"
Wen Ning didn't know how to explain her relationship with Su Yan to her stepmother. Truth be told, she had previously considered asking Tongtong about her future self and her family relationships. From Tongtong's fragmented remarks, Wen Ning could envision just how blissful her future life would be after marrying into the Su family. Moreover, judging from Su Yan's carefree and easygoing nature, one could tell what kind of family he grew up in.
They must all be exceptionally wonderful people. Yet their daughter had never mentioned the elders on the Wen family's side,
including her own maternal grandfather, who shared blood ties with her. Though she could vaguely guess the outcome, in the end, Wen Ning still didn't dare to ask.
"After college entrance exams, you can go wherever you want, but not now. Mom, I'm not your mother." Xiao Ziqin was in a fit of anger and blurted out without much thought, "I'm not obligated to indulge you in everything, understand?"
Then, she suddenly realized how inappropriate those words were. The woman's lips parted slightly, but she didn't continue speaking. The two of them sat silently on the sofa like that. Everything seemed to be on pause, except for the silent images on the TV. "Please don't be angry anymore, take care of your health." Wen Ning hugged her school bag as she stood up, her head hanging low with long strands of hair falling down. Her voice carried little discernible emotion. "When I take the college entrance exams, I won't disappoint you and Dad."
That earlier mom she'd said seemed as if it had never been uttered at all. "The honorific has now switched to you."
Xiao Ziqin wanted to say something, but the words ultimately got stuck in her throat. She knew exactly how hurtful her earlier words had been. Even if not by blood, she had raised the child for over a decade. She wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but the words simply wouldn't come out. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Wen Ning entered her own room and gently closed the door. Truth be told, Xiao Ziqin often recalled when she first met Wen Ning. At that time, she had merely been a 9-year-old girl. Having just experienced the loss of her mother, she appeared somewhat withdrawn and introverted. Yet, when this little girl met her for the first time, she obediently tugged at her sleeve and softly called her mom. Xiao Ziqin could understand why a 6-year-old child would adopt this almost ingratiating attitude toward her. When Dad brought home a new woman from outside, she felt deeply insecure, afraid that Dad would abandon her just like Mom, discarded like an unwanted ragdoll. Back then, Xiao Ziqin wasn't without the thought of treating her well and raising her like her own daughter.
But not long after, when Xiong was born,
Xiao Ziqin poured nearly all her love into her youngest daughter. Gradually, her relationship with Wen Ning began to grow somewhat awkward and distant. Deep down, she knew very well that after all these years, Xiao Ning had hardly given her any trouble, handling everything with sensible obedience. Whenever there was something fun or delicious, she never fought with her willful younger sister over it. On the contrary, she even adopted an unusually accommodating attitude toward her younger sister. But every time Xiao Ziqin saw Wen Ning's increasingly beautiful face as she grew up, and those eyes, she couldn't help but think of Wenny's late mother, her husband's deceased wife. And, after all, it's not the child of her own womb. Sometimes she just couldn't control her temper. For some reason, I just couldn't spoil her as I would my own daughter. When occasionally making mistakes, one can't help but put on a stern face to lecture. Every time she thinks of that little girl from childhood who tirelessly followed behind her, calling out mommy over and over, Xiao Ziqin can't help but feel a pang of sadness. If Xiao Ning's birth mother were still here, she would surely be treasured by everyone and live a very happy life. Xiao Ning is such a good child, but she's not my daughter. After all these years, I just can't bring myself to like her. What can I do?
Chapter 22, Can you be any more shameless? Monday morning, Su Yan took Tongtong to his aunt's house. Last night, he spent a full 4 hours explaining the concept of time travel to Tongtong. Actually, the concept itself isn't that complicated. To clarify it thoroughly, Su Yan even showed her several episodes of Doraemon. Tongtong. Only when they reached the foot of Auntie's building did Su Yan crouch down in front of her. Do you remember what Dad told you last night? Although winter was nearly over, the weather still carried a lingering chill. Worried his daughter might catch cold, he dressed Tongtong in a fuzzy coat before leaving home that morning. Su Yan also wrapped a sky blue scarf around her neck.
This made Tong Tong look all round and chubby, with her hands completely tucked into her sleeves, like a little penguin.
Tong Tong is Doraemon.
Su Miaodong's cheeks were flushed red from the cold wind. I came back through a time machine from the future to help mom and dad fulfill their wishes.
Is this considered understanding? It should be. There's a little bit of understanding about this concept now. Su Yan knew Tong Tong was very smart, displaying wisdom beyond his years. But Tong Tong, you must promise Dad one thing. He pinched his daughter's cheek and said, this is Tong Tong's biggest secret.
You mustn't tell anyone except those closest to you and whom you trust most. The father and daughter had already pinky sworn to this last night. Su Yan knew there was some risk in leaving Tong Tong with her aunt. Children inevitably say the wrong things, who knows when her aunt might discover the truth.
But surely, we can't keep it hidden forever.
Auntie is also Tong Tong's flesh and blood, after all. Hearing her nephew's knock at the door, Su Lingling quickly went to answer it, opening the door.
Why are you alone? Su Lingling glanced behind him. Where's that girl?
Her home is quite far, so she entrusted the little one to me last night.
Su Yan casually said, Tong Tong, say hello. Granny. Tong Tong chirped cheerfully, good morning. Su Lingling was somewhat taken aback.
She didn't quite understand why this little girl was acting so familiar with her.
Did you teach her that?
Su Yan explained with a smile, I wasn't sure what she should call you, so I just had her use the same term as my daughter.
Su Lingling thought for a moment but didn't mind it. Actually, this form of address sounds pretty nice.
Moreover, she felt a natural affinity towards this little girl. Perhaps it was because the child bore such a striking resemblance to the Su family's children, though she was almost too pretty. Even at this young age, one could already tell she would grow into a stunning beauty.
Tong Tong, be good and play nicely with Grandma Shani today.
Su Yan finally released her daughter's hand. I'll come pick you up in the evening. Su Miaodong murmured an obedient and walked over to Su Lingling obediently, taking her hand on her own initiative.
The smile on her face still looked happy and relaxed. It looks like she and the little granny would have a good relationship in the future.
Auntie, when you have time, could you teach her to read and write and such?
Su Yan turned to his auntie. She's just at the age to be in elementary school now.
Su Lingling smiled and nodded, then looked down to see the little girl gazing up at her.
Noticing great-grandma's gaze, Su Miaodong smiled sweetly and said, Great-grandma, Tong Tong gets really good grades. Tong Tong is so amazing? Aha! The teacher gives me little flowers every day as rewards. Su Lingling couldn't help but turn to stare at her nephew. Wasn't she supposed to have been kidnapped by traffickers? How could she have gone to school? Su Yan didn't know how to explain it.
He spread his hands. Probably, even traffickers understand the importance of compulsory education.
You're the one who looks like a trafficker.
Su Lingling gave her nephew a helpless sideways glance. Alright, you'd better hurry up and get to school.
Su Yan gave a few more instructions before zipping up his school jacket and leaving with his backpack.
Auntie was indeed good at taking care of children, and being an elementary school teacher made Su Yan feel completely at ease leaving Tong Tong in her care.
Tong Tong, come on in first. Su Lingling handed her a pair of slippers, then helped remove the scarf from around her neck. What's your full name? Su Miaodong. Is your surname Su? Su Lingling was instantly captivated.
This close observation made her realize more and more that Tong Tong resembled Su Yan as a child, especially when smiling.
It's a pity the eyes aren't quite alike.
Tong Tong's eyes, on the contrary, resembled that girl who came along that day.
Considering a certain possibility, Su Lingling suddenly found it utterly absurd.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yan returned to school and resumed his normal classes. His grades in math, physics, and chemistry were decent, consistently above average, but his Chinese and English scores were embarrassingly poor, like they'd been chewed up by a dog. During the second break between classes, Wen Ning sent him a message. I probably won't be able to come over to your place all week.
Please say sorry to Tong Tong for me. Su Yan thought for a moment and decided it wasn't anything serious. After all, she was a top student in the accelerated class. It made sense she'd be busier than most. He casually replied sure and went back to flipping through his grammar book without giving it much thought. I picked out some exercise books for you, along with some materials I organized. I'll give them all to you. Let me know when you're free, and I'll give it to you. Su Yan hadn't expected her to move so quickly. Top students will be top students. She truly doesn't waste a single moment. After school, then. No, my dad's picking me up today. Still getting picked up by your parents in high school? Su Yan seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly understanding. She guessed her stepsister must have gone back and twisted some story again. I'll find a girl to fetch it. After sending his reply, Su Yan immediately pocketed his phone without waiting for a response. Only then did he notice Li Yuyu staring intently at him from the neighboring seat with an indescribable expression. As for Chen Hao, his seat was empty. During the long break, he had undoubtedly wandered off visiting some other classroom again. I didn't mean to.
Li Yuyu paused for a moment, then proactively explained, I wanted to ask you some math questions. You were so focused that I couldn't help but sneak a glance at what you were doing.
It's fine, as long as that bitter soul Chen Hao didn't see it.
Su Yan had simply saved the school bell's contact name as Wen Ning,
so even though Li Yuyu knew it was wrong to peek, she couldn't tear her gaze away.
That particular line, I might not be able to visit you this week, was what really hooked her attention. Li Yuyu had a nagging feeling that if she kept reading, she might stumble upon something not suitable for minors.
Sister Yuyu, could you do me a favor? Su Yan had no qualms about asking. Could you go upstairs and find Wen Ning for me? She has something to give me. Li Yuyu licked her parched lips, raised an eyebrow, and answered by asking a completely unrelated question. Did you sleep with her? Not yet.
The words had barely left Su Yan's mouth when he realized they sounded odd. He immediately corrected himself, no, just an ordinary friend.
Li Yuyu stared at him, clearly unconvinced. If it's just an ordinary friend, shall I mention it to Chen Hao? No. Wasn't it supposed to be an ordinary friend? Thus, Su Yan's expression gradually turned serious. Yuyu Jia, stay out of this simp business. Simp? Someone as full of themselves as you could be a simp? But you two seem to get along just fine. Li Yuyu remained highly doubtful. Doesn't seem like it. Don't those simps also have different tiers?
Su Yan replied with utter calm. While most aren't worthy of sitting at the table, occasionally some do get to eat the leftovers. Though finding it utterly ridiculous, Li Yuyu still offered her well-meaning reminder, Yan, when simps and prize guys sit at the same table, you should know where you stand. I told her the same thing, but she wouldn't listen. Su Yan sighed helplessly, but think about it, if people found out a girl was simping for me, how humiliating would that be for her? Li Yuyu remained silent, her face darkening as she returned to her seat.
Fuck you. Can you be any more shameless? Chapter 23. Go ahead, keep fighting then. However, Li Yuyu ultimately helped out quite generously. Just like when girls in class help boys pass notes to another pretty girl. There's no substantial benefit, but you can completely gain a devoted lapdog. Li Yuyu tossed out a weight here and went straight upstairs. As a girl, her only impression of the rumored campus bell one was her ranking as the 6th in science subjects school-wide. Soon, she had another girl call Wen Ning out. Wen Ning looked somewhat drowsy, as if she hadn't slept well the night before. Yan sent me.
Li Yuyu rubbed her hands together as she sized up the girl in school uniform before her, feeling rather curious. It's not that Wen Ning is too beautiful, Li Yuyu simply doesn't care much about such things. The main reason is Wen Ning's last monthly exam score of 688. Li Yuyu, whose scores aren't even as high as Su Yan's and who has an almost obsessive fixation on academics, feels considerable pressure standing before her. Oh, I see. Wen Ning quickly handed the items to her, thanks for doing this. Li Yuyu discreetly inspected what she was being entrusted with, just a stack of books that seemed to be workbooks or practice materials.
She couldn't help but comment, honestly, this is completely unnecessary. Wen Ning froze momentarily, what? If you want to attend a certain university, pushing Yenning to work harder won't help. In truth, Wen Ning had also been secretly observing this bespectacled girl with short hair. She knew very little about Su Yan, but even she could tell this girl must share a close relationship with him. Finally, I couldn't help but ask, are you a friend of Su Yan? Hm, you could say we grew up together. Li Yuyu smiled faintly, there was another boy too. The three of us have been playing together since elementary school. Su Yan had a rather laid-back personality, sometimes she wouldn't even bother getting angry when people talked behind her back, so their relationship had always been good. As for Chen Hao, the mere thought of that guy made Li Yuyu's blood boil. How could such a detestable bastard even exist? But Ian has really changed a bit recently. Li Yuyu sighed, he never used to study much before, and was particularly weak in certain subjects. During morning self-study, he'd just lay his head down to sleep. But these past 2 days, I don't know what's gotten into him, he comes in and immediately starts reading and memorizing vocabulary. Wen Ning unconsciously curved her lips into a faint smile but remained silent. Perhaps he was provoked by that comment of mine, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up. Then, I should head back first. Hm, thank you. Don't mention it. Li Yuyu's voice softened slightly as she glanced at Wen Ning with a mix of envy and yearning. She's so beautiful and excels academically wherever she stands. She always stands out like a crane among chickens. Moreover, she must have been about 1.69 meters tall, which was already considered quite striking. Her legs were so long they made even a fellow girl drool. Damn it. Ah Yen, you're really damnable. In comparison, Li Yuyu barely reached 1.6 meters, appearing quite petite. Yet at the same time, she also felt somewhat forlorn. Among the three who had grown up together, Su Yan was relatively average in all aspects, standing at 1.78 meters tall. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was even taller, reaching a full 1.83 meters. Over the years, Li Yuyu's parents had tried giving her various supplements in hopes of helping her grow a bit taller. But by around 9th grade, she had pretty much stopped growing. Chen Hao often called her potato mine.
You know, like that thing in Plants vs. Zombies that hides in the ground and then pops up to explode on people. Every time she thought about it, Li Yuyu felt a faint discomfort in her heart. Lost in these wandering thoughts, she returned to the classroom. Chen Hao was sitting in his seat, turned around speaking to Su Yan, grumbling under his breath. His height made one of his legs casually stretch into the aisle, giving off an air of utter nonchalance.
You know that guy from the class next door, right?
Chen Hao blurted out a name with obvious impatience, that long-haired girl.
I know.
Su Yan didn't even bother looking up. Oh, your little girlfriend.
I see you two together in the cafeteria every day. What little girlfriend?
She's just a girl I hang out with sometimes, Chen Hao retorted. Pointing at his phone with a grim expression, he added, lately she's been texting me sweet nothings every day, but when I actually ask her out, she says we're just friends.
Tell me, bro, am I being played? You've always been, haven't you? Su Yan took a sip of water. What kind of fishing spot could yield catches like this?
Setting aside all preconceptions and being honest, Chen Hao was actually quite handsome. Combined with his cheerful, outgoing personality and strong sense of loyalty, it was no wonder so many girls in their grade had a crush on him. During every class basketball match, there would always be many girls from other classes coming to watch. As for Chen Hao himself, he was quite the sociable type. He actually got along well with quite a few girls, but none of them were in an officially confirmed relationship with him. He was the typical kind of popular guy in high school. If you're not serious about relationships, you'll go bald.
Su Yan glanced at him. Howsy, you better watch out for yourself. Are you out of your mind? Chen Hao pictured the scenario and nearly gagged. Could you not disgust me?
Su Yan patted his shoulder without saying a word.
For some reason, Chen Hao felt Su Yan's gaze seemed tinged with pity, sending chills down his spine. Before either of them could speak another word, a stack of books was suddenly slammed onto Su Yan's desk. With a loud thud, the sudden sound startled both of them. The noise drew the attention of others in the class, turning their gazes toward them. I brought it for you, Li Yuyu said casually. Remember to buy me a soda next time.
With that, she gave Chen Hao a cold glance and wordlessly returned to her seat.
The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Su Yan didn't know if she had heard what was just said. No, can you keep it down a bit?
Chen Hao seemed a bit impatient. How old are you already, always being so careless and impulsive?
Since when do you care so much about me?
Li Yuyu kept a cold expression. Thinking back to their conversation just now, I somehow felt a bit stifled in my chest.
No. Chen Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his temper. It's early morning, did I offend you?
No. Li Yuyu's lips slowly turned downward, looking clearly unhappy. Pull your legs in, you're blocking people's way.
My legs are long, I like it this way, what's wrong with that? With that, he provocatively stretched his leg under Li Yuyu's chair.
Then he hooked his foot around her chair and arrogantly rocked it back and forth. This made it impossible for Li Yuyu to sit still. She only felt her irritation growing more intense.
Chen Hao.
Unable to bear it any longer, Li Yuyu turned her head and said, if you keep kicking my chair, I'll tell the teacher and ask to switch seats. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment. After a while, he slowly withdrew his foot.
Li Yuyu lowered her head and continued reading expressionlessly. The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat stagnant.
After a long pause, Chen Hao finally rubbed his nose. He moved closer on his own and tugged at Li Yuyu's sleeve. I wasn't teasing you for fun. We're already high school students, why are you still throwing a tantrum like a kid?
Li Yuyu kept a cold face. I'm happy doing so. Don't be mad. I'll play badminton with you during PE later, okay? As if I care.
Su Yan, sitting in the back, let out a soft sigh. They fought every day, and he had lost count of how many times he'd witnessed such scenes.
Just keep at it, you two. Chapter 24, Waiting Downstairs. Su Yan couldn't figure out the relationship between these two people.
After all these years of quarreling and bickering, there were occasional moments when they'd turn red-faced and ignore each other completely. Their personalities were just too different. Chen Hao was a carefree adventurer with no sense of boundaries, getting along with anyone effortlessly, while Li Yuyu was a rather sensitive, awkward girl with her own share of troubled thoughts.
Su Yan could actually sense a bit of Li Yuyu's thoughts.
Although they were both childhood friends, her attitude towards Chen Hao was completely different from her attitude towards him.
Perhaps they genuinely couldn't stand the sight of each other. Or perhaps, she simply wanted to hide something she didn't wish others to discover. According to Tong Tong, they would eventually end up together.
But Su Yan believed this process would be full of twists and turns. In comparison, though his relationship with Wen Ning was also complicated, it might be easier to navigate.
Because between them, there was still Tong Tong.
Su Yan stopped thinking about other matters and lowered his head to look at the materials Wen Ning had organized for him. Most of it was fairly basic subjects like English and Chinese. There really were no shortcuts to mastering these. However, among them was a grammar booklet Wen Ning had compiled herself over the years. Despite being a top student, her notes were remarkably down-to-earth, progressing from simple to complex, logically structured, and step-by-step.
Moreover, the handwriting is exceptionally beautiful.
It's the kind of advanced technique that would be immediately bought by juniors for money after graduation.
However, Su Yan suddenly remembered something and suspiciously took out his phone. "Didn't you forget to return my monthly exam papers?" The reply came quickly. "Wen Ning?"
Wen Ning, the bell's ringing. Wen Ning, focus on class, stop playing with your phone. Then, she stopped replying, as if genuinely concentrating on the lecture. Su Yan chuckled. He wasn't particularly concerned about those monthly exam papers anyway, they were trash-bound from the start. What concerned him was Wen Ning's attitude. The girl appeared meek and mild, but in front of him, she occasionally displayed a subtle dominance that was hard to ignore. Su Yan didn't bother provoking her again either. Tossing his phone carelessly into the drawer, he began focusing on the lecture. However, in the following days, Wen Ning truly didn't visit Su Yan's home again. She would often compile some exercises and key knowledge points she deemed important, asking Liu Yu to deliver them to Su Yan. Occasionally after school, Su Yan saw her below the teaching building, looking somewhat weary. In short, Wen Ning seemed to be kept under tight reins at home. Su Yan felt that her stress didn't just come from academics. This did not bode well. However, she would call every evening just to hear Tongtong's voice. She listened as Tongtong shared stories about daily life spent with daddy and grandma. Little grandma taught Tongtong how to write mom and dad's names today. When Ning glanced at the photo on WeChat, it was a rigid yet childlike rendition of regular script. Su Yan's name is very easy to write, and Tongtong can already write it beautifully and neatly. Whereas the two characters Wen Ning are relatively more complicated with many strokes, it's clear Tongtong must have practiced them for a long time. Though somewhat awkward, she still managed to write them down. "You're amazing, Tongtong." Facing her daughter, Wen Ning's voice couldn't help but soften. "But won't your aunt become suspicious?" "Nothing." Su Yan's voice came through the phone. Auntie asked about a few things, but Tongtong was clever enough not to give anything away. However, sometimes when he went to pick up Tongtong in the evening, his aunt's gaze held a subtle hesitation. Perhaps there were indeed some things she hadn't figured out yet, like why the older sister's surname was Wen while the younger sister's surname was Su. For example, why does Tongtong feel so close to both her and Su Yan? Wen Ning saved the photo and placed it in her private album. Though it's a bit peculiar seeing Tongtong write about Su Yan and Wen Ning. "Mommy, when will you come visit Tongtong?" The phone carried her daughter's pitiful, sniffly voice. "I miss you so much." "I miss Tongtong very much too." Wen Ning's voice softened, unsure how to comfort her daughter. "Give mommy a little more time, okay?" That Saturday incident, her father had already discussed it with her once. The tone wasn't stern, but the underlying message still expressed hope that she wouldn't get too close to boys before college. She remembered very clearly what Dad had said back then. "Xiaoning, actually Dad knows, all these years you've blamed me. You blamed Dad for starting a new family, for not liking Aunt Xiao, and not liking your little sister. This is Dad's fault, but no matter what, Dad still wants you to be happy always. If you don't want to accept it, Dad will have to let the teacher contact that boy's parents." Actually, there really wasn't. Wen Ning didn't think her father had done anything wrong. Her mother's passing was also a tremendous blow to him. It was his good fortune to be able to build a new happy family and have an adorable and lively little daughter. Wen Ning didn't blame her father for moving on from the past. It's just that Wen Ning couldn't walk out of it herself. She didn't know how to handle the relationship with her father, nor how to explain the matter about Su Yan to him. "There was nothing I could do to stop Dad from contacting Su Yan's parents." "Su Yan, Just as she was about to say something more, her father Wen Qiming knocked on the door from outside. "Ning, rest early." Wen Qiming's tone was gentle. "Don't call so late at night. Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow morning." The other end of the phone went quiet for a while. Then, Su Yan's voice came through. "Hang up, Tongtong is doing just fine with me. Take care of yourself." Before she could say anything, Su Yan hung up the phone first. Wen Ning finally put down her phone and turned around. "Alright, Dad." This tense lifestyle persisted for an entire week. The tail end of February had completely passed, and a spring rain began to coax faint hints of green from the plane trees lining the teaching building space. On Friday evening, when Wen Ning returned home from school, the living room stood empty and silent. She didn't pay any attention either, her head bent as she looked at her phone while walking toward her room. Even if they couldn't meet in person, just seeing Tongtong's photos and hearing her voice every day was enough to make her content. But, on Su Yan's side, he hasn't responded to messages since yesterday, and calls went unanswered. "I'm going to visit Tongtong this weekend." After sending this message, she added another line below it. "Is that okay?" Su Yan still hadn't responded. Wen Ning felt uneasy, but just at that moment, Wen Qiming called her. Ning, are you home yet?" Wen Qiming's voice sounded somewhat weary. "It's your birthday today. The gift is on your desk. Happy birthday." Only then did Wen Ning belatedly realize today did seem to be her birthday. If her father hadn't reminded her, she would have completely forgotten about it. Though her ID showed she was already an adult in age, it wasn't until after this birthday that she truly felt a year older. The year she turned 18 had arrived. "Thank you, Dad." Wen Ning pressed the phone to her ear. "Where did you all go?"
Dad took auntie and little sister back to their hometown. Grandma hasn't been doing well, she's in the hospital now. Wen Shiming let out a soft sigh. We probably won't be back until very late. Wen Ning was silent for a moment. Which grandma? Qianqian's grandma. Wen Shiming sounded slightly embarrassed. I originally wanted to pick you up too, but Auntie Xiao said you're busy with schoolwork, so we didn't bring you along. Wen Ning gave a faint acknowledgement. Take care of yourselves then. Sorry, your dad originally wanted to celebrate your birthday with you. It's okay, thank you for the gift, Dad. Wen Ning whispered softly, I'm already very happy. After hanging up the phone, she finally returned to her room. The gift from her father was a pair of pure white women's skate shoes, with a note pressed on the box that read, Happy birthday, daughter. Wen Ning watched for a while before placing the box into the cabinet. Birthdays had never been something she particularly cared about to begin with. Had her father not mentioned it, she might have completely forgotten. After bending over her desk doing homework for some time, she picked up her phone again. Su Yan still hadn't replied. Can I come over now? After sending this message, Wen Ning couldn't concentrate on completing the test paper either. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the phone placed before her. Her nerves had been on edge lately, leaving her feeling exhausted. Without realizing it, I drifted off to sleep leaning against the headboard. When the ringing of my phone woke me, darkness had completely fallen outside the window. Her eyes bleary, she stared somewhat blankly at the incessantly buzzing phone. After zoning out for quite a while, she slowly reached out to pick it up. What's going on here? On the phone, Su Yan let out an indifferent TSK. I've called you several times, but you didn't pick up. I just accidentally fell asleep. Wen Ning rubbed her eyes hard, feeling somewhat displeased as if she'd just been scolded. You're the one who never replies to my messages. It's still early, get up now. Tong Tong, hold on tight, don't wobble when you walk. Got it, came Tong Tong's slightly annoyed but still soft voice from the other end. Can we go out now? Su Yan continued asking her. Wen Ning lay sprawled on the bed with a dazed expression. Freshly woken, her thoughts were unusually sluggish. Where are you? Get up quickly, wash your face, and get dressed. Su Yan continued, then wait for us downstairs. Chapter 25 My Wish. How did he know where I live? This was Wen Ning's first thought, but gradually, it all came back to her. Last Saturday when leaving his place, Su Yan seemed to have asked where she lived. After hanging up the phone, Wen Ning got up and walked to the bathroom, slowly wiping her face with a towel. She still hadn't fully grasped the current situation, but she didn't delay either. After fixing her hair a bit, she picked up her coat from the rack and went downstairs. Soon, Su Yan and Tong Tong were seen sitting on a bench by the flower bed, talking. The yellowish glow of the streetlights fell upon them, gradually stretching their shadows far into the distance. Wen Ning stood frozen in place, staring at them in a daze. Mom! Tong Tong's attention was easily diverted, and she spotted her in an instant. The little girl came skipping over, chubby hands outstretched. Happy birthday! I wish mommy stays as young as yesterday forever. Wen Ning instinctively caught her in an embrace, still somewhat dazed. Su Yan stood nearby, holding a transparent box tied with blue ribbon. Noticing her gaze, Su Yan nodded and said, Happy birthday, I bought you a cake. Wen Ning murmured in surprise, How did you know it's my birthday today? Tong Tong told me. Su Yan explained leisurely, That little girl woke up yesterday morning insisting on celebrating your birthday. She's been running me rag these past 2 days. Wen Ning instinctively held her daughter tighter, a tidal wave of guilt crashing over her instantly. She didn't know what to do, so she crouched down to smooth her daughter's hair behind her ear. Tong Tong, you don't blame mommy for not visiting you for so long, do you? Su Miaotong blinked her eyes, but Tong Tong came to see mama. Watching her daughter's innocent, romantic, and adorable appearance, Wen Ning's long-held emotions gradually gave way to another kind of feeling. It was as if something she had never dared to hope for had suddenly appeared before her. The perpetual sense of unreality seemed to ebb away like a tide at this very moment. Wen Ning's nose suddenly stung, her lips quivered slightly, yet no words escaped them. Mommy, we have to blow out the candles before eating the cake. Su Miaotong, like a kitten, nuzzled her soft cheek affectionately against her mother's. Then, she pulled out a pack of colorful little candles from her pocket. Daddy says Tong Tong is Doraemon, here to help mommy and daddy make their wishes come true. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, sniffing lightly. Alright, mommy will make a wish. Su Yan placed the box on the bench and opened it to reveal a small cake inside. It was even shaped like my favorite rabbit, looking somewhat childish and odd, with 2 bright red strawberries for eyes and a carrot slice as a nose. The cake had Happy Birthday Wen Ning clumsily written in frosting. It was Tong Tong's handwriting. So, she had been practicing her writing so diligently just to prepare this birthday cake for me. Wen Ning couldn't tear her gaze away, her vision slightly blurred. She crouched beside the bench, staring unblinkingly at the cake like a little girl who'd just received a new toy. Su Miaotong also squatted beside her mother, propping her chin in her hands while smiling so hard her eyes crinkled. After what felt like ages, Wen Ning finally murmured slowly, So, you actually know how to bake cakes?
She remembered that Su Yan lived in a fully furnished small apartment, indeed equipped with everything in the kitchen. There was even a built-in steam oven combo.
Don't talk nonsense, I wouldn't know how. Su Yan immediately denied it. They're from the shop. As a grown man, I don't have the patience to bake cakes. How could you use a carrot for the rabbit's nose? Couldn't find anything else. Wait, no, I told you I bought it at the store. What kind of store would sell such an ugly cake? Wen Ning suddenly wished that everything before her eyes could be slowed down frame by frame like a film, then preserved forever. Perhaps, in the future, she would receive other birthday cakes. Perhaps one day, she could confidently walk into a roadside bakery, pick out a cake she truly liked, and give it to herself. But she would probably never forget the extremely ugly cake she received on her 18th birthday. Su Yan took the candle from Tongtong's hand, helped light it, and inserted it into the cake. Under the glow of the streetlights, the candle's flame was remarkably faint, flickering precariously as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it still illuminated Tongtong and Wen Ning, who were squatting in front of it, as well as Su Yan standing beside them. Wen Ning suddenly felt reluctant to blow it out. Su Yan, she asked cautiously, can I take a picture first before making a wish? Sure. Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't refuse. Go ahead and take as many as you want. Wen Ning captured this imperfect yet special cake with her camera, carefully storing the photo in her private album. She suddenly realized how rapidly her album had been filling up within such a short time, and she knew without doubt there would be many more to come. Mom, make a wish now. Tongtong shook her mother's hand coquettishly, pleading, if the candle goes out, it'll be too late. Wen Ning finally realized and, seeing the candle flame about to extinguish, hurriedly closed her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly had an intense urge to make a wish that had never been wished for, nor even dared to dream of, over the past decade. I want to study hard, go to a university in a place I love, and have a life completely my own. I want to meet someone who loves me, someone worth loving in return. Then, to have a real home that truly belongs to me. When she opened her eyes again, Tongtong puffed up her cheeks intently and blew out the candle in front of her mother with a whoosh. That was close, so close. She patted her chest with her tiny hand, almost went out there. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth and stroked her daughter's head, yet couldn't find any words to say. Mommy, Tongtong wants to cut the cake. Okay, Tongtong, be careful not to cut its eyes. Wen Ning watched as the rabbit-shaped cake was sliced into pieces, feeling a pang of heartache. Su Yan wasn't particularly fond of sweets, so he picked up the carrot decoration and sat nearby, nibbling on it while watching the mother-daughter pair sitting on chairs, heads bowed as they ate the cake. Wen Ning was quieter, eating the cake in small, delicate bites with her head lowered. Tongtong happily swung her legs, her mouth stuffed full, with little smudges of cream occasionally sticking to the corners of her lips. Su Yan found it quite amusing. Tongtong, what's wrong with you? You always stuff everything into your mouth when you eat, just like a hamster. How cute. Wen Ning would carefully use the back of her hand to wipe the corner of her daughter's mouth. What wish did you just make? Go ahead, tell me, Su Yan said casually. Wen Ning instinctively turned her head to the side. He lounged casually on the bench, his posture relaxed, squinting as he gazed into the distance. His somewhat long hair gave him a lazy, carefree appearance. Wen Ning suddenly noticed, although the streetlight cast dim shadows, that Su Yan's features were actually quite refined and handsome. The more time you spent with him, the more attractive he seemed. Of course, it might also have been because he wasn't wearing his glasses today. Wen Ning had always thought Su Yan's thick black-framed glasses were particularly hideous. As if sensing her gaze, Su Yan suddenly looked over without warning. Without any trace of guilt, Wen Ning discreetly licked the cream from her lips. But if I say it out loud, won't the magic stop working? Do you really still think you're a little girl in kindergarten? Su Yan yawned sleepily and blurted out, how can I fulfill your wish if you don't say it out loud? Wen Ning froze for a moment, instinctively swallowing the cake in her mouth. For some reason, she suddenly felt warmth behind her ears, spreading to make her cheeks burn. She felt there was something not quite right about Su Yan's words. Big problem. After a while, she hesitantly asked in a small uncertain voice, what did you just say? I said. Su Yan also came to his senses and crunched a bite of carrot. If you don't say it out loud, how can this doryman who traveled back in a time machine from the future help you? Wen Ning gave an O and lowered her head, silently stabbing a piece of cake with her fork and putting it in her mouth. The sweet, silky flavor instantly melted on her tongue. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Su Yan didn't press further, absent-mindedly watching Tongtong stuff cake into her mouth. The quiet night, with twinkling stars in the sky, creates an illusion as if time itself has slowed to a crawl. After what felt like an eternity, the faintest whisper of a girl's voice, soft as a breeze from afar, finally reached his ears. My wish is to make another birthday wish just like this, with candles before me, when next year comes. Chapter 26. Can't resist domestic violence. It doesn't sound too difficult to achieve. However, by next year's birthday, both of them should already be in university. No one can predict the future, but one thing is certain.
With Tong Tong around, neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan could simply regard each other as just an ordinary friend.
Alright, so even the cake won't be needed then? Just bring a pack of candles? Su Yan stood up, stretching lazily. You're an easy girl to please, quite hassle-free indeed. Wen Ning frowned, displeasure evident in her tone. Who said we wouldn't need it? Alright, let's sit for a bit longer, then the two of us will head back. Su Yan also stopped joking. Tong Tong is still young and shouldn't stay up too late.
Wen Ning gave a quiet hum and slowly finished the piece of cake in her hand. Come to think of it, it had been several days since she last saw Su Yan. Though it was just a simple birthday cake, hardly delicious by any standard, with what seemed like slightly too much sugar added. But when Su Yan and Tong Tong came running over to celebrate her birthday, Wen Ning felt, on this 18th birthday, her heart was truly filled with joy and contentment.
Oh, right.
Wen Ning suddenly remembered something. She glanced at Tong Tong standing close by, her voice dropping slightly unnaturally. Su Yan, do you plan to date anyone in college?
Su Yan was slightly taken aback. Why are you asking that?
Wen Ning pursed her lips.
I always feel that, given my current status, asking such a question would be somewhat awkward.
But this issue really needs to be resolved. You know Tong Tong's arrival was accidental, but she is undoubtedly our daughter. Wen Ning stroked her daughter's head before continuing. So before Tong Tong grows old enough to understand, I hope you won't look for a girlfriend.
Tong Tong's parents were deeply in love.
Tong Tong firmly believed this, her parents' love for each other was the very best in the whole world. But alas, the mom and dad she was encountering now, their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. Thus, there emerged a rather curious phenomenon. Two people acting as mom and dad, yet not in love with each other. Su Yan remained silent, merely watching her with keen interest. Wen Ning didn't show the slightest hint of guilt as she met his gaze.
Of course, I'm not trying to stop you from dating anyone. I just hope we can try not to hurt Tong Tong.
If mom and dad ultimately separate, the person who would struggle most to accept it, the one who'd be most devastated, would be Tong Tong.
It might even leave psychological scars on the child. Su Yan responded with a non-committal hum.
By this point, Wen Ning's expression had turned quite serious, and on my side, I definitely won't be looking for a boyfriend, you can rest assured about that.
Until Tong Tong could understand the complicated relationship between her parents. When the time comes, then we'll consider other things. Of course, there are other solutions. As Su Yan had said, one could only have a romantic relationship with him. At this thought, Wen Ning's breath subconsciously hitched for a moment. But she still suppressed that peculiar feeling in her heart as much as possible, maintaining a composed expression and keeping her tone calm. Outwardly, she appeared completely unruffled, reasoned and well-founded. Su Yan nodded in agreement. I can accept your argument.
Just as Wen Ning began to relax, he suddenly shifted his tone. But even so, this puts me in a difficult position.
Question mark. Wen Ning immediately fixed her gaze on him, feeling torn. You're planning to cheat behind Tong Tong's back. No. So, what you really want is to have a college romance. Who was it that said last time that everything should prioritize Tong Tong? I don't really care either way.
Su Yang raised an eyebrow. But my mom's already laid down an ultimatum. I have to bring a girl home to meet her when I go to college, to become the Su family's daughter-in-law.
Wen Ning choked up. Really? Yes. Su Yan simply laughed. Otherwise I might not even be able to enter my home during New Year's. The old lady would probably kick me all the way to sleep under a bridge. What would I do then? Though a bit exaggerated, the status of the Su family is rather feudal in nature. Mother unquestionably holds the top spot, Yuan ranks second, and Su Yan takes third place. As for old Su, there's no such person to be found. Oh, Yuan was Lin Hui's pet beast, a chubby ragdoll branded Hachimi.
Wen Ning's mind was a jumbled mess at the moment. She always felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint the flaws in Su Yan's words. She could only slowly avert her gaze and remain silent. Speak. Su Yan wasn't about to let her off the hook. Come up with a plan for me. Wen Ning was feeling terribly stifled, finally whispering after a long pause, then, what should we do? Yeah, what should we do? Su Yan examined her from head to toe with a contemplative expression. How about? Wen Ning's brow twitched rapidly. She didn't know how to respond either, so she could only brace herself and maintain a calm facade, or what? You might as well finish your sentence. Since Tong Tong's arrival, this topic had always been rather sensitive. Both Su Yan and Wen Ning were tacitly in agreement, hardly ever bringing it up. But right now, feeling as if she was about to pierce through something, Wen Ning's heart suddenly fluttered with panic. Without saying a word, she waited for Su Yan to speak, contemplating what tactful excuse she could use to reject him later. I can't possibly pretend to be your girlfriend and go meet your mom. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. As a result, Su Yan didn't speak further either. Several long minutes passed. Only then did his suddenly relieved voice reach her ears. Otherwise, I could just take Shenhao home with me. After all, my mom has always suspected there was something between us. Wen Ning's lips, initially pressed together in nervousness, gradually straightened. She raised her eyes, her voice cool. Shenhao? Though she didn't know him, she had seen this boy walking beside Su-Yan several times in the cafeteria. Then, she met Su-Yan's rather amused gaze asking, "What were you just thinking about?" At this moment, Wen Ning suddenly snapped back to reality. Taking girls home, sleeping under bridges, it was all complete nonsense he made up. From the very beginning, he wasn't actually troubled, he was simply amusing himself. Wen Ning stiffened her expression, a stubborn temper rising instantly. "I wasn't thinking anything just now."
"Is that so? Then why has your face gone red?" "The cold wind did it." "Not. When did my face turn red?" "Seems it didn't." Su-Yan nodded. "Then I must have seen wrongly. How could there be someone so detestable in this world?" "Tong Tong, tell mom the truth." Notes: Tong Tong is kept as a pet name/term of endearment. Wen Ning pursed her lips and took a deep breath. "Mom-to-be, do you often feel the urge toward domestic violence?" Chapter 27, Coming Home Tomorrow Without Fail. "Why are you still thinking about hitting people?" Su-Yan walked his bicycle toward the neighborhood exit, his earlier bravado completely gone. I was just joking with you." He just felt that Wen Ning had been under a bit too much pressure lately and wanted to tease her a little. Wen Ning walked alongside Tong Tong with tight lips, her expression still rigid. It seems, she wasn't really that angry after all, just inexplicably feeling a bit flustered by his sudden teasing. After quite a while, Wen Ning finally spoke very calmly. "That Chen Hao, you're quite close with him?" "Yeah, thick as thieves." Su-Yan answered without much thought. "There's also you've met her." Tong Tong mentioned that even after I got married, I still got along really well with them. Truth be told, Wen Ning had seen Su-Yan and Chen Hao together many times, like eating together in the cafeteria, fetching water during long breaks, or playing basketball on the court. That guy named Chen Hao seemed a bit carefree and sloppy, standing slightly taller than Su-Yan. He should be the type that girls this age would typically like. However, Wen Ning didn't really fancy guys who were overly familiar and got along too easily with everyone. Compared to that, she actually felt more comfortable around guys like Su-Yan, who might appear casual on the surface but maintained a certain distance in their interactions with others. Of course, Wen Ning had no interest in Su-Yan's best friend, mainly because, "Are you two really a couple?" Wen Ning asked. "I see you together every day eating, going to the bathroom, practically joined at the hip." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Su-Yan frowned, showing slight displeasure. Due to preconceived notions, Wen Ning always felt he seemed somewhat embarrassed and angry. "Then why did your mom say that?" Wen Ning said slowly. "Normal parents should be very angry, shouldn't they? Anyway, as a girl, she couldn't understand it. She didn't have many friends, and it was difficult for her to have that kind of close relationship with friends, the kind that's so intimate almost any privacy could be shared." "Exactly." Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Two 18-year-old boys, always with their arms around each other's shoulders wherever they go, it does look a bit ambiguous. Su-Yan found it utterly absurd. "Where's my sis Yu? Can't you all see my big sis Yu standing right there?" He pointed at his own face. "You know why I usually wear glasses? And keep such an ugly hairstyle?" Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. As for the hairstyle, it was actually alright. Su-Yan's bangs were perhaps slightly too long, drooping over his eyebrows, but it wasn't too excessive. Moreover, his hair quality was pretty good. Perhaps he didn't style it much usually, making it appear a bit messy and giving him a somewhat sloppy vibe. As for the glasses, Wen Ning thought for a moment. "Are you nearsighted?" "Because I was afraid of looking foolish," Su-Yan said resentfully. "Back then, people would call us non-tongue boys just walking down the street." "Who could stand that?" Wen Ning let out an understanding ah, and it all became clear. His glasses had unusually large frames, almost covering half his face, with yellowish anti-radiation lenses. When worn, even the eyes behind the lenses are barely visible. It's truly too ugly to look at. So until today, Wen Ning realized that he actually had quite a delicate and handsome face. It was quite attractive. No wonder every trait Tong Tong inherited from her parents was so remarkable. Then now, no one says anything? Long gone. People admire handsome guys, who'd go for some gloomy four-eyed nerd? Actually, it's quite a realistic matter. In middle school, Su-Yan also had many friends. Every time they went out, it was always with a big noisy crowd, which included Chen Hao. It's just that the other friends looked quite ordinary, so they were automatically overlooked by others. So, from an outsider's perspective, Su-Yan and Chen Hao always seemed inseparable, especially among the female students. There were quite a few who even wrote romance novels about the two of them. This not only disgusted Su-Yan but also left Chen Hao feeling queasy for a long time. Wen Ning slowly withdrew her gaze. After hearing his explanation, she felt much more at ease, though she still didn't understand why such a thing would matter at all. Should we add one more rule? Looking at his displeased expression, Wen Ning deliberately paused for a second. Then she slowly said, "Are you not allowed to find a boyfriend during your university years either?" "Understood." Su-Yan nearly scoffed in frustration. "So when I'm in college, I can't find a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Maybe I'll see if there's a chance to study in Thailand tomorrow." Wen Ning couldn't help but press her lips together, almost laughing. Finally, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the residential complex.
Su-Yan lifted Tong-Tong and placed her on the bicycle's rear seat.
To prevent her from falling, Su-Yan even tied the seat's fastening rope around her waist. No need to see us off, this is far enough.
Su-Yan turned back. We're heading back, it's late.
You should get some rest too.
After saying this, he paused for quite a while before continuing, don't make Tong-Tong worry.
If anything's bothering you, you can talk to me. Wen Ning nodded.
These days, her emotions really hadn't been in the best state.
Su-Yan could tell that Wen Ning wasn't surprised.
But that he would say these words didn't seem particularly surprising either. She bent down and patted Tong-Tong's head. Be good and listen to Daddy, Tong-Tong.
Stay happy every day. Su Miaotong responded with an emphatic MHM. But she was still reluctant and sniffled hard. Mommy, will you come home to be with Tong-Tong tomorrow? Going home.
Wen Ning knew her daughter was referring to Su-Yan's home. Yet, facing her daughter's pitiful, aggrieved expression, Wen Ning couldn't bear to correct her.
And Daddy would miss Mommy very much too.
Su Miaotong held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. No matter how busy Dad was with work before, he would always go pick Mom up every day. Hearing this, Wen Ning instinctively raised her eyes. Su-Yan's fingers typing on the phone visibly paused for a brief moment, but he said nothing, pretending as if nothing had happened, and continued replying to messages on WeChat. Tong-Tong behaves well every day and is very obedient. Su Miaotong's nose turned red, her eyelids drooped, and her eyes slowly welled up. I just miss Mom so much. I think about her every day. Although Papa and Grandma Xia are with me every day, but she longed to eat her mother's cooking, to hear her mother tell her stories. And it had been so long since she last curled up next to her mother to sleep.
Tong-Tong, don't start crying now. When Ning's heart ached, and she couldn't resist pinching Tong-Tong's little cheek gently, Mommy promises you.
She proactively extended her hand to hook their pinkies together. Tomorrow, Mommy will definitely come home.
Chapter 28, Brother Meng wants to hit me.
When I got home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su-Yan helped Tong-Tong wash up before coaxing her into bed. The little girl must have been exhausted, as she soon fell fast asleep clutching her pillow. Moving quietly, Su-Yan grabbed his laptop and left the room, settling at the dining table. As a student facing college entrance exam pressures, regular part-time jobs consumed too much time, while business ventures weren't his forte. But still, he couldn't spend every day watching movies with Lin Hui. However, these days Su-Yan had found his own way. By the time he was about 10 years old, he had already started using computers. Back then though, it was just playing browser games and watching anime. As I got older, I gradually developed a genuine interest in it. More than just playing games, he was far more curious about the underlying logic behind games and web pages. Over the years, I've lost count of how many computer-related books I've read, often teaching myself from pirated courses online. Back in middle school, I even participated in a municipal teenage software design competition and won first place. That certificate still hangs in old Sue's living room to this day. So lately, he's been helping computer science majors online with their project designs. Typing away at his keyboard, Su-Yan sighed. Are college students these days really this incompetent? Such simple things and they still can't figure it out. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if we see pigs attending university classes in a few years. The living room was quiet, time slowly passing with the sound of keyboard clicks. When he lifted his stiff neck again, it was almost midnight. Su-Yan logged into WeChat and directly packaged all the files to send over. Dude, it's done. Run it on your computer and see if there are any issues. The other party immediately clicked accept and replied swiftly, clearly somewhat surprised. Finished already? So fast? Didn't you say the deadline was tomorrow? I pulled an all-nighter to rush it for you. The recipient was probably reviewing the work. Su-Yan didn't mind and leaned back in his chair while waiting for a reply, taking the opportunity to rest. About 10 minutes later, they sent over a voice call. Not bad, dude. Pretty impressive. Which university are you from? Surprisingly, the voice on the other end turned out to be a girl's, sounding quite straightforward. I gave it a quick run-through, no issues found. Background noise was chaotic, with rapid mouse clicks audible, probably in the middle of gaming. Alright, a computer science girl who loves gaming and speaks with that northeastern dialect. Su-Yan was beginning to understand. Do you have any free time now? Su-Yan asked. Let me brief you on some points, in case the teacher asks and you can't answer. Sure, go ahead. The girl replied with striking candor, exuding an air of wealth. I'll pay you extra later. The sound of keyboard tapping continued fervently on the other end. Paying it no mind, Su-Yan proceeded to explain some issues regarding the program to her. As a result, her furious voice suddenly erupted from the phone. For fuck's sake, I said for fuck's sake, are you deaf? The flash, oh sorry, where were we just now? About your research project. What project? The design and implementation of the campus online ordering system. What system? After a while, the girl suddenly realized, oh, so this is my research topic. Su-Yan felt like he was wasting his life. Fuck you.
Don't even know what your own research topic is? Alright, nothing else to discuss then. Confirm the payment. The girl sounded impatient. I'm going to play games now.
I'll come to you again next time I need work.
Wait a minute.
Su-Yen quickly added, I've left some notes in certain sections for you, make sure to check them and delete them afterwards. Only then did they realize the call had already been disconnected on the other end. Almost immediately, the order was marked complete, followed by a notification from Alipay, 1,000 yuan received.
She really might have been itching to play games. Fine, there's no stopping someone hellbent on self-destruction.
Having received the money, Su-Yen couldn't be bothered to care about her fate anymore. There were plenty of foolish, lazy college students around.
Su-Yen did a quick mental calculation. With this kind of income, supporting Tongtong shouldn't be much of a problem.
So, the issue of living expenses was barely resolved. But between studying and earning money, he hardly had any spare time for other things. He closed his laptop, took a shower, and went back to his room to rest. Actually, he had asked Tongtong before what kind of work her future father did. Tongtong didn't know much, only that daddy's job involved sitting in front of the computer. Of course, given Tongtong's privileged family background, Su-Yen felt his future likely wouldn't be that of a simple balding programmer.
The specifics would probably depend on university developments and opportunities that came his way. Early next morning, Su-Yen got up yawning and went downstairs to buy breakfast. This wasn't really his habit, he mainly did it for Tongtong.
But while waiting in line, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Meng Yufei sitting at a food stall in casual clothes, with a half-eaten plate of chungfun before him. Though not in uniform, he sat ramrod straight, his entire demeanor radiating vitality.
What are you doing here? Su-Yen rubbed his temples with a headache. Is the rice noodle roll here better than the one near your place? Watch your mouth. Don't you know to greet people first?
Meng Yufei waved his hand. Come over, let your uncle have a word with you. Su-Yen could only walk over helplessly. Every time you say that, it gives me goosebumps.
Of all people, why did you have to go after my aunt?
Although Meng Yufei was quite a bit older, he had indeed been a close brother to both him and Shen Hao in the past.
What do you mean go after?
This is called mutual affection. Meng Yufei stared at him for a moment. Alright, out with it.
What's really going on here?
Su-Yen inexplicably felt like he'd been caught sneaking out to fight back in middle school again.
What did you say?
Su-Yen showed no guilt as he casually stuck the straw into his soy milk.
That little girl, that young woman, what exactly is she to you? Meng Yufei narrowed his eyes, observing his reaction. Don't think you can get away with this by pretending.
You've been sending her to your aunt's house every day, having her take care of the child. Do you really think I haven't noticed?
This had been going on for an entire week now.
Every evening, it was Su-Yen who came punctually to take the little girl home. Meng Yufei saw everything clearly. He wasn't a fool.
Everything was just so strange. I was just dating someone. Dating? Meng Yufei clearly didn't believe it. If you were just dating, why were you taking care of someone else's kid? Just do me a favor.
Su-Yen slowly took a sip of soy milk. Her family situation is quite special. The girl had nowhere to stay, so they asked me to take care of her for the time being.
Running away from home? Meng Yufei pondered for a moment. Then we'll need to contact the parents. Su-Yen was a bit displeased. Why does it feel like you're interrogating me?
Meng Yufei also felt that he might be making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, judging by the girl's demeanor, she really didn't seem like some wild waif.
On the contrary, children from wealthy families often possess outstanding temperament and appearance.
Yet upon further thought, he felt this matter absolutely needed clarification.
I'm not interrogating you, just showing some concern for my nephew.
Meng Yufei tapped his chopsticks on the table. Either tell me the truth, or give me that girl's contact information so I can ask her myself.
So you're just making wild guesses yourself, thinking I've got something to hide?
Su-Yen gave him a sideways glance and said, fine, just wait.
Let me make a call to Auntie first. Meng Yufei was taken aback. Why would you call your aunt? Tell Auntie that you're bullying me.
Su-Yen took out her phone, scrolled through her contacts to find her aunt's number, and hesitated with her finger hovering over the call button.
At this, Meng Yufei's expression shifted slightly. When have I ever bullied you? You want my girlfriend's phone number? Isn't that just bullying me? You little brat, learning to take things out of context now, aren't you? Fine, hit me then. Meng Yufei wasn't particularly intimidated either. It's only for you that I'd bother making this trip. Anyone else and I couldn't be bothered. With all the messed up things happening in society every day, many far more outrageous than this, how could a neighborhood cop possibly handle them all?
It was indeed because of over a decade of friendship with Su-Yen, coupled with his relationship with Su's aunt, that made Meng Yufei overthink things.
Should I really call her then? Go ahead if you dare. Meng Yufei scoffed mockingly. How old are you now? Still running to tattle like a kid?
If this were Chen Hao, I'd beat him up first before asking questions.
Su-Yen quickly dialed his aunt's phone number. Auntie. He pressed the phone to his ear and said very honestly, Brother Meng just said he wants to hit me. Meng Yufei, ? Immediately after, he heard Su Lingling's angry voice coming from Su-Yen's phone. Mang Yufei, you think you've grown powerful now, huh? Chapter 29, all grown up in the blink of an eye. Lingling, let me explain. Hearing his wife's voice, Mang Yufei fumbled to take the phone. He really hadn't expected this guy to be so utterly devoid of martial honor. Explain what? There's nothing to explain. Su Lingling's voice wasn't loud, and her tone sounded very girlish, so it didn't carry much intimidation. But to Mang Yufei's ears, it made him feel a little terrified. Ban Ban was practically raised like royalty in our family when he was little. How dare you bully him? I didn't bully him. Mang Yufei still wanted to salvage some dignity, but his voice noticeably weakened. I just wanted to ask about that little girl's situation. Ton Ton? That's my grandniece. Su Lingling snorted. What, so you need to investigate me too? At her age, already an expectant mother, she naturally had abundant maternal instincts with nowhere to direct them. Add to that Tong Tong being pretty and adorable, and especially good at acting spoiled. Clearly, after spending a week with Tong Tong, she had already been successfully brainwashed. In fact, Su Lingling often regretted why Tong Tong wasn't her biological grandniece. Su Yan secretly gave her own daughter a thumbs up. Well done, Tong Tong. First, win over little grandma. Lingling, no, darling, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Su Lingling began feeling wronged, her voice tender and plaintive. Mang Yufei, don't you love me anymore? That's impossible. Mang Yufei quickly said, how dare I bully Ban Ban? I was just joking with him. I don't care, you were bullying him. Su Lingling sniffled unhappily. Now I'm upset. All you do is explain, you won't even try to comfort me. Alright, Lingling, I'll be home right away. Wait for me. Humph, there's no soothing me now. It took Mang Yufei a good 10 minutes before he managed to hang up the phone, flustered and at a complete loss. Holding Su Yan's phone, his previously arrogant demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by what looked like a nervous dread. This Officer Meng, who's utterly uncompromising outside, truly resembles an obedient lamb in front of his wife. Brother Meng, you're truly something else. Su Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, he skillfully added fuel to the fire, a grown man standing 6 feet tall, afraid of his wife to this extent. This is genuinely the first time I've seen such a thing. Think you can play dirty, huh? Mang Yufei shot him a glare. You always run complaining to auntie. Try some new tricks next time. As long as it works well. Su Yan just smiled. Who told you to be my uncle-in-law? That's the only time you call me uncle so smoothly. Mang Yufei returned the phone to him with a cold snort. This isn't called being afraid of your wife, it's called spoiling your wife. What do you know? Your aunt already married me. If I don't spoil her, who will? Though the two had an older woman-younger man relationship, Su Lingling's personality actually had quite a girlish side to it. Acting cute, sulking, acting adorable, demanding hugs and kisses when angry, it all came so naturally to her. So, oftentimes it was the younger Mang Yufei who indulged her. Yet strangely enough, over the years, their affection for each other has only grown deeper. They were practically inseparable. They're already married and planning to have children, yet they still act like young lovers freshly in love. Sometimes Su Yan finds it a bit sickening to watch, but it's actually quite nice. Although Su Yan's words weren't exactly polite, she was genuinely happy for her aunt from the bottom of her heart. Being able to stay mischievous and playful like a little girl before her lover, maintaining that expectation for love, is truly a rare and precious thing. After all, not everyone can pamper their wife with endless patience and tenderness like Mang Yufei. Alright, Brother Mang, you'd better head back now. Su Yan picked up his chung fun. I'll call auntie later to explain, so you won't really get locked out. As if I'd need you to do that? Mang Yufei said irritably, your aunt would never genuinely be angry with me, and besides, I know how to coax my own wife. Why are you butting in? So, you're actually quite looking forward to it, aren't you? How can these two still be so lovey-dovey after dating for almost 8 years? That little girl, is she really alright? It wasn't until this moment that Mang Yufei finally adopted a serious expression. Xiaoyan, you know I didn't mean anything else by it. Not at all. Su Yan nodded. When the time is right, I'll tell you an auntie. Mang Yufei studied him for a long moment before finally lifting his chin slightly with a cold snort. Well then, uncle will believe you just this once. Thanks. Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Chinese New Year comes, I'll secretly take some of that vintage mitai my mom's been saving for my wedding and share it with you. She'll kill you. It's fine, I'll just say my dad drank it. Mang Yufei suddenly remembered that being henpecked seemed to be a tradition in the Su family. He straightened his collar, stood up from the chair, and couldn't help adding a few more words of caution. Study hard, and once the college entrance exams are over, you can do whatever you want without anyone stopping you. You're even more nagging than my mom. Su Yan scratched his cheek. Got it. You take care too. Chronic gastritis is still an illness. Although Mang Yufei was merely a beat cop, his work kept him quite busy, often dealing with trivial matters like marital squabbles. Moreover, he's quite conscientious and often loses track of time when busy, frequently forgetting to eat. As a result, his stomach has never been in great condition. Because of this, his aunt now checks on him daily during mealtimes.
If she discovers he hasn't eaten, she'll bombard him with accusations of "you don't love me anymore."
That's more like something a human would say. Meng Yufei snorted with a touch of pride. When I was dating your aunt, you were only about 5 feet tall. I watched you grow up inch by inch. Do you really think your uncle would do you any harm? This kid was already 18 this year. All he could do was remind him to focus more on his studies. There wasn't much else he could say. Su Yan nodded. Calling him uncle felt a bit awkward. Of course, it wasn't that he had any issues with the relationship between Meng Yufei and his aunt. The truth was, Meng Yufei had always been more like a great older brother to him. Back then, all the kids in the neighborhood loved playing with him. Whenever there were treats, drinks, or fun things to do, he always thought of the younger kids first. He's an incredibly gentle, sunny-tempered guy with absurd patience. No wonder Auntie fell for Meng Yufei, who's so much younger than her. As the only child, Su Yan had always regarded Meng Yufei as half a blood brother. Alright, I just came by to check on you today. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Meng Yufei seemed to recall something and finally smiled, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. Your girlfriend is very pretty, quite a nice girl from what I've seen. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up, you little rascal. Chapter 30 Outmaneuvered. Meng Yufei left. It was clear he still cared somewhat, but in the end, he didn't press further. Su Yan carried breakfast upstairs, then went to the room to wake up Tong Tong. The little girl gave him a bleary-eyed glance. Then she sulkily covered her ears with a pillow and turned her head away, ignoring him. Su Yan tugged at the blanket. Mom will be coming over soon. Tong Tong yanked the blanket back at once, pulling it over her head before turning her backside toward him. Daddy, I want to sleep. Get up, now. Helpless, Su Yan had no choice but to grab her straight from the blanket, lifting her up by the scruff like a kitten. How come every day right after waking up, you're not cute at all? It took him 10 minutes to finally dress and wash his sulking daughter, who refused to say a single word. By the time Tong Tong finished eating the rice noodle rolls in front of her, Wen Ning also arrived. After changing her shoes and entering the living room, she saw Tong Tong throwing shadow punches at her dad like a phantom kitten. Su Yan wasn't angry either, sitting on the sofa playing along with her. What's going on here? You weren't happy about being woken up by me this morning. Su Yan held Tong Tong's forehead with his palm, amused as he watched her throw tiny punches into the air with adorable aura sounds. Wen Ning suppressed a laugh but still pretended to scold. Tong Tong, didn't you promise mommy? Pouting, Tong Tong stopped making a fuss and ran over to throw herself into her mother's arms. Su Yan didn't feel like moving either, sitting on the sofa watching her. Wen Ning's outfit today was also quite simple. She still wore the same light blue straight-leg jeans, but paired them with the matching mother-child set they'd bought together at the mall last time. Thanks to her well-developed figure, the plush cat design stretched across her chest made the feline look even chubbier than intended. Wen Ning noticed his gaze. For some reason, she always felt there was something odd about this guy's stare. After pausing for a moment, Wen Ning replied quite calmly, since it's already been bought. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Who asked you? How come you could come out today? Dad took my stepmother and stepsister back to our hometown. Seems like there really was something wrong with the old man's health. Last night, when Ning called to say he wouldn't be coming home until tomorrow. So Wen Ning was spared the trouble of explaining things to her family. Today she brought all her test papers with her, planning to spend the whole day with Tong Tong before heading home in the evening. Is there anything left in the fridge? Wen Ning glanced at the empty dining table. I'll make Tong Tong something nice for lunch. Su Yan thought for a moment. There really wasn't much left in the house, so he got up to go to the supermarket downstairs. Besides, Tong Tong loved strawberries, so Su Yan made it a point to buy 2 boxes every day. I'll go with you. Wen Ning immediately said, bring Tong Tong along too. Let's see what the little girl likes to eat. Su Yan gave an affirmative hum as he took his coat from the rack. Right across the street downstairs, there was a large lifestyle supermarket. Inside, besides all kinds of daily necessities, there were also fresh vegetables and various meats available daily. Wen Ning was also taking her daughter to the supermarket for the first time, and she found it quite refreshing to see Tong Tong bouncing around happily. Su Yan pulled a shopping cart and walked behind them. His shopping style was truly an eye-opener for Wen Ning. Basically, whenever Tong Tong sweetly begged with a "I want this," Su Yan would immediately toss it into the cart. But Wen Ning was different. She didn't have much pocket money, and her daily life wasn't particularly affluent. When shopping at the supermarket, she'd spend ages just reading prices. Even buying something like shampoo would involve endless back-and-forth comparisons. Daddy, Tong Tong wants potato chips. Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled. I want tomato flavor. And seaweed flavor too. As a result, just as Su Yan picked up a bag of potato chips, Wen Ning snatched them straight from his hands. Her face was taut with unmistakable displeasure. This usually gentle and unhurried campus belle somehow exuded an inexplicable icy allure when her upturned fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. Why did you buy this for her? Su Yan hesitated for a moment, but Tong Tong likes it. Just because she likes it, you buy it for her? She turned around and put the chips directly back on the shelf,
it's not good for kids to eat too many snacks, they'll get fat easily. Besides, it's not very healthy. In this regard, Wen Ning was quite firm. Tong Tong was at the age when she was growing the fastest. If she turned into a little chubby girl, she might never slim down again in the future. You're spoiling her too much, this won't do. Be more careful next time, don't let her eat random things. When you take strawberries out of the fridge, let them sit for a while before giving them to her, they're too cold otherwise. Tong Tong pouted her lips, looking quite wronged. But clearly, when Mommy put on a stern face, it carried some weight with her.
Daddy, Tong Tong wants it. Daddy's the best. Tong Tong, don't you try acting cute with Daddy.
Wen Ning pinched her daughter's chubby cheek playfully, then took her little hand.
Su Yan, you just carry the bags, she declared. I'll decide what we buy. Su Yan.
When Deng Wenyang had walked some distance with her daughter, she realized he hadn't followed them and remained stationary. Turning back, she saw him loading several bags of potato chips into the shopping cart. I bought it for myself to eat.
Su Yan glanced at her. I'm not Tong Tong. What are you gonna do about it? You like potato chips too? I don't like it. Wen Ning thought Su Yan could be quite petty sometimes.
It seemed like he had this peculiar obsession with maintaining his status in the household. Whenever it comes to this issue, he just loves to argue with you. If you don't let him buy it, he'll insist on buying it anyway, as if to prove he's the one who calls the shots in the family. When you eat, Tong Tong will lick her lips and pester you for a bite. Wen Ning thought for a moment and patiently explained, you're spoiling her like this again.
When she acts cute with you later, you'll definitely end up giving her food. It's fine.
Su Yan nodded confidently, just wait. I'll eat in front of Tong Tong, then you'll see whether I share with her or not.
Tong Tong's lips quivered, suddenly wanting to cry. Dad is so mean too. Wen Ning's eyebrows twitched. This guy, why is he acting like a child too? However, after spending this time together, she's come to understand Su Yan's personality a little better. He's the very definition of someone who responds better to kindness than coercion. Su Yan. Wen Ning took a deep breath, pursed her lips slightly, and spoke in the gentlest tone she could muster. If there's anything you'd like to eat, I'll make it for lunch, we don't need to buy chips. The sudden softening of her tone and demeanor made Su Yan's hand visibly pause. To top it off, Wen Ning even added a tender, pleading murmur, okay?
Su Yan silently took out all the potato chips and placed them back on the shelf. What you said earlier makes sense too.
Why does it feel like I'm being played by her? Chapter 31. Who said it was about you?
After that, it was Wen Ning who took over shopping with her daughter for the rest of the time. There's a big difference between how mothers and fathers take care of kids. Or perhaps, she approaches life with more attentiveness and conscientiousness. She would even pick up 2 cabbages and compare them carefully before buying one, truly bearing the air of a domestic woman.
Of course, this also stems from Wen Ning's living environment since childhood.
Although she was an excellent student, she was no bookish nerd who couldn't handle anything. She'd often had to take care of herself. Put all the stuff in the kitchen, then play with Tong Tong for a while. After returning home, Wen Ning tied up her hair and efficiently fastened her apron. I'll cook. Su Yan thought that since she'd made the effort to come all this way, there wasn't much point in saying anything more. Tong Tong lay sprawled on the sofa, swinging her legs as she watched cartoons while eating strawberries, occasionally plucking off the leaves to pop one into her father's mouth. Su Yan watched for a while with him, feeling somewhat bored. Just as he was about to open his laptop to write some code, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Lin Hui. Mom? Su Yan glanced at Wen Ning in the kitchen and casually answered, nothing's up, I'm hanging up now. The first sentence nearly made Lin Hui lose her composure. Your phone call greetings are quite unique. Kid, what's your tone? Lin Hui felt irritated and snapped impatiently, hurry up and get out of bed, I'm downstairs already. ? Su Yan was stunned, why didn't you tell me in advance? Do I need to ask permission to come see you? Lin Hui scoffed, we made dumplings at home today, thought I'd bring you some to save you from eating takeout every day. It wasn't even a special occasion, so Su Yan reckoned she must have specifically made them to deliver to him. It was also an excuse to visit her long-unseen son over the weekend. But Lin Hui had always been sharp-tongued, she'd never admit she was just showing concern for her son.
Mom!
At this thought, Su Yan couldn't help but feel moved.
Maybe you should turn back now while there's still time. ? Lin Hui's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Are those even words a human would say? I'm not at home today. Open the door, I can hear your cartoon playing. Su Yan remained silent. He glanced at Tong Tong lying on the sofa, then at Wenny cooking in the kitchen, and inexplicably felt like he'd been caught in the act. As he stood frozen, Lin Hui outside had already started knocking on the door. Open up now. Hearing the sound, Wen Ning came out and gave Su Yan a puzzled look. My mom is here. Wen Ning's expression finally changed as she glanced down at her outfit. What should we do now? Su Yan answered honestly, I don't know. The house is tiny, and after being cornered at the door by Lin Hui, there was nowhere left for her to hide. With Tong Tong also inside, hiding was completely unrealistic. Just act naturally and say your classmate came over to hang out.
Lin Hui's knocking at the door grew louder and louder. Su-Yan really had no choice but to go open the door first. As he dawdled his way to open it, Hui Lin stood outside wearing a coffee-colored trench coat. Though past 40, she still looked quite stylish with her burgundy voluminous curls, a woman of elegant grace.
Kept me waiting forever. Couldn't you open the damn door for your old lady? Lin Hui walked in holding a bag with obvious disdain. Did you just wake up? What time is it? Were you up all night crafting again? ?
Su-Yan took the dumplings, then pushed Lin Hui's shoulders to turn her around. Alright, Mom, you can go back now.
The dumplings are delicious. Hey, you little brat. Lin Hui was genuinely angry now. So now I'm not even allowed to enter my own home, is that it?
At this point, Su-Yan had no choice either. Lin Hui changed into slippers and walked into the living room, still muttering complaints. Who watches cartoons at your age? That cousin of yours next door, over 30 years old and still lying around watching anime, no job or anything. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, frozen in place.
Hey auntie, hello?
Wen Ning stood gracefully at the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron, unsure how to explain. Lin Hui froze in place, seemingly unable to process why this beautiful young woman dressed like a cook would be in her son's home. It would seem more plausible if it were little Chef Chen Hao emerging from the kitchen instead.
Did I enter the wrong way just now?
Lin Hui's gaze instinctively fell behind her, where a table was laden with dishes. The house was still filled with a rich aroma, and the range hood in the kitchen continued its vigorous hum. A cute little girl was lying on the sofa, giggling sweetly while watching cartoons.
Did I time travel? Why does this feel like a family of 3?
The moment Tong Tong saw Grandma, she immediately wanted to jump off the sofa and call out to her.
Mom, she's saying hello to you.
Oh, hello. Lin Hui finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, You are.
I'm Su-Yan's classmate, and that's my younger sister.
Looking at this elegantly poised auntie, Wen Ning felt inexplicably nervous, her fingers slightly clutching her apron. Let's play together.
Classmate? A classmate coming to play in a doghouse, even cooking for the dogs? Young lady.
Staring at that face that was somewhat hard to look away from, Lin Hui slowly realized something. Have I met you somewhere before? She was stunningly beautiful, the kind of girl who would leave an impression after just a single glance on the street.
Mom, she's Wen Ning.
You saw her at the parent-teacher conference before, during the school awards ceremony. Su-Yan reminded him, at the time you even told me how pretty this girl was, with her long legs and slender waist. You couldn't stop talking about her all the way back.
Wen Ning. Lin Hui's expression finally began to change slowly. Ranked 6th in the grade?
Wen Ning felt a little embarrassed, her earlobes growing warm.
She murmured.
Now, Lin Hui finally remembered it all. She had seen him from afar in the audience just once. At that time, she was still thinking about how adorable and beautiful her granddaughter would be if this girl married into their Su family. Such a beautiful girl, cooking for him in my son's home.
Could these two possibly be dating? Lin Hui's expression darkened instantly.
There are only 4 months left until the college entrance exams, why waste time like this now?
Lin Hui's tone suddenly turned stern. How could you be friends with someone like this?
Even after the college entrance exams are over, you still shouldn't associate with such riffraff.
What? Su-Yan immediately frowned. Mom, how could you say such a thing about someone? In my memory, Mother wasn't actually such a sharp-tongued and mean person, was she? Go take a look at yourself in the bathroom mirror.
Lin Hui rolled her eyes with undisguised contempt. Who said I was talking about her?
I meant you. Su-Yan, ?
You're such a bright student and so pretty, my dear. You've got a great future ahead of you. Lin Hui turned her head, her lips curving into a kind smile. She spoke with heartfelt sincerity, advising, right now, you should focus on preparing for the college entrance exams.
Don't think about anything else. With your standards, any boy would be lucky to have you. Don't ever let this little rascal fool you. Su-Yan? Chapter 32, Long Live the Empress Dowager. Auntie. Wen Ning's expression turned awkward as she said, Su-Yan is actually a good person. To be honest, she had never encountered a mother like this before. Every single statement she makes isn't particularly pleasant, being blunt and straightforward. Yet her words somehow managed to instantly ease the tension in Wen Ning's heart. Moreover, although she kept criticizing her son verbally, Wen Ning could sense the underlying strong bond between this mother and child. She's actually quite an endearing auntie. Did he bully you? I mean, did he touch you inappropriately? No. Wen Ning replied meekly. There's a traitor among us. Su-Yan was quite displeased. Why do you despise me so much? You don't remember all the terrible things you did in middle school? Lin Hui looked even more disdainful, wearing a cold smile. And you still expect me to give you a friendly look? Su-Yan waved his hand dismissively. Well, that shithead is also your own flesh and blood. Setting aside the facts, you bear half the responsibility too. Lin Hui couldn't be bothered to respond to him. I brought dumplings for him. You can have some together for lunch. She smiled and said, what an adorable little girl, just as pretty as her sister. Hearing the compliment,
Tong Tong peeked out from behind her mother and chirped cheerfully, "Grandma is very pretty too."
Lin Hui's smile remained unchanged. "Grandma?
She's quite affectionate with people." Wen Ning pulled Tong Tong into her arms and explained, "Whenever she meets pretty aunties, she likes to call them grandma."
The pretty auntie. This phrase made Lin Hui's smile blossom even brighter.
However, her gaze unconsciously lingered on Tong Tong's face for quite a while, a trace of bewilderment in her expression. She couldn't shake the feeling that this little girl
looked somewhat familiar, as if she'd seen her somewhere before.
She walked over and placed the dumplings on the dining table, casting a subtly appraising glance at the lavish spread across the table. It had nearly everything, almost 6 dishes and a soup, as abundant as a festive feast.
Wow, this girl's cooking skills are impressive, quite the homemaker.
However, Lin Hui felt she'd come at the wrong time today.
I'll ask my son about it later on WeChat.
I didn't come for anything special today, just to deliver some food. Lin Hui returned to the doorway, her smile unchanged. "You guys have fun, I'll head back first." She felt that her presence seemed to be making Wen Ning a bit nervous, like a new bride meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. Hearing this, Wen Ning couldn't help feeling uncomfortable and said softly, "Auntie, why don't you stay for dinner?" Although, it would feel even stranger to say such words to Su Yan's mother, as if she were the lady of this household.
No.
Lin Hui bent down to put on her shoes and quickly replied, "I've already eaten before I came."
At this point, Wen Ning couldn't say anything more either.
Her hands rested on her apron, looking utterly docile. Su Yan shot her a glance, faintly feeling she looked strikingly like the Wen Ning in Tong Tong's photo right then. She's just the kind of gentle woman who immediately gives off the impression of being a virtuous wife and loving mother. "You just got here, why are you leaving already?" Seeing Lin Hui about to rush off, Su Yan couldn't help feeling displeased. His tone turned slightly sour. "You went out of your way to deliver dumplings all this distance.
If you wanted to see me, you could have just called and I'd have come home."
Lin Hui replied nonchalantly, "You'd only stay one night at home anyway before Monday classes start again. The round trip's too much hassle."
"Are you sure it's no trouble for you to come over? Who are you to tell me what to do?"
Lin Hui wanted to say something more, but thought it might sound overly sentimental, so she just snorted instead. "You should be secretly thrilled to have such a pretty girl as your friend."
"Don't you dare bully her, like I could ever bully her."
Su Yan started putting on his shoes too. "Let me walk you out."
"All right." Lin Hui didn't refuse this.
Although her son was already an adult, he was still a high school student after all. If you spend too much time with a girl, as a mother, she certainly has some questions for her son. Wen Ning tugged at her apron and said softly, "Goodbye, Auntie."
Tong Tong also waved reluctantly. "Goodbye, Grandma." Grandma and Grandpa were so kind to her.
Sometimes when Mom and Dad were busy with work, it was Grandpa and Grandma who took care of her, picking her up from school every day. But back then Grandma's hair had already turned quite gray, though now she looked so young and beautiful.
"Goodbye, little one."
Lin Hui smiled faintly, not paying it much mind. Su Yan accompanied her to the hallway and reached out to press the elevator button.
"Really just classmates? There's nothing more between you?" "Yeah. She even came to your house to cook for you, does she?"
Lin Hui paused for a long time before continuing. "She's an animal lover who adores dogs. As for whether it would affect her son, she genuinely wouldn't care too much about that. After all, that girl ranks 6th in the grade. Compared to her, my son was probably more likely to influence her performance."
"To put it bluntly, how much lower could my son's grades possibly sink? Getting into any undergraduate program would already be counting my blessings.
As for classmates, she's so academically strong she could even tutor you. That's perfect." Lin Hui thought for a moment and still felt uneasy. "Don't get handsy just because the girl's pretty. I wasn't joking earlier. Don't mess with her chances of getting into a top university."
"You hear me? Are you saying your own son is some kind of hoodlum?" Su Yan reluctantly walked her out of the neighborhood. "Since you're already here, I'm not kicking you out. Why the hurry to leave?" "Oh, then who was it that wouldn't let me in just now? A ghost? Just have a meal with us." Su Yan frowned. "If you're only going to stay for 10 minutes, then why bother coming over at all?" Since the start of his senior year, he hadn't returned home. Counting the days, it had been a full month now. Lin Hui was usually busy with work too, so she rarely called him, only transferring money to his card on time each month. So, even though Lin Hui hadn't given him a kind word since her arrival and kept nagging about their son, in reality, Su Yan was still quite happy. "Have I gone crazy, or what?" Lin Hui pulled open the car door and said casually, "Your female classmate is visiting. Why should I stick around and be disliked, playing the role of a wicked mother-in-law? Besides, if she stayed, the girl would probably feel very nervous." "All right, hurry up and go eat. Don't keep people waiting. And remember to finish the dumplings." Lin Hui waved her hand. "I'm out of here." She had always been a strongly opinionated mother, with a dominant and decisive personality, so Su Yan could do nothing about it. All he could do was watch helplessly as she started the car. "Don't fool around before graduation. I can't be bothered to keep an eye on you." Lin Hui rested her hand on the car door. "You're not a child anymore. You should know what's right and what's wrong.
Then, with effortless cool, she simply drove away. By the time Su Yan returned home, Wen Ning was just emerging from the kitchen again, spatula still in hand.
Her expression remained slightly tense. Did your mother say anything? Su Yan shook his head, no.
At this moment, a new message arrived on his phone.
Empress Dowager Ji Xiang transferred 3,000 yuan to you. Don't be so stingy, big guy. Let me know if it's not enough. Oh, Su Yan generously showed her his phone. My mom transferred me some money.
Wen Ning tucked the hair behind her ear and leaned in for a closer look, whispering, what does your mom mean by this? Su Yan was also pondering what exactly our Empress Dowager Lin meant.
Actually, March 8th is coming up soon. He hesitated for a moment. Maybe she wants me to buy you a Women's Day gift? Chapter 33, the living room is yours.
Wen Ning simply pretended not to hear this remark. To be honest, meeting Lin Hui was somewhat different from what she had imagined.
In fact, Lin Hui herself wasn't quite like an ordinary mother either.
She carried no airs of a mother or elder in front of her son or his classmates.
This is almost the polar opposite of Xiao Ziqin, who possesses an equally strong-willed personality.
Even Wen Xiong wouldn't speak to her mother with such casualness at home. So Wen Ning was actually quite envious of the relationship between Su Jia and her mother. Both of them could say whatever they wanted, never needing to hide or hold back their thoughts.
Anyway,
even though they only met once, Wen Ning felt she quite liked this auntie. Though she knew she shouldn't think this way, Wen Ning couldn't prevent a rather peculiar thought from surfacing. Being her daughter-in-law would probably be quite a pleasant thing. This matter has already been confirmed by Tong Tong's words. Wen Ning touched behind her ear, slightly embarrassed as she averted her gaze.
Let's eat first.
But to tell the truth, this campus belle Wen truly has an innate gift for being the perfect wife.
She used simple ingredients and cooked ordinary home-style dishes, yet Tong Tong ate with extraordinary delight.
The silly hair sticking up on her head swayed along with the movement. Su Yan also felt that her expertise in this area could now rival Lin Hui's. Of course, it might also be because the pure and beautiful campus belle Wen was sitting across from him, quietly eating with her head bowed, satisfying both Su Yan's appetite and his visual pleasure.
After lunch, Su Yan took the initiative to do the dishes.
Wen Ning played with Tong Tong for a while, then took the little girl to the room and coaxed her into taking a nap. By the time Su Yan emerged from the kitchen, Wen Ning had also just tiptoed her way to closing the bedroom door.
Asleep. Wen Ning pressed a finger to her lips.
We need to keep our voices down, she whispered. It feels like a married couple putting their child to sleep and then sneaking off to another room for some intimate time.
What are you doing this afternoon? Su Yan wiped his hands with a towel.
In the past, whenever the two of them spent time together, Tong Tong was always there between them. But now that Tong Tong had gone for her afternoon nap, left alone together, Su Yan genuinely didn't know what to do.
Finish writing your test paper.
Wen Ning gave him a somewhat puzzled look.
I even brought my school bag along. It's perfect timing to check whether he's been properly memorizing the grammar and vocabulary this week. English is something that builds up over time. You'll see the rewards as long as you keep at it. Take out all the test papers you've done these past few days and let me have a look.
Wen Ning sat down at the freshly wiped dining table and emptied the contents of her backpack onto the surface. Seeing Su Yan still motionless, she couldn't help tapping the table with her ballpoint pen.
What are you staring at? Let's not waste time.
When it came to matters of studying, she still felt quite confident in front of Su Yan.
Su Yan, she's 100 points ahead of you. She's certainly qualified to be your teacher.
At this thought, Su Yan couldn't really muster much anger either, so he handed his test paper over for her to check. Wen Ning examined it carefully, occasionally tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear.
The afternoon hours seemed particularly tranquil. Not bad at all. After reading everything, Wen Ning's expression visibly relaxed.
It was noticeable that Su Yan had put in real effort. His mind was sharp, and his memory was excellent too. Although his English exam papers were still rather painful to look at, they showed marked improvement from last time.
Any questions you got wrong that you don't understand?
Wen Ning said earnestly, I can explain them to you.
Mum.
Su Yan leaned lazily against his chair, twirling a pen in his hand, and nodded with arrogance. Questions I've gotten wrong once, I usually never get wrong again.
You're this amazing? Wen Ning asked in confusion, then why are your grades so poor? Students whose scores hover around the undergraduate admission cutoff line are indeed considered below average at first high school. My mom usually doesn't supervise me much. When I get home, I just game till midnight. When would I have time to study? Su Yan straightened up and began flipping through the test papers beside him.
Of course, Lin Hui didn't have particularly high expectations of him to begin with.
Do you really enjoy playing video games?
Yeah, sort of.
Su Yan didn't seem to mind either, just killing time.
Wen Ning was silent for a moment, lost in thought. She remembered that day when Su Yan went out carrying his backpack to sell his gaming console and discs. They were probably things he really cherished.
Are you going to study or not?
Su Yan followed her lead, slamming the table hard. If you want to look at me, just look.
No need to use studying as an excuse. A direct counterattack. Who's looking at you?
Wen Ning snapped back to reality. I was just spacing out for a moment.
Your eyes are practically glued to me, haven't you seen enough? That's not. Wen Ning drawled, have you never seen someone scoring below 600 who's still this cocky? Question mark.
Su Yan felt looked down upon by her. Gripping his pen in frustration, he snapped, just you wait, I'll crush you on the next monthly exam. She wasn't angry at his deliberate omission of certain words. In fact, Wen Ning found it rather amusing. This guy could be quite mature at times, yet downright stubborn when his temper flared up, and even a bit childish. All in all, rather endear. Wait, no. He's quite an interesting guy. But, I scored 688 points. Wen Ning couldn't help curling the corners of her lips. It was also rare for her to crack a joke with him. Then I'll be waiting for you to kill me. Don't say things you can't back up. Wen Ning paused, then enunciated each word deliberately. Big, strong, man. Alright then. Upon hearing the score of 688, Su Yan instantly became subdued. He wasn't some enlightened immortal who could achieve sudden enlightenment at Dragon Field, and had already anticipated what the next monthly exam would look like. Sorry for not letting Lord Wen have his fill of fun. After that, Wen Ning stopped joking with him and began earnestly explaining the mistakes to Su Yan. Although she was a top student, she was very patient. Even with things that seemed relatively simple to her, she didn't show any signs of impatience. Instead, she meticulously broke them down and explained them to Su Yan. Her explanations were extremely clear and logical, even comparable to Su Yan's own teachers. Moreover, although her voice was gentle and unhurried, it was actually very pleasant to listen to. Su Yan felt that he could grasp the concepts particularly quickly because of this. One could only say that a beautiful woman indeed has advantages in every aspect. And likewise, Wen Ning also realized that Su Yan really hadn't been bragging earlier. His comprehension skills were remarkably strong, and his memory was unbelievably good. Whenever Wen Ning mentioned something to him just once, he could effortlessly recall it when asked about it later. So smart, yet only scored that little. Was he really not paying attention in class before? At this thought, Wen Ning actually felt a bit regretful. This guy is actually quite impressive. By the time the two of them came to their senses, the wall clock had already pointed to evening. Tong Tong rubbed her eyes as she stepped out of the room to find Wen Ning already packing her school bag. After nestling in her mother's arms for a while, Tong Tong asked drowsily, Mommy, where are you going?
Mommy needs to go home.
Wen Ning gently pinched her cheeks and said, I can't keep stealing the bed from Tong Tong and Daddy forever. Although there was no one at home today, she couldn't stay too late either.
Ah, Tong Tong was a little unhappy and mumbled unhappily, I thought Mommy would hold Tong Tong to sleep today. Having Daddy here is enough. Mommy will come see you next time.
But, if Mommy goes back, Tong Tong won't see Mommy again for a long time. Tong Tong's nose turned red as she buried her soft cheeks in her mother's embrace, and
Tong Tong loves snuggling in Mommy's arms so much.
Wen Ning pressed her lips together, clearly softening with emotion.
Sleeping while holding soft, sweet-smelling Tong Tong must be wonderfully cozy.
Perhaps when Tong Tong was being mischievous, she would try her best to play the role of a strict mother. But in reality, she also found it hard to resist Tong Tong's coaxing and pitiful looks.
Moreover, I just promised Tong Tong yesterday that I'd spend more time with her.
This week my stepmother and stepsister are away, but after this,
I might never get another chance like this. Su Yan, who had been playing with his phone, couldn't help but glance up. Be good, Tong Tong. No.
Tong Tong hugged her mom tightly. Tong Tong wants to sleep with Mommy.
As a girl. Wen Ning hesitated, would it be appropriate for me to stay at your place? She wasn't really worried about what Su Yan might do. For some inexplicable reason, after all their recent interactions, she'd developed an inexplicable trust in him. It wouldn't be proper. Su Yan threw her a puzzled look, sensing her tone lacked conviction. Besides, I only have one bed at my place. Go home now, unless you want me to walk you back later when it gets dark. So tonight.
Wen Ning bit her lip and looked down at Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong puckered her lips perfectly and cooed sweetly, Mommy's the best.
So tonight. Wen Ning paused, the living room is yours now? Su Yan, ? Chapter 34, Supporting the Family. What the hell are you talking about? The living room has always been mine. I rented this apartment for several thousand yuan, after all. Su Yan felt it was absurd, given our current relationship. Do you think this is appropriate? So before we're even married, I'm supposed to take my bedding and get banished to the living room? Do you really think I'll tolerate this? Wen Ning pinched Tong Tong's little face and said, then I'll stay to keep Tong Tong company, and Tong Tong will help Mommy too, won't she? She wasn't really worried about this matter. As Lin Hui put it, if Su Yan wanted to take advantage, he would have done so long ago. There were plenty of opportunities. But from the time they met until now, although Su Yan occasionally teased her, he rarely had any physical contact with her. What if you can't control yourself in the middle of the night and want to do something bad? Su Yan was half convinced. My mom actually warned you today not to get handsy with me. ? So that's what your mom actually said? Wen Ning looked at his 179 centimeters height and also found it absurd. Like I could actually force you? Suyin thought hard for a long time, struggling before finally blurting out. But you just said yourself, wouldn't Tong help you too? Together with Tong, we can force you? Wen Ning always felt like she was being led astray by him. Dad! Tong saw that her father was about to ruin her plans and became anxious too. Don't bully Mom. Su Yan fell silent. He wasn't actually that opposed to the idea in the first place. After all, it should be the girl who wants to stay overnight to accompany her daughter who ought to feel embarrassed. The main issue was, he felt Wen Ning seemed a bit too defenseless around him. Not that this was necessarily a bad thing. Even Su Yan himself found it strange, where exactly had her trust in him come from? But Tong was very insistent, clutching her mother's hand and unwilling to let go. Seeing that her mother had agreed to stay with her, the little girl stuck to her mother's backside like a tiny shadow, looking absolutely delighted. She kept skipping around happily until evening, with not a single moment when the smile left her face. Su Yan sat on the sofa, typing a reply to Chen Hao on his phone, occasionally glancing up to watch Wen Ning teaching Tong how to write characters at the table. In reality, though Winnie's temperament was gentle and unhurried, her striking eyes gave her a subtly coldly glamorous appearance. Thus, during school days, while everyone called her the embodiment of the white moonlight, there were actually very few who dared openly confess their affection for her. To outsiders, she appeared to be the somewhat aloof campus belle. But at this moment, with her eyes lowered and speaking softly with patience, her brows were filled with tenderness as gentle as water. Tong, you've written this stroke wrong. Then Mom will hold your hand and teach you how to write. Okay. The sight of these two beauties, one big, one small, with similar features, holding hands truly gave Su Yan a fleeting illusion of family. Or perhaps it wasn't an illusion after all, because Tong was truly connected to him by blood. While Wen Ning, from the moment Tong appeared, became entangled with him in countless intricate and unclear complex ties. By 9 in the evening, Tong finally began to grow drowsy, squinting her eyes and constantly yawning like a sleepy little kitten. Wen Ning then gathered their things and led Tong to the bathroom for washing up. Su Yan thought for a moment, then got up to fetch her a new toothbrush and towel from the cabinet. You're not going to take a shower, right? I just had one yesterday. Wen Ning gently wiped Tong's face and said softly, I'll just brush my teeth, wash my face, and rinse my feet later, that'll be enough. This is Tong's foot basin. You can just use it directly. Su Yan thought there shouldn't be anything else to do now, so he returned to the room and brought the quilt he had used before to the living room. Then, he took out a new quilt from the closet, preparing it for Wenny to sleep under. It was obvious Tong was extremely happy. What made her happy wasn't just that her mother was willing to spend more time with her, it was mostly that this home now had both parents present at the same time. To her, only a home with both father and mother together could be considered complete. After washing up, Wen Ning let her hair down. She thought for a moment, then wound the hair tie around her wrist this way, it wouldn't be so easy to lose. Then, we'll go in first. When she walked into the room holding Tong's hand, Su Yan finally lifted her head to glance at them. The bedroom door remained ajar as Wen Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, with Tong nestled in her arms, half asleep yet still insistently pestering her mother for a bedtime story. Wen Ning's voice was soft and gentle, her smooth long hair cascading down. Indeed, mothers are always more attentive when taking care of children. Mom used to tell me every day about the time she spent with Dad. Tong murmured groggily, why aren't you telling the story today? Because, those things haven't happened yet. When will they happen? Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek without answering. It took about another half an hour before Tong finally fell into a deep sleep. Even in her dreams, she wore a sweet smile on her face, clutching her mother's hand as if holding some precious treasure. Wen Ning carefully freed her hand and came over to close the door. Tong and I are going to rest now. You should get some sleep early too. Don't forget to lock the door. Su Yan was lounging on the sofa playing with his phone when he casually remarked, this way, if you open the door in the middle of the night, I'll hear it. Wen Ning didn't want to engage with him again. She pressed the lock directly and then returned to bed. In the darkness, Wen Ning felt her daughter's feverish, soft body clinging tightly to her, murmuring mommy in a drowsy voice. Occasionally, faint footsteps could be heard from the living room outside, but clearly, they were deliberately softened. These faint sounds, along with her daughter's gentle breathing, somehow filled Wen Ning with an inexplicable sense of peace. Perhaps not even in her own home had she ever felt this sense of security. Though it was an entirely unfamiliar environment, Wen Ning fell asleep quickly while holding her daughter. By the time she awoke again, midnight had long since fallen. The windows showed nothing but darkness outside, and everything around was so quiet it seemed utterly soundless. Wen Ning felt a burning sensation in her throat. She was unbearably thirsty. She lay in bed for a while until she could bear it no longer, then slowly and carefully moved Tong's hand aside. She was about to go to the kitchen to fetch some water. Because her mind was still foggy, Wen Ning didn't think much of it. After tiptoeing out of the room, she deliberately avoided glancing toward the sofa and padded softly toward the kitchen.
Unexpectedly, Su Yan wasn't asleep at all at this moment. He was sitting at the dining table typing on his keyboard, only turning around when he heard the sound.
Su Yan gave her a rather meaningful look for a moment. Maybe, you should go back and wait a little longer? I just came out to get some water.
Wen Ning finally regained some clarity. Late at night, Su Yan didn't tease her further, simply nodding and saying, "Go pour it yourself, there's warm water in the bottle."
After pouring herself a glass of water, Wen Ning finally glanced at the computer screen. "Why aren't you asleep yet?"
The screen displayed a black interface, densely packed with lines upon lines of code. It looks quite complicated, not something a high school student of that age would typically tinker with.
Su Yan didn't offer much explanation, just ruffled his hair and quickly tapped the keyboard, looking somewhat weary. "You're working?" "Not exactly. Just fiddling with some simple little things. Easy money that comes quick," Su Yan said lazily. "When Tong Tong starts school, it'll cost quite a bit."
Wen Ning froze for a moment, the glare from the computer screen stinging her eyes, leaving her expression somewhat dazed. For the first time, she felt that the long separation between two different eras had truly vanished. It looked real, yet struck Wen Ning as somewhat unreal.
Though Su Yan's cheeks should have appeared more youthful, it seemed.
In that fleeting moment, under the dim light, he truly overlapped somewhat with that gentle middle-aged man in Tong Tong's photo.
"Go rest first." While Su Yan was still typing, a hand suddenly pressed down on his keyboard. "It's late. Wait a little longer, you go ahead and sleep. Tong Tong is also my daughter."
Wen Ning pursed her lips and murmured hesitantly, "When she goes to school, I'll help support the family too."
"When that time comes, I'll definitely repay everything I owe you." "Support the family? Isn't it just about supporting Tong Tong? Are you planning to keep me too?" Chapter 35, Not angry anymore? "Alright, go to sleep." Seeing that it was about time, Su Yan didn't argue with her any further. He switched off the computer and stood up. "Well, you'd better earn more money then.
Tong Tong has already warned me my worth is skyrocketing these days.
I'm afraid you won't be able to afford my upkeep." "Who said anything about keeping you?"
Wen Ning only then realized there was something off about what she just said. For some reason, she felt her imposing manner falter slightly and wanted to rebut him.
"Then, you'll have to learn more skills, singing, dancing, things like that."
She stood there in silence for quite a while before finally blurting out, "Otherwise, I'd be at such a loss."
"Dream on."
Su Yan stood before the bathroom sink washing his face and said, "I sell my body, not my talents."
Wen Ning couldn't respond to that.
Carrying her water glass, she retreated to her bedroom.
Su Yan didn't pay it any mind either.
After washing up, he lay down on the sofa to rest. He didn't have any fussy habits about sleeping in unfamiliar beds, so he quickly fell into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning. Strands of early morning sunlight fell across his face, making Su Yan squint slightly. He fumbled for his phone on the coffee table and checked the time, 9 o'clock. The bedroom door was tightly shut, and the living room was utterly silent.
To maintain Tong Tong's healthy routine, Su Yan reluctantly sat up.
Yet when he returned from buying breakfast downstairs, neither mother nor daughter had gotten out of bed.
"What time is it already?" "In the room."
Wen Ning held the soft and tender Su Miaotong in her arms, as if cuddling a very comfortable stuffed doll, her lips slightly pursed as she sank deep into dreamland. Hazily, she heard a steady knocking sound by her ear.
"I bought you breakfast." "Taking Tong Tong to get up. Didn't you say your family members were coming back today and you needed to leave early?" It was Su Yan's voice.
Wen Ning didn't want to move at all, nor did she want to respond. Yesterday, she returned to her room and didn't sleep well in the latter half of the night. It wasn't until nearly dawn that she managed to fall asleep. Now she only felt utterly exhausted, her eyelids barely able to lift, almost on the verge of being pulled back into slumber by drowsiness. But after about half a minute, the knocking at the door persisted. Now, even Tong Tong in my arms was unhappy. "Mom, go open the door quickly." Tong Tong furrowed her brows and drowsily pulled the blanket over her head, muttering, "So noisy, so noisy, so noisy." Wen Ning also felt extremely irritable. As she floated between sleep and wakefulness, a surge of suffocating anger suddenly rose within her. She rose swiftly from the bed with a cold expression and walked over to open the door. At this moment, Wen Ning was only wearing that matching family set of cloth cat-printed long sleeves and pants. Because the outfit was rather thin, Su Yan noticed that this campus belle-one's proportions weren't actually that modest after all, though it might also have been because her waist was exceptionally slender, making certain aspects appear even more prominent by contrast. "You've been quiet for ages." Su Yan studied the sleep mark pressed into her cheek, remarking, "You don't seem like the lazy type, just look what time it's gotten to." Wen Ning threw him a glance before silently turning back toward her room. Then she lay back on the bed, imitating Tong Tong by pulling the blanket up over her head. Su Yan froze in place. "Wait, are you seriously taking advantage of this now? How can such a big girl look exactly like Tong Tong in the morning?" A world-famous painting, 2 sulking babies, 1 big and 1 small. But early in the morning, Su Yan really couldn't be bothered to provoke her. "Sweetheart, time to get up." He walked over and directly reached both hands into the quilt, gripping Tongtong under her arms. With effortless ease, like pulling a radish from the ground, he plucked his daughter out of the warm, cozy bedding.
Dad, stop being so annoying. Tongtong, people who haven't gotten up by this hour are lazy dogs, useless trash. Of course, this remark wasn't meant for Tongtong.
As for who it was directed at, the grown girl beneath the covers would have to figure that out for herself. Wen Ning buried herself under the blanket for a while longer, but eventually couldn't take it anymore.
Su Yan.
She threw off the covers and sat up, her chest heaving as she took 2 deep breaths.
No wonder Tongtong gets mad at you every morning. You're really annoying.
Su Yan also grew displeased. That child is at a growing age, how could he skip breakfast?
It's not like I enjoy waking up early every day to go by it.
Because what he said was so reasonable, Wen Ning really couldn't refute it. Her sleep had always been light and of poor quality, and now that she'd been woken, there was no way she could fall asleep again. She had no choice but to get out of bed and swiftly put on her jacket. Mother and daughter entered the bathroom to wash up, standing side by side brushing their teeth in silence before the mirror. Wen Ning's morning grumpiness after waking up was slightly different from Tongtong's. She had already tied her loose hair into a ponytail, her face mostly expressionless, except for the tightly pressed line of her lips.
This intensified the coolly elegant aura about her. Wen Ning noticed through the mirror that Su Yan was leaning outside drinking water, occasionally glancing her way.
After washing her face, the restlessness in her heart had largely subsided,
but still somewhat unwilling to speak.
It wasn't until she led her daughter to the dining table and saw the still warm milk and corn that Wen Ning belatedly realized what had happened. The lingering resentment in her heart instantly vanished.
Suddenly feeling a bit guilty. Don't pretend it never happened.
Su Yan replied with a half-smile, you just lost your temper with me.
I was just. Wen Ning's ears grew hot.
She instinctively wanted to say something soothing, but the words stuck in her throat. Her voice suddenly softened. I didn't sleep well last night, didn't mean to snap at you. No, I bought you breakfast, and you still gave me attitude first thing in the morning.
Su Yan poured milk into 2 glasses, then slowly added several spoonfuls of cereal before speaking. I'm upset.
Ha? Wen Ning lowered her eyes and forced herself to say, well,
I couldn't see clearly when I woke up this morning and didn't realize it was you.
The unspoken implication being, had I known it was you, I wouldn't have lost my temper.
Sure.
Su Yan stared at her for a moment before drawling lazily, so now you're learning to make excuses, are you?
How about this?
Wen Ning licked her slightly parched lips. Next time you wake up in the morning, just ignore me, or you can even lose your temper with me.
And you think there'll be a next time? Su Yan almost laughed in exasperation. I don't have that kind of habit. What's with you mother-daughter pair being exactly the same? Am I some kind of dog that needs to be kicked twice every morning? I can't control it when I'm woken up.
Wen Ning felt extraordinarily guilty, nervously tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ears which were flushed crimson.
This really was something she didn't handle right.
She'd even pinky sworn with Tongtong, yet she, as the mother, couldn't keep her promise.
It really wasn't fair to Su Yan. That,
after hesitating for a long time, Wen Ning finally seemed to make up her mind and said, could you pinch my cheeks too, like you did when scolding Tongtong this morning?
I won't resist. Let's not be angry anymore, okay?
Su Yan never imagined that the aloof campus beauty Wen Qingqing would speak to him in such a soft, almost pleading voice.
Are you treating me like Tongtong now?
Su Yan sat there without saying a word. After a long while, he finally pushed 2 cups of prepared oatmeal milk forward.
Made these for both of you. Drink up. Chapter 36, A Nasty Temper.
For Wen Ning, this weekend had actually been quite productive.
She'd spent time with Tongtong and also checked in on Su Yan's current study progress.
But after her family members returned home, she might not enjoy this kind of freedom anymore. Although Xiao Ziqin didn't particularly like this eldest daughter, she had still raised her for over a decade. It might not qualify as maternal love, but it was at least the kindness of upbringing. So after breakfast, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and prepared to return home. Her next meeting with Tongtong would probably have to wait until the weekend. For the following week, Su Yan also decided to start practicing the reversed version of the 9 scriptures.
There wasn't much time left, just a few months.
For him, the only option was to memorize and practice as much as possible. Not that he aimed to achieve exceptionally high scores. After Tongtong appeared, the course of the future had already begun to change, including the universities Su Yan and Wen Ning would attend in the future. Therefore, Su Yan still hoped that when choosing schools, his low scores wouldn't influence Wen Ning's decision.
It's probably about maintaining some dignity as a man.
At noon, Li Yuyu had just returned with her lunch. She spotted Su Yan sitting in the corner at first glance, eating while reading a book.
What's gotten into you recently?
Li Yuyu sat down and pulled out her little vocabulary notebook too. Before, I couldn't even force you to study by pushing your head down, yet suddenly you're looking at English now.
Wouldn't you say, rebellious phase kicked in?
Su Yan casually said, that's exactly why.
It's only fun to study when even the English teacher thinks I'm hopeless. Li Yuyu sighed, you really are.
These days, she felt Su Yan studied even more obsessively than she did. Not just during breaks, even while walking, he'd be flipping through the vocabulary app on his phone.
Had this guy gone completely off the deep end? Yo-yo, there's actually something I've been meaning to ask you. Su Yan took a sip of egg drop soup. When we chose our academic streams back then, why didn't you pick the humanities?
Li Yuyu quietly ate her meal and read her book with her head bowed.
She knew she wasn't very bright, always a bit slow in every reaction. My logical thinking and ability to extrapolate were simply disastrous.
Subjects like math, physics, and chemistry were incredibly difficult for me. It was pure torture for both myself and my teachers. I had to put in far more effort than others, relying solely on rote memorization just to barely keep up.
Hey, why are you two hiding here eating?
Chen Hao, carrying a tray as he passed by, noticed the two of them.
Su Yan remained silent,
because there was still a girl standing behind him. Clad in a simple school uniform, she sported straight bangs that made her look like a manga heroine. Her eyes were large, and her face bore a charming smile, appearing both cheerful and adorable.
Su Yan had some impression of this girl.
She looks like a girl from one of the liberal arts classes. Anyway, she got along quite well with Chen Hao.
I'll eat with my friends.
Chen Hao smiled at her. Go find them over there.
No worries, let's eat together. The girl held onto her meal, blinked her eyes, and took the initiative to say, mind if I join you?
Li Yuyu glanced up at her briefly before quickly lowering her gaze again. She didn't pay any attention to anyone either, as if everything happening before her eyes had nothing to do with her.
I know you. Su Yan nodded. Chen Hao has been mentioning it to me every day lately. Chen Hao's face clearly showed confusion. When did I ever mention it to you? Really?
She looked visibly surprised, her smile growing even brighter. Hao and I are really just good friends. We met when he was playing basketball on the field.
Su Yan said sincerely. He said you're a very cute girl. Hee, thanks, but really not at all. Lin, you. The girl froze momentarily. Actually, my surname is Su Chanxian from class 11. An awkward silence suddenly descended. Su Yan was silent for a moment. Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else.
He said woodenly, Chen Hao never mentioned you to me.
Cough.
Li Yuyu was in the middle of eating a boiled egg when those words nearly choked her to death. She coughed violently, her face flushing crimson. Trying to suppress a smile yet not daring to laugh, I could only lower my head to hide the curl of my lips, secretly blushing.
Feeling genuinely awkward, the girl couldn't bring herself to stay any longer. Murmuring a soft I'll head over there first, she picked up her tray and went to join her classmates. She's a girl, wasn't that too much?
Chen Hao didn't seem bothered, sitting down carelessly. Just met her yesterday in PE class, a girl from the liberal arts stream.
I know.
Su Yan casually remarked, you shouldn't go around causing trouble for others.
How is this causing trouble?
Chen Hao leaned carelessly against the seat. I went to play basketball with the guys from their class, and she came over asking for my WeChat on her own.
See how happy she was?
Then don't bring them around us. Li Yuyu took out a tissue from her pocket, handed half to Su Yan, then wiped her own mouth before continuing.
You change girls every fortnight like changing clothes.
You might have that kind of free time, but we too don't have time to remember all their faces.
Since childhood, you're the only one who dares talk to me like this.
Chen Hao pointed at her with a smirk. Such a foul temper.
So today you're in a decent mood?
Li Yuyu remained expressionless. She cleared her dinner plate, then stood up and said to Su Yan, I'm heading back first.
You stay with him. Without waiting for either of them to respond, she turned and walked away. What's wrong now?
Chen Hao was also a bit annoyed. She seemed quite happy chatting with you earlier.
Why does she act like this the moment she sees me? It's like two people take an instant dislike to each other the moment they meet.
Back in elementary and middle school, Yuyu used to be so adorable, always following behind him like a little tail calling him Brother Chen Hao.
Su Yan recalled the question he had just asked Yuyu moments ago. Tell me, why did Yuyu choose science when we were divided into classes back then? I have no idea.
Chen Hao took a bite of his chicken leg. She's incredibly stubborn and won't listen to reason. I tried talking to her about it multiple times, but she still insisted on choosing science.
This guy.
Su Yan also felt rather helpless.
Can these two really, in the future? Chen Hao is the kind of person who makes a perfect friend in every way. Loyal, passionate, and generous. But as for the rest, Su Yan didn't feel it proper to say more.
I feel young now, just doing whatever, nothing major to worry about.
Su Yan shook his head. You'll regret it later. That's exactly it.
Chen Hao strongly agreed with this statement. Since childhood, she'd been slow to anger and slow in general, never quick-witted, always half a beat behind in everything.
Hardly the makings of a science-minded person.
Yet she adored writing, devoured books of all genres, studied with fierce dedication, and wrote exceptionally beautiful calligraphy. Had she pursued humanities, she might have soared long ago.
Nobody mentioned Yuyu. Su Yan sighed and patted his shoulder. I meant you. Chapter 37, definitely not me anyway.
Chen Hao stood out as a rather conspicuous oddball at number 1 high school.
He skimped on studying, never took academics seriously, and spent his free time either at internet cafes or playing basketball. Nearly every teacher who had taught him remarked that he lacked focus. If he'd only put some effort into his studies, he certainly wouldn't be in this state now. Yet Chen Hao merely paid lip service to the advice, remaining incorrigible despite repeated admonishments. Li Yuyu returned to the classroom and sprawled over her desk with a book, no longer dwelling on the girl she'd encountered earlier in the cafeteria. Suddenly, the hood of the sweatshirt was grabbed and forcefully yanked backward. Reading with your face on the desk, do you even care about your eyes anymore? After finishing his meal, Chen Hao stood with his hands in his pockets and said from behind, sit up straight. Li Yuyu felt a bit breathless, her face flushing even redder. Let go, or I'll lose my temper. I've told you countless times, no writing while slumped over the table, no reading while lying in bed. Chen Hao couldn't be bothered to humor her. Don't you know how to protect your eyes? Do you think thick lenses look good? Who asked for your meddling? Li Yuyu was quite annoyed and muttered under her breath. What does it matter to you whether it looks good or not? Still, she sat up straight. Because of the height difference, this guy had a particular fondness for tugging on his own hat, gripping it like a stubborn turtle that refused to let go. Chen Hao finally sat down beside them, casually pushing the items on the table to the side. Let me copy your notes from this morning. He turned and tapped Su Yan's desk. Hurry up, I haven't written a single word yet. Su Yan kept his head down, replying to Wen Ning's message on his phone, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Figure it out yourself. Chen Hao turned back, cursing under his breath, and went to find Li Yuyu nearby. Not giving. Li Yuyu warily shielded the notebook on the desk with her hand. Chen Hao didn't mind either. With one hand gripping her arm, he effortlessly snatched the notebook away with the other. On it were elegant and beautiful handwritten characters, each one recorded with remarkable clarity and neatness. Li Yuyu had practiced calligraphy as a child. Although her academic performance wasn't great, her handwriting was unexpectedly beautiful. I say, young lady, why must your temper be so awful? Chen Hao copied while casually remarking, back when we were kids, I treated you so well, doted on you like a little sister. How come you don't remember your brother's kindness at all? Yet when she was with Su Yan, every aspect of her demeanor seemed perfectly normal. Sometimes, when teased, she'd even narrow her eyes and laugh. Perhaps not exceptionally beautiful, but at least when she's happy, there are moments that can touch the heart. Once accustomed to her features, seeing her smile easily brings a sense of joy to the heart. Li Yuyu pursed her lips and said with obvious displeasure, do you really have to keep harping on this trivial matter for so many years? How annoying. At least have some conscience when you speak. Chen Hao shook his pen tip while writing and remarked, I've got plenty of friends, men and women alike. Yet you're the only one who dares to give me attitude every single day. Li Yuyu scoffed, so where are they now? Chen Hao instinctively wanted to argue back, but then realized she hadn't actually said anything wrong. After all these years, through middle school and high school transitions, only Yuyu and Su Yan had remained by his side. With such a fierce temper, how will you ever get married when you grow up? Chen Hao returned the notebook to her while studying her eyes beneath her bangs. When the time comes, if you're still single at 30, you'll just have to cry about it alone at home. Li Yuyu couldn't even be bothered to respond, keeping her eyes lowered as she continued reading. She knew she wasn't pretty enough, and most boys preferred pretty girls. It was girls like Wen Ning, both beautiful and intelligent, who would always be the most popular with boys. Actually, there's still a faint sense of unhappiness in my heart. She couldn't help it. She couldn't transform herself into a pretty girl. So, there's still a bit of envy lingering. Seeing that little potato ignored him, Chen Hao felt rather uninterested. He was naturally restless and could hardly sit still for long, so he leaned over to chat with Li Yuyu again. Hey, was just playing with you earlier, are you mad again? Nope. Li Yuyu's face remained expressionless. I have a bad temper. I'm not good looking either, and what you said isn't wrong. During the lunch break, the old-fashioned radio played melodious music. Though the tunes were soothing, they inexplicably irritated her. Chen Hao paused for a moment. I only said your bad temper is why you can't get married. I didn't say you're not good looking. But I really am unattractive. Li Yuyu had an ordinary expression. That's a fact. Fine then. Chen Hao bent his leg and kicked her stool. If by the time you're 30, you're still stuck at home and can't get married, I'll reluctantly take you as my wife. Li Yuyu raised her eyes disdainfully and said, even if by 30 you still haven't managed to use that face of yours to trick some poor woman into marrying you, I would never, absolutely never, consider a scoundrel like you. With that, she turned her attention back to her textbook. Su Yan's hand trembled upon hearing this, and the pen in his hand smudged a blot of ink across the paper. Don't be so quick to swear off possibilities. Don't make your intentions so obvious. However, when Su Yan thought about it, he realized that according to his daughter's age, he and Wen Ning must have gotten married in their 30s too. Based on Tong Tong's description, his relationship with Wen Ning must have weathered many storms. It was clearly a long and enduring marathon. To this day, he still couldn't understand how two completely unrelated people fell passionately in love after graduating from university and eventually entered into marriage. Su Yan took out his phone and sent a message to the campus bell of Wen University. Ning, I need to ask you something. Wen Ning? Su Yan had never addressed Wen Ning like this before. Perhaps because his tone sounded unusually solemn, Wen Ning replied extremely quickly. But still somewhat perplexed by his meaning, she simply fired back with a blunt question mark. Do you remember who pursued whom back then? Wen Ning? Wen Ning, back then, you must mean the future, right? That is to say, the time that belongs to Tongtong. Wen Ning hesitated for a long time before continuing to reply. How should I know? You'll have to ask Tongtong about this. Su Yan thought for a moment, trying to recall every word Tongtong had said to him these past few days, and finally arrived at a conclusion. Tongtong says you're always trying to steal daddy from her. Well, it seems it was you who pursued me madly back then. That's why you'd even get jealous of our daughter in the end. Valid point. But Wen Ning remained silent. Above the WeChat chat box, typing, was displayed, seemingly stuck. It was a long time before she replied. Tongtong also said that when I make you kneel on the washboard, you just obediently kneel on it. Why can't it be you who pursued me? Wen Ning's personality was such that unless she genuinely liked someone herself, no amount of pursuing could win her over. For 3 years in high school, she never had any romantic rumors, nor was there ever a boy by her side. She never thought she'd fall head over heels for someone over anything, much less pursue them with the same fervor as those silly schoolgirls. Of course, Su Yan thought the same way. I'll ask Tongtong about it when I get home tonight. Well, let's ask and make it clear. Both of them simultaneously sent a message in the chat box. Su Yan, anyway, it definitely wasn't me. Wen Ning, anyway, it definitely wasn't me. Chapter 38, I'll keep you company. That evening after returning home, Su Yan asked Tongtong about this matter. It was evident that Tongtong's mother had indeed frequently shared stories of the past with her daughter. She'd heard the love story between her parents countless times before. Lots of boys had crushes on Mom when she was in school, Tongtong bragged, but Mom didn't like any of them until she graduated and met Dad. Su Yan put the call on speakerphone. On the other end of the line, Wen Ning quietly awaited her daughter's reply. But sadly, even Tongtong didn't know who pursued whom. Mom said it was Dad who liked her first. Dad pursued her for a long time before she finally agreed. Tongtong bit her finger, but Dad said it was Mom who confessed first the day they got together, then stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Both fell into silence. So, even when they start a family in the future, will this remain an unsolved mystery? Is this how tsunderas date each other? Actually, I can somewhat sense it too. Wen Ning hesitated for a long while before deciding to strike first. She said mildly, to think you'd chase after me for so long, you're quite persistent, aren't you? Not really. Su Yan drawled lazily, that day you confessed, even your relatives had to tiptoe. Must have been exhausting for them. Wen Ning sulked in silence, refusing to speak. She could hardly imagine her usually reserved personality ever taking such initiative. Yet Tongtong's words, given their height difference, she would indeed need to tiptoe slightly unless Su Yan lowered his head. Meanwhile, Su Yan was somewhat frustrated too. It took a long pursuit before she finally agreed. Tongtong, are you sure Dad's the wolf that got whacked by the frying pan and sent flying? Of course, Su Yan didn't think Tongtong was lying. Perhaps it was simply that neither of them knew at this moment what it would truly look like when they genuinely fell in love. In the following period, although they called each other every day, their opportunities to meet grew much fewer. One reason was the heavy academic workload. Another because Wen Ning had to consider her family's thoughts. Until one day in late March. That day, Su Yan suddenly felt intense discomfort in her abdomen. At first, he thought he might have eaten something bad, so he didn't think much of it. But gradually, he realized something was wrong. The pain seemed to be getting worse, accompanied by nausea and an upset stomach. On top of that, he also seemed to be running a fever. I feel completely groggy and in terrible condition. Feeling ill, Su Yan didn't delay and decided to go to the hospital after school. Chen Hao and Li Yuyu were shocked to see him in such pain. His lips had gone pale, his forehead drenched in sweat, and utterly unable to rise from his chair. The two immediately accompanied him like family would. Ian, you gotta hold on no matter what. Chen Hao supported his best friend, tears welling up in his eyes. How am I supposed to live without you? Stop fucking bawling like I'm already dead. Su Yan grimaced in pain, not dying anytime soon. After registering at the hospital, the doctor sent Su Yan for an x-ray. Such a shame for someone so young. The doctor reviewing the x-ray turned around, let's remove it. Su Yan, ? Appendix. The doctor then smiled leisurely and said, don't worry, young man. It's nothing serious. You came just in time. The conclusive diagnosis was acute appendicitis, which is indeed common among young people of this age, with various potential triggers. Since medical attention was sought promptly, it's not a serious issue. The surgery takes less than 2 hours to complete and carries minimal risks.
Just rest for a few days, watch your diet, and you'll basically be fine.
You really scared me to death just now.
Liu finally let out a long sigh of relief. I'll go pay the bill first.
Chen Hao, you call Yan's aunt? By the time Wen Ning learned about this matter, it was already the next day. Since Su Yan didn't think it was a big deal, he hadn't mentioned it to her.
It was Tong Tong who called in tears, telling her that Dad had collapsed. Because Tong Tong was crying too hard to speak clearly, Wen Ning's heart immediately clenched, feeling her breath grow uneven. Having gone through what happened with her mother, she'd become abnormally sensitive to words like hospital and illness. After confirming which hospital it was, she immediately hailed a cab and rushed over as soon as school let out.
In the simple hospital room,
Su Yan, dressed in white patient clothes, lay reclined on the bed, his face full of helplessness. Tong Tong lay beside the bed, holding her father's hand, her voice hoarse from crying.
Be good, Tong Tong, don't cry anymore. Su Yan pinched her cheek. Daddy's completely fine. Right at that moment, Su Lingling walked in carrying a wash basin from outside.
Hearing Tong Tong's cries, her nose suddenly tingled with sadness.
Then, she too began to cry. Auntie's heart aches seeing you like this, Ban Ban.
Su Lingling sniffled hard. You've never been seriously ill since childhood, how could this happen so suddenly?
You're the only male heir in our family. Auntie. Su Yan was silent for a moment. I just had my appendix removed. Not neutered.
Su Lingling choked back sobs, saying, but cutting a slice on the belly must hurt so much.
I'll give you anesthesia, it won't hurt at all. The anesthesia hurts too. That needle is so long, woo woo. And so, Su Lingling cried even harder.
At this moment, Wen Ning hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Su Yan was leaning against the bed, his complexion looking alright, though his lips were slightly pale, with an 4 drip still attached to the back of his hand.
What happened to you?
Hearing the sobs, Wen Ning also became a bit flustered. Just last week you were perfectly fine.
It's just appendicitis.
Su Yan turned his head slightly in surprise to look at her. Kids these days get scared so easily, thought something serious had happened to me.
Wen Ning bit her lip. Then Auntie.
Su Yan chuckled softly. Auntie is still a kid too. It wasn't until Su Yan took out the scans that Wen Ning carefully examined them, finally allowing her whole body to relax. It took Su Yan a long time to finally reassure his aunt and Tong Tong, making them believe there was absolutely nothing wrong with his health.
Tong Tong, how about staying with Auntie these couple of days? Su Yan gently pinched his daughter's ear. Really, I'm fine. If Tong Tong keeps crying, it'll make me sad too.
With Auntie present, he didn't dare call himself Dad in front of Tong Tong. Auntie, you're pregnant, you should take Tong Tong home to rest first. Wen Ning glanced at the night outside, then at the multiple missed calls on her phone. Before coming, she'd only told her father and stepmother she was going to visit a classmate at the hospital. Wen Ning sent a message to her dad, then locked her phone screen and slipped it into her pocket. I'll stay with him tonight.
Su Lingling hesitated, asking uncertainly, are you sure about this? Wen Ning nodded, it's fine. Only if I stay will Tong Tong feel at ease, right?
Tong Tong's eyes were still red and swollen.
Su Yan glanced at her but didn't say anything more. After Su Lingling took Tong Tong back to rest, Su Yan checked the time, it was 9:30 p.m. Wen Ning, you should head back too.
He said, you have classes tomorrow, send me a message when you get home.
Wen Ning didn't respond.
She merely took off her coat and placed it on the companion chair beside her, preparing to fetch a thermos of hot water.
Apparently, she genuinely intended to stay. You said your family has been keeping a tight rein on you lately? Won't your stepmother and stepsister give you disapproving looks again later?
Su Yan frowned, I'm really fine, just need a few days rest.
Wen Ning's movements finally paused momentarily.
She turned back to look at Su Yan, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest. When I was 7 years old, that's when Mom left.
She muttered gloomily, she said the same thing to me too. Su Yan.
His throat moved slightly, unsure of what to say.
That night, she told me to go home.
Wen Ning's voice was soft, and she told me that after a good night's sleep, Mom would wake up healthy and fine, as if nothing had ever happened. Because of that, she'd always been somewhat afraid of hospitals. After all, she'd spent several years of her childhood accompanying her mother in hospitals. Only those who have experienced it would understand.
But these are things Xiao Ziqin and Wen Xiong wouldn't grasp.
Su Yan wasn't too keen on making her recall those past events.
Didn't you say before that your family forbids you from hanging out with boys before graduation? He sat up, trying to force a smile. But the movement tugged at his stomach wound, sending a dull throb of pain. What if your stepmother goes to school and reports me for puppy love?
Then just tell her I chased after you, after all, that's what you've always believed anyway.
Wen Ning smiled too, I won't leave until you're completely healed. Chapter 39, that's his wife.
Wen Ning didn't give him a chance to refuse. After saying that, she turned directly and headed to the bathroom to fetch hot water. Once she reached the hallway, her pocketed phone finally buzzed. It was a call from Dad.
Hey Ning, where are you now? Wen Xining's steady voice came through the phone. Dad's coming to take you home. I'm at the hospital.
Wen Ning turned to look at the hospital room. Su Yan was leaning against the bed, head bowed as he texted someone, not paying attention to what was happening here. After a long pause, Wen Ning finally withdrew her gaze. My classmate is sick. Since he's helped me a lot before, I thought I should take care of him.
Is it that boy from before?
Wen Ning remained silent.
That's not something a student like you should be doing.
When Qiming said patiently, he has his own family, people who care about him.
Right now you're just a high school student, the most important thing is studying? But Dad, I'm graduating in just a few months. Wen Ning interrupted him, by that time, what will truly matter to me? Wen Qiming was speechless. Dad, don't worry.
Wen Ning held her phone and whispered softly, certain matters.
I just don't know how to tell you about them.
From childhood to adulthood, Wen Ning had always secretly hoped her father would favor her just once when making choices. But from the moment father brought Aunt Xiao directly into her life, to Wen Xiong's birth, and up until now,
not even once. Tongtong's situation was something Wen Ning truly didn't know how to bring up. Dad and Xu Yan's family were different matters altogether.
He had his own wife, a family, and a daughter in her first year of middle school.
Consequently, Dad might need to put more consideration into their feelings and well-being, rather than yourself. Wen Qiming, Ning, you,
their daughter's personality had always been quiet and reserved. Since childhood, she had almost never made any demands, nor had she ever contradicted him or Xiao Ziqin. This was the first time he'd heard his daughter speak to him in such a tone. Wen Qiming actually knew that Ning had always been a very stubborn child. Perhaps it was because her childhood had been too happy and wonderful when her mother was still around. So if Ning ever discovered she wasn't her parents' one and only steadfast choice, she'd rather not depend on anyone at all. In this regard, Ning's personality is exactly like her mother's. This holds true whether it comes to familial love or romantic love. And it's only now that Wen Qiming has truly realized one thing. The daughter has grown up. She began to make choices for herself, not for her stepmother and stepsisters. The call didn't end until half an hour later. Wen Qiming didn't know what to say to his daughter either. The moment he opened his mouth, it was just the same old lecture about how someone your age should focus on studying. Both of them sadly realized that they didn't know when it had started. The rift between father and daughter had actually grown this wide. What's wrong? Su Yan looked at Wen Ning coming in from outside. You've been gone a long time. Wen Ning shook her head. I made a phone call to Dad, and went to buy a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel while I was out. She set the bag in her hand down, choosing not to bring up the matter again. I just went to ask the nurse. Wen Ning poured hot water into the basin and tested the temperature with her hand. For today and tomorrow, you must stay in bed and only consume liquid foods. Additionally, you must avoid strenuous exercise and keep the wound dry for 2 weeks after being discharged. It's indeed not a serious illness, but you still need to be careful. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Wen Ning asked casually. No need, just sit here and read a book. Su Yan shook his head. Then help me get the laptop from my bag. What are you trying to do? I still have work to finish. No. Feeling frustrated by his disobedience, when Ning's temper flared, the nurse said you need bed rest. Why must you always be so stubborn? No more phone either. After washing your face, straight to bed. Scolded harshly from head to toe, Su Yan was also a bit stunned. Immediately after, his phone was snatched away by Wen Ning, who locked the screen and placed it on the small table beside them. Wait. Su Yan was baffled. You've been acting a little too bold in front of me lately, haven't you? And you're not even my wife yet. Yeah. Wen Ning wrung out the hot towel and unfolded it. I've got a special fondness for bullying delicate little invalids. Here, bring your face closer and roll it around in the towel for a bit. Delicate? Su Yan took it gloomily. I'll wipe it myself. After finishing washing up, Wen Ning went to pour out the water before sitting down on the accompanying chair. Call me if you need anything. She turned off the light and then took her coat down from the rack. Su Yan turned his head and watched as she sat down on the accompanying chair, then rustled to drape her coat over herself before finally tucking her legs underneath. Only her head remained exposed, with one hand still free to play with her phone. The faint glow of the screen illuminated her face. Wen Ning's features had always carried a touch of cold elegance, but now she appeared even more solitary. She performed these movements with practiced ease, as if she'd done them countless times before. She had slept many nights on the hospital's accompanying chair. As a child, Wen Ning could probably wrap herself up as tightly as a ball. Now, she has grown up, and the person who needed her to huddle under her coat, keeping vigil night after night, was no longer there. Thinking of this, Su Yan felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Wen Ning raised her eyes with intuitive sensitivity. You should rest early, you have class tomorrow. Su Yan didn't want to bring up her sad memories, so he lay down without saying anything more. It wasn't until late at night that he woke up again, this time thirsty. The ward was quiet, with faint moonlight streaming in from outside and occasional footsteps in the hallway. Su Yan didn't think much of it and sat up to pour himself some water. Being in the hospital, Wen Ning hadn't been sleeping deeply and was startled awake immediately. What's wrong? Just getting some water. Go back to sleep. As a result, Just as he was about to get out of bed, Wen Ning had already stood up.
If you're thirsty, can't you call someone? Wen Ning walked to the table and said, don't you realize you're a patient? That tone of yours. Su Yan was somewhat displeased. Why are you copying the way I talk?
Wen Ning ignored him, placing the warm water cup in his hands before returning to her chair and lying down again. In the middle of the night, Su Yan quietly got up again, only to find himself staring into Wen Ning's strikingly beautiful eyes once more.
You even need to help me go to the bathroom?
Wen Ning closed her eyes again and pulled her coat up a little.
Then go ahead.
Early the next morning, Wen Ning prepared to leave for school.
Have some porridge later, you can read a book in the morning, but don't use the computer.
She slung her backpack over her shoulder and said, I'll come back around noon.
Su Yan nodded. Go to class.
You don't need to come so often afterwards, I'm not a child either. Wen Ning threw him a glance, folded the accompanying chair and placed it aside, then walked off with her backpack. When school let out at noon, she checked the time and bought a meal on her way to eat at the hospital. She only realized upon arriving at the hospital that an elderly man had also been admitted to the ward. There was also a middle-aged woman sitting nearby, who appeared to be his daughter. At the moment, Su Yan was chatting casually with the elderly man.
Uncle, how old are you this year? 52. The woman reluctantly peeled an apple for him. If you were 52, should I call you dad or brother?
The old man chuckled heartily, full of vitality, not looking like a patient at all.
Wen Ning didn't pay much attention and walked in, placing her school bag on the table. Have you eaten yet?
She pulled the curtain aside a little, letting sunlight fall onto Su Yan's quilt.
I've eaten. Auntie was just here. MHM.
Wen Ning nodded, opened her lunchbox, and sat down beside him to eat. She eats quietly, but not slowly.
The old man suddenly grinned and said, young man, is this your wife? Wen Ning's hand holding the chopsticks noticeably paused.
She glanced at Su Yan, silently swallowing the food in her mouth. No,
sir, she's not my wife.
Su Yan smiled and said, just a very good classmate of mine, who came specially to see me. Oh, still unmarried. The old man nodded. That girl treats you so well, you should hurry and bring her home as your wife.
Su Yan. Wen Ning. My dad's got a bit of dementia.
The woman, somewhat embarrassed, quickly shoved the apple into his hand. Dad, that's his friend, not his wife.
Not his wife. You're the one with dementia. Your whole family's got dementia.
The old man grew angry. I could tell at a glance, that girl is his wife.
Chapter 40. It really did look like her. No. Wen Ning still wanted to protest.
But the old man clearly wouldn't hear any of it, convinced the two were a couple, sitting on the bed and grinning like a fool.
When's the wedding? Uncle, we're still just kids. MHM, it's about time to have a child.
The old man nodded. If you two are stable, hurry up and have a chubby baby boy. How adorable.
Wen Ning couldn't bear to listen any longer.
She wanted to explain further but felt it wouldn't make any difference. Facing this chatty yet harmless old man, she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. Wen Ning stuffed a boiled egg into her mouth and muttered, who wants to bear him a chubby baby boy anyway?
Oh, prefers daughters then.
The old man chuckled heartily. Having a girl is good. Girls are better behaved, more obedient, and more affectionate.
Su Yan also smiled. That's true. Wen Ning couldn't take it anymore. I'm going back.
She gathered the leftover lunchbox and placed it in the trash bin, ready to take the garbage down with her. Truth be told, when she came by at noon, there really wasn't anything for her to do. This made her actions seem like she had just come by to check on Su Yan, then stayed to eat a boxed meal by his side.
If you think about it, that was rather odd behavior. No wonder the old man got the wrong idea.
However, by noon on the third day, Su Yan was discharged from the hospital. His constitution was good, and he recovered well. After resting at home for 2 days and returning to remove the stitches, there would basically be no problems.
So soon?
The old man watched as the two packed their things, feeling reluctant to see them go. Getting older, he truly enjoyed conversation, but his children were often busy with work. These past few days, it had been Su Yan keeping him company and chatting with him.
Yeah, rushing to study. Su Yan grabbed his backpack. Take care, sir. Hope you recover soon. Gee, you two should get along well.
The old man beamed with a smile. After you go back, have a child soon. People, after all, should be young.
No.
After enduring 2 days of incessant nagging, Wen Ning couldn't hold back any longer as they were leaving.
Uncle, please stop lecturing. We'll get divorced immediately after we return home.
Su Yan felt somewhat amused, but with the wound still on his stomach, holding in his laughter caused a slight ache. He also thought it quite refreshing to hear such words from her mouth. After leaving the hospital, Wen Ning stood by the roadside to hail a cab, intending to send Su Yan home.
Go back to campus, he said. Su Yan took his things over. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to class as usual. It's only been a few days anyway, so it shouldn't set him back much academically. After all, it's already the final sprint. But Wen Ning was the one he was worried about. She had been running to the hospital constantly these past 2 days, and Su Yan feared it might take a toll on her. Lost in thought, Wen Ning brushed him off absent-mindedly. Don't worry, there's still time. Seeing her insistence, Su Yan didn't say anything more. When they got back home, the two of them effortlessly grabbed their slippers from the shoe rack and walked into the living room. They hadn't been back for several days, and Tong Tong had been staying at Su Lingling's place all this time, so the house felt slightly empty. Wen Ning sat down at the dining table and took out a stack of sticky notes from her bag. She was carefully checking her phone while jotting something down. "What are you doing?" Su Yan lounged on the sofa, watching her with amused ease. "Just noting down some reminders."
Wen Ning replied, "No ice-cold, spicy, or greasy food for you recently."
"Honestly, anything stimulating is completely off-limits. And it'd be best if you had kanji for a few more days." After all, it was a minor procedure. Though not highly risky, you still need to watch your diet and rest post-surgery. "I'll stick this on the kitchen door, you'll see it as soon as you open it." Afterwards, Wen Ning thought for a moment and stuck another note to the top left corner of the computer screen. "No computer use allowed after 12 midnight. A note was also placed on the shoe cabinet. "Light activity is permitted within 2 months, but no strenuous exercise."
In short, whenever Wen Ning found something important, she would jot it down and stick it in the most visible spot. Watching her pace around posting sticky notes everywhere, phone in hand and lost in thought, Su Yan found himself momentarily dazed. Truth be told, it felt somewhat like a temporal dislocation.
Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, scenes like this would be something he saw every day. He didn't know whether Su Yan and Wen Ning in Tong Tong's world would think this way.
By that time, they had already entered the palace of marriage, with a sweet and beautiful daughter, living a happy and fulfilling life. But perhaps, sometimes, in their honey-like existence, during moments of leisure, they might feel a tinge of regret. They had missed each other's finest years and never shared in the youthfulness of one another.
But now,
by the time Su Yan regained his senses, Wen Ning was already standing before him, backpack in hand, ready to leave.
"Were you even listening to me just now?" "Ha?" Su Yan shook his head honestly. "No." Wen Ning sighed and pulled out the sticky notes from her pocket again.
Quickly pressing them against her palm, she scribbled some words, then tore off a note.
"One more. Just stick it here."
Su Yan felt something cold and icy touch his face, followed by a sticky note being pressed onto his cheek.
"I'm heading back first."
Wen Ning adjusted her backpack and said, "I probably won't be coming around much after this. You'll need to take care of yourself." Su Yan froze for a moment before peeling the sticky note off his face. The handwriting on it was delicate and graceful.
"No staying up late, no eating junk food, and no getting sick again."
Beside the exclamation mark, she had also sketched a simple rabbit head in the bottom right corner of the note. Wen Ning must have practiced with just a few strokes. She captured the angry expression of the rabbit's face.
Its ears stood upright, making it look quite furious.
As Wen Ning sat with her head bowed, putting on her shoes, she heard Su Yan's quiet laughter behind her. Probably because of the wound on his stomach, he didn't dare laugh too loudly, sounding rather stifled. "It really does look alike."
Wen Ning didn't know what he was laughing about and hesitantly said, "I think so too. I kind of seem like your mom. My mom wasn't this meticulous."
Su Yan continued laughing unhurriedly. "I meant it really does look like my wife." Wen Ning was visibly flustered. Faintly, one could still see the two dimples that sunk into Su Yan's cheeks when he smiled. They looked exactly like Tong Tong's. Mainly because Wen Ning also felt her behavior carried a hint of that particular implication. "Yes, we should refute this properly."
"What do you mean your wife?"
"Your condition seems quite similar to that old man's."
Wen Ning unconsciously licked her lips.
"Do you, perhaps also have a bit of dementia?"
Chapter 41, Let's be good friends tomorrow. Su Yan thought the girl really couldn't take teasing well. Why did she get so worked up all of a sudden? And after that, the tail end of March completely slipped away. The early spring of April arrived silently, treading on the green buds sprouting from tree branches. A minor illness didn't disrupt Su Yan's daily life.
Each day followed the same routine, going to and from school, then picking up Tong Tong in the evening. Although Wen Ning visited infrequently, every time Su Yan opened the refrigerator, she'd find sticky notes attached to it. Later, Su Lingling raised the suggestion again about sending Tong Tong to school. Mainly, through their interactions during this time, she realized Tong Tong was genuinely intelligent and quick-witted.
An 8-year-old little girl who couldn't be stumped by arithmetic problems meant for 3rd or 4th graders. Ban, I've asked someone to pull some strings at the school."
That day when he came to pick up Tong Tong, Su Lingling handed him a school uniform and badge.
"Can Tong Tong come along to observe the class and attend lessons with regular children? Really?"
Truth be told, Su Yan had always wanted Tong Tong to go to school, mainly because she wanted to integrate into society. Besides mom, dad, grandparents, she also needed friends of her own.
"But it's only temporary."
Su Lingling nodded. "A few months is nothing, but after years, it might affect the little girl's future." Auntie's meaning was actually quite clear. Try to settle the child's identity issues before summer vacation ends, so she can start school in September.
"If we keep delaying, it might not be good anymore."
Su Yan didn't know if his aunt had noticed something, but this had been his plan all along.
Coincidentally, around that time, his and Wen Ning's college entrance exams had just concluded. He might have to bring the child along to college. Auntie, did you spend any money? Not much.
Su Lingling replied casually, just paid some textbook fees, nothing else really.
Su Yan nodded, then squatted down to ask his daughter, Tong Tong, do you want to go to school? I'd like to.
Tong Tong held her father's hand, blinking her almond-shaped eyes that shone as beautifully as ripe grapes, clear and sparkling with moisture. Reincarnation and time travel sounded utterly fantastical, but after all she'd been through, she'd spent countless fuzzy-headed hours pondering and could vaguely grasp the concept now. She was different from the other children. This was an important secret, one she couldn't casually share with anyone except mom and dad. So, when others were around, she made sure to act well-behaved and clever, avoiding loud calls for her father.
Since Tong Tong was willing, Su Yan didn't press further. The next day, Su Lingling arranged for Su Miaotong to observe classes in the second grade at Chaoyang Primary School. The homeroom teacher, surnamed Hu, was also a woman in her 30s and had a close relationship with Su Lingling. Teacher Hu took an immediate liking to the little girl and exclaimed in amazement, "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful little girl." Su Lingling just smiled and said, "Her sister is even more beautiful." Su Miaotong was wearing a white dress today. Kids her age rarely wear white clothes because they get dirty so easily. But she was spotless, with her soft long hair tied into 2 braids, dressing herself up like a little princess. Being a transfer student on top of everything, she found herself surrounded by a swarm of classmates right after the first class ended, chattering away with endless questions. Because she was pretty and had a lively, outgoing personality, all the children in the class loved to play with her. Su Lingling watched all this, and only then did she leave the school with peace of mind. Tong Tong, your braids look so pretty. My grandma did them for me. Your outfit is so beautiful too. Yeah, it was mom who bought it for me.
Su Miaotong smiled, her eyes arched into crescents as she took out soft candies shaped like little rabbits from her bag, distributing them one by one to everyone. When she reached the last row, there sat a rather scruffy-looking girl with yellow hair. She was thin, and her clothes looked dirty. She had cut her hair short and sat alone at the very last row, writing by herself with no deskmate, and no one spoke to her during breaks.
My name is Su Miaotong, you can call me Tong Tong.
Su Miaotong placed a piece of candy on her desk, her voice sweet and soft like a child's. It's delicious, soft and sweet. The little girl glanced at her, not uttering a word, and silently pushed the candy back. Su Miaotong felt somewhat disappointed, but still didn't want to give up. Generously scooping a handful of gummies from her bag, she continued, "What's your name?" The disheveled little girl subconsciously lifted her eyelids. What met her gaze were Su Miaotong's bright, large eyes shimmering with warmth, framed by slightly chubby, fair and delicate cheeks, with long, upturned lashes. Seeing her glance over, Su Miaotong flashed her a pure, guileless smile. The little girl suddenly stood up and slapped the palm of her hand hard. Then she simply ran straight outside. A sharp-eyed child noticed right away. "You Yao Yao, you're bullying someone again. Tong Tong, don't play with her. She doesn't even have parents, she's a bad kid." Su Miaotong looked at the clear red mark on her soft palm, feeling utterly aggrieved inside. It seemed like she didn't quite like me. Yet at the same time, the name Yu Yao Yao felt strangely familiar, as if I'd heard it somewhere before. But after tilting her head and thinking for a long while, Tong Tong still couldn't remember anything. During the last activity class, a group of children played hide-and-seek on the playground while waiting for their parents to pick them up. Su Miaotong played for a while, then turned her head and saw Yu Yao Yao standing far away. All alone, she crouched in the distance, not joining the other children, holding a piece of chalk and drawing something mysterious on the ground. Su Miaotong hesitated for a moment, then walked toward her with small steps. Yu Yao Yao was squatting on the ground, drawing very seriously, the kind of simple elementary school student's drawing. There was a small house, a river, and grass, clouds and a sun in the sky, and a family of 3 holding hands with smiling faces drawn on them. "Yao Yao, what are you drawing?" Yu Yao Yao froze for a moment and instinctively turned her head. When she saw who it was, her expression abruptly changed as she instinctively tried to shield the chalk drawings on the ground with her body. "Yao Yao, let's play together." Su Miaotong blinked, her almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile as she said to her, "Or, I can paint with you, how about that?" Yu Yao Yao didn't respond, instead her gaze turned somewhat wary. Just as Su Miaotong was about to crouch down beside her, she suddenly stood up. Then, they reached out and gave a push. Su Miaotong lost her balance from the sudden shove, staggered, and bumped her head against the nearby wall. When she got up, she felt a prickling sensation in her nose. All the children nearby rushed over at once, wearing expressions of alarm. "Tong Tong's nose is bleeding, go tell the teacher quickly. It was Yu Yao Yao who pushed her. I saw it. She's being a bully, don't let her leave." Only then did Su Miaotong realize what happened and touch her nose. Her hand came away wet. Her eyes reddened, but she managed to hold back her tears. Because today was Tong Tong's first day at school, neither Su Yan nor Wen Ning felt completely at ease, so they both came to pick her up after classes ended. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking good care of Tong Tong. Teacher who kept apologizing non-stop to the couple. Su Miaotong was clearly a little princess from a wealthy family at first glance, both in looks and demeanor. Moreover, Su Lingling had specifically reminded them to take good care of Tong Tong. On her very first day at school, running into such an incident naturally made teacher who feel somewhat embarrassed. However, she never expected that those coming to pick up Su Miaotong would be two high school students, both wearing the uniform of first high school. Wen Ning quickly crouched down to carefully examine her daughter. Tong Tong still had 2 wads of tissue stuffed in her nostrils, faintly stained with red blood. But today, this little crybaby wasn't making a fuss. She just blinked her big eyes and quietly nestled in her mother's arms, obedient and well-behaved. Su Yan had briefly discussed the situation with teacher Hu. The messy little girl who bumped into Tong Tong was named Yu Yao Yao. Both parents work far away from home, sometimes not even returning during Chinese New Year. Usually living with grandma, what people commonly call a left-behind child. Always quiet by nature, not much for talking or mixing with others, preferring to be alone all the time. A wild, unruly girl, both eccentric and disobedient. Even the other kids in class wouldn't play with her. At this moment, the petite and frail Yu Yao Yao stood next to teacher Hu. She lowered her head without saying a word. Sigh, her parents don't care, and her grandma is getting old with chronic health problems. Teacher Hu sighed. To see a child's personality turn out like this, it's truly quite regrettable. Yu Yao Yao buried her head even lower. Su Yan noticed that the teacher's words had quietly made her eyes turn red. Su Yan reached out to ruffle her daughter's hair. Tong Tong, did anyone bully you today? Tong Tong glanced at the silent, disheveled little girl and whispered, and no. Really not? Tong Tong scratched her cheek sheepishly. Well, during playtime with the other kids, I kinda bumped my nose. Su Yan studied her daughter's expression for a moment, deep in thought. Tong Tong looked a little nervous, appearing quite timid. Tong Tong, you mustn't tell lies. Wen Ning said softly in a gentle voice, your nose might grow long. Just. Tong Tong's ears turned crimson. Yu Yao Yao accidentally pushed me. She looked exactly like her mother when she was embarrassed. Tong Tong was very brave today and didn't cry. Su Yan gently pinched her daughter's soft cheek with a bit more force. Give me your backpack. Let's go home. Say goodbye to your teacher in Yao Yao. MHM. Only then did Tong Tong break into a smile, toddling over to Yu Yao Yao on her short little legs. She took Yao Yao's slightly grubby hand and gave it a light tap on the palm. Naughty Yao Yao. Zumiatong's face turned extra serious. Tong Tong is angry today. I'll be your good friend again tomorrow. Yu Yao Yao froze for a moment as she looked at this gorgeous noble girl who resembled a princess. Then, she withdrew her hand as if shocked by electricity. Goodbye teacher. Goodbye Yao Yao. Only after her daughter finished bidding farewell did Su Yan smile and take her hand, walking away together with Wen Ning. Teacher who finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yao, is your grandmother coming to pick you up today? Only when she looked down did she realize that Yu Yao Yao had been staring into the distance all along, her pupils shimmering with some hidden longing. Following the little girl's gaze, she saw 3 figures already disappearing into the distance. Tong Tong probably wanted a hug, hopping up and down with her soft little arms outstretched. Su Yan couldn't resist his daughter's adorable antics, so he handed the bunny backpack to Wen Ning before bending down to lift her up, letting her comfortably wrap her arms around his neck. Wen Ning smiled as she took the backpack, casually plucking a white flower from nearby and tucking it into the little girl's hair bun. The girl's almond-shaped eyes instantly curved into crescents, as if holding a crescent moon's reflection in clear water. A giggling, soft baby voice, like wind chimes. Innocent, happy, and utterly adorable. Yu Yao Yao quietly withdrew her gaze and opened her palm. Just now, when Tong Tong hit her, she had secretly slipped a little bunny-shaped gummy candy into her hand. Chapter 42. You'll have to ask my wife about that. Yu Yao Yao had always thought she would be just like the other children. At first, one might approach with curiosity, but gradually, I started to dislike her. Everyone is like this. But to her surprise, the very next day, Su Miaotong seemed to have completely forgotten about the matter. During recess, Yu Yao Yao remained seated at her desk practicing handwriting, entirely unaffected by the playful noises of the children around her. Then, a soft, milky voice came from above her head. Yao Yao, I brought strawberries today. Tong Tong rested her head on the desk. Let's eat them together. In her hands lay a box of freshly washed strawberries. Their vibrant color marked them as the kind of fruit Yao Yao's grandmother couldn't usually bring herself to buy. This is the 3rd time. The first time, Tong Tong tried to share candy with her and got smacked on the hand. The second time, Tong Tong wanted to paint with her and got shoved away. Yu Yao Yao couldn't fathom what kind of blissful family this little princess-like girl had grown up in. Only through such pure and flawless kindness could one continuously accommodate her solitude and introversion. Yu Yao Yao once again pushed the strawberry back. Tong Tong pressed her lips together, her large eyes glistening with tears. But, I want to be friends with Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao remained silent. Tong Tong felt somewhat discouraged and was about to head back with the strawberries. But just then,
her braid was suddenly tugged. Turning around, she saw Yu Yaoyao's icy gaze. Tong Tong grew slightly uneasy, her eyes softening timidly. Yu Yaoyao said nothing, simply placing a mechanical pencil into Tong Tong's pocket. Only after completing this action did Yu Yaoyao silently release her grip, lowering her head to continue staring at her draft notebook. Tong Tong felt the mechanical pencil in her pocket, then looked up at her in bewilderment. It's the one Yaoyao always uses for writing and drawing every day. It was a bit old, without any decorations, completely different from those pretty mechanical pencils the other girls in class used. But at least, it was something she cherished dearly. Tong Tong's eyes curved upward again as she smiled. Yaoyao, let's eat strawberries together. Yaoyao initially didn't want to respond, but seeing her sweetly nibble on a strawberry with her little white teeth, so innocent and adorable, my heart couldn't help but soften. Alright. Yaoyao, have I met you somewhere before? No. Really? Tong Tong shook her little head, feeling that Yu Yaoyao's name sounded strangely familiar. Could it be something she'd heard from her dad or mom before? Su Yan felt completely at ease about her daughter's affairs at school. At Tong Tong's age, children have the strongest urge to share. She longed to share every little thing that happened at school, all her joys and sorrows, with her parents. So, Su Yan also knew his daughter was doing very well at school. By mid-April, Su Yan had cut his hair short and discarded the glasses he'd worn for nearly 3 years. It was mainly because graduation was just around the corner. He had no interest in being the invisible kid in class again. Because of this move, he clearly felt he was getting more attention in his grade, mainly because his features somewhat resembled Su Lingling's, fair-skinned, with a delicate and refined type of handsomeness, especially when he smiled. According to Lin Hui, my son looks a bit effeminate. Because of this, Su Yan never really liked others commenting on his appearance. Wen Ning noticed it too, but didn't pay much attention. After all, she'd always known Su Yan was quite handsome. Until one midday. In the cafeteria, just as Wen Ning had gotten her food and sat down, she spotted Su Yan waiting in line at the serving window. Next to him stood an unfamiliar girl, quite pretty and poised in demeanor. The two appeared to be deep in conversation. We need to book the graduation banquet venue in advance. Class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan said earnestly, aside from our classmates, we also have 6 teachers coming. Su Yan thought for a moment, 4 tables should be about enough. As the class life committee member, this task had been entrusted to him and the monitor by their homeroom teacher. You definitely need to reserve graduation banquet seats in advance. Otherwise, by June, all restaurants will be completely packed with no available space. You and Yu are close. Could you ask if we can book a nicer private room? Zhang Ruoxuan cautiously inquired. Her family's restaurant is so popular, I heard even the class monitor next door had to pull lots of family connections to secure a reservation. Okay. Su Yan nodded. I'll ask Yu later if she can give us a discount. Zhang Ruoxuan sighed with emotion. Having a super rich girl in our class who owns a restaurant is such a blessing. I can settle this with old Wu this afternoon. With the college entrance exams looming, they didn't have much time to dwell on the matter. I can only take advantage of my lunch break to quickly finalize it. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can communicate directly through that. Zhang Ruoxuan turned her head with a courteous smile. Thanks for your trouble. Despite being classmates for 3 years in high school, the two had never added each other on WeChat. We haven't really been in contact privately. Su Yan gave an acknowledging hum. No need to stand on ceremony, I'll just tell you directly. When Zhang Ruoxuan smiled, she looked utterly relaxed and carefree, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Her rosy cheeks looked quite charming. The afternoon sunlight fell across her face, casting a soft halo of light. Seeing the girl take out her phone, Wen Ning's pursed lips slowly relaxed into a straight line. Who is this? Just as Su Yan finished reciting his WeChat ID, he heard someone calling his name from nearby. Su Yan. Wen Ning stood up and waved at him expressionlessly. Come here. Su Yan, ? This was the first time Wen Ning had called out to him at school. Didn't we agree that no one else could find out about their relationship? Zhang Ruoxuan froze. She immediately recognized this person. It was Wen High School's campus belle. Come over here, sit next to me while eating. Wen Ning's voice was cool, revealing little emotion. By the way, I have something to ask you. Su Yan. Zhang Ruoxuan pondered the relationship between the two, not daring to linger. Holding her food tray, she dashed off in a flash. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly walking over. Just at this moment, Chen Hao and Li Yu came to find their good buddy for lunch. Ah Yan, why'd you come here alone to eat? When he clearly saw the girl sitting across from him, Chen Hao froze on the spot. Li Yu, however, very naturally offered a greeting. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment. You two, go sit at that table over there. Chen Hao. Li Yu. Still in a dazed state, Chen Hao wanted to ask something, but was directly dragged away by Li Yu. What's up with you today? Su Yan felt a bit annoyed. Only now did Wen Ning belatedly realize what she had just done. Instinctively, I stood up and called out to him. Anyway, there was just this faint discomfort lingering in my heart.
By the time I came to my senses, the two of us were already sitting face to face in the cafeteria.
Wen Ning's ears instantly burned crimson.
She lowered her head, pretending to naturally bite her chopsticks before calmly saying, "Have you forgotten your promise so quickly?"
Su Yan understood immediately.
But he wasn't the least bit guilty. Instead, he found this rather amusing.
This girl, what nonsense are you thinking about? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, offering no explanation as he sat there lazily, looking her up and down.
Wen Ning felt increasingly annoyed by his laughter. She couldn't understand what was so funny this time either. This guy always seems to be like this, laughing at her for no apparent reason.
Done something wrong, and you're secretly happy about it, huh?
She thought for a moment and decided she needed to find a way to upset him. In the end, Wen Ning reached out with her chopsticks and directly snatched away the only chicken drumstick from the plate across from her.
It's about the graduation banquet.
Su Yan didn't seem to mind, explaining with a smile, "Other than this, we hardly ever talk normally." Wen Ning clearly wasn't quite convinced.
She'd seen it with her own eyes, that girl smiling while taking out her phone. Didn't you just add her on WeChat?
No, she wanted to add me, said we'd keep in touch.
And you gave it to her? Yeah, now give me back my chicken drumstick. Su Yan kept his eyes fixed on his chicken leg, absent-mindedly explaining as if completely free from any psychological burden.
Wen Ning's lips straightened again slowly, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. She had initially intended to return the chicken leg to him, but now she withdrew that intention.
Not giving it back. I'm still hungry. Su Yan genuinely thought her reaction was quite amusing. Truth be told, things between him and Zhang Ruoxuan were strictly work-related.
What a grown woman, still being quite petty. Su Yan laughed again for a while, the soft chuckles falling upon Wen Ning's ears, making her feel unusually irritated.
It was like waking up in the morning feeling sulky.
Only when he'd thoroughly laughed his fill did Su Yan finally stop teasing her, tapping her lunch tray with his chopsticks.
Take a look at your own phone. What am I looking at?
Just look when you're told to look. Wen Ning kept a straight face as she pulled out her phone. Only then did she notice the red notification dot that had appeared at some point in the WeChat new friend requests.
Hello Su Yan, I'm Zhang Ruoxuan. Please accept my request when you see this, OVO, ? Wen Ning asked in confusion, what's this?
Su Yan said casually, I just happened to give her your WeChat contact earlier.
This time, Wen Ning was even more confused. Why are you giving this to me? Didn't I promise both you and Tong Tong?
Su Yan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. When a girl asks for my contact information, shouldn't she first ask whether my wife agrees or not?
Wen Ning froze, huh?
After a brief delay, her fair ears suddenly flushed bright red as she glanced around in extreme embarrassment. Who's your wife?
You're crazy.
Wen Ning lowered her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. We're at school. What nonsense are you shouting?
Su Yan raised his eyebrows. So we can't say it at school, but we can outside?
Wen Ning instinctively pressed her tongue against the inside of her right cheek, trying to soothe the strange tingling sensation in her ears.
This guy.
Ever since coming back from the hospital last time, I've taken to amusing myself by using the term wife excessively. A long while passed before Wen Ning finally composed her expression again and moved the chicken leg back to the opposite plate.
Can't do that either. Chapter 43, Mutual Supervision. Why did you give it to me?
Perhaps she felt her previous action had been a bit impulsive.
Wanting to make amends, Wen Yi generously placed her phone on the table. At her then, what if she needs to contact you later?
Her phone wallpaper showed Tong Tong, that photo they'd taken together at the mall last time.
We're not even that close. Why must we chat on WeChat? Su Yan didn't seem to mind much, sizing her up from head to toe. If it's important just forward it to me, otherwise don't bother with her. Besides, aren't you uneasy about it? Why would I be uneasy?
Wen Ning immediately retorted, exactly, just keeping an eye on you for Tong Tong's sake.
Alright, then you can oversee it.
Su Yan picked at the meat on the plate with his chopsticks. Guess I'll have to stay chaste for Tong Tong all my life. Wen Ning nearly laughed, but she held it and kept a straight face.
By the way, there's something I need to tell you. As if suddenly remembering something, Su Yan finally composed his expression. My mom asked me to go home this week. I was thinking of bringing Tong Tong along. Wen Ning was also taken aback. Is that appropriate?
Counting the time, Tong Tong had been with them for nearly 2 months already.
I don't know.
Su Yan sighed inwardly, but Auntie has been subtly asking Tong Tong about it many times already.
It's just that Tong Tong is quick-witted enough not to give anything away. Auntie isn't a fool either. Having spent so much time with Tong Tong, it's impossible she hasn't noticed anything.
She simply wished that Su Yan would take the initiative to say it himself.
I think.
Su Yan tapped the table. Auntie is really starting to suspect that I'm helping my dad raise an illegitimate child. Wen Ning gave a soft hum, her voice gentle yet hesitant. How do you plan to explain? Su Yan was silent for a moment before shaking his head. It depends.
Let's take Tong Tong back first. After all, they can't keep hiding her forever. Tong Tong is their biological granddaughter. It wouldn't be fair to the elderly couple to keep this from them. With the DNA test results, everything can be properly explained anyway. The main issue is how to make it easier for the family to accept this situation. Moreover, help think of a more appropriate way to explain Tong Tong's origins. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment. Would it be inappropriate for me to go now? Logically speaking, she should be going together. After all, her name was on that blood test report. When it involves Tong Tong's matter, both parents should indeed work together to resolve it. But, how should we explain this to Su-Yan's family? Should I say, I'm your future daughter-in-law? Then let me explain about Tong Tong first. Su-Yan seemed to know what she was thinking, but no matter what, before we leave for college, you should meet them. Not as their daughter-in-law, but as Tong Tong's mother, to set their minds at ease. Seeing her expression grow serious, Su-Yan reassured her, don't worry, my parents are very easygoing. When Ning nodded, her voice gentle and soft, okay. After finishing most of the conversation, Su-Yan glanced at the time, tidied the dishes on the table, and stood up to head back to the classroom. Su-Yan. When Ning called out to him, it seems, I haven't gone to hug Tong Tong in a long while again. Su-Yan paused his actions, just say what you want to say directly. Help me, apologize to Tong Tong again. When Ning lowered her eyes, her voice softening. I had already promised Tong Tong earlier that I'd spend time with her. But with the college entrance exams approaching, everything had indeed become a whirlwind of busyness, leaving Wen Ning overwhelmed every day. Moreover, ever since the incident at the hospital, the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly peculiar. Why apologize? Tong Tong would never be upset with you. Su-Yan shot her a glance. If you're busy, just focus on your work. I'm taking good care of Tong Tong. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, still visibly unhappy. Then suddenly, she felt something icy cold press against her cheek and roll across it. Looking up, she saw Su-Yan tossing a can of chilled cola in his hand. You're only 18. Compared to Wen Ning who's over 30, you'll get to accompany Tong Tong for 20 more years. Su-Yan chuckled. What difference do those few days make? Wen Ning thought about it carefully, the tension between her brows visibly easing. Her lips curved slightly. You're right. There would be plenty of days ahead. There were only 20 minutes left of the lunch break. After parting with Su-Yan, Wen Ning quickly returned to the classroom. By now, the seats were almost completely filled. Apart from a few resting, most were silently reviewing practice questions with their heads down. Wen Ning sat down and absent-mindedly pinched the little rabbit ears on her backpack before unfolding her test paper. But she had barely written a few words when someone gently tapped on her desk. Wen Ning. Wen Ning looked up and glanced at him. It was a male classmate named Lin Wenyuan, the life committee member from the honors class. Our class committee created a graduation group chat. Everyone's in it except you. The boy smiled warmly. Since you're free now, let me add you in. Wen Ning appeared gentle and mild-mannered in class, but in reality maintained a careful distance from everyone, including the girls. She appears gentle and soft-spoken, yet is actually very difficult to approach. Wen Ning smiled politely and said, no need, I'm not really fond of joining large groups. After all, they wouldn't stay in touch after graduation anyway. Sometimes, even Wen Ning wonders if her emotions might be a little too detached. But this was a lesson she learned when she was still in middle school. Adding classmates on WeChat, especially boys, would lead to many troublesome issues. Then you can just add me on WeChat. Lin Wenyuan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with utmost politeness. After graduation, we'll organize class reunions and visits to see teachers, and I'd hate for you to miss the notifications. Wen Ning fell silent for a moment. Also, we'll need to notify everyone in the group about the graduation banquet and when we return for graduation photos. We must ensure every single person receives the message. Lin Wenyuan continued, Student Wen Ning, please understand. As the class life committee member, I ultimately have to report to the homeroom teacher. That kind of reasoning really makes it hard to refuse. Wen Ning eventually nodded. Alright, wait a moment. Lin Wenyuan froze momentarily, his eyes visibly lighting up with delight as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. No need to go through the trouble, just tell me directly. That's not it. Wen Ning rummaged through her phone under the desk. Let me check. What's my WeChat ID? Lin Wenyuan. On the other side, Su-Yan had just sat down when a red notification popped up on WeChat. I'm Lin Wenyuan. I'll notify you directly if there's anything going on in the group from now on. Su-Yan, ? Before he could ponder anything, Wen Ning sent him a message. Wen Ning, it wouldn't be fair to let you suffer a loss, right? Chapter 44, You've improved so much. Su-Yan, why do you always copy what I do? Su-Yan, he's a guy. What if he wants to date someone? Wen Ning, then just date him. Su-Yan? Then, the other side stopped replying, probably busy doing test papers. Su-Yan thought about it and added this boy named Lin Wenyuan. His profile picture had been changed to Doraemon since Tong Tong appeared. Looking at it, he really did seem quite like a girl. Su-Yan glanced through his moments and, finding nothing suspicious, locked his phone and tossed it into the drawer.
Technically, phones weren't allowed at Yizhong High, but enforcement wasn't particularly strict. Playing with phones was prohibited between classes and during lessons, but they were permitted during lunch breaks. After a while, the classroom's back door suddenly swung open.
Chen Hao walked in with a grim expression, followed by Li Yuyu.
Dragging his chair from his own seat, he thumped it down in front of Su Yan with a loud clatter, then rested his chin on the desk.
Su Yan's face remained wooden. Yan, speak from your conscience. Chen Hao wore a sullen expression. All these years as brothers, have I treated you well or not? You were all right.
Su Yan thought for a moment. That time you came over to my place during New Year's, you secretly took $300 from my red envelope to buy game skins.
Didn't you take mine too?
Chen Hao cleared his throat forcefully. Such a big matter, and you dare to hide it from both of us? Although he had always been quite sociable in his grade, he had never actually provoked the school bell, mainly because Chen Hao was pure opportunistic. Wen Ning was the kind of well-behaved girl who excelled academically, was stunningly beautiful, and never mingled with boys. At first glance, you could tell they weren't from the same world.
No chance. How the hell did you end up having lunch and chatting happily with the school beauty for a whole afternoon? Chen Hao slammed the table forcefully. What does she see in you? Is her grandpa's tea plantation also struggling with poor sales? Su Yan shook his head. I haven't been hiding anything from you too. How can you say that? I haven't been hiding anything from you. After a moment of silence, Su Yan admitted, it's just you I've been keeping things from. Li Yuyu sat leisurely to the side, propping her chin as she watched the drama unfold. Noticing Chen Hao's gaze, she arched an eyebrow. Yes, you're the only one who doesn't know. Chen Hao's lips stiffened slowly into a straight line. His voice turned icy as he stood up to grab his friend by the neck, shouting outside, Are you? I'm telling your mom, you're so dead. Are you sick? Su Yan couldn't take it anymore and yanked his hand away. As more and more people arrived in the classroom, Chen Hao finally smoothed out his clothes and sat back down. Yet, her eyes remained fixed intently on Su Yan. So, did you score yet? It's not that I can't accept it, I'm happy for you, brother. But mainly, now that you've got a Porsche, you can't just abandon your old Passat on the side of the road, can you? Li Yuyu glanced at Chen Hao and couldn't help scoffing. Ditch? Su Yan lifted his eyelids with a sigh. Could you not apply your standards to me? Come to think of it, his views on love were probably quite similar to Wen Ning's. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have remained single well into their late 20s. Chen Hao pondered for a moment before replying, fair enough. This Master Su's temper isn't exactly what you'd call pleasant. Having been spoiled rotten by the Su family since childhood, and further influenced by Lin Hui, he'd developed his own unique personality and way of doing things. If he disliked someone, he simply wouldn't bother with them. But once he took a liking, he wouldn't mind letting the whole world know. So, the first time seeing him, his attitude towards girls was gentle and patient, and he always smiled at people. Bring her out to meet us after graduation. Chen Hao very deliberately tapped his forehead with a finger. Be stricter with your household rules, make sure she addresses people properly. You should fix your own rotten attitude first. Su Yan felt he had some understanding of Wen Ning's character. That stubborn girl wouldn't like someone with Chen Hao's temperament. On the contrary, it would probably cause resistance. You go tell those girls then. Chen Hao sprawled lazily against the chair, his body limp as if boneless. What can I do? I'm good looking. True enough. Su Yan drawled lazily. When girls see a cute dog by the roadside, they always want to pet it a couple of times. Li Yuyu gave a thumbs up. Makes sense. Just then, the school bell rang for class. Head teacher Lao Wu entered and began handing out last month's exam papers. He was a rather old-fashioned middle-aged teacher who usually carried a thermos cup and commanded considerable respect in the class. Although the foundation was laid in the first 2 years, there's still room for regression these past few months. Old Wu sternly tapped the desk. As for whether I'm referring to Chen Hao, I won't name names directly here. Chen Hao? ? No, you old geezer. Are you singling me out or what? Su Yan glanced at his score, unfazed, and meticulously noted down his mistakes. Then, he asked Yuyu to deliver the monthly exam papers to Wen Ning. The moment Wen Ning got his papers, she immediately started calculating the score. If elective modules count for 50 points, the total score would be just over 620, especially in English, where scores improved by 30 points in such a short time. This is already tremendous progress. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. She didn't even know what she was feeling right now. Although, this was just an ordinary monthly exam. 620 wasn't even a particularly high score for Wen Ning. In the past, no matter how well she scored, she'd always faced her test papers with calm detachment, never showing much emotion. But now, Wen Ning still felt rather happy. No matter whether the things he promised could be realized or not, he would definitely do his best to accomplish them. Wen Ning simply couldn't help herself, her eyebrows curved slightly into a faint smile as she hid her cheeks behind a thick book. During the break between classes, I secretly sent him 2 messages from my phone. However, right after sending them, Wen Ning suddenly felt it was incredibly foolish. Why would I send something so stupid?
so she immediately tapped recall.
Resend.
Wen Ning, it's alright, just a so. Wen Ning, in our class, it's not even up to the average score. Wen Ning, compared to me, it's still far behind.
So this is all you've got?
Wen Ning checked again, this time, the tone should be fine. Then, a reply came immediately from the other side.
Su-yen? Su-yen, I just saw it.
Even more shocking, they directly sent back a screenshot of the chat.
It was those 2 messages she withdrew within a second.
Wen Ning, you've improved a lot already.
Wen Ning, oh, omega, oh. Chapter 45 Love You Mom. Wen Ning, wrong button.
Su-yen never imagined she had this side to her. Her fingers moved quickly, she immediately took a screenshot. Of course, the swift withdrawal was very much in character for Wen Ning. There was a hint of feigned composure and artificial solemnity.
This girl actually carried a bit of an idol's burden. Amid the busy academic schedule, time flew by, and soon it was Friday evening.
Su-yen hailed a car and headed home with Tongtong. This was probably the last time he'd return home before finishing his college entrance exams. After this, his parents likely wouldn't let him shuttle back and forth anymore.
Holding his daughter's hand as they walked through the neighborhood, he casually asked, Tongtong, do you remember this place? Tongtong bounced energetically, exclaiming, this is Grandma and Grandpa's house.
Su-yen led his daughter upstairs and fished out his keys to unlock the door. At the first sound of movement, a plump ragdoll cat resembling a gas tank came darting out of the room, meowing loudly. Upon recognizing Su-yen, it screeched to a halt, sitting down suspiciously to sniff the air. Then, with a flick of his hips, he was ready to leave.
Are you ignoring me, or have you forgotten who I am after not seeing me for months? Su-yen nearly laughed in frustration, reaching out to grab it by the scruff. Don't you know how to greet someone? The ragdoll cat kicked its 4 legs wildly, meow, meow. Wow! Tongtong's eyes sparkled, a kitty. Her name is Yuan. Su-yen placed Yuan on the floor.
It was a little female kitten that Lin Hui bought from the pet market when Su-yen was around 10 years old. Given how much Lin Hui adored it, in a way, it could be considered Su-yen's cat sister. It had a wonderfully affectionate personality, extremely attached to people, and in every aspect, it was an absolutely perfect cat.
However, a cat's lifespan isn't that long. By the time Tongtong is born, Yuan probably won't be around anymore. Tongtong couldn't help but squat down, reaching out to pet it.
Yuan sniffed at her, then suddenly flopped onto its back, exposing its furry belly. It started making a rumbling purring sound.
Tongtong was overjoyed, squatting on the floor playing with it. Finally decided to come back?
Hearing the noise, Lin Hui walked out from the kitchen, still wearing her apron. Your dad keeps nagging me every day, saying if you don't come home soon, they'll just have another kid with me. Su-yen caught a whiff of rich aromas and glanced at the dining table. It was laden with all kinds of dishes.
Basically, they're all his favorite foods. I feel like he doesn't actually miss me.
Su-yen grabbed a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. He just wants to have a baby with you.
Where's Dad? On the balcony, folding clothes.
Lin Hui was about to say something more when she suddenly noticed the little girl holding a round object and trailing behind them. Her gaze swept around, but she didn't see that excessively beautiful girl from last time, her expression showing a hint of surprise.
If you're bringing someone home to meet the parents, at least bring one that's legally of age. What's the deal with bringing back this little one, craving purple eggs again?
Tongtong said sweetly, hello, Grandma.
Hello there, your name is Tongtong, right? Calling me Grandma again. Although Lin Hui didn't quite understand the situation, she still wiped her hands and softened her tone. Big sister didn't come today? Tongtong scratched his cheek. Mom, big sister is busy.
Lin Hui cast a suspicious look at her son.
Let's talk about it later, I'm starving.
Su-yen urged, Mom, let her sleep with you tonight.
Dad can come to my place? Let this grandmother and granddaughter bond first. Lin Hui had always adored cute little kids.
Lin Hui suppressed her mounting doubts and turned to enter the kitchen.
Alright. Just then, Su Minghui walked in from the balcony.
Wearing glasses, his gentle and refined features made him a rather charming middle-aged man. He glanced at his son, then let his gaze linger on the porcelain doll like Tongtong, pausing for quite some time.
Tongtong, call him Grandpa.
Su Minghui finally withdrew his gaze and nodded. Hello there, little one.
Don't teach children to shout random things.
Lin Hui had already told him about that girl named Wen Ning before. She had mentioned before, there was an extraordinarily beautiful little girl who lingered in her thoughts for days after returning home. But what she never expected was that Su-yen would actually bring this girl home.
Su-yen knelt down and whispered something into his daughter's ear.
Then, Tongtong toddled off to the kitchen on her short little legs.
Grandma, let me help you.
Lin Hui lowered her head. Looking at the little girl who was tilting her head up, still not even as tall as the table, her heart softened involuntarily. When the little girl smiled, the 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth suddenly made Lin Hui realize something. No wonder she looked familiar when I saw that little girl last time. She looked so much like A Yen when she was 7 or 8 years old. How adorable. Lin Hui subconsciously murmured, had I known earlier, I should have had a daughter back then. In the living room, Su Minghui sat down on the sofa and reached for the insulated cup on the table. What's the deal with this young girl? Why did you bring her back? The young lady just happens to like me. Su Yan glanced at old Su gulping down water like crazy, then turned his gaze toward his still charming mother bustling in the kitchen. Dad, your life isn't easy either. Old Su, having his topic diverted, couldn't help but cough emphatically. I'm just thirsty. Thirsty and you dump in so many wolfberries? Using this stuff as a meal replacement? Getting old now, can't I take care of my health? Su Minghui had a throbbing headache from anger. Why do you have to be so annoying the moment you come back? Should have had a daughter back then. No, even a daughter wouldn't do. Any daughter I had would probably be ruined by that bastard from the Chun family. Before long, Lin Hui called them over for dinner. Though both parents were bursting with questions for their son, they managed to restrain themselves during the meal. Yet their eyes kept involuntarily drifting toward Tong Tong, who was burying his head in his rice bowl. Tong Tong, slow down when you're eating. Su Yan took a tissue and wiped her daughter's face. Swallow it first, then you can have more. So delicious. Tong Tong's cheeks puffed in and out like a goldfish's. It had been so long since she'd tasted grandma's cooking. After dinner, Su Yan took his daughter to sit on the sofa and found an evening cartoon for her to watch. The couple exchanged a glance. Su Minghui lowered his voice. What's going on? I don't know. Lin Hui frowned. Ask him later. I still need to go out later to play chess with old Chen. Go ahead. Lin Hui grunted in agreement. You're useless anyway. Su Minghui clenched his teeth, not daring to contradict his wife. Stewing in silent anger, he said goodbye to his son, grabbed his keys, and stormed out. But today, Tong Tong didn't seem to be paying attention to the cartoon, looking a bit dazed and absent-minded. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Daddy, Tong Tong remembered something. She nibbled on her finger. Grandma's health seems a little unwell. She's perfectly healthy. Su Yan's words trailed off as he suddenly stopped speaking. Is Tong Tong talking about Lin Hui from the future? It's just... Tong Tong squeezed her father's hand. You always have leg and back pain, and often need Tong Tong's help when bending down to pick things up. Dad says it's because Grandma wasn't careful when she was young. Tong Tong felt this must be a very, very important matter. Su Yan froze, turning back to look. When you're young, you don't pay attention to these things. Just then, Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen, her hands still dripping wet. He'd meant to ask about Tong Tong, but his gaze was instantly drawn to his son instead. You look like you've lost some weight recently. Only now did Lin Hui have the time to observe him properly. Next time before you come back, remember to weigh yourself. She sat down beside him. If you've lost weight, wear more clothes before coming home. Not at all. I've actually put on weight lately. When are you going back? Sunday morning. Gotta rush back to do some practice problems. Lin Hui wanted to say something, but in the end, she merely nodded. Fine. You've been stuck at home for too long, starting to get on my nerves anyway. Su Yan's throat moved slightly, but he remained silent. The thin quilt was folded for you yesterday. Lin Hui rested her legs on the coffee table, lazily rubbing her calves. Take it with you when you go back to school. If you feel too hot at night, just pull it out and use it. I also bought you 2 new pairs of pants. They're on seasonal discount now. Try them on later to see if they fit. I'll exchange it if it doesn't suit me. And by the way, wasn't your dad's blood pressure a bit high before? Lin Hui stared casually at the cartoons on TV and said, remember to ask him about it later. Just showing concern will probably make him happy for a whole month. After saying this, she added, don't tell him I mentioned it to you. Feeling she'd covered everything, Lin Hui pondered for a moment. Her nature being what it was, even when her son finally came home for a visit, she couldn't bring herself to say anything overly sentimental. Don't forget to take the thin quilt when you leave. You already said that just now. Oh, did I? Lin Hui didn't mind either. Then just pretend you didn't hear what I said earlier. Anyway, it's always been in one ear and out the other with you. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, casual and relaxed. Actually, a large part of Su Yan's personality was inherited from her. Got it. Su Yan lifted her leg onto his lap and began massaging it for her. What are you doing? Lin Hui shot him a sidelong glance. Su Yan freed up a hand to rummage through the bag on the coffee table, pulling out a tangerine and placing it in her palm. Mom, peel this for me to eat, he said. There was a rare hint of childishness in his tone. You're 18 years old now. Lin Hui rolled her eyes before reaching out to take it, lowering her head to peel the orange as its distinctive fresh fragrance filled the air. The older her son grew, the more annoying he became. I should have had a daughter instead. These tangerines were sent by your second aunt a couple days ago. Take them all if you'd like. There's too much stuff, it's heavy to carry. What's so heavy about this? You can share them with your classmates. Every time Su Yan comes home, it's always the same routine. Returning empty-handed with pockets stuffed, only to leave a few days later carrying overflowing bags of all sizes. It's not that you truly need all these things so desperately.
You could probably find most of them easily at the neighborhood supermarket. Perhaps it's just, no matter how much you take when leaving home, she'll always think it's not enough. She wishes you could empty the entire house every time you return. Chapter 46, Now It's My Turn. Only after the mother and son finished speaking did Lin Hui's gaze finally settle on Tong Tong. Her doubts about this little girl who had immediately called her grandma were far greater than Su Yan had imagined. As a woman, her perception was naturally more sensitive than Su Minghui's. Mom, take a closer look at her. Su Yan lifted Tong Tong and placed her on his lap. Doesn't she look a bit like that girl? Especially the eyes and brows, they're cast from the same mold. Though still youthful, one could already tell she'd grow into a beauty. Do I have no eyes? Lin Hui said impatiently, if little sister doesn't resemble big sister, then who should she resemble? Hearing this, Tong Tong's eyes curved into crescents as she revealed her pearly white teeth. Lin Hui froze for a moment. And besides, she kinda looks like me, don't you think? She was much prettier than you as a child. Then don't you think she has a special connection with our Su family? Lin Hui frowned. What's gotten into this kid today? Having decided to come clean with Lin Hui, Su Yan didn't hesitate any longer. He told her everything, the prepared family photo, the bloodline test, and every single thing that had happened since Tong Tong appeared. Lin Hui was nearly overwhelmed by all the things he suddenly dumped in front of her. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect her son to come home this time with news that she'd already become a grandmother. But then she recalled those inexplicable words her son had said during his last phone call asking for money. Particularly with Tong Tong bringing that family portrait, the moment Lin Hui laid eyes on it, her gaze became riveted. Her son in the photograph had completely shed his boyish demeanor, his whole bearing now radiating gentleness. There's a feeling of getting closer to Su Minghui, another charming middle-aged man. However, Lin Hui's reaction was more intense than Su Yan had anticipated. This trendy, beautiful mother showed extreme disbelief toward the photographs. She was even more agitated than Wen Ning had been back then. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hui lowered her head to look at the family portrait from the future. How could you possibly marry such a beautiful wife? Question mark. Why on earth would she marry you? Question mark. What? You're attracted to me because I'm ugly? Because I walk around with a scowl all day? So that's what you didn't believe? Besides your granddaughter coming back from the future, you also didn't believe I could get a girlfriend, is that it? Su Yan also took offense, you think I'm ugly? Anyway, he's the ugliest in our family. Lin Hui scrutinized her son before pinching his cheek hard. The older you get, the less you resemble me at all. These eyes and nose every bit takes after your father. Su Yan wasted no words, simply placing the paternity test report in her hands. See for yourself. The ironclad evidence left Lin Hui no room for argument. At first, she thought her son was just playing around with her, but the longer she looked, the more something felt off. Lin Hui glanced at Tong Tong, then at her son, her gaze gradually turning icy. The current situation was somewhat beyond her comprehension. So fake. Lin Hui froze for a moment, then took out her phone and called her husband. Get your ass home right now. Su Minghui's side was noisy, with a group of old men creating a ruckus. What's going on? Your son has been under too much academic pressure lately, and his mental health is suffering. Su Minghui paused, then find a chain to tie him up. Make sure he doesn't bite people randomly. I'll come back after finishing this game. Lin Hui remained silent for a moment. 10 minutes. Come on, I just sat down here. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. If you're not back by then, find somewhere else to sleep tonight. Honey, I'm coming right back. Moments later, Su Minghui returned drenched in sweat. He sat down panting, glancing at the time on his phone with trembling fear. What's wrong? Lin Hui, her face grim, handed something over. See for yourself. Then, Su Minghui also fell into stunned confusion. Had the illness already become this severe? Su Yan didn't expect them to accept it right away. Throughout the evening, he answered all their questions honestly, without holding anything back. He even pulled up the online report from the appraisal agency on his phone to prove he wasn't making things up. Late into the night, Su Yan first put Tong Tong to bed, then returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. The next morning, when Tong Tong rubbed her eyes and came out of her room, she found the entire family still sitting in the living room. After a sufficiently long conversation and with ample evidence, Lin Hui and Su Minghui's thoughts successfully shifted from "Is my son mentally ill?" to "Am I fucking mentally ill too? Grandpa, Grandma, why aren't you sleeping? Go to Grandma." Su Yan patted his daughter's head. Okay. Tong Tong sleepily walked over and snuggled into Lin Hui's arms. Lin Hui glanced down and froze completely. Su Minghui stepped onto the balcony to smoke, his hair disheveled and stubble already sprouting across his face. He had barely taken one puff when he erupted into violent coughing. Truth was, he'd quit smoking back when Ian was born, fearing it might affect his wife. He hadn't touched a cigarette in years. But today, I really couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Hui also uncharacteristically didn't scold him, still in a dazed state.
After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. An, how can anyone believe this? Su Yan, with dark circles under his eyes and looking exhausted, said, either you guys go get a paternity test with Tong Tong, or I have another way to prove it. Dad, come inside first. What's wrong? Su Minghui stubbed out his cigarette and walked in. He didn't even dare to look at the little bundle nestled in his wife's arms. He couldn't believe it was real, but at the same time, he was terrified it might not be. Dad, don't you believe me? Who could believe this? Fine. Su Yan cut straight to the chase. Where did you hide your secret stash? The subject switched too quickly. Su Minghui was stunned for a long moment before raising his voice abruptly. What the hell do you mean private savings? I hand over my entire paycheck every month. Ask your mom if you don't believe me. Lin Hui came back to herself, glanced at her husband, and stayed silent. Why are you so nervous? Su Yan nodded. Right, so neither mom nor I knew anything about it. Su Minghui, ? Lin Hui lowered her head. Tong Tong? Tong Tong doesn't know anything at all. Tong Tong shook her head like a spinning drum, her voice soft and sweet as sticky rice. Back then, Grandpa had secretly taken money from his little savings stash to buy her all sorts of treats Grandma wouldn't allow, whispering that she mustn't tell Grandma. Lin Hui's expression gradually cooled as she leaned close to Tong Tong's ear. If Tong Tong keeps secrets from me, I'll start disliking Tong Tong. Su Minghui instinctively straightened his posture. It's clear that Grandma still holds authority in Tong Tong's heart. This remark obviously hit home for the little girl. Nibbling on her finger, she answered in a tiny voice. It's in the hidden compartment of the second drawer beneath the television in the room. It's fine. Su Yan reassured them. Maybe my dad has a habit of changing his hiding spots every few days. Su Minghui. Lin Hui got up and walked into the room. A moment later, she came out holding 2 thick red envelopes. She weighed the thickness with her fingers and finally smiled. Over 20,000. Not bad, old Su. You know how to live. This isn't mine. Lin Hui smile didn't waver, her voice soft and warm. Why so nervous? No one's stopping you from hiding your little nest egg. Su Minghui forced himself to explain. It's really not mine. Money in a man's pocket gives him confidence when he's away from home. Lin Hui placed the red envelope in his hand and said with affectionate reproach, don't hide it anymore from now on, or what kind of person will people take me for, a wicked daughter-in-law? If you want to go out for a drink or play mahjong with old Chen, just ask me directly. Really? Su Minghui froze, his face full of disbelief. Honey, how can you be so kind? Then is this money yours? Well, didn't my workplace issue bonuses last month? Fine, as long as it's yours. Lin Hui stood up to draw the curtains, then picked up a feather duster from the counter with a lazy expression. Finished talking? Now it's my turn. Chapter 47, Wanting to see the daughter-in-law. This matter, Su Minghui could guarantee, had never been spoken of to anyone. Even in dreams, one would probably keep their mouth tightly shut. But if it were his own granddaughter, he wasn't so sure. Favoritism toward grandchildren is something of a Su family tradition. Su Yan's grandparents had never thought much of him, yet doted on their grandson. But, expecting people to believe with just a few short sentences is simply too outrageous. You might as well claim this little girl was born when you were 10, that would be more convincing. Go downstairs and play for a while. Lin Hui's voice was icy. Come back when I text you. Su Yan took the advice readily and carried his daughter away. Half an hour later, he returned home. He'd expected to witness the legendary humiliation of kneeling on a washboard, but instead found the two sitting perfectly fine on the sofa. Lin Hui was folding clothes, her face still slightly flushed. Old Su sat nearby, sipping his water meekly. What are you so angry about? Lin Hui glared at him. Get lost? ? Su Yan was taken aback. Wait, what were you two doing just now? Lin Hui didn't speak, casting a cold glance at her husband. All men stash away private savings. The real fear isn't the hidden money, it's the worry that with too much cash on him, he might go out and do something foolish. Lin Hui wasn't collecting his salary to spend on herself, she was saving it to buy their son an apartment in the city. So, after returning the 2 thick red envelopes to her husband, she didn't bring up the topic of private savings again. Yet it was precisely this generosity that made Su Minghui, holding his private stash, feel increasingly embarrassed. Here, take it, wife. Buy some cosmetics and clothes. As if I care. Lin Hui said indignantly, if I could earn money, would I need you to buy things for me? If you want to hide it, just don't let me see it. Not hiding. Su Minghui chuckled, if I earn money, isn't it just to spend on you? If it's something you hid away, I won't take it. Wouldn't that make me a truly wicked daughter-in-law then? Lin Hui raised her chin proudly. Either give it to our son, or keep it for yourself. Give it to whom? Su Minghui was displeased. Su Yan pointed at himself. Right here. Who's speaking? Su Minghui didn't even glance at him. A son? What son do I have? Don't we just have a cat and a dog at home? Lin Hui rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond as she stood up and straightened her clothes. Let's go, she said. We're going to the hospital for a paternity test.
Without concrete results, she still couldn't bring herself to believe it. Then, they considered whether to take their son to see a psychiatrist. The results came back on Sunday morning. After collecting the report from the evaluation center, the couple sat in the car, watching Tongtong yawning repeatedly through the rearview mirror. The car was unusually quiet. Su Yan remained silent too, leaving space for both of them to calm their emotions. When he first received the report, he'd been in this exact same state himself. He'd sat on the outdoor steps for nearly half an hour before finally going home. "Say something," he said. Su Minghui glanced at his wife in the passenger seat. Lin Hui kept her head down, repeatedly scanning the report without responding to her husband. His wife was too shocked to speak. Left with no choice, Su Minghui turned to look at his son instead. "Besides the four of us, who else knows?" "No one." Su Yan shook his head. "Aunt doesn't know yet either. I originally didn't want to tell any of you, but then I felt it wouldn't be fair to you." "How could this be?" Lin Hui glanced at Tongtong leaning against her father's shoulder and paused for a long moment. "I never got to see what she looked like as a newborn, never even held her. A full 8 years were missing, those precious 8 years from swaddling clothes to standing, to the first time calling out Grandma and Grandpa. Ah Yan, come get off the car with me first." Su Minghui opened the car door. "There's something I need to talk to you about." Su Yan carefully helped his daughter up, letting her lean against the back of the seat before stepping out of the car. Father and son walked further away, stopping only when there was no one around. "Tongtong's matter, your mother and I have seen and heard enough about it. Let it rot in our stomachs." Su Minghui's expression grew more serious. "You and that girl focus on your college entrance exams, don't entertain random thoughts." Su Yan nodded. "I understand. Your mom and I will think carefully about how to handle this in the next couple of days." It was only in such major matters that Su Minghui fully demonstrated a man's decisiveness and rationality. Compared to the two youngsters Su Yan and Wen Ning, they as the elder generation might need more time to come to terms with it. Suddenly having a child tied by blood. It wasn't just surprise and shock, it was also responsibility. Handled poorly, this could easily blow up into something big, and would significantly impact that girl named Wen Ning too. Su Minghui looked at his son for a while, hesitating to speak. They had no choice but to believe the evidence was right before their eyes. Su Miaodong, their own granddaughter. Su Minghui glanced at his car, then walked even farther away. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. He waved to his son, "Come here." Su Yan rolled his eyes. "Are you calling a dog?" The old father pulled out 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket and gazed at them reluctantly for a while, as if looking at a lover. A long moment later, he finally closed his eyes and placed them in his son's hand. "Living expenses, take them." "This much?" Su Yan eyed him suspiciously. "You're giving me all of it? What will you do then? You think I'd keep everything in one place?" Su Minghui said with exasperation. "You little brat just love tormenting your old man, don't you? Let's see if you still won't hide money when you get married." "Do I need to hide?" Su Yan wasn't happy about it and tried to return the red envelope, saying, "I'll be graduating soon, I can figure things out on my own. It's not for you, it's Tongtong's allowance." Su Minghui was very persistent. "And this money isn't being given to you for free." He continued, "Let Tongtong stay with us for 2 days. Then next week your mother and I will bring Tongtong over together at some point." Aside from Tongtong, there was one other matter that weighed on their minds. In the photograph was that virtuous woman with her warm and gentle smile. "We want to see our daughter-in-law." Chapter 48, Tongtong's mother. "She's not your daughter-in-law anymore." Su Yan suddenly realized what the old man was trying to do. Su Minghui looked at his son with profound meaning. "Already have a daughter. Can she really run away now?" "I just wanted to meet Tongtong's mother." Su Minghui changed his excuse. "Is there a problem with that? After all, as grandparents, it's only natural for them to care about this matter." After chatting for a while longer, Lin Hui stepped off the car with Tongtong, her face beaming with joy. Having such a beautiful and adorable granddaughter still feels like a dream to her. What's even more unbelievable is that the stunning girl who could easily become a big star was actually going to be her future daughter-in-law. Even a toad gets to taste swan meat. Lin Hui pinched her granddaughter's soft, fair cheek and sighed. What has the world come to? Tongtong tilted her head in thought, then smiled with crescent eyes. Surprisingly, she didn't argue back. Grandma-to-be often says that too. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to engage with her, simply reminding her to send Tongtong to school on Monday. Lin Hui readily agreed, asking, "So what's the situation between you and that girl now?" "That girl Wen Ning, she'd met her once before. She's talented, beautiful, and well-behaved. Precisely the kind of girl that elders like her would take an immediate liking to. So, it'd be best to settle things early. They could directly, after graduating from university." "You're thinking too far ahead." Su Yan explained, "The only reason we're in touch now is because of Tongtong. Normally, she wouldn't have started pursuing me until 10 years later." "She pursued you?" Su Yan replied without a blush or a racing heart. "I've been chasing after her for several years." Lin Hui let out a scornful chuckle. "That would only happen if all the men in this world were dead, and that might just be the case. Question mark. Are you talking about my grandma?
The preparations for going back were almost done, so Su-Yen went upstairs to pack up before returning to school. Mom, take good care of yourself. Still feeling worried, Su-Yen reminded her, you sit for too long at work, which can cause back problems. And your joints too, don't regret it when you're older. Tong Tong told me this herself.
Got it. No need to nag me.
Lin Hui agreed, though it was clear she still didn't take it to heart. Su-Yen planned to accompany his parents for thorough hospital checkups after the college entrance exams.
Detecting minor health issues early for timely care isn't a bad thing. No need to see me off. I'll take the bus back myself.
Su-Yen carried an armful of bags in both hands. Tong Tong, be good for grandma and grandpa.
Yeah.
Tong Tong was also struggling to carry a bag bigger than her face, puffing as she waddled on her little legs. Tong Tong will be super good. I'll miss daddy every day. It wasn't her first time staying with her grandparents. There were many times when grandma and grandpa missed her so much that they almost called every single day. Then, mom would take her back to stay with grandma and grandpa for a while. After saying goodbye to her parents and daughter, by the time Su-Yen returned to her rented place, it was already afternoon. Now, at last, a weight in her heart had finally lifted. This time bringing Tong Tong home to meet his parents went far more smoothly than he had imagined. Perhaps it's fair to say that Lin Hui and Su Minghui were more open-minded and trendy than traditionally defined parents. Only now did Su-Yen finally have time to check his phone. There were many unread messages, but the one pinned at the top was from someone named Lin Wenyuan.
Who was it again? Lin Wenyuan, classmate Wen Ning. He sent over a poster.
Apparently it's about some new shopping district opening with lucky draws and promotions, half-priced movie tickets, even free Haagen-Dazs, plush toys, and PS5 consoles up for grabs.
Su-Yen didn't finish reading the long paragraph that followed.
The gist was that with the college entrance exams approaching, everyone felt stressed, and they could relax together next weekend. Between the lines, the implication was quite evident. While pouring himself some chilled water in the kitchen, Su-Yen typed a reply on his phone.
Opening next weekend?
Across the screen, they probably didn't expect an actual reply either. Within seconds, a meme came bouncing back.
Lin Wenyuan, yeah, interested?
Su-Yen studied the poster for a moment before replying with a simple thanks.
Lin Wenyuan, Wen Ning, what are you thanking me for?
Su-Yen closed the chat window and directly forwarded the poster to Wen Ning.
Tong Tong's mom, should we take Tong Tong out to play?
There was no response for quite a while on the other end. It wasn't until Su-Yen sat down at the desk to work on some test papers that her phone rang again. Wen Ning made a direct phone call. I just took a short nap. It had been a while since he last heard her voice, now carrying a hint of sleepy softness and confusion. Are you back?
I am. Su-Yen brought the topic back. Are you going or not?
On the other side, Wen Ning lay sprawled on the bed, her eyes half open and half closed, her reaction slightly sluggish. After a long pause, she finally responded with a soft nasal hum, I'll try my best. After this month's exam results came out, her grades hadn't declined in the slightest, she still firmly held the 6th position in science subjects. So, Dad had softened his attitude toward her quite a bit. At the very least, he no longer treated classmates from outside like potential thieves as he had before. Though, relations with Xiao Zichin and Wen Xiong remained rather strained.
This time, when you take Tong Tong home. Wen Ning suddenly remembered the serious matter at hand and sobered up a bit. Did your parents say anything?
It took a long time to get them to accept it. Su-Yen chuckled, but my mom said you're a toad lusting after swan meat. What kind of world is this?
I've truly never seen such a shameless swan before.
Just to prove some trivial point, he'd actually throw dirt on his own mother. From Wen Ning's understanding of him, when his mother mentioned a toad, she was most likely referring to himself. Wen Ning pressed her lips together. What else? Su-Yen flipped through the book casually. They want to meet you and said they'd come over sometime this week.
A long silence ensued on the other end of the phone before Wen Ning's voice came through. Caught off guard, and meet me? Her breath even sounded slightly unsteady. Su-Yen found it odd. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you just meet her last time? Lin Hui might be a bit straightforward, but she's not that intimidating, is she? It's different this time. Last time when Ning met Lin Hui, it was as a classmate. Though embarrassed, it hadn't reached the point yet where hands and feet didn't know what to do. This time his parents came together, bringing Tong Tong along, that changed the significance entirely. Though, she wasn't Su-Yan's girlfriend, but she was Tong Tong's mother after all. This strange relationship might lead both parents to view her, with the scrutinizing gaze reserved for a potential daughter-in-law. Yet by all accounts, Wen Ning still needed to meet them. After all, Tong Tong wasn't solely Su-Yan's concern. What day of the week are they coming? Wen Ning quickly got out of bed and sat at the desk. Should I bring something when the time comes? I can't just go empty-handed. No need. Su-Yan said casually, just dress casually, it's not a big deal anyway. That won't do. She opened the wardrobe, looked at her clothes, and muttered, this is the first time meeting Dad and Mom. I mean, your parents. Chapter 49. Aren't they right here? Aren't you nervous meeting my parents?
Perhaps worried that Su Yan might find her reaction strange, Wen Ning fired back with these words.
Su Yan pondered for a moment. It should be fine. Then let's find an opportunity to introduce you to my mother. Your mother?
My mother's grave is in Crane Garden, the southern suburbs. Wen Ning held her phone between her ear and shoulder as she rummaged through the closet for clothes. Let her see Tong Tong. She usually wore her school uniform most of the time, so her casual outfits were few and rarely updated. Su Yan paused for a moment, his voice dropping slightly lower.
Okay, Mom will like Tong Tong.
It's my mom who would like Tong Tong, don't talk nonsense. Then I'll try to dress up nicely, or your mom will really say I'm a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. By this time, Su Yan had stopped arguing stubbornly with Wen Ning.
Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. That won't happen.
She took the clothes and tried them on before the mirror. Mom is a very gentle person, and besides, I'm no swan.
Su Yan is the swan. From the moment he was born, he basked in the adoration of everyone in the family. From his babbling infancy to his coming of age at 18, there wasn't a soul who didn't love him. Thus, deep in his bones, he was born with straightforwardness and self-assuredness. In this regard, he differed greatly from his own cautious self, who had once lived under others' roofs. Then, shall we set it for next Saturday?
Wen Ning carefully pondered for a while. I'll try my best to discuss it with my family and free up a day, but I might have to go home by 6 in the evening.
Anything works, but honestly.
Su Yan looked around and shook his head helplessly. I've lived alone for 2 years in high school, and I never felt the house was empty before.
Now, it really does feel a bit lonely.
Ever since the little one arrived, his life suddenly changed completely. Tong Tong jumps around all day long, making a ruckus, lying on the sofa eating strawberries and watching cartoons, clinging to her dad for hugs and kisses. Sometimes, in truth, she can feel a bit too clingy, but after just 2 months without his daughter around,
Su Yan really felt somewhat unaccustomed to it.
Purely the mindset of an old father. Wen Ning squinted with a smile. That's good.
You'll make a great father in the future. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. I already am. The following week of school life remained as peaceful as ever.
However, the significant improvement in his monthly exam scores did make Su Yan stand out more in class. Homeroom teacher Old Wu always liked to hold up Su Yan as an example to motivate those students who felt they were running out of time and wanted to give up.
Look at Su Yan, it's not too late to study even now.
However, the week ultimately passed without much fluctuation. But with his daughter not by his side, Su Yan had been feeling listless these past few days. All I could do was listen to that soft, sweet, and joyful voice of the little girl every night through the phone. Judging from Lin Hui and Su Minghui's appearances, as if they had instantly shed 10 years of age. In just a few short days, they had completely fallen in love with their incredibly adorable granddaughter.
How could you possibly have such an adorable child? Lin Hui even bluntly said on the phone, how come I couldn't give birth normally? Why did I end up with someone like you?
Su Yan yawned, because sons usually take after their mothers, while daughters usually take after their fathers. With just one sentence, he completely silenced Lin Hui.
Early morning on Saturday,
Su Yan and Wen Ning arranged to meet downstairs.
Today, the campus bellwoman was wearing an outfit no one had ever seen before.
She had on a white maxi dress paired with brand new white sneakers. The delicate curve of her collarbone peeked out like a crescent moon, and her earlobes bore an inexplicable translucent pink hue.
How do I look?
Wen Ning tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feeling slightly nervous. I'm not very good at dressing up, she said.
This should be about right.
Su Yan pondered for a moment before reaching out to remove her hair tie. Wen Ning froze momentarily as her black ponytail cascaded down naturally into loose strands. She had an utterly natural beauty without a trace of makeup, her pupils crystal clear, yet with upturned eyes that exuded both innocence and allure. There was something reminiscent of Tong Tong in those photos. Half an hour later, Su Minghui drove up with his wife and granddaughter. Tong Tong ran down from the car and threw herself into her mother's arms. Her voice was as sweet as cotton candy you could hardly bear to swallow. Mommy, I've missed you so much. Wen Ning held her in her arms, smiling with sealed lips. Mommy missed you too, Tong Tong.
You've gained some weight lately. Aha! Grandma said being a little chubbier makes you even cuter.
Even Lin Hui and Su Minghui were taken aback when they got out of the car. What a truly beautiful little girl.
Both mother and daughter are far too good-looking for their own good. As for the one standing next to them, what a sin! How could anyone ruin him like that?
You're so beautiful, Ning. Lin Hui enthusiastically held her hand, like a star. No, stars can't compare to you.
You must be the campus belle at number 1 high, right? That's not true.
Wen Ning replied shyly, Auntie, you're also very beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl as Xiao Ning before.
Lin Hui said with a smile, it just so happens that Auntie doesn't have a daughter. Why don't you become Auntie's daughter?
Su Yan had already told her about Wen Ning's family situation 2 days earlier, and had even mentioned something about the stepmother and stepsister. To be honest, Lin Hui felt quite sorry for her. Losing her mother at such a young age, with her father remarrying and having another child, that sense of being an outsider in her own home couldn't have been easy.
She considers you her mother? Su Yan replied with a smile, that's nice. Then I've gained a younger sister too.
Wen Ning glanced at him, slightly annoyed by his careless demeanor. I'm a bit older than you. Truth be told, Wen Ning was indeed a few months his senior. After boarding the car, Su Yan took the front passenger seat while the wet nurse, mother's son, and the other three conversed in the back row.
I took a glance.
Su Minghui whispered to his son, the down payment for a 100 square meter apartment in the city is about 600,000.
By the time you graduate from university, we should have saved up enough. Why would you need to save for that?
Su Yan turned his head to look at him. I'll save up to buy my own place.
Besides, Dad, why are you in such a hurry?
Well, it's just... Su Minghui glanced in the rearview mirror. Lin Hui, who was chatting with Wen Ning, also seemed displeased.
Such a beautiful and sweet daughter-in-law. Don't secure her early, and wait for you to save up yourself? We'll save up anyway, what's it to you?
Lin Hui glanced at her son. Besides, who said it was for you? I'm saving up to buy a place downtown, then give it to my daughter as a dowry.
Problem?
Wen Ning was momentarily stunned, her ears burning.
Wait, Auntie, isn't this a bit too obvious what you're implying? Chapter 50, undoubtedly the best.
Su Minghui glanced at his wife.
As dowry for our daughter when she marries into our Su family, right? I'd be too embarrassed to spell it out for you.
I heard Anyan's grades have improved quite a bit recently.
Lin Hui smiled and said, do you usually supervise his studies?
His fundamentals are actually quite solid, he's just a little unbalanced in his subjects.
Wen Ning whispered,
with just a little more effort he'll catch up quickly, it really has nothing to do with me.
That's wonderful.
Surprisingly, being together actually improved their academic performance instead of hindering it, proving they could mutually motivate each other.
This clearly demonstrates their exceptionally high compatibility in personality.
As noon approached, the group settled down at a quieter restaurant. Lin Hui and Su Minghui quickly pulled their granddaughter to sit down, leaving the empty seats across to the two young people. Su Yan didn't mind, took off his coat and hung it on the chair, sitting beside Wen Ning. The waiter brought 2 menus, and Wen Ning instinctively pushed hers to him. You order.
What does Ning like to eat?
Lin Hui also smiled. No need to be polite with us.
Today, it's our treat. Wen Ning quickly shook her head. Auntie, I'm really not picky. Su Yan held the menu. Do you always act like this when you go out to eat with others?
Wen Ning paused for a moment. Is
there a problem with that?
She really is like this when it comes to such matters. Just go along with others' arrangements, whatever they order, she'll eat it, even during family dinners.
Then you decide.
Su Yan studied her for a moment before opening the menu. This one likes sour and sweet flavors, no spicy dishes. Oh, and she absolutely adores cilantro. Wen Ning licked her lips, trying to conceal the strange feeling in her heart.
Did Tong Tong tell him? Tong Tong loves cilantro too.
At that moment, Tong Tong excitedly raised her hand to answer first.
Daddy loves it too. Our whole family absolutely adores it. Hearing this, Su Yan was slightly taken aback.
After careful consideration, he slowly replied,
Tong Tong takes after me. He.
Lin Hui and Su Minghui visibly paused for a moment upon hearing this. They looked at Su Yan, then at Wen Ning beside him, hesitating to speak. Seeing Su Yan ordering food, Wen Ning instinctively took the disposable tableware in front of him, unpacking it to rinse with hot water.
Su Yan raised his head sharply. What are you doing?
Ha? Wen Ning hesitated. Washing them might be cleaner. Disposable ones can be a bit dirty.
Su Yan wasn't very pleased. Did you come out to eat or to play the servant girl?
Wen Ning licked her lips. I'm used to it. During family gatherings, she would always do these kinds of things for her younger sister. Although stepmother had said Wen Xiong could handle things herself, Wen Ning would still proactively help them with these trivial tasks.
Doing more chores meant needing to say fewer words, and it wouldn't feel so awkward either. It's just a small thing. I can do it myself.
Su Yan looked at her for a moment, then pressed his hand on the bowl and chopsticks, pulling them back towards himself.
Lin Hui smiled but didn't speak.
During the meal, the group spoke little, exchanging only occasional bits of conversation. However, they were amused several times by Tong Tong's adorable puffed-up cheeks, which resembled a pufferfish. What a sweet little girl. How does she turn into this when eating? After everyone finished eating, Wen Ning finally composed herself. She knew that the two parents had come today to see what kind of person Tong Tong's mother was.
Auntie, uncle.
Wen Ning spoke at a measured pace, saying all she had prepared. My situation. Su Yan should have told you about it, but there are some things I feel I still need to explain to you properly.
Lin Hui nodded. Go ahead.
My mother left when I was very young, and my father, he has a new family to take care of. Aunt Xiao, that is, my stepmother, I don't want her to argue with Dad over my affairs. Wen Ning's voice faltered slightly, so, I might struggle to spend Dad's money without feeling guilty. Lin Hui and Su Minghui exchanged glances. It might be financially difficult for a while.
But after I get to university, no, after graduating high school, I'll find a way to become independent.
Wen Ning took a deep breath, her expression earnest. I may not have much to offer, but I'll definitely give Tong Tong the best I have.
No one can predict what the future holds. For now, this is the only promise she could make. Su Yan finally looked up from her phone.
Actually, she rarely spoke so much at once. It was clear she'd been considering this matter for a long time. After lunch, the group planned to take Tongtong out to explore in the afternoon. Su Yan was ushered away by the two parents, carrying Tongtong to play at the toy store up ahead.
Xiao Ning, your mother-in-law and I came today without any ulterior motives.
Su Minghui, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. It's just that suddenly hearing we have a granddaughter left us feeling uncertain, so we wanted to come see you. Wen Ning meekly nodded in agreement. She had actually known for a long time that Su Yan's parents were very, very kind people. It's just, we only have Yan as our one child. Su Minghui hesitated for a moment. Although we always complain about him, we truly can't bear to see him suffer even a little. We're afraid he might meet the wrong person in the future, afraid he won't be happy after starting a family.
That's why they insisted on coming to meet Wen Ning. I've seen her, and truthfully, I feel reassured. She's pretty, sweet-mannered and polite, and she clearly cares deeply about Tongtong.
Apart from her family circumstances, Wen Ning truly fits all their expectations for a daughter-in-law. However, in the end, it still depends on the two youngsters themselves. Nearly half an hour later, Wen Ning finally came in from outside.
Where are my parents? Su Yan was holding a white rabbit ear hat, about to put it on Tongtong.
The little girl was rooted to the spot the moment she saw it. But the hat seemed a bit too big, it kept slipping down her head as the bunny ears flopped about, nearly covering her face. Seeing how the little girl was struggling to hold it up, Su Yan reached over and lifted the hat for her.
They said they're going to wander around over there first and come find us later. Su Yan didn't mind much either. What were you talking about with them just now? Wen Ning's voice softened a bit, quite a lot. Though Su Yan's family wasn't exactly extremely wealthy, it was already enough to make her envious.
Wen Ning pursed her lips, speaking slowly. Why, are you so nice to me?
Su Yan gave her a puzzled look. When have I ever been nice to you? But you don't eat cilantro, right? Like, can't stand even a tiny bit of it?
Just now when Tongtong said Daddy likes eating it, there was something off about both parents' expressions. This shows that the future him had never mentioned this matter to his wife and child.
It's not a big deal anyway. Su Yan didn't seem too bothered. A bite of cilantro isn't going to kill me, is it?
Wen Ning's throat moved slightly. But I don't want you to accommodate me like this.
You could have just told me. If you don't like it, I can stop eating it.
I'm a grown man. I can't always have my wife and child giving in to me. Su Yan took off Tongtong's hat, preparing to switch it for a smaller one. Don't embarrass me.
You're always like this.
Wen Ning was sulking a bit, reaching out to pinch him. Sometimes you're really annoying.
Dislike?
Wen Ning murmured under her breath. I really can't figure out how someone as arrogant as you ended up fancying someone like me.
Hearing her words, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly with genuine amusement.
You're laughing at me again. You're always laughing at me. Wen Ning finally got annoyed and gave his arm a hard twist. What's so funny about this anyway?
You're absolutely right.
After laughing for quite a while, Su Yan finally managed to stop. The thing about me is, I'm ridiculously full of myself, look down on pretty much everyone, and have extremely high standards for girlfriends. He placed the rabbit ear hat in his hand atop Wen Ning's head, his voice still carrying an upward lilt. The one I set my eyes on is definitely the best.
Chapter 51, The Enemy from a Past Life. The best?
Wen Ning instinctively reached up to adjust the hat, her earlobes growing faintly warm.
This guy, does he even realize he's always saying such harsh things? But then again, it's probably the same for her.
Not that her standards are particularly high, but she wouldn't easily fall for just anyone. Yet once she does fall in love, it'll likely be for a lifetime. Both of them were the type exploding with pure love, stubborn as mules otherwise, they wouldn't have. By their late 20s, neither had even been in a relationship, maintaining pristine double first loves. Wen Ning glanced at herself in the mirror and thought it looked slightly childish. Truth be told, her features didn't quite suit sweet and adorable decorations. But Tongtong is different, she possesses all of Su Yan's best qualities too. As the little girl grows up, she might become even prettier than her mother.
Bunny is so cute.
Copying her mother, Tongtong put on a smaller hat and perched it on her head. Wen Ning crouched down to hug her daughter, nuzzling against her soft cheeks.
Mommy, let's each wear one bunny ear hat. Sounds good. That way. Tongtong giggled. Daddy now has two little bunnies.
Wen Ning paused for a moment before slowly taking off her hat and holding it in her hand.
What kind of nonsense is this? Tongtong, Mom is shy. Su Yan said earnestly, next time, wait until Dad has bought it before saying something like that, understand? I'll remember. After playing with their daughter in the toy store for a long time, the two took her to sit and rest for a while in a milk tea shop. Lin Hui and Su Minghui had already wandered off somewhere, no one knew where. Tongtong was feeling a bit tired from playing and dozed off with her eyes slightly closed in Wen Ning's arms. Su Yan didn't pay it much mind either, going to order 2 regular milk teas and getting Tongtong a freshly squeezed juice.
Before the college entrance exams, let's find some time to go see my mom. Wen Ning poked her daughter's chubby cheek. "I've always wanted my mom to see her."
Su Yan nodded, spinning the milk tea on the table with his fingers. "What's your mom like?"
"I bet her eyes must look just like yours." Wen Ning rested her chin in her hand, studying Su Yan across the table. The sunlight played across his hair, and combined with his lazy expression, he truly gave off an unhurried vibe on this lazy afternoon. Hearing him mention mom, Wen Ning's eyes couldn't help but curve into a smile, her expression instantly softening considerably.
"Yes, mom was prettier than me, and gentler too." Wen Ning smiled faintly. "It's just, I can barely remember her voice now. Too much time has passed.
So much that even when I see mom in my dreams, her face appears blurred." "Su Yan, I rarely talk to you about family matters." Wen Ning gazed out the window, her voice serene. "Actually, I too, haven't exactly been the easiest daughter to get along with." Su Yan remained silent, sitting across from her and listening to her unhurried reminiscence.
Perhaps having met Su Yan's parents today made certain things she'd kept bottled up finally spill out.
They were words that had never been spoken to anyone before.
"When I was 6 years old, Aunt Xiao came to our home."
Wen Ning said softly. "At first, she was very, very good to me.
She would be so happy when I called her mom. But soon, Qiang was born."
Xiao Jiqin was just an ordinary woman who wished for her family to be happier and for her daughter to have a better life.
What mother doesn't love her own child? How could someone else's child ever compare to one's own?
Besides, it wasn't as if they were an especially wealthy family. Raising two children was bound to be a strain. Wen Ning knew there was no mother-daughter bond between her and Xiao Ziqin.
Though Xiao Ziqin would occasionally quarrel with Wen Ning over their eldest daughter's matters,
she did raise Wen Ning to adulthood, perhaps showing some favoritism toward the younger daughter at times. Her treatment was more than enough to honor Wen Ning's biological mother, who had left her daughter so early in life. So, comparatively speaking, the rift between me and my dad might be more serious. Wen Ning lightly pursed her lips. "Often, I also feel like it's my own problem, as if I'm not close with anyone at home."
Actually, Dad didn't really do anything wrong either. He was still very young when his mother left. "No, it's not your fault."
Su Yan wanted to reach out and pat the girl's head, but in the end just sighed. "You were too young back then. It's completely normal you couldn't accept it. Perhaps as an adult, she'd be able to understand. But children's words, emotions outweighing reason is quite a normal thing.
Barriers often arise precisely this way. I actually understand it."
Wen Ning gave an acknowledging hum. "But I suppose I'm just more stubborn, in every possible way."
Su Yan didn't quite understand what she meant.
Wen Ning wasn't in any hurry either, sitting there lost in thought for quite a while. After a long while, she finally glanced at Su Yan with inexplicable emotion in her eyes.
"What's wrong? It's just, it might sound a bit pretentious to say."
Wen Ning took a sip of her milk tea, then licked the white cream from her lips. "Maybe when I fall for someone, even if they're no longer by my side, I'll still
keep loving them."
But then again, with Wen Ning's personality, it's hard for her to say such words directly.
"You're really just clinging on now, aren't you?"
Su Yan couldn't help but squint with laughter. "Whoever gets tangled up with you, must have been your mortal enemy in their past life." Wen Ning also smiled, her narrow eyes slitting in rare slyness like a cunning fox. "Perfect.
But leaving me all alone, I couldn't stand that." Su Yan paused to think. "Aining, when we're old, I'll need to leave before my wife."
This was the first time Su Yan had called her Aining. Wen Ning listened, feeling it was somewhat strange, yet she didn't find it particularly uncomfortable. As if, he was naturally supposed to address himself that way. But soon enough, she snapped back to her senses.
"What are you talking about?"
Wen Ning was so furious at his words it gave her a headache. "Do you even think before you speak?"
"Let me put it another way,"
Su Yan said with great interest. "Aining, I wish you a long life of 100 years.
But, Wen Ning suddenly got angry. "Then I'll wish for you to live one day longer than me." "Why? Didn't you say I was your enemy from your past life?"
Wen Ning pointed at him playfully, making a gesture of pinching his ear.
"Then shouldn't you keep an eye on me all the time to feel at ease?"
The girl's slightly threatening yet crystal clear tone carried a musical lilt, like wind chimes dancing in the afternoon sunlight.
The cicadas chirping accompanied by the steadily rising temperatures began reverberating throughout the entire city.
In this passing of time, their college entrance exams and graduation season were fast approaching.
Chapter 52, Mom, this is AN.
As the college entrance exams drew near, time became increasingly precious. The short span of 2 months passed almost in the blink of an eye, with exams both big and small becoming increasingly frequent. Essentially, they were all just warm-ups. Su Yan, that quirky kid with uneven grades, had basically hit his plateau. Including the elective modules, his scores generally fluctuated around 630 points. And this was based on the premise that his mind was sharp enough and his memory exceptionally good. If he wanted to push further, it really couldn't be made up for in just these few short months.
But it was already enough. If he could stabilize this score, he could indeed get into a fairly decent university.
Recently, Chen Hao still appeared to be slacking off as usual.
His scores remained consistently stable, not high enough for top-tier universities, yet never dropping below the undergraduate admission cutoff. The one truly troubled was Li Yuyu. Every day, she would gaze at her test papers and sigh quietly. She also felt that her recent stress seemed a bit too overwhelming. Sometimes, even when she knew how to solve a problem, the moment she picked up the pen, her mind would go completely blank. Especially with physics. Ah Yan, I really envy you. Li Yuyu sat in the classroom, turning around to flip through Su Yan's test papers. Since childhood, her good friend had always been like this. Whatever she did depended entirely on her preferences, including studying. But as long as he was willing to learn, he'd basically grasp it in one go and never easily forget. Someone like this would never do poorly in whatever they'd pursue later. Of course, Li Yuyu knew he would frantically boost his scores during these coming months. What he truly loved probably wasn't studying, but something else entirely. Actually, Chen Hao was quite intelligent too, it's just that most of his thoughts weren't focused on serious matters. Keep a level head. Su Yan comforted him, I won't spout that nonsense about just do your best. Anyway, you and Chen Hao will definitely end up at the same university. A young heiress with over a dozen family-owned restaurants, why does she seem more stressed out than us ordinary folks? With whom? Li Yuyu thought for a moment. In that case, I won't be going to college, so I can see him every day, right? However, her and Chen Hao's test scores were indeed quite similar. Basically, they both lingered among the bottom ranks of the class. Su Yan chuckled. Judging by Tongtong's words, that's most likely the case. You little brat. Chen Hao, who had been playing with his phone the whole time, finally turned his head. What are you talking about? Li Yuyu flipped him the bird. Seriously, I really don't want to part ways with you guys. She sighed wistfully, if only we could have stayed in the same city. That way, we might have been able to meet often, how wonderful that would have been. She's actually quite introverted by nature and doesn't have many close friends. Being able to maintain friendships with these two for so long is truly something precious. This was actually part of the reason she insisted on choosing science stream back then. No big deal. Chen Hao casually grabbed the test paper from her desk. Let's not talk about Yen for now, he's busy chasing his girl. You and I should compare our scores after the college entrance exams and make plans if they match. Li Yuyu shook her head. Scores can fluctuate. Who can say for sure about these things? It won't be that different. Any question you can solve, I can solve too. Chen Hao yawned, and if you can't solve it, neither can I. Li Yuyu was startled for a moment, then wrinkled her nose, bragging, how would you know whether I can or not? Su Yan listened with a tinge of exasperation. As days passed, more and more junior students carrying cameras could be seen snapping photos through the classroom windows in the hallway. Old Wu taught his students their final lesson. For the next 3 days, First High School would let students go home to adjust on their own, preventing physical and mental exhaustion as well as pre-exam anxiety caused by prolonged study. Su Yan and Wen Ning made plans to take Tongtong to visit her mother before the exams. Why did you bring so much stuff? While waiting at the station, Wen Ning saw Su Yan approaching with Tongtong, carrying bundles big and small. First time meeting Mom. Su Yan chuckled, I had to bring something along. Wen Ning didn't bother to correct him again, merely leaning over to rummage through the bag instead. Mostly fresh fruits and some offerings like candies and pastries. Most of these were things Wen Ning would bring to the cemetery, items her mother had loved while she was alive. You know so much. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek playfully and said, you're so impressive, huh? Meishem, of course I am. Tongtong gave her mother a kiss on the cheek. Every year Mommy and Daddy bring Tongtong back to visit Grandma, and Tongtong already remembers all the things Grandma likes. What a good girl Tongtong is. Wen Ning squinted her eyes with a smile, utterly content. Holding her daughter's hand, the three of them boarded the bus heading to Crane Garden in the southern suburbs. The cemetery is located in the suburbs, at the terminal stop of the bus route. Wen Ning had lost count of how many times she'd made this journey. Once on the bus, she suddenly fell silent. She just stared blankly at the scenery rushing past the window, lost in thought. The weather happened to be rather gloomy today, looking like rain was imminent. After getting off at their stop, Wen Ning led the two towards the cemetery. Her mother's grave is located in a relatively secluded spot, surrounded by tranquility. A woman's photo is affixed to the tombstone, with long, jet-black lustrous hair, smiling with pursed lips, her cheeks strikingly beautiful. She looks remarkably like Wen Ning, equally a classic Jiangnan beauty. Mom, Xiaoning brought Tongtong and Su Yan to see you today. Wen Ning knelt down before the tombstone, gazing at her mother's youthful photo. So much has happened recently, things you probably wouldn't even believe if I told you. Last Qingming festival when Dad and I visited you, I couldn't bring myself to say it then. Grandma, Tongtong has come to see you. Tongtong knelt down and knocked her forehead forcefully against the ground twice. Wen Ning gently pulled her daughter up, her heart aching as she reached out to rub the little girl's reddened forehead. This is your little granddaughter. Wen Ning leaned close to Tongtong's cheek. Isn't she adorable? She looks just like us both. Can you see her, Mom? In the photograph, the woman had eyes identical to Wen Ning's and Tongtong's, still smiling with gentle warmth.
Wen Ning softly recounted everything that had happened during this period, slowly telling her mother each detail.
Mom, I didn't understand before. Her voice grew even softer. I always thought you were too cruel, just abandoning me like that. It wasn't until Tong Tong appeared that I realized, you must have been the most heartbroken one to leave your daughter. Even now she still clearly remembers that night when her mother asked her to come home. Patting her daughter's head, she told her that when Xiao Ning woke up tomorrow morning, everything would be better. The woman, tormented by illness, still gave her daughter her last ounce of tenderness. Mom!
Tong Tong gently touched her mother's face, snuggling into her arms like a little bunny. Tong Tong and Daddy were both sent by Grandma to love you forever, you know. Her daughter's words suddenly made Wen Ning's nose sting.
Su Yan took everything out of the bag and stood aside, watching the mother and daughter.
His expression was uncharacteristically dazed, though it was just a tombstone that had stood here for who knows how many years. But this was still the most important person in Wen Ning's life. Wen Ning had probably never brought anyone else back to meet her mother. Just then, Wen Ning turned her head and saw this usually fearless person standing motionless, staring intently at the photograph on the tombstone.
What's suddenly gotten into you? Wen Ning couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Say hello to Mom. Mom, I'm Su Yan.
Only then did Su Yan snap out of it, pausing briefly. I'm Tong Tong's father. Wen Ning pursed her lips slightly.
Come, kneel down with me. She clutched Su Yan's sleeve. I haven't even introduced you to Mom yet.
Su Yan knelt down beside her, shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the woman in the photograph.
He is Su Yan.
Wen Ning lowered her eyes, speaking softly. When Dad was still here, I never mentioned this to you. He was also someone Xiao Ning met, someone who was very, very good to me.
Mom.
After thinking for a long while, Su Yan finally said, from now on, I'll take good care of her properly on your behalf. And please watch over her, so she can always be happy and blessed with health and peace.
But you still haven't told my mom who you are. Tong Tong's dad?
Then you should introduce yourself to Mom and explain our relationship.
What are we now? Su Yan hesitated for a moment. How should I explain to Mom the nature of our relationship?
Perhaps it was because he was in his mother's presence that his thoughts became uncharacteristically sluggish. The main issue was that neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan themselves could clearly define the nature of their relationship. They weren't even officially a couple yet, but they'd already started raising a child together.
Idiot.
Perhaps exasperated by his denseness, Wen Ning gave his arm a fierce pinch. She turned her head to look at the woman in the photograph. The tips of her ears abruptly grew warm.
Mom, he is Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning's future husband. Chapter 53, missing anyone would be regrettable.
Wen Ning was actually quite thin-skinned. Generally, she wasn't the type to show emotions too obviously. So this was also the first time Su Yan heard her refer to him as her future husband. Future husband, doesn't that phrase sound a bit like saying current boyfriend?
If you put it that way. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Does Mom already see me as a son-in-law? Wen Ning slowly averted her gaze. Then why aren't you nervous? Su Yan touched his face and remained silent.
The two knelt before the grave with their daughter for a while longer before rising, patting their numb knees, and preparing to sit on the nearby stone steps. They chatted idly, their words also meant for Wen Ning's mother to hear. As a child, I really thought about Mom every single day. Wen Ning rested her chin on her hand, her gaze soft as she watched her daughter hopping up and down the steps in the distance. Whenever I saw other moms picking up their kids, I often cried alone.
My mom loved strawberries too.
In elementary school, I saved up my pocket money for ages just to buy a box of strawberries to bring to my mom.
That day I sat right here.
Wen Ning lowered her head with a wistful smile. The more I ate, the more unbearable the sadness became. For years afterward, no matter how many strawberries I ate, they never tasted right again. Until the appearance of Tong Tong. That day at Su Yan's home, when Tong Tong plucked the strawberry leaves and fed them to her. It was the first time Wen Ning had tasted that familiar flavor again.
From now on, don't cry anymore.
Su Yan couldn't find any particularly comforting words, just leaned his hands against the stone steps. Otherwise, Mom would scold me for not taking good care of her little Ning.
When Ning snapped back to reality.
That single sentence made her nose sting slightly again. She lowered her head to rummage in her pocket, then fished out that familiar little rabbit doll.
You always kept it hanging on your backpack, didn't you? Su Yan was a bit surprised. How did it come off so easily?
Wen Ning reluctantly tugged at the little rabbit's ears before placing it in his hands.
This is for you, she said.
A tiny little bunny plush toy, already quite old, with a torn belly that had been carefully stitched up needle by needle. It sat dumbly in Su Yan's palm, looking rather foolish. The little patched-up rabbit couldn't begin to compare to Wen Xiong's beautiful stuffed animals that filled the entire room. But this remains, without a doubt, Wen Ning's most treasured possession.
Bring it with you during the college entrance exams, it will protect you.
Wen Ning earnestly instructed. This was a gift from Mom.
By age, even Tong Tong should call it auntie. Return it to me after your college entrance exams. Su Yan gently stroked the doll with his fingers.
After a long while, he finally slipped it into his pocket. With this, I'll definitely ace the exam.
Wen Ning squinted and gave a hum of acknowledgement. Well then, I'll be waiting. But, Su Yan looked her up and down. Why are you wearing your school uniform today? You won't be able to wear it anymore after this. Wen Ning paused for a moment. After I leave for university, Mom might not see me for a long time. I want her to see me once more. The high school crush of Wen University always wore her hair in a high ponytail and donned her school uniform jacket. No matter how many times you've seen it, her natural, fresh-faced innocence never fails to amaze. Why can't I see Grandma? At that very moment, Tong Tong happened to leap up onto the steps. She danced until she grew a bit tired, her cheeks flushing pink as she nestled into her father's arms to rest. Wen Ning reached out, using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from the other's forehead. Because Mom and Dad are going to college, maybe somewhere far away. A faraway place? Tong Tong held her mother's hand tightly. Then, will Mommy and Daddy ever leave Tong Tong's side? Definitely taking Tong Tong along. Wen Ning's voice was soft, brimming with affection. How could Mom and Dad bear to leave you? So does that mean Tong Tong finally gets to live with Mom and Dad? Tong Tong nearly jumped for joy. Yay! Mom and Dad are the best. She had always wondered why her parents didn't live together when they were young. Although staying by Dad's side is also quite enjoyable. But when Mom isn't home, there's always this sense that something's missing from the house. Wen Ning accurately pinpointed the key word in her daughter's statement. Mom and Dad, living together? However, after starting university, if I were to bring Tong Tong along, we would indeed need to rent a place to live together. She glanced at Su Yan, pressed her lips together, and said nothing. Probably sensing her mother's inexplicable mood, Tong Tong scratched her palm lightly. Mom, you don't want to? Tong Tong. Wen Ning finally snapped out of her daze. Mommy and Daddy have to fall in love first, before they can live together, and then Tong Tong can come along. Although girls tend to mature earlier, she still didn't know how to explain this matter to her daughter. After all, encountering a daughter before even knowing her was something beyond comprehension from the very start. Thinking like this, living together with her daughter first didn't seem like such a big deal. Then Mommy and Daddy should hurry up and fall in love. It's not that simple. Does Mama not like Papa? It's not that I don't like it. Suddenly meeting Su Yan's gaze, her words caught in her throat. Mom, how do you know when you're in love? Tong Tong, you little enchantress, always clinging to your mom like that. Why don't you ask Dad too? That is, two people must first adore each other tremendously. Under her daughter's puckered pink lip pout, Wen Ning hesitated for a long while before continuing. After that, holding hands, embracing, kissing, and then confessing their feelings aloud, only then does it count as real love. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. You're quite a handful, aren't you? Wen Ning tilted her chin up slightly and gave a little snort. Then I must be quite troublesome, she said. Su Yan clicked his tongue. Having some trouble is good. We'll take it one step at a time. Anyway, there's still time. Wen Ning licked her lips. In truth, this also reflected how well matched the two were emotionally. But when Wen Ning voiced her thoughts, she knew Su Yan was thinking the same thing. So that's why the two of them had exactly the same thought. In Tong Tong's world, the futures of Su Yan and Wen Ning must both be filled with regret for having missed out on each other's youth. When Tong Tong grows up, she'll understand Mom and Dad are the same kind of people. Su Yan tousled his daughter's head affectionately and said, if you like someone, make sure you like them wholeheartedly. Tong Tong didn't quite understand, looking left at her father and right at her mother before sticking her finger in her mouth to chew. What does it mean to seriously like someone? It's probably. Wen Ning propped her chin in her hand and gently poked the dimple on her daughter's cheek. You like him so much that you want to do countless things together, missing even one would feel like a regret. Chapter 54 Bringing the Girl Home. Amidst the tidal wave of countless exam papers being flipped, midsummer quietly arrived. Facing the Gaokao, Su Yan felt calmer than he had imagined he would. Just like any other day, I entered the exam hall, worked through the questions, and turned in the paper when time was up. Until the final bell rings. Su Yan felt that his performance was decent enough, likely reaching the expected score. As for Wen Ning, it seems this girl has performed beyond her usual capabilities. Because of Tong Tong and Su Yan's relationship, her state of mind during this period has been better than ever before. So perhaps for the two of them, Tong Tong truly was their lucky star. And then came those trivial little matters. Graduation banquets, graduation photos, and such, just quietly waiting for the scores to come out. As for Tong Tong's identity and household registration, old Su and Lin Hui had already nearly sorted it all out. Although there was a blood test, Tong Tong's arrival was somewhat sudden, making it difficult to explain certain aspects regarding social relationships and age. So, over the past few months, they've been scrambling to network and pull strings everywhere. And Wen Ning also began to seriously contemplate and plan for independence. She needed to save for living expenses, tuition fees, and the costs of raising her daughter. Let's wait until college to see if I can get a scholarship. Actually, after the Gaokao ended, many parents had already contacted her homeroom teacher. After all, Wen Ning is a top student in the elite class of number 1 high school, and a rare female academic star in science subjects. This summer vacation is when she's most sought after in the tutoring market, commanding the highest hourly rate. Give it some effort, and you should be able to save up quite a bit of money.
But that will have to wait until the college entrance exam results come out, and there are still half a month to go. So, Wen Ning decided to take on some part-time work for the time being.
Save as much as you can. There will be plenty of expenses to cover in the future. Part-time job?
Su Yan was at the vegetable market, chatting with Wen Ning on the phone while accompanying her aunt with grocery shopping. During this period, Mang Yufei had gone to another city for training and exchange programs, so it had been Su Yan and Tong Tong keeping their aunt company, working hard for little pay, and likely putting up with abuse too.
Su Yan immediately vetoed the idea, "We're not going." Moreover, the part-time job market is inherently chaotic.
Wen Ning was quite beautiful. At any rate, Su Yan wasn't comfortable with her running around outside in the sweltering heat.
But I'm different from you.
Wen Ning's voice grew softer, tinged with embarrassment. After all these years, besides studying, it seems I haven't learned anything else. I recently heard Su Yan was helping some university develop a grade retrieval program, working late into the night every day. Anyway, it sounded pretty impressive. Actually, Wen Ning had known all along in every possible way, he truly was an exceptionally independent and impressive person.
Take your time to learn if you don't know how. I want to help you raise Tong Tong together too. Feeling bored?
Come over and cook for Tong Tong, help her with homework. Su Yan was a bit displeased, always worrying about things that aren't your business. Beside him, Su Lingling shot her nephew a somewhat peculiar glance.
Wow, you've grown up. Finally learning to care for your own daughter.
There are plenty of girls' high schools with poor grades. If you want to tutor them later, go ahead.
I can't be bothered to care.
Su Yan's tone was uncharacteristically stern. As for part-time jobs, if you dare to go, I'll leave right now to drag you back.
Understand? Did you hear that? Got it.
On the other end of the line, Wen Ning instinctively licked her dry lips. I just won't go then.
Su Yan said a few more words to her before hanging up the phone.
You've been hiding your troubles for a long time, Ban Ban.
Su Lingling tugged hard at her nephew's arm. You don't believe your aunt? That really hurts my feelings.
Regarding Tong Tong's matter, Su Minghui had already found an opportunity to speak with her about it. Since she had already spent a long time with the little girl, Su Lingling's reaction was the mildest.
I was wrong, Auntie.
Su Yan quickly took all the bags from her hands and admitted honestly with resignation, after all, Tong Tong had just come into my life back then, and my mind was probably a bit muddled too.
Oof.
Su Lingling tapped her nephew lightly on the forehead.
Next time, bring that girl to meet your aunt again. Immersive translate. A few evenings later, when Ning attended her class graduation banquet.
With more students in the honors class, there were 2 tables for girls, 3 for boys, plus teachers, making the private dining room extraordinarily noisy. Many guys rushed to toast the teacher and the girls, creating a lively atmosphere. Wen Ning sat in a seat closer to the inside, occasionally chatting with the girl beside her. Many guys came over to toast her during that time, with some even getting so drunk they became dizzy and ended up confessing their feelings to her.
At first, Wen Ning would politely decline.
She merely pursed her lips calmly, then pointed to the juice in her glass, speaking very little afterward. She just found it all very loud and tedious. Perhaps saying this sounds a bit heartless, but throughout the 3 years of high school, Wen Ning's mind was truly focused on studying, and she didn't form strong bonds with her classmates. She had a few friends among the girls, but none of the relationships were particularly close. Moreover, she had a highly sensitive constitution towards alcohol. I'm the type who absolutely can't handle alcohol, just a sip turns my face red and makes me feel awful. She ate some food until she was halfway full, then started lowering her head to pass time by texting Su Yan on her phone. Halfway through, when she went to the restroom and returned, she noticed the homeroom teacher walking toward her with a glass of wine in hand. She was a middle-aged woman, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes particularly pronounced, her gaze resting on Wen Ning with unmistakable gentleness.
Wen Ning, may I offer you a toast?
She beamed with joy, wishing you a future as bright as the stars. As the homeroom teacher of this advanced class, she held great expectations for these students. Wen Ning hastily scrambled to her feet.
Teacher, it is I who should respect you.
She held the cup with some apology. Sorry, I can't drink.
It's alright. It's a good thing that girls don't drink.
The homeroom teacher patted her shoulder and said, when you're far away in the future, you can still come back to visit sometimes.
You'll always be my favorite student.
She knew this child had grown up without a mother, so she had always taken special care of her with particular tenderness. Seeing her doing so well now fills my heart with contentment.
Thank you, teacher.
Wen Ning finally cracked a faint smile, pursed her lips, picked up her glass, and drained the juice in one gulp. But the moment it touched her lips, she knew something was wrong. The taste of fruit juice mixed with an intensely strong alcoholic aroma rapidly spread through her mouth, irritating her throat so much that she let out a forceful cough.
What's wrong?
The homeroom teacher was visibly startled upon seeing her slightly reddened eyes.
No. Fine, then the teacher will go over there first. All right.
Wen Ning had just sat down after taking a big gulp when she suddenly felt unwell. Beside her, class monitor Huang Tingting noticed that the beautiful temperature-taking girl's face seemed to have suddenly turned a little redder.
Wen Ning, are you feeling unwell? It's nothing.
Wen Ning pursed her lips. I just went to the bathroom. Did someone pour alcohol into my cup? Huang Tingting froze for a moment, then hastily grabbed her empty cup and sniffed it.
It was an overwhelmingly pungent smell of alcohol. Who was the one who mixed liquor into her juice just now?
Huang Tingting was nearly furious. She already said she can't drink alcohol. Her voice was quite loud, and a girl across from her raised her hand. She looked quite indifferent as she spoke. Sorry Wen Ning, I accidentally poured the wrong thing just now. The girls exchanged bewildered glances.
But it's graduation after all. Stop always wearing that cold expression. Meaning, a little drink won't hurt.
Wen Ning remained silent without uttering a word.
Wen Ning, give your family a call.
Huang Tingting glared at them and lowered her voice. They're just upset because all the guys only toasted you. I'll walk you downstairs later.
The whole evening at this graduation banquet,
with the campus belle when present, all the other girls really did fade into the background.
Thanks.
Wen Ning was feeling increasingly uncomfortable, her reaction slowing by a beat. She held her phone, trying to scroll through to her father's number. Somehow, without quite knowing why, she pulled up a different number from her contacts. Tingting, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you tell him for me?
Huang Tingting nodded, took the phone, and dialed.
But surprisingly, it was a young man's voice on the other end.
What's wrong? That,
Wen Ning accidentally drank some alcohol.
Though Huang Tingting was puzzled, she didn't inquire further. Could you come pick her up? Had some drinks? She said she's feeling a bit unwell. Give me the address and private room number.
He didn't say much on the other end. Take care of her for 10 minutes.
I'll be there soon.
By the time Su Yan arrived, Huang Tingting was sitting with Wen Ning on a sofa in the corner, keeping some distance from the crowd. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her brow furrowed as she gazed somewhat awkwardly at Su Yan walking in from outside.
What was I just thinking of giving him a call?
When an unfamiliar young man pushed the door open and walked straight into the private room, heading all the way to the back, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet.
Hey kid, looks like you're in the wrong place.
The benevolent homeroom teacher kindly reminded us with a warm smile. Recently, there have been many graduation banquets, and cases of attending the wrong one do happen quite often. Some guys went the wrong way, or simply stopped walking altogether, sitting down directly and pulling guys from other classes to drink with them.
We're not in the wrong place, teacher.
Su Yan chuckled and pointed to Wen Ning, who was sitting in the innermost seat. I came to pick up my girl.
Chapter 55, Accept Me. Because of Su Yan's words, several teachers exchanged glances, finding it quite amusing. Wen Ning's plump, fair ears turned bright red, betraying her embarrassment.
Su Yan looked at her, her cheeks were flushed pink, her eyes glistening with moisture.
Perhaps feeling slightly unwell, she seemed to react a bit slower than usual. But the person is conscious, so the problem shouldn't be too serious. How much did you drink? A little bit. Yeah, let's go.
Su Yan reached out and grasped her arm.
Let's go home.
Wen Ning was helped up by him, standing dumbly under the gaze of several teachers, too embarrassed to speak. The fiery atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wen, the university belle, has always been quite aloof. It's not that she has a bad personality. Wen Ning is usually gentle and mild-mannered, actually quite easy to get along with. It's just that her emotions run a bit too understated.
Not even a boy.
She was rarely seen getting close to any particular female classmate, mostly keeping to herself in class.
So, young lady, is this your girl? The homeroom teacher smiled warmly at Wen Ning. So, how long has this been going on between you two? Su Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Just a few months, that's all. You're actually quite proud of yourself, huh?
The homeroom teacher eyed Su Yan, pretending to put on a stern face. Back then, you were still students.
Do you realize the consequences of puppy love?
Be careful, or I might just punish you right now, make you read the love letter aloud in front of everyone.
In the past, students caught in early relationships would flee at the sight of their teacher like mice spotting a cat.
But now that they've graduated, every last one of them has become downright shamelessly bold.
I haven't had time to write it yet. Su Yan merely smiled. I was in a hurry today. Next time, maybe. Alright, go back and write at least 800 words.
The homeroom teacher finally smiled too. When the time comes, Wen Ning, you can help the teacher check.
Su Yan nodded. Alright, I'll write it as soon as we get back.
Wen Ning couldn't help pinching him. Don't talk nonsense in front of the teacher.
Let's go. Head back quickly.
The homeroom teacher waved generously and said, from now on, no one will be pushing and urging you forward like high school teachers did. You'll have to take charge of yourself. In fact, she had always thought that although Wen Ning excelled in her studies, her personality was a bit aloof. Now, looking at her demeanor in front of this guy, good riddance. This child will surely get better and better in the future. Su Yan smiled. You're a great teacher. We'll visit you often with her in the future. Sounds good, but remember, teachers always take promises seriously. Wen Ning once again greeted the teachers and expressed her gratitude before the two of them finally left the private room.
The way the guys from your class were looking at me just now.
Su Yan reached out to press the elevator button. I thought they were going to rush over and force me to drink. Having spent quite some time with Wen Ning, Su Yan had nearly forgotten that this particular girl was actually the aloof, untouchable campus goddess type at their school. It must be said that Wen Ning is vastly different in private compared to how she presents herself in front of others. Wen Ning still felt a bit unwell, swallowing hard to suppress that strange sensation.
Does it hurt that much?
Wen Ning rubbed her burning cheeks. Is my face very red?
A little bit. Where do you want to go now?
Afraid she might catch a chill from the wind, Su Yan took out his phone to call Aditi.
Where to? Wen Ning reacted slowly, thinking for a while. I want to go home. Alright, send a message to your family, then come to my place.
Midway, Su Yan got out of the car to buy some medicine. After the two of them arrived home, he first settled the girl on the sofa, then went to open the window slightly to let in some fresh air.
Feeling better now?
There's still a little.
Wen Ning vigorously shook her head and looked around. Where's Tong Tong?
I've been staying at my parents' place these past couple days.
Meaning, the little one isn't here, so it's just her and Xu Yan alone today?
Wen Ning carefully touched her face. Truth be told, she rarely had opportunities to be alone with Su Yan, as Tong Tong was almost always around. Su Yan walked over, rolled up her sleeve to inspect it, then crouched down to examine her cheek. You can't handle alcohol, who made you drink? The girl still looked rather pale.
I just wasn't paying attention.
Wen Ning explained what had happened today.
Su Yan frowned. Then why didn't you spit it out at the time?
It doesn't feel right with the teacher around.
Su Yan paused for a long while. Fine, but at least you remembered to call me. That's not too stupid. Wen Ning didn't make a sound.
It must be the placebo effect or something. After Su Yan came and took her home, she did feel much more comfortable overall.
Take the medicine first. Su Yan poured some hot water and took out hangover magic from the bag.
Then sit for a while to recover, he said. After finishing these tasks, he pulled out his phone and turned toward the kitchen. Soon, Wen Ning heard the sound of a lighter flicking, followed by Su Yan's voice on a phone call.
I've never done that before. How come I don't know anything? Isn't that what I'm learning? It's nothing serious. She's right here with me. Honey and orange peel, right. Hold on, let me look for them first.
Wen Ning couldn't resist her curiosity any longer and slowly crept toward the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe to peek inside. Su Yan hung up the phone and lazily shuffled around in slippers while cooking.
Wen Ning sniffed the air. What's this? Hangover soup.
Su Yan glanced at her. When my dad drank, my mom always brewed this for him, protects the stomach and makes you feel much better.
You know how to make this too? Didn't before.
Know how now, Su Yan said casually.
Wen Ning always felt there was something about this sentence.
Before, he didn't know how, because no one had ever needed him to do such things. Soon, Su Yan turned off the stove and ladled some into a small bowl. Returning to the living room, he sat back on the sofa and said, drink it. Wen Ning held the bowl, hesitantly took a sip, then licked her lips savoring the aftertaste.
Not good? It's good, sweet. Wen Ning blew off the rising steam and said, it's just a little too hot.
Su Yan glanced at her for a moment, then said, then walk around the edges and sip while you move. Wen Ning was a bit annoyed. I'll cool it down by blowing on it with my mouth before drinking. Sitting on the sofa, watching her slowly finish drinking as the rosy flush on her cheeks faded considerably, Su Yan finally felt somewhat relieved. Leave the bowl there. Go wash your face and brush your teeth, then rest. Seeing she wasn't in serious trouble now, Su Yan relaxed back onto the sofa and played with his phone. Treasure this.
I'll be moving out in another half month. Wen Ning froze for a moment. Not renting anymore? Why keep renting after graduation?
To be honest, Wen Ning hadn't actually come here all that often before. For some reason, Wen Ning suddenly recalled how he had appeared in the kitchen earlier,
dressed in sleepwear with slippers on his feet.
His whole demeanor looked lazy, casual, and utterly indifferent. Yet in truth, he had been meticulously and patiently looking after her.
Wen Ning only belatedly remembered.
This was probably a scene she wouldn't witness until much, much later in life, when she'd already become someone's wife.
Oh, right.
Su Yan got up and went to the room, bringing out that little rabbit plush toy. I did promise to return this to you after the exams were over. Wen Ning didn't speak, nor did she reach out to take it. She stared at the silly rabbit doll for a while before suddenly speaking up.
A yen? ?
This was the first time Su Yan had heard the girl call out like this.
Once the scores come out, we'll compare our college preferences, then go study in the same city. Wasn't that already agreed upon long ago? What I meant was, Wen Ning's expression faltered slightly.
After we fill out our college applications, let's take Tong Tong with us early, and rent a place, she suggested hesitantly.
Exactly, I still want to spend more time with Tong Tong every day.
Facing his somewhat ambiguous gaze, Wen Ning tried her best to maintain a composed expression as she extended one finger from each hand, left and right. Rent 2 rooms, split the rent 50-50.
But, Su Yan wasn't particularly surprised. Instead, he looked meaningfully into her eyes. Wasn't this what we'd already agreed upon?
It had to be said, Wen Ning's innocent features paired with those faintly aloof, almond-shaped eyes made her the kind of beauty who grew more captivating the longer one looked.
When did we agree on this? Wen Ning was a bit confused, recalling hesitantly, what I said before was, we can only live together after we're in a relationship, right? So isn't this already agreement? Su Yan's tone was casual yet arrogant as he pinched the bunny plushie's tail and gave it a shake. Other than me, who else did you plan to date? Chapter 56 Bringing a family member along. Indeed.
Wen Ning truly had no way to counter that statement. Both of them knew the truth in their hearts.
Given how they treated Tong Tong now,
it was really just a matter of time before they started dating. Wen Ning patted her cheeks and stopped pursuing the topic, ready to go freshen up.
I don't know if it's because of the alcohol or something else. I just couldn't shake the feeling that my face and ears were unusually warm tonight. By the time I came out of the bathroom, Su Yan had already made up the sofa bed with blankets. Then, how about you sleep in the room today instead?
Wen Ning felt a little embarrassed.
After all, Su Yan had not only come to pick her up but also gone to the pharmacy to get medicine, brewed hangover soup, and now he wasn't even sleeping on the bed. No need. Su Yan lowered his head to glance at his phone. When the day comes that I can openly sleep in your room, then we'll talk.
Wen Ning hesitated momentarily, sensing he might have misunderstood something.
What I meant was, I'll sleep on the couch. Su Yan finally lifted his eyelids. Then what if I sneak out in the middle of the night and do something bad to you? You're not that kind of person. It wasn't before. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. You can imagine the rest yourself. The same old rhetoric again, making Wen Ning's eyebrow twitch. In the end, it was Su Yan who slept on the sofa. Wen Ning entered the room and closed the door, then lay face down on the bed, burying her face in the quilt. I always feel like ever since I took Su Yan to meet my mom, our relationship has progressed really quickly. Wen Ning wasn't really the type to indulge in girlish fantasies. Her thoughts wandered casually, drifting back to the day she first met Su Yan, then floating all the way to the present moment. She didn't know how much time had passed before Wen Ning finally fell into a deep sleep amidst the occasional footsteps echoing in the living room. The next morning, when Su Yan woke up, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He fumbled for his phone to check the time before sitting up, only to spot Wen Ning sitting quietly at the dining table with breakfast laid out beside her. She made no sound, occupied with her phone in silence. Why didn't you wake me up? Su Yan scratched his head. I'm sure I set an alarm. Mainly, Tong Tong has come into his life, and his daughter has made it a habit for him to eat breakfast every day. Although his daughter hasn't been around these past 2 days, he's already gotten used to it. I silenced it for you when it rang earlier. Wen Ning snapped out of her thoughts, resting her chin in her hands as she looked at him. You've been staying up late so often recently, I wanted to let you sleep a bit longer. Su Yan glanced at the dining table. Did you go downstairs to buy breakfast? It's still warm. You've already eaten? Wen Ning nodded. I'm a bit hungry. I didn't eat enough last night, so I didn't wait for you. Su Yan finally stood up. Do you have plans today? No. Wen Ning thought for a moment. Dad called me this morning and said he wants to meet you. During this phone call, Wen Ning and Wen Qiming talked at length. In the end, their daughter's single sentence left Wen Qiming utterly speechless. Dad, I've already taken him to see Mom. Your dad? Su Yan thought for a moment. You pick the time, then let me know. How can you be so calm about this? Wen Ning couldn't help asking. By then, my stepmother and Wen Xiong might come too. Perfect timing. Su Yan stood up to wash his face. I've got some questions for them too. His reaction made Wen Ning hesitate for a moment before she gradually relaxed. Su Yan had always handled matters with great composure. Since he was willing to meet, there certainly wouldn't be any problems. After finishing his morning routine, Su Yan finally sat back at the table, ready to start his breakfast. He took a bite of the steamed bun. I have a graduation banquet tonight. Wen Ning was sensitive to the implication. Are you going to drink? Su Yan thought for a moment. Definitely. For guys, unless there are special circumstances, drinking is pretty much inevitable. Especially with good buddies Chun Hao and Li Yu around. There's definitely no way out of this one. I see. Wen Ning held the cup, feeling its warmth against her palm as she slowly pondered some thoughts. The graduation banquet. There was his teacher, along with his friends and classmates from those 3 years of high school. This also signified the complete end of what was perhaps the most important phase of his life. Su Yan didn't think much of it. He took out the fried dough sticks and steamed buns from the bag and lowered his head to eat by himself. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment before calling out softly, Yan. Su Yan cast a glance at her. Tonight. Wen Ning thought for a long while before carefully asking, can I come along? Su Yan was genuinely surprised this time. You want to go? It wasn't that spouses weren't allowed, after all. The banquet was booked at Yu Yu's family restaurant. They could just ask her to add an extra seat. The main issue was, you don't really care for this sort of thing, do you? Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft and delicate. But this time, I kind of want to go. Why?
Wen Ning touched her face and said, because of Tongtong's arrival, haven't we known each other for over a decade already?
I'm not quite sure how to put it.
In the future where Tongtong lives, even Wen Ning, already in her 30s, can only glimpse what Su Yan looked like during high school through graduation photos. So, at the moment, Wen Ning thought, if she still missed his graduation, you'll surely regret it later.
I want to do all the many things she never got to do with you. To watch with my own eyes as you transform from that spirited young man into that steady, mature person step by step.
Wen Ning pursed her lips. Is that not allowed?
Of course. Su Yan set down his steamed bun, his gaze momentarily pausing. But, in what capacity will you be attending? Wen Ning pondered seriously for a moment. What do you think? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. I think, having our prestigious university belle accompany me to the graduation banquet, people would only believe you're just my girlfriend?
During graduation banquets, although it's relatively rare, there indeed are cases where people bring their girlfriends alone.
Then, anything will do.
Whenever Wen Ning's emotions fluctuated, she would unconsciously stick out her tongue to lick her lips, as if covering something up. Why care whether others believe it or not?
I'm not going there to see them.
Su Yan giggled for ages, laughing so much that Wen Ning was about to get annoyed again before he finally nodded and said, alright. He picked up his phone and sent a voice message on WeChat. Yu, add an extra chair beside me tonight.
Li Yu replied quickly. What's wrong? Want to bring a +1. Chapter 57, No Getting Drunk. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yan and Wen Ning arrived at the hotel entrance.
Li Yu stood on the stone steps at the entrance, casually scrolling through her phone. When she saw the two of them appear together, her expression didn't seem particularly surprised. Su Yan had already guessed it when he sent her the voice message.
Just waiting for you guys.
Her gaze lingered on Wen Ning. You look so beautiful today.
Sorry to bother you, Yu.
Wen Ning also had a favorable impression of this girl, smiling with pursed lips.
School Beauty 1, can I sit next to you today? Li Yu pointed to Su Yan beside her. Yan and I are very good friends, and in a way, I'm kind of the matchmaker between you two, right?
Back when Su Yan and Wen Ning needed to exchange things, she was always the one running around delivering them like a little messenger.
Gone.
Wen Ning quickly waved her hand. Also, you can just call me Wen Ning directly. The three of them went upstairs together. You could already hear the lively atmosphere inside the private room before even entering. Since the dishes had been ordered in advance, some boys were already running around with liquor bottles in hand. Chen Hao sat on the sofa with a group of guys.
When Yan gets here, each of you go and chug a bottle with him. Chen Hao lowered his voice. Don't let him slip away today, got it? No problem, Haozi. One of the chubby guys laughed, even willing to get your own brother drunk.
Then we all came alone, only he brought family.
Chen Hao tilted his chin up slightly. If I don't drink with him, then who should I drink with? By the way, have you met the one whom Su Yan brought along? Yeah, in all 3 years of high school, I never saw him get close to any girls. Turns out he had one hidden at home all along. Chen Hao chuckled. You've met before. Who hasn't seen the campus belle of Wen University? Her photo has always been hanging on the honor wall for top students. The chubby kid pondered for a moment and asked, but if we keep pouring drinks for Yan, what if he gets drunk? Who's gonna take him home?
Why bother worrying when someone already has a girlfriend? Chen Hao patted him on the shoulder. Being drunk is perfect. When they get married, you'll be seated at the head table. The boys on the sofa understood, making knowing sounds.
Should we go over and have a drink with Su Yan when he arrives? Do you not usually drink?
Chen Hao made a disapproving click with his tongue, visibly annoyed.
Wait until Yan has sat down and eaten something first.
Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for the stomach.
I'm worn out worrying about my good buddy.
Just as they were speaking, the door swung open. When Wen Ning and Su Yan walked in, everyone's eyes went straight to them, including the girls.
All eyes were on Wen Ning.
Even though she wore no makeup and was dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, she still looked stunning, as if she had stepped right out of a TV drama. Only Chen Hao was looking at Su Yan beside her.
Damn, these two standing together, they actually look pretty good as a pair.
Facing so many gazes, Wen Ning wasn't exactly nervous, but she did feel slightly embarrassed. She tugged at Su Yan's sleeve. Only when everyone saw Su Yan standing beside her, smiling without a care in the world, did reality suddenly snap back into place.
No way, Haoz, you never told me it was Wen Ning. Su Yan, is your girlfriend the campus belle? One of the bolder girls asked. How come we've never seen you together before? I've seen it.
Monitor Zhang Ruochuan timidly raised her hand, several months ago.
Stop looking, all of you. Su Yan chuckled. Don't even think about it anymore.
The boys immediately burst into jeers, and the private room that had briefly fallen silent suddenly became noisy again. Now, even those boys who initially didn't want to drink alcohol became resolute in their decision.
Tonight we must get him completely wasted.
Wen Ning felt that the atmosphere in the regular class seemed livelier than in the honors class. Or perhaps, both male and female students were simply more uninhibited here.
Su Yan led Wen Ning to the innermost table and sat down. Li Yuyu had intentionally saved them some seats.
The graduation banquet on Su Yan's side was unlike those of the elite classes. There were no separate tables for girls or boys. It was much more casual. Close friends simply grouped themselves at tables as they pleased. Su Yan and Wen Ning sat together, while Li Yuyu sat on the other side of Wen Ning.
Chen Hao plopped down beside Su Yan. Bro, we gotta drink more today, chances like this won't come often in the future. Alright. Su Yan smiled, just being able to go home is enough.
He and Chen Hao had been in the same class since elementary school, all the way through high school graduation. But when it came to college, they might truly have to part ways. In the future, they'd probably only have chances to meet during New Year's and holiday breaks. After waiting a few minutes, the dishes began to be served. Su Yan had barely eaten anything when a guy carrying a beer bottle walked over. All of us here are single today, and you're the only one who brought family alone. He raised his glass and said, hope you can all come together again at the next class reunion.
Su Yan chuckled, when will next time be? It might be hard to have a next time. He also laughed, then I wish you two could stay together forever. Su Yan glanced at Wen Ning beside him. She lowered her head to drink her juice without saying much. Alright, thank you.
Su Yan stood up with his glass still in hand. Having some beer is one thing, but if you really pass out, she won't be able to carry you. After the two clinked glasses and finished their drinks, Su Yan had just sat down to take a couple of bites when another group of boys came over. Even more surprisingly, a few girls were mixed in among them, looking eager to join. Wen Ning hadn't expected such a large crowd to approach all at once. She quickly wiped her mouth and reached for Su Yan's cup, holding it in her hand. Let me pour for you, she said. And here you are pouring him drinks after coming out.
Li Yuyu asked with a smile, who usually listens to whom between you two? Wen Ning pursed her lips, usually, it's me who listens to him, right? The others couldn't help clicking their tongues, feeling both sour and envious. Su Yan, how on earth did you manage to win her over?
Seriously, this guy quietly stole away the moonlit dream of all the boys at number 1 high school. Seeing her friendly attitude and gentle nature, which contrasted sharply with the rumored aloofness of Wen University's campus belle, some classmates gradually grew bolder. Su Yan tilted his head to glance at Wen Ning. He didn't pursue her. Wen Ning thought for a moment, then rephrased, well, he hasn't started pursuing yet. No way, Yan. Li Yuyu looked somewhat astonished. You brought her to the graduation gathering before even starting to pursue her? Are you waiting for Wen Ning to chase you instead? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, it's not that bad. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Wen Ning hesitating.
Actually,
she pursed her lips. I didn't say no either. Her words suddenly silenced everyone present, leaving even Li Yuyu utterly stupefied. Coming from the campus belle one, this statement packed an unexpectedly potent punch. Wen Ning maintained her usual composure, leaning over to pour Su Yan another drink. Su Yan lowered his voice, out in public. You sure know how to make me look good? Yeah, happy now? Wen Ning squinted her eyes and whispered slyly, but if you get drunk, be careful, you might end up kneeling on the washboard when you get home.
Chapter 58 Not lying to you. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yan had lost count of how many glasses he'd drunk. Wave after wave of well-wishers came, even the girls lined up to toast him.
Even girls who normally don't drink much poured themselves a glass to join in the fun.
Most of the chatter was well wishes.
Wen Ning realized that while the overall average grades in this class might not be particularly high, everyone was remarkably friendly and warm-hearted. It was already past 9 in the evening, and many people had already left. The fiery atmosphere suddenly dissipated, leaving only a few scattered people in the private room, creating a quietness that follows revelry.
Yan, pour it full. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Hao finally sat down beside Su Yan again.
Let's have a drink, buddy, not trying to take advantage. I just played a couple rounds earlier.
Where's Yuyu?
Li Yuyu looked preoccupied today and had been drinking alone quite a bit. Her face was flushed red, and she even stammered when she spoke.
Drink. Chen Hao glanced at Wen Ning. Where are the family members? She can't drink.
Because he had drunk quite a bit, Su Yan spoke a little slower, but he was still sober. I'll cover her share.
Sure.
Chen Hao chuckled and raised his glass towards Wen Ning. That guy can be a bit stubborn at times, but he's a good person at heart.
He sighed with emotion, and he loves gaming and tinkering with his programs, staying up late every night.
After he starts university, please take care of him more.
Wen Ning nodded. I will. Actually, she didn't really like Chen Hao's type of personality.
Born with natural charm among girls, he was extroverted and had countless ambiguous relationships. Su Yan also admitted that Chen Hao had always liked beautiful girls, but the whole night, he hadn't even glanced at Wen Ning, nor exchanged a word with her.
Now even Wen Ning could understand. Why did Su Yan say that Chen Hao was someone very suited to be friends with? Su Yan glanced at him. You saying that? Sounds just like my ex-wife? Chen Hao scoffed. Ex-wife? If I really were a woman, do you think Wen Ning would even stand a chance? That's disgusting. A little bit.
Chen Hao envisioned the scene and swallowed hard.
Li Yuyu held the cup and burst into laughter, saying, "Didn't you call Aunt Lin's second mom when you were little?" Wen Ning.
When Su Yan and Chen Hao sat together, drinking became inevitable.
"Your mom invited me over last time, said she wanted to introduce me to a little one. You've met her before, it's Tong Tong. Is that the little girl? Is she really your cousin?" Forget it. They didn't even bother with glasses, clinking bottles mid-conversation as they talked.
As the empty liquor bottles piled up before him, Wen Ning grew concerned and tugged at his sleeve. "Slow down.
Don't mind them, we're having fun today."
Li Yuyu cradled her cup, taking small sips, already swaying slightly. Later I'll have Dad open a room upstairs for you all."
Wen Ning turned to support Li Yuyu. "Yuyu, you should drink less too." I'm not happy."
Li Yuyu buried her nose almost entirely in her cup. "I really don't want to. How did I graduate already?"
"Isn't graduation a good thing?"
"It is, but I'll have to part ways with Ian and everyone else." Wen Ning couldn't quite comprehend how such an unshakable bond had formed between the three of them. And yet, she couldn't help feeling a genuine twinge of envy from the bottom of her heart. It's truly wonderful to have grown up together since childhood.
"You must treat Ayen well."
Li Yuyu's eyes reddened. "He's very good. When I was bullied as a child, he was always the one to stand up for me." Meanwhile, Chen Hao set the liquor bottle down on the table with a thud.
"As for me, I only remember Ayen."
"You?" Li Yuyu gazed at him for a moment, her voice taking on a nasal tone. "Who are you?"
"I'm your brother Chen Hao, that's who." "Brother Chen Hao."
Li Yuyu pondered for a long while, looking rather sullen. "How come you share the same name as my dog?" Chen Hao wasn't sure if it was from drinking too much or being angered, feeling somewhat dazed himself.
"Fine, even while drunk she remembers Chen Hao as a dog." "Brother Chen Hao, I think I'm going to throw up." Li Yuyu's throat moved as she glanced around. "Even on the last day of high school, I still have to wait on you."
Chen Hao stood up, swaying slightly. "I'll take you there."
"Where's the bathroom?" "Can't remember." "Do you know? Your family's restaurant and you're asking me?" "Then, can I spit on the floor?" "I'm so embarrassed, I can't. I'm afraid I can't hold back." "Can I vomit on you? I just bought that shirt yesterday."
Chen Hao walked over and grabbed Li Yuyu's arm, then stumbled unsteadily toward the restroom while dragging along little Tater. Though it's just beer, drinking too much can still get you tipsy. Su Yan sat in his seat, seemingly deep in thought, absent-mindedly sipping the last drops from the bottle.
"Don't drink alone." Wen Ning couldn't take it anymore and directly snatched the liquor bottle away. "How can you drink so much?"
From the moment they met, he always seemed exceptionally composed and steady in everything he did. This was the first time seeing.
Su Yan appeared somewhat slow and naive.
His head felt fuzzy, and after squinting in thought for a long while, he mumbled, "I'll go to the bathroom too." Seeing how he struggled to stand up while leaning on the table, Wen Ning felt rather uneasy. She quickly stood up as well. "Let me help you there. You can go in by yourself later."
"I'm not even drunk." Su Yan stood perfectly steady. "It's just that I can't see things clearly."
Wen Ning ignored him, stepping forward to grasp his arms with both hands. "If you really can't stand steady, lean on me."
"Where's Tong Tong? I haven't seen her in so long."
Wen Ning hadn't expected him to still be thinking about their daughter at a time like this.
"Just 2 days. Tong Tong's at home. Why didn't she come?"
She said her father was an alcoholic. Su Yan's back straightened slightly as he turned to look at her. Then I won't drink anymore in the future." Wen Ning was both exasperated and amused.
"Your precious Tong Tong is coming back tomorrow to take graduation photos with us."
Su Yan fixed her with a stare for a moment.
"So you were lying to me just now?" "I'm not lying to you." "Cheated."
Su Yan followed her as she led the way outside.
"Tong Tong wouldn't dislike me," he said.
Wen Ning couldn't understand how someone usually so emotionally intelligent could become so annoying when drunk.
Though, not exactly unpleasant. Actually rather amusing. But I can't let him drink this much anymore. This won't happen again.
What I meant was, Tong Tong thinks Daddy is an alcoholic.
Tong Tong never said that.
I told you already, I just called her.
From the day we met until now, when have I ever lied to you?
You have lied. Su Yan's gaze fixed on her face. Just now you said you wanted to pursue me.
I don't believe it.
Wen Ning paused for a moment before turning her head slowly.
No, she said. Did I not say it before?
Su Yan hesitated for a moment, his mind somewhat dazed.
Perhaps I remembered it wrong, he said slowly. Wen Ning didn't speak, leading him out by walking ahead.
Only after they had covered quite some distance did Wen Ning seem unable to restrain herself, laughing softly, her exhaled breath faint against her nose, her voice tender and gentle.
I wasn't lying to you.
Chapter 59, Perhaps I should do the chasing.
Su Yan didn't make a fuss when drunk, he just talked a bit more than usual.
After washing his hands at the sink and rubbing his face, he slowly walked out. Wen Ning was still waiting outside. She studied Su Yan's complexion, seeing it looked much better than before, and gradually relaxed. When I returned to the private room, Li Yuyu and Chen Hao were already sitting on the sofa, clearly quite drunk.
Just after Wen Ning had settled Su Yan on the sofa, her phone rang. "Your dad has work matters at the company today. Should I pick you up?" Xiao Zichin's voice came through the phone. "It's very late." Wen Ning glanced at Su Yan, who was squinting his eyes, and hesitated for a moment. Though he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, she still felt somewhat uneasy. "Fine, stay out then. You'll just get annoyed if I nag you too much." Xiao Zichin spoke with marked indifference. "I brought you some clothes." "No need, Auntie. Don't you have graduation photos tomorrow? Your school uniform is still at home, and you didn't shower last night, did you?" Xiao Zichin spoke tersely. "Give me your address." After hanging up the phone, Wen Ning stayed seated with Su Yan for a while longer before finally getting up and going downstairs. A few minutes later, Xiao Zichin parked her car by the roadside and got out, carrying a backpack. Wen Ning's voice was gentle and soft. "Thank you." Xiao Zichin looked at her for a moment before handing over the backpack. "I'm taking tomorrow off with your dad to bring Qianqiang with you for graduation photos, and to meet that boy as well." "Okay, I'll tell him." The two stood on the steps below the restaurant, both falling silent for a moment. "Since you've already introduced him to your mother, I shouldn't say much more." It was Xiao Zichin who spoke first. "But you're beautiful, and your temperament is gentle. You should be careful when you're out." As she reached this point, her throat moved slightly, and her expression grew somewhat complicated. In the end, she just shook her head. "Forget it, it's nothing." Wen Ning pursed her lips softly. "I understand." Xiao Zichin came and went quickly. It was clear she wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to speak. Wen Ning stood there watching for a while, not moving until the car's taillights disappeared from view before finally picking up her school bag and heading upstairs. Everyone in the private room had already dispersed. Only Su Yan remained, sitting on the sofa with half-lidded eyes, appearing somewhat drowsy. "Where are they?" "Auntie Fu, Yu's mom took them upstairs first." Su Yan placed a room key in her hand. "I'll wait here for you to come up together." Wen Ning pinched the room card between her fingers, rubbing it lightly with an odd expression on her face. Just like that, naturally, getting a room together? But in the end, she didn't say much more and simply led him upstairs following the room number. The room was clean, with 2 sets of pajamas hanging on the wall. It was a double room. Clearly, Li Yu's mother had made quite thoughtful arrangements. Or perhaps she was just very experienced in such matters. Even for the closest couples, having separate beds is a necessary thing. "Are you going to take a shower?" Su Yan sat on the bed and replied absent-mindedly, "I'll just sit here and rest for a bit first." "Should I shower first?" Wen Ning sniffed her sleeves, then went to boil water. "If you want some, pour yourself a cup and let it cool." Wen Ning glanced at him worriedly once more before hugging her school bag and heading into the bathroom. She casually closed the door behind her, feeling inexplicably nervous. After studying her reflection in the mirror for a while, she finally took out the white underwear from her bag. Gripping the hem of her clothes with both hands, she prepared to lift them up and take them off. But just then, she suddenly noticed something. Moments later, the bathroom door opened again. Wen Ning poked her head out, her face slightly flushed. The door wasn't locked. Su Yan struggled to open his eyes. "Got it. I was reminding you, not trying to tell you about it." Taking another look at him, Wen Ning slowly closed the door again. When the sound of running water reached his ears, Su Yan finally lifted his eyelids. Perhaps he'd drunk too much. His throat felt parched as if scorched by fire. He walked to the table to pour himself some water. Only after downing a glass of warm water did he begin gradually processing the events of that evening. When Wen Ning emerged, even Su Yan's gaze involuntarily lingered on her face for an extended moment. Her hair was still damp from the recent shower, and her cheeks bore 2 distinct rosy patches, likely flushed by the steam. She appeared uncharacteristically languid. Seated at the table, she combed through her hair while drying it with a hairdryer, only to discover Su Yan had been watching her the whole time. "What's wrong?" Su Yan remained silent, lowering her head to gulp down a large sip of water. Her head still felt dizzy, and she was so exhausted she could barely keep her eyes open. Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips with her tongue. "Do you still remember what I told you tonight?" Su Yan wore a somewhat bewildered expression. "What?" Wen Ning felt inexplicably frustrated as she slowly dried her hair. "Never mind, go take a shower." She had never been in love before, nor had she liked anyone. Sometimes she'd grow shy in front of Su Yan. Truth be told, she was quite an awkward girl. Some words are hard to speak out even in ordinary times. But unfortunately, it seems the guy really drank too much today. "I might wake up tomorrow morning and remember nothing at all." "You said." Su Yan struggled to recall for a moment. "Wanted to pursue me." "Oh." Wen Ning's tone was remarkably calm and natural, though the blush on her cheeks had nearly spread down to her neck. "Did I really say that?" "You did." Su Yan's alcohol-slowed thoughts lumbered forward. "But I remember Tong Tong said, Daddy was the one who pursued Mommy. Was that it?" Wen Ning's ears suddenly grew hot, and her fingers scurried like a kitten's paws along the edge of the table, producing faint scratchy sounds. "Chase me if you can." Su Yan squinted his eyes and thought for a long while before saying, "Or maybe, let's just forget about it." Wen Ning's expression faltered slightly. Her pressed lips slowly straightened, her voice carrying a chill. What? Su Yan didn't respond, his eyelids drooping heavily. Perhaps the alcohol was kicking in again, he looked utterly drowsy. Don't you dare sleep. Wen Ning was genuinely furious now. She reached out and pinched his cheeks, pulling them sideways. Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're drunk. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean? Never mind. Wen Ning pinched his cheek hard. It's just, you're such a shy girl. Then what? You prefer someone with a thick skin? Afraid you dawdle, no movement for ages. Su Yan struggled to open his eyes, his words coming in broken fragments. Let me do it. Chapter 60 never pursued anyone before. By the time Su Yan fully regained consciousness, it was already the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the quiet room. He slowly sat up, rubbing his head. I must have really drunk too much yesterday, and I drank fast, basically one round after another without a break. But I didn't black out completely. I still remember bits of Wen Ning bringing me back to rest afterward. He took a moment to steady himself, then turned to look at the bed beside him. Wen Ning was still resting, curled up in a ball beneath the blankets that formed a small mound, lying on her side with her chest gently rising and falling. Only half of her head peeked out for air, her raven-black hair splayed across the white pillow, her dense eyelashes completely still. Su Yan checked his phone to see the time. One could only say, drinking really does complicate matters. After getting up, he shuffled over in his slippers to wake Wen Ning. Time to get up. We're taking graduation photos this afternoon. Wen Ning wrinkled her nose and lifted her eyelids groggily, as if still half-trapped in sleep's embrace. Leave me alone. Still half asleep, she swatted Su Yan's hand away, mumbling, just 10 more minutes. She had stayed up very late last night, only going to bed after Su Yan had finished showering and fallen asleep. But unable to sleep in an unfamiliar bed, coupled with what Su Yan had said, she barely managed to fall asleep until well past 3 a.m. Then you'll go by yourself this afternoon? Su Yan thought for a moment. I'll go home to get my school uniform, don't be late. Sleepy. Don't want to get up. Wen Ning replied perfunctorily, graduation photos. You and Tong Tong take them together, I won't go. Su Yan had no choice but to reach out and pull the blanket covering her face down, then Tong Tong will cry. Hearing this, Wen Ning barely opened her eyes and thought slowly for a long time. After quite a while, she sat up with a tired expression and stared at Su Yan somewhat displeased. Then I also wanted to let you sleep a little longer. Su Yan wanted to reason with her. It's not like we're doing it on purpose to disturb you. You'll get used to it gradually. This usually gentle girl, why is she so irritable in the mornings? What would married life be like? Would I have to coax her every single morning? Wen Ning picked up the pillow and flung it forcefully into his arms. And whose fault is that? You wouldn't let me sleep last night. ? You're so annoying when you're drunk. Wen Ning tucked her hair behind her ear. You could say the same thing over and over 10 times. Su Yan inexplicably felt a bit embarrassed and put the pillow back on the bed. What did they say? Wen Ning glanced at him without speaking, got out of bed, slipped her feet into slippers, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yan didn't pay much attention, standing nearby to brush his teeth and wash his face. Wen Ning studied him through the mirror. Really don't remember? Did I talk your ear off yesterday? Quite a bit. Tell me. Wen Ning picked out some trivial details, noticing the guy wore a lazy expression, seemingly unfazed. She pursed her lips and suddenly said, you said you wanted to chase after me. Then sized up his reaction. Su Yan pondered for a moment. What else? How can you be so calm? I remember that sentence. Wen Ning coughed softly, the slight annoyance from being woken up by him earlier instantly dissipated. The rest doesn't matter anymore. After freshening up, the two had a meal downstairs. Then Su Yan went home to change into his school uniform before they set off for school together. 1:30 p.m. Tong Tong was already waiting on the grassy field of the playground. The little girl was wearing a small white dress and white shoes, with her jet black, silky hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Hui and Su Minghui stood at the back, faint smiles gracing their faces. Su Lingling was snapping photos with her camera not far away. Upon seeing her parents, Tong Tong's porcelain-like little face instantly blossomed into a smile as she ran toward them, clutching a bouquet of flowers in one hand. Mom and Dad, these are for you. Wen Ning's eyes softened as she bent down to smell the flowers. They're so fragrant. Has Tong Tong gotten chubbier? Su Yan placed both bouquets in Wen Ning's hands, then scooped up their daughter and twirled her in the air. Tong Tong scrunched up her little face and pinched her soft, chubby tummy. Grandma makes yummy food for Tong Tong every day. Lin Hui lifted her chin proudly. Ah Yan. Su Minghui took something out from his coat. This is your graduation gift. Su Yan put down what he was doing and took it to have a look. The Su family's household register clearly printed the 3 characters Su Miaotong. It's already been processed? Yes, just a few days ago. Su Minghui chuckled. Your mom and I ran around many places to get her a birth certificate. We even had to ask for favors from people back in our hometown. He didn't explain too much, but it probably wasn't too smooth sailing. Su Yan glanced over. So Tong Tong is now my sister? granddaughter wouldn't match age-wise.
Lin Hui added, your father and I can only do so much. When you and Wen Ning are capable in the future, you should handle it yourselves.
Thank you, auntie and uncle.
Wen Ning stared at the three characters Su Miao Tong for a long time, feeling as if a huge weight had finally been completely lifted from her heart.
Don't stand on ceremony with us.
Lin Hui smiled and said, besides, Tong Tong is our granddaughter too.
Su Lingling had been taking photos of students on the playground before finally returning.
Her eyes visibly lit up when she saw her nephew in school uniform and Wen Ning.
Auntie, should we take some photos together with Tong Tong?
She cheerfully adjusted the camera. Who would believe my daughter could graduate from high school with her parents, and even run up to give them flowers? Su Yan and Wen Ning exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their laughter.
Auntie, how should we pose for the photo? Just like how Tong Tong looks in that photo. Su Lingling made a reassuring gesture. I'll take a youthful version of your family portrait for you. Okay.
Tong Tong was so thrilled she nearly jumped up, running to stand between the two, holding her father's hand with one hand and her mother's with the other, as Su Lingling pressed the shutter. Wen Ning and Su Yan in their blue and white school uniforms, and little Tong Tong in her white dress standing between them, were frozen into a photograph that could only be preserved during the best years of their youth.
After taking the shot, the family of three huddled together to look at the photo.
The soft lawn bathed in bright summer sunlight.
Su Yan was laid back and relaxed, while Tong Tong was lively and adorable. As for Wen Ning,
she stared blankly at the photograph for a long while.
Was I really laughing that happily just now?
Su Yan remained silent, staring at Wen Ning in the photo for quite a while. Despite wearing the youthful and innocent school uniform with a youthful high ponytail, the smile on her face clearly bore traces of Wen Ning as a married woman. Her slightly upturned eyes curved into crescents, her thin crimson lips pressed together, yet the smile on her face remained gentle and serene. I don't know how much time had passed when Su Yan suddenly said,
I'll look it up online when I get back. What? I've never chased after anyone before, this is my first time. Chapter 61, I must treat her better in the future. After taking several family portraits, Su Yan and Wen Ning returned to their respective classes to take graduation photos with their teachers and classmates. Graduation is just around the corner, and everyone has been pulling their friends and classmates aside to take commemorative photos. Quite a few people came over wanting to take pictures with Wen Ning along the way, but she shook her head and declined each one. When dealing with outsiders, she maintained an unmistakably cold demeanor. Xiong, take a photo with your sister. Wen Ning also took special leave, bringing his youngest daughter and wife to accompany his eldest daughter for the photo shoot. It's so hot. When Xiong sat under the shade of a tree, sticking out her tongue to cool down with no pretense of ladylike demeanor, can I just not go? Hurry up and go.
Xiao Ziqin patted her younger daughter on the shoulder and said, your sister will be off to college soon, and you might not see her more than a few times a year.
If we don't see each other, then we don't. It's not like she wants to see me anyway.
Only after her mother's urging did Wen Xiong grudgingly stand up and shuffle over at a snail's pace.
Big sis, happy graduation. May you have a bright future.
She shielded her eyes from the glaring sun with her hand. Hurry up and finish taking these photos.
Later I'm going for ice cream, want me to treat you to one? Wen Ning nodded, no need, thank you, Kiong.
After the two sisters finished their photo session, the couple also went to take one with their eldest daughter. Wen Ning gazed at his elegant grown-up daughter in the photo and felt a wave of emotion. Ning, today's rare that we both have time, and Kiong doesn't need extra classes. When the time felt right, Wen Ning smiled slightly and said, take him home for dinner tonight. Don't worry, Auntie and I won't give him a hard time. Xiao Ziqin's gaze also rested on her eldest daughter. I'll go grocery shopping later and prepare more dishes. This matter had already been discussed between Wen Ning and Su Yan, so she agreed without much hesitation. On Su Yan's side, it seemed he also wanted to meet her family. After the entire afternoon passed, Su Yan saw his parents and aunt off into the car, reminding them to send the photos to his phone, before taking Tong Tong to find Wen Ning.
Let's go, now to your place. Are you bringing Tong Tong along? They should meet at least once. Su Yan responded with a hum, after all, he's grandfather, and we might as well see how your dad's side reacts. As for whether to tell him about Tong Tong's situation, that can be decided later. Actually, he had already asked Tong Tong about it before. She does keep in touch with her grandfather's side, but they're not particularly close. Of course, this doesn't mean Wen Ning and Xiao Ziqin aren't good. Perhaps it's because so many people in the Su family dote endlessly on Tong Tong, showering their little granddaughter with affection as if plucking stars from the sky, always thinking of her first when anything good comes along. By comparison, this inevitably makes Tong Tong seem less close to them. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the familiar neighborhood. The one who opened the door was Wen Ning. When he saw Su Yan, his expression didn't change at all, looking extremely amiable. You must be Ning's little male classmate, right? Wen Ning smiled at him. If I remember right, your name is Su Yan? Yan as in language? He had asked his daughter about the name earlier. Yes. Su Yan smiled and handed over the items he was carrying.
I didn't prepare much, just brought you some tea and fruits. This was the first meeting between the two men, yet both their expressions remained calm and natural. It truly seemed like a simple greeting between elder and younger generations. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ziqin also emerged from the kitchen, casting a slightly appraising gaze up and down Su Yan's figure. Dinner will be ready soon, you two sit and chat for a while. She lowered her gaze, nodded naturally, and turned back into the kitchen. It has to be said, her first impression of Su Yan. Actually, it's not bad. His height and appearance are quite good, and judging by his demeanor and attitude, he must come from a decent family. He wasn't nervous at all meeting the parents, yet remained very polite. How should I put it? When standing next to Xiao Ning, their compatibility seems remarkably high. As for everything else, we'll have to observe further. When Ximing's gaze fell on Tong Tong, pausing for a moment, and who is this little girl? Tong Tong tilted her head back to look at him, blinking her eyes. Dad, she's Su Yan's younger sister. We're very close. Wen Ning explained, so I thought I'd bring her along to play. It's alright, Ning. You've never brought anyone home to play before, not since you were little. Wen Ximing's expression showed a trace of confusion as he gave the little girl a few extra glances, but in the end he didn't say anything more. This left Wen Ning with a vague sense of disappointment. Actually, Tong Tong looked very much like she had as a child, especially around the eyes. She wasn't sure if such thoughts were inappropriate, but if Mom were still here, she would have recognized Tong Tong as her granddaughter at first glance. After changing into slippers, the two led their daughter into the living room. Ning. When Ximing hesitated slightly before speaking softly, Dad would like to talk with you both, is that alright? Okay. Several people sat down on the sofa. When Ximing poured Su Yan a cup of tea, his expression still gentle as ever. Tong Tong nestled quietly in Wen Ning's arms, remarkably well behaved and saying nothing. Actually, Ning has always been quite introverted. I've never seen her grow this close to someone before. When Ximing took the initiative to say, last time at the hospital, it was you she took care of, wasn't it? She cares deeply about you and treats you very well. Su Yan nodded, yeah, I think she has a really good personality. She's just a little stubborn sometimes, but otherwise she's an exceptionally kind-hearted girl in every way. Wen Ning pressed her lips together and listened quietly. She never really had any friends, always keeping to herself at school. When Ximing seemed to be reminiscing, it's been like this ever since her mother passed away. She'd often just sit alone, lost in thought. Qian was often sick as a child, constantly running fevers and falling ill. When Ximing sighed softly, Aunt Xiao and I kept running to the hospital every other day, sometimes staying overnight. From that time on, Ning became very sensible and obedient. She'd do her homework at home, heat up meals for herself, and even take the initiative to visit her younger sister at the hospital after school. Su Yan paused for a moment, his expression gradually cooling. Back then, when Ning wasn't even as old as Tong Tong is now, she went through the upheaval of her family, then had her father's sole affection divided by the arrival of her younger sister. During that childhood when she most needed to be pampered, she had already started doing things to avoid causing trouble for her family. At that same age, Su Yan was still living a carefree life, fooling around all day and then coming home to be sternly scolded by his parents. In the blink of an eye, Ning has grown into a young lady. When Ximing let out a sigh, if Qian were even half as smart and sensible as you, Auntie and I would be relieved. The youngest daughter was willful and mischievous, demanding whatever caught her eye. When Ning lowered her eyes, actually, that's not true, Dad. When Ximing hesitated for a moment, Ning? When I was little, I didn't understand anything. When Ning whispered softly, I can't do anything right, I don't know how to do anything, but I'm afraid you'll find out. Her words had barely left her lips when the living room abruptly fell into complete silence. Even Xiao Ziqin, who had just stepped out from the kitchen, noticeably paused her steps. When you and Aunt Xiao went to the hospital to accompany Qian, I stayed home alone doing homework, often locking myself in my room to secretly shed tears. Once while reheating a meal, I accidentally knocked over the pot. The dinner Aunt Xiao prepared for me all spilled onto the floor, and I was so startled tears immediately streamed down my face. When Ning gently stroked her daughter's head and continued distractedly, it took me a long time to clean everything up. When you came back, I lied and told you I'd already eaten. When Ximing's lips trembled slightly, Ning. In first grade, the rabbit doll Mom gave me tore open, and all the stuffing inside fell out. When Ning's voice carried a slight rasp, I hugged the doll and cried all the way to the old lady at the corner store. It was she who helped me stuff the cotton back in and sewed it up stitch by stitch. On my 10th birthday, you gave me a crayon Shinchan hair clip. I loved it, but later Cheong accidentally broke it. I told Aunt Xiao that Cheong didn't mean to, but I tried gluing it back together for ages and never managed to fix it properly. During middle school, when I missed Mom unbearably, I would write her letters. In the end, I wandered outside holding the letter and crying all afternoon, not even knowing where I should send it. When Ximing's throat tightened, his lips trembling slightly, his daughter had never said these words to him before, yet she had remembered every single one of them. Dad, I'm actually not that sensible at all. Wen Ning's eyes reddened as she held her daughter tighter in her arms. I was just afraid you'd think I'm not sensible enough, afraid you wouldn't want me anymore. At some unknowable moment, Xiao Ziqin had sat down beside Wen Qiming, equally unable to utter a single word. She had always believed her eldest daughter was precociously mature and exceptionally well-behaved.
And what's more, I'm greedy.
Wen Ning rubbed her reddened eyes, forcing back her tears. I just can't stand being neglected at all. I want someone to be good to me alone, to spoil me forever.
Just like how mom and dad used to be. I'm just a very, very ordinary girl who also wants many, many things.
Tongtong's eyes quickly welled up with tears, her nose tip turning red, and soon she began to cry. Wen Ning wiped her daughter's face with her sleeve. Why is Tongtong the first to cry?
Tongtong couldn't stop sobbing. I'm sad. Actually, Tongtong is just like me.
When mother was little, she too was a crybaby who couldn't stop once she started.
She just didn't dare let others know about it. Su Yan felt his throat tighten, struggling to catch his breath.
If not for Tongtong's appearance, he and Wen Ning might not have met until 10 years later. And these words, she would also keep to herself, never to be spoken aloud. Someone should treat her better.
I will treat her better in the future. Chapter 62 Lucky.
Both Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming were at a loss for words. They'd always assumed their elder daughter was mature and sensible enough to take care of herself. Sometimes, without realizing it, they'd poured more attention into their willful younger daughter.
But that's not really the case.
She used to be just like Wen Xiong, the girl around whom the whole family revolved. When Wen Xiong came back inside, she saw several people silently sitting on the sofa, the atmosphere deathly quiet.
What's going on? Wen Xiong sprawled onto the sofa, looking utterly lackadaisical and unfocused. Why hasn't dinner been served yet? I'm starving. Where did you run off to? At that moment, Xiao Ziqing glanced at her youngest daughter, fury rising within her. Didn't you know we have guests coming today?
Even so, I don't get along with him either. Wen Xiong glanced at Su Yan with an indifferent expression. If I stay, he might just find me annoying. Xiao Ziqin was so angry her head ached, her face slightly grim.
Xiao Ning, let's eat first.
She ignored them and turned to her eldest daughter. Don't blame your father.
It's the aunt's problem. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities properly. No. Wen Ning shook her head. You should be good to Qiangqiang. Xiao Ning. Wen Qiming's lips trembled. I've failed you as a father.
Compared to Xiao Ziqin, he was the one who truly made their daughter feel uneasy. During dinner, few words were exchanged among them. Wen Ning quietly served Tongtong dishes. After the meal, Wen Ning helped her stepmother with the dishes, then took her daughter to play in her room.
Su Yan went to the balcony with the two parents to talk. Uncle Wen, Auntie Xiao, may I ask you something? Say it.
She was so young at the time. Su Yan gazed at the nightscape below the window for a while before turning back. Why not let her accept it in a gentler way, or wait until she's a little older? Not long after Wen Ning's mother passed away, Wen Qiming brought Xiao Ziqin home right when the little girl was at her most emotionally vulnerable age.
Su Yan wasn't demanding absolute fidelity from others in matters of love, but the expiration date shouldn't be this short either. After Tongtong came into the picture, Su Yan became a father too.
That's why he really found it somewhat hard to comprehend.
This was something I had always wanted to ask Wen Qiming. Xiao Ziqin let out a soft sigh.
Xiao Ning's mother has been ill for a long time and has been in the hospital all this while. Wen Qiming remained silent for a long time.
To pay for her treatment, we sold the house and went to the capital for medical care. I also borrowed a lot of money from everywhere. Su Yan didn't speak, listening quietly.
In the end, Xiao Ning's mother still passed away. Wen Qiming's voice became strained as he spoke slowly. Back then, our family truly struggled.
I had nothing left and was raising a daughter alone.
Then I met Ziqin. She didn't look down on me and was willing to help me repay the debts together. At the toughest time, there were less than 200 yuan left in my bank card. Even just wanting to buy my daughter a new dress, I would stand in front of the store staring for a long time. And from that time onward, Xiao Ning had already become very sensible, never asking for anything on her own. This is also why, even now, she would spend half a day calculating carefully just to buy a bottle of shampoo at the supermarket. It wasn't until Xiao Ziqin came into this household and later when Qiangqiang was born, as debts were slowly repaid, that their financial situation gradually improved. Thus, he also poured a great deal of thought and care into his wife and younger daughter.
Looking back now,
he truly had fallen short in his treatment of Xiao Ning.
Xiao Ziqin squeezed his hand. Enough said.
I'm the one who wronged Xiao Ning. Su Yan listened in silence, gazing at the couple before him for what felt like an eternity without speaking. After a long pause, he finally said slowly, Uncle Wen, if this had happened to someone else, I might even understand. Adults have their own hardships to bear.
Yet when it happened to her,
I still felt deeply unsettled in my heart.
Su Yan leaned against the railing and sighed.
She also wondered if, had Tongtong not appeared, she would have had to wait for me much longer.
Wen Qiming's Adam's apple bobbed visibly.
This statement was already quite straightforward.
I'm an only child.
My family is very happy, my parents adore each other, my grandparents are in good health, and every relative treats me extremely well.
Suyin spoke slowly, calmly yet earnestly pouring out his thoughts. That's why I've always done things rather casually, and they basically let me have my way. Wen Ning and Xiao Ziqin listened silently. My father was just an ordinary man.
He suffered quite a bit when he was young. Suyin paused for a long while before continuing. So he just wanted me to live an easier, happier life.
Even in simply teaching me how to be a father, he was the one who showed me the way. For me personally, if I had a daughter.
Suyin looked into Wen Qiming's eyes. I might not be able to bear letting her suffer even the slightest grievance. Wen Qiming remained silent for a long time, somewhat dejected.
Uncle Wen, I don't really have much standing to criticize you either.
Suyin nodded. I just find it hard to feel any affection for you, and I keep thinking I must do better for Wen Ning in the future than you ever did. By the time they left the Wen residence, it was already approaching 10 o'clock at night. The glow of the streetlights in the distance was dim and yellowish. Wen Ning, holding her daughter's hand, walked him out, and the three of them strolled once more along the familiar path. Wen Ning had no idea what exactly he had discussed with her parents, but when they emerged, each of the three wore a different expression, lost in their own thoughts before her. In fact, both Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming even invited Su Yan to come play again next time. But it was quite obvious that something seemed off about Su Yan's mood. He kept his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance with an unusual silence, lost in thought. Tong was still feeling upset, tightening her grip on her mother's hand.
What's wrong? Wen Ning tugged at him. Why so gloomy? Did you say something to Dad just now?
Su Yan turned his head to glance at her. Wen Ning's eyes remained slightly red-rimmed, her face clearly etched with worry.
Never mind, I'll take Tong home first then.
He took his daughter's hand and walked a few steps before instinctively turning back, waving at Wen Ning who stood rooted in place.
Ah Ning, come here. What's wrong?
Wen Ning moved closer.
What's going on with you today? Just feeling a bit shaken in retrospect.
Su Yan looked at her for a while, then suddenly raised his hand and placed it on her head, giving her hair an unceremonious tousle. Under Wen Ning's bewildered gaze, Su Yan tousled her hair into a messy state before withdrawing his hand. Not bad. This intimate gesture made Wen Ning's chest rise and fall slightly. She belatedly hugged her head, remaining dazed for quite a while before slowly coming to her senses. She licked her lips, her eyes involuntarily curling into crescents, her voice uncharacteristically soft and sweet. It's alright.
Luckily, I've met you now. I didn't have to wait much longer. Chapter 63. Of course I'll go then. The Gokao scores came out half a month later.
Since they had already estimated their scores in advance, neither of them was particularly worried. They went about their daily routine of taking care of their daughter as usual. On the day the results were released, when Ning came to Su Yan's house specifically, the two of them huddled together on the sofa, staring at the laptop in front of them. They first checked Wen Ning's score, which ultimately came to 698. In the final year before Jiang Province's college entrance exam reforms, failing to break the 700-point barrier left her with some regret. However, this year's test papers were relatively more difficult. Wen Ning's provincial ranking might actually be higher than her mock exam results had suggested. She could still attend one of the best schools in the country.
Next came Su Yan's score. Su Yan handed her the exam admission ticket. You can check it for me.
Wen Ning made two mistakes while entering the information, then deleted it character by character before typing it all over again.
Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you more nervous than me? Wen Ning remained silent, her gaze firmly fixed on the computer screen. The final result was 640 points. Wow!
Tong clung to the table, though she didn't quite understand the meaning of the score yet. She still enthusiastically clapped her hands.
Wen Ning checked and rechecked the scores repeatedly, even pulling out her phone's calculator to confirm the addition.
Finally, the tension in her expression gradually eased.
Hey Yan, you're absolutely amazing.
Wen Ning spoke in a cheerful tone, her words carrying a hint of complaint. This sort of thing can really crush someone's spirits, you know. Improving by 50 points in just 4 months couldn't simply be explained by hard work alone.
This guy is seriously impressive.
And now, the most crucial part, filling out the college application forms.
Just fill out the forms according to your scores, and show them to me once you're done.
Su Yan smiled. When the time comes, we'll carefully look into it together to make sure we can end up in the same city.
Have you decided on a major yet? Wen Ning thought for a moment. I'm still considering it. Unlike Su Yan, she didn't particularly excel in any specific area.
So, choosing a major is also something quite difficult to decide.
Then just pick what you like. Su Yan took a photo of both of their grades and sent it to the family group chat.
A few days earlier, he had already added Wen Ning to the group, and now the chat was buzzing with activity. Su Lingling and Lin Hui were discussing the two children's scores. Even through the screen, their joy was palpable. After all, Bon had also performed well on the exam. Su Minghui didn't say anything, just tossed out a red envelope. On the envelope were 4 large characters, set sail with full sails.
Su Yan, thanks, Dad. He clicked to check. It was an exclusive digital red packet only Wen Ning could claim. Su Yan paused for a moment before answering. the apple of my eye and the unworthy son. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh and clicked to take a look as well. Perhaps fearing she might feel pressured, the red envelope amount wasn't large, carrying more of a symbolic blessing than monetary value. After replying with a thank you, uncle, Wen Ning happily accepted the red envelope. It wasn't that receiving money made her particularly happy, but rather she genuinely enjoyed the warm atmosphere in Su Yan's family. Their interactions were completely stress-free. In this small group chat, the parents would directly share whatever they wanted to say. You could often see Lin Hui posting adorable photos of her round-faced cat Yuan Yuan in the group chat. Alright, the college entrance exam chapter is temporarily closed for now. Su Yan tossed his phone into his pocket and abruptly changed the subject. But Ning, you're so beautiful and outstanding, once we get to university, you'll definitely be the campus belle with suitors lining up every day. Then you should know me better than that. Wen Ning instinctively wrinkled her nose. If it's not a guy I like, I wouldn't even talk much to them. No, wait, that's not what I meant. It sounded a bit like confessing her feelings to him. In any case, Wen Ning is a girl who firmly sticks to her principles. From first love to marriage. I mean, Su Yan reached out to pick up Tong Tong and settled her on his lap. Then, he gently pinched his daughter's nose and murmured, before you go off to college, Dad needs to hurry up and win Mommy over, making her my girlfriend by hook or by crook. Go for it, Dad. Tong Tong felt a ticklish sensation and let out a tiny achoo as she sneezed. Wen Ning froze for a moment, her eyebrows suddenly jumping as her expression immediately became flustered and uncertain. Tong Tong, how about Daddy takes you out to play tomorrow? Really? Yay! Where are we going? Have you ever been to Wuzhen, Tong Tong? Wuzhen isn't far. The round trip plus sightseeing would take just 2 or 3 days, and summer vacation is the perfect time to take Tong Tong out for an excursion. Tong Tong hummed thoughtfully, tilting her rosy-cheeked face upward as she carefully considered. Truth be told, the destination didn't really matter. As long as Mom and Dad are here, it'll always be joyful. Ning, would you like to join us? Are you thinking of taking Tong Tong out for some fun? Wen Ning suppressed the peculiar feeling in her heart and replied slowly, sure. I still have a few days before my tutoring job starts. I'll go pack some clothes in a bit. Su Yan looked at her for a moment, his gaze somewhat inscrutable. How could this girl still pretend she hadn't heard with such forced composure? I am taking Tong Tong out, but this time might be a bit different from before. Su Yan paused for a long moment before finally saying slowly, right now I'm thinking about asking the girl I like to go out with me. Give me an answer. You know it's not exactly easy for me to say such disgustingly sweet words. The two suddenly fell into silence, neither speaking. Only Tong Tong was left, her pitch-black eyes darting between Mom and Dad. It was obvious to see. Mother's face instantly flushed red, a rosy hue spreading all the way to the small exposed collarbone near her neckline. This was the first time when Ning heard those 2 words from his mouth. She could also sense that Su Yan seemed somewhat uncomfortable. It was also his first time saying such things to a girl. After what felt like an eternity, when Ning finally snapped back to reality as if realizing it belatedly, her entire face still heating up rapidly. I'm Tong Tong's mother, after all. She took a deep, steadying breath to calm herself before continuing. If you're taking Tong Tong out to play, how could I not be there? I just said, this time is different. I haven't been to Wuzhen yet either. I heard it's really fun if you don't go visit. You're not a true Jiangsu province local. Wen Ning was giving random replies to messages she'd already read. And now they've even started slinging mud at Jiangsu natives who haven't visited Wuzhen. She truly is a good girl. So you've agreed? Well. Wen Ning nervously licked her lips and couldn't help blurting out, of course I'm definitely going. Tong Tong was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she ran into her mother's arms and hooked her hands around her neck. Mommy, is that place called, Wu-Town really as fun as you say? Wen Ning looked at her daughter's innocent and adorable expression and answered with a slightly guilty whisper, so what kind of fun things are there? Mommy hasn't been there either. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, taking out her phone to browse for a while. There are black canopied boats, theatrical performances, ancient-style academies, osmanthus sugar cakes. Tong Tong will definitely love it. Tong Tong's voice was sweet and soft. What else? Wen Ning stared at the renowned scenic spot recommendation from Wuzhen displayed on her phone, one that had gained fame far and wide. It was a tiny temple, with wishing plaques covering every tree, courtyard wall, and railing, a vibrant crimson, radiating festive joy. And also, the Matchmaker's Temple. Chapter 64, How Long to Pursue. So, although Tong Tong is tagging along this time, you're actually going on a date, aren't you? Wen Ning shot a glance in his direction but remained silent. Su Yan also worried this nervous girl might abruptly bolt away, so he slowly began steering the conversation elsewhere. My mom mentioned inviting you over the other day. Let's find time to go together after we get back. Wen Ning finally snapped out of her thoughts, I haven't even been to your place yet. Indeed, we should really find an opportunity to visit your parents soon. Neither of them brought up the idea of going out again, but it was already settled between them. Meanwhile, on another front, Chen Hao and Li Yuyu's college entrance exam results had been released. Their scores were both just slightly above the undergraduate cutoff, with less than 10 points separating them. Call it fate or coincidence. Their connection had persisted all the way from kindergarten through university. For the foreseeable future, these two would probably keep hanging out every day, filling out applications, choosing majors together. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived together at Su Yan's house. Hearing that the two planned to go to Wuzhen together the next day, Li Yuyu's eyes noticeably brightened. I've wanted to visit there for the longest time. Chen Hao had suffered quite a bit from the heat during his journey. With practiced ease, he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Upon checking the freshness compartment, I found 2 boxes of vibrantly fresh strawberries, several bottles of fresh milk, along with some seasonal vegetables and meat. Chen Hao clicked his tongue and couldn't help but remark, every time I came here before, the fridge was always stocked full with cola. Assuming these provisions might have been bought by Wen Ning, Chen Hao felt it would be improper to help himself and instead went to the kitchen to pour some cool boiled water. Visiting Ian's house used to feel just like coming home. Nowadays, life just keeps getting worse day by day. Having a wife makes all the difference. Yu, do you want to go to Wuzhen too? Wen Ning sat on the sofa chatting with her, her tone gentle and mild. I want to see the matchmaker's temple. Li Yu nodded. They say it's incredibly effective. Lots of people go there to hang wishing plaques for love, and some even say it's the most powerful matchmaker temple in the country, always answers prayers. Though it might just be the tourist spot hyping itself up, but she'd seen plenty of those densely packed photos of red wishing plaques online. How about we go check it out together? Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Just perfect, Tong loves crowds. Would we be disturbing you? Li Yu hesitated, pushing up her glasses. Forget it. It's fine. Wen Ning didn't seem too concerned. You and Yan are so close, wouldn't you regret it later if you didn't go have fun together? Li Yu was visibly tempted. You still believe in that sort of thing? Chen Hao walked out of the kitchen holding a cup. You don't strike me as the superstitious type. Then I'd like to have someone adore me, have someone pursue me too, is that so wrong? Li Yu furrowed her brows hard. I'm a girl too, you know. It always felt like. Chen Hao never treated her as a girl from the start. Like this. Chen Hao looked her up and down pensively. How about I go with you then? We can find some place to have fun together, so you won't have to keep being a third wheel around the lovebirds. Su Yan sprawled lazily and sloppily on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning. Hearing this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You? Li Yu scoffed. Others go to Yulao to pray for love matches. If you went, even the old man under the moon would think Erlangshan was coming to attack. So you're Xiaotian dog. Chen Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance, refusing to engage with her anymore. Yan, let's go play some games at the arcade. Chen Hao placed his water cup on the coffee table. How long has it been since you last went gaming with me? Now that exams are finally over, let's unwind a bit. Hearing these words, Su Yan straightened up slightly and glanced at Wen Ning. Go and enjoy yourself. Wen Ning nodded, speaking softly, come home early. Tong and I will wait for you to have dinner together. It was obvious that this guy had been feeling pent up lately. According to Tong, Dad really loved playing games, but Su Yan hadn't touched them in a long time. And right at that moment, Wen Ning remembered again the gaming console and discs he had sold. Her gaze paused as she pondered for a moment. Alright. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. I'll come back after playing for a while. After the two boys went out, Wen Ning took Tong to the room. She coaxed for quite a while, watching her daughter gradually fall asleep in the afternoon sunlight before carefully closing the door and stepping out. Yu, why don't you stay for dinner with Chen Hao tonight? Wen Ning's voice carried a trace of amusement. Li Yu stuck out her tongue teasingly. Wen Ning, you're seriously impressive. Pretty, smart, gentle-natured, and probably a great cook too. Where on earth can you find a girl like that these days? Oh, Yu. At this point, Wen Ning paused, her voice lowering considerably. Can I ask you something? Something that had been bothering her for quite a while. What? It's just. Wen Ning touched her face a little sheepishly before sitting down beside her. It's just. Do you know what it's like when a girl gets pursued by a guy? Li Yu was slightly taken aback as she gazed at her fair, lovely cheeks and exquisitely beautiful eyes. You're the campus belle, and you're asking me? Wen Ning unconsciously fiddled with her sleeve. Just, what should a girl do when being pursued? In high school, there were indeed people who confessed their feelings to her, but due to her outwardly cold demeanor, she had never truly been pursued by anyone. In fact, she had never even interacted with boys at all. So, when interacting with Su Yan, sometimes his actions or words would make me feel nervous and blush. Then, I'd subconsciously tense up my expression and deliberately adopt a cool tone, trying to tightly conceal all my emotions within myself. Like this. That doesn't seem quite right either. Oh, I get it now, Ningbao. Li Yu showed an understanding expression and giggled. You probably mean being chased by a guy you like, right? Wen Ning's ears turned hot with embarrassment, and she remained silent. Li Yu thought it was a very good question. So, how would I know? No one has ever pursued me either. Why would you think to ask me?
Of course, it could also be that among the girls Wen Ning is currently closer to, she's the one. Actually, Wen Ning searched online for a long time after going back, but couldn't find a definite answer.
If it's Ian, if it's a guy who likes you.
Li Yu pondered for a long while. You don't need to deliberately imitate other girls.
He likes you, not someone else. That sounds quite reasonable.
Wen Ning pressed her lips together, lost in thought for a long time before her furrowed brows gradually relaxed.
She continued asking, then what do you think? How long is generally appropriate for a guy to pursue a girl? What? I mean, after how long should a girl agree to be with him?
What kind of strange questions are these? Li Yu scratched her head. Half a month, or does it depend on the person and how much you like them? Some girls might deliberately make guys chase them longer to enjoy that feeling. After all, that chasing period might be the best treatment they'll ever get from those guys in their entire lives.
Li Yu was actually quite an active internet surfer in daily life.
Although I've never been in a relationship myself, I can really talk a good game about it.
Wen Ning was somewhat bewildered and didn't quite understand. So, you're saying I should make him chase me a bit longer? But isn't this unfair to the boy too?
Li Yu shook her head. It's not good to keep someone hanging when you clearly like them but never give a definite answer.
What if you overdo it and make the boy think you don't like him? That would be terrible.
Why does this feel harder than math problems?
Wen Ning still felt unsure deep down. I don't understand. Li Yu was momentarily stunned. Soningbao, do you actually want Ian to chase you for a longer time, or to catch you quickly? I don't know either.
Wen Ning gave a light cough. Right, being pursued by him would surely make one happy, but I'm a bit worried he might chase for too long.
Li Yu thought for a moment,
then just wait until you can't resist wanting to say yes to him. That's when you should be together.
When you can't hold back anymore? What's wrong?
It was when he just told me he wanted to chase after me. Wen Ning licked her lips with a blank-faced expression. I just couldn't help wanting to agree with him straight away.
Chapter 65, Jade Rabbit Wish Plaque. TSK. Ningbao, you seem to be giving yourself away for free.
Li Yu remained silent for quite a while.
The imagery is already vividly forming in my mind. Just like those Japanese-style games.
The brave warrior had just picked up his sword, ready to slay the evil dragon.
The next second, the princess came running back home from the evil dragon's castle by herself. She grabbed the hero and said, let's get married right away. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
It's completely normal to feel a bit nervous about all the first times you experience with someone you like.
Li Yu reassured. It shows you want to present your best self. Just go with the flow.
Wen Ning pondered for a moment.
But why did you hold back at that time? Li Yu was a little curious. Looking at how easily you give in like this.
If Ian flirts with you a few times, I'm afraid you'd directly bear him a child.
But this is my first time being pursued by someone. Oh, so you also think Yan won't treat you this well again in the future? That's not exactly it.
Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. It's just, this might be the only time.
I don't want to miss it. Not might, it definitely is. But Wen Ning didn't have the nerve to say it outright.
In her eyes, all those love letters and confessions she received in high school didn't count as proper courtship anyway.
That was harassment. What's wrong, Yu? Seems like you know quite a bit, Yu. Li Yu's face remained expressionless. You really know a lot, don't you, Yo-Yo?
Ha! This is your first time being pursued. While I have never been pursued by anyone.
I'm just an ordinary single dog. Why do I have to suffer like this? That's too much. It's really too much.
I never expected someone as good-natured as you to sometimes say such infuriating things.
Li Yu couldn't help herself anymore and reached out to tickle her waist. That's it, I'm going to steal you away.
Such a wonderful girl, and she's going to that cheapo An. Wen Ning was a bit ticklish, her face flushed as she dodged. Stop fooling around.
But still, it's really nice.
Li Yu clicked her tongue, her voice full of envy. The person you like happens to like you back.
Wen Ning actually knew about her relationship with Chen Hao.
She also knew that these two would eventually have a daughter named Minmin, who would become Tongtong's best friend.
Wen Ning cautiously asked, Yo-Yo, do you have someone you like right now?
No. Li Yu shook her head decisively. Wen Ning thought for a moment. Chen Hao seems quite nice to you. Not that she wanted to meddle in other people's relationships.
Su Yan couldn't help worrying about his childhood friend.
Now that he had gone off to college and wasn't around, who knew what kind of mischief they might get into apart. But as a guy, it felt a bit awkward to ask directly. So when Ning thought about helping him find out through indirect means.
Li Yu looked surprised. So Chen Hao is actually human.
Alright, when Ning decided, she might as well have never asked that question.
Just as Su Yan had said, the relationship between these two was something no outsider could interfere with. The two girls chatted on the sofa all afternoon, and by dinner time, the two guys returned.
Remember to practice more.
Chen Hao looked in good spirits. How come you've gotten so bad at this now? Wife won't let you play? That's impossible. Su Yan responded somewhat unhappily. I was just going easy on you. Chen Haoming clearly didn't believe him. Then where's your PS5? You used to play games even more obsessively than me.
Su Yan scoffed. The guy next door to me is already 30 years old, lying at home every day playing games and watching cartoons, no girlfriend, no job. Alright, stop talking. The rhetoric he'd picked up from Lin Hui made Shen Hao's teeth ache hearing it. But honestly, Su Yan recently hasn't had much time for gaming at all. During the day, I have to spend time with Tong Tong and Wen Ning, and at night I still need to code to earn money. After starting university, there are many expenses to cover. Tong Tong's tuition fees, living expenses, and later rental costs. Although Lin Hui and Su Minghui are helping now, as a father, Su Yan still hopes to solve whatever he can on his own. He really does love playing games. But, it's a waste of time. Back already? Wen Ning, wearing an apron, happened to walk out of the kitchen. Go wash your hands and eat, we've been waiting for you. Tong Tong and Li Yuyu were already seated at the dining table waiting for the meal to begin. Having returned from washing his hands, Shen Hao looked down at the table laden with dishes and sighed with emotion. Su Yan is truly blessed. He sat down next to Li Yuyu and said, look at this spread. When will I ever get to taste your cooking? Li Yuyu pouted her lips. Go eat your dog food. It must be said that Wen Ning's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Even Li Yuyu, whose family ran a restaurant, couldn't find much fault with these home-style dishes. At her age, being able to achieve this level was already quite remarkable. She's definitely the type you'd want to marry and bring home as a wife. After dinner, Li Yuyu and Shen Hao went back. Wen Ning didn't hesitate either and simply stayed behind. They were going to live together during university anyway, might as well get used to it sooner. Before bedtime, the two of them sat on the sofa again, flipping through the travel guide for Wuzhen. Yet their gazes lingered for quite a while on various photos of the matchmaker temple. Whether it was coincidence or genuine interest remained unclear. When Wen Ning went to sleep that night, she had a very strange dream. I dreamt of a clear night, dreamt of the matchmaker temple in a photograph, and dreamt of a woman who's almost 30 years old. She wore a brown overcoat, her hair simply tied in a ponytail, her mature yet porcelain-smooth face appearing aloof yet beautiful. She stood before a small temple that looked quite festive, above which hung a plaque reading Eternal Bond of Hearts. The surroundings were filled with bustling crowds, incredibly lively. Wishing plaques hung densely from the trees, courtyard walls, and railings. They shone brightly red, brimming with festive cheer. After a long pause, she stepped forward toward the stand selling wishing plaques, intending to buy one for herself. An old woman stood before the table, facing an array of red wooden plaques intricately carved into various shapes. Would you like to buy a wishing plaque? After some deliberation, the woman picked out a wishing plaque carved in the shape of a jade rabbit. I'll take this. Oh, this won't do. The old lady took out another jade rabbit and shook her head in refusal. This pair of jade rabbit pendants was designed as a set, you can't buy just one. Feel free to check out something else. The woman gazed at the jade rabbit wishing plaque in her hand for a long time. Finally, she touched the rabbit's ears and placed the plaque back. Yet her voice remained cold, then I don't want it. Gee, girl, come back here. The elderly woman, softened by her advanced years, seemed to relent. Fine, if you want it that much, I'll sell it to you. The woman paused for a moment. Thank you. She paid and left, returning to the shade beneath the tree. Then, straining slightly on tiptoe, she tied the badge's ribbon to a drooping branch overhead. As the wind blew, the jade rabbit wishing plaque with its long ears, round eyes, and plump mouth spun around under the night sky. Wen Ning was startled awake by the time the faint light of dawn appeared outside. Tong Tong was still fast asleep, a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. She sat up, her body covered in sweat. Strangely enough, even though I had already woken up, I could still remember the events of the dream with perfect clarity. The woman in the dream looked exactly like her, though she appeared much older. She was still beautiful, especially those captivating eyes. However, her expression and voice were much colder, giving off an air of loneliness and detachment. She was like the version of Wen Ning that had never gotten to meet Su Yan at this age in her imagination. Wen Ning rubbed her hair, suddenly feeling the urge to go take a look at Su Yan. She quietly got up from bed and stealthily opened her door. To her surprise, she found Su Yan sitting on the sofa, looking exhausted and sleep-deprived. He yawned, looking listless. You're up so early. Su Yan nodded, had a dreamed of the matchmaker's temple. Wen Ning couldn't help but gasp, me too. Both of them were stunned for a moment. You had the same dream? Wen Ning hesitated, is this a coincidence? She was like viewing Wen Ning and Tong Tong's world from a god's perspective, watching as she hung a jade rabbit she had bought for herself from the tree branches. Su Yan scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't explain matters concerning time clearly, but because of Tong Tong's appearance, they became entangled with that future. If I occasionally dream about things from over there, compared to having Tong Tong standing alive before my eyes, it's actually not that outrageous. There are indeed movies that depict such things, and both people dreamed of it together. Su Yan still preferred to believe this was about that future story. However, right now, Wen Ning was more concerned about something else. What did you dream about? The difficulty for that future Su Yan and Wen Ning to come together would be exponentially greater than for these two here and now.
And Tong Tong only knew part of it. Right, I went there to play by myself. Su Yan pondered for a moment, standing beneath the matchmaker's temple.
Under Su Yan's description, the vivid imagery gradually came to life before one's eyes. A man stood before the small temple with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the wishing plaques hanging from the tree, swaying and knocking against each other in the wind.
Countless couples nestled together, making wishes before the temple of matchmaker.
After a long pause, he let out a scornful sneer. After waiting until the crowd had almost completely dispersed, he finally sauntered over to the wishing plaque stall. He lazily picked through them for a long while, seemingly not very enthused.
The old woman rubbed her hands together. Don't see anything you like? Nope. Take your time and pick one, since you're already here. It'd be nice to have a keepsake. Never mind, it's too cold out here for you to stand around. I'll just grab anyone.
He casually picked out a jade rabbit-shaped wishing plaque from the array of charms. The old woman visibly hesitated for a moment.
Do you also want this jade rabbit plaque?
Why did you say also? There was originally a pair, but just now a very pretty young lady bought one of them.
I see.
The man chuckled nonchalantly, not paying it much mind. I just thought it looked quite lonely and pitiful standing there by itself.
Chapter 66, The Matchmaker. How does it feel?
After listening, Wen Ning connected it with what she had dreamed of and couldn't help but drift into thought. Such an encounter seemed quite beautiful indeed, even though neither of them had spoken a word to each other, nor had they even met face to face. Yet fate somehow bound them together with a special connection. It felt predestined. Compared to those two future individuals, her acquaintance with Su Yan had been far more mundane and ordinary. It was only after Tong Tong appeared that Su Yan sought her out. Then, everything seemed to fall into place naturally. They were indeed the kind of people who would fall in love with each other no matter at what age they met. This time when we go, let's look for those rabbit-shaped wishing plaques. At this point, Su Yan paused for a moment.
Finding it so many years early was actually quite unlikely.
The greater possibility was that they might have to wait another decade before encountering that pair of jade rabbit plaques. Wen Ning pressed her lips together and remained silent. In the morning, after packing their luggage, they set off together. Wuzhen is a classic ancient water town in the Jiangnan region, known as the last remaining waterside household, with numerous scenic attractions. Thus, it attracts a constant flow of tourists, bustling with crowds.
Li Yuyu quickly revealed her nature as a young wealthy lady.
She had already booked all the attraction tickets in advance. Su Yan and Wen Ning had originally planned to calculate the money and transfer it to her together, but she firmly refused. With a single sentence, "You clearly don't consider me a friend," she left both of them speechless. And happiest of all, of course, was Tong Tong. Dressed in a little white dress, she bounced around joyfully, her eyes crinkling with delight, now clutching her mother's hand, now clinging to her father for a hug. In the afternoon, the four of them took the little girl to Wuzhen Folk Customs Museum for a while, experiencing some local culture and traditions. However, what they were most concerned about was clearly the Matchmaker Temple in the West Scenic area. So, after dinner when the lanterns were lit, they set off together. Li Yuyu didn't want to go to the Matchmaker Temple with Chen Hao, so the two of them went to play near the White Lotus Pagoda instead. The so-called Matchmaker Temple was actually an unassuming earthen shrine building, its walls completely covered with vines. It looked exactly the same as when Su Yan and Wen Ning had seen it the night before. A familiar-looking old lady stood outside selling wish plaques, smiling cheerfully at the passing young people. However, her physical condition and complexion appeared much better. Su Yan and Wen Ning exchanged glances, then their eyes fell on the stall, where everything was adorned with red signs.
Tong Tong gasped in admiration. So beautiful. Su Yan smiled and spoke to her. Granny, how long have you been here?
The old woman eyed the two young people, looking somewhat puzzled. I don't remember. She was a local, selling wishing plaques in the scenic area since her youth. Now, no one knows how many years have passed since then. Wen Ning searched at the stall for a long while, looking back and forth repeatedly.
Grandma, she gestured with her hand. Do you have any wishing plaques shaped like jade rabbits here?
A pair of symmetrical jade rabbits, each holding a small medicine pestle in their arms.
Su Yan pulled up a similar-looking photo online to show her.
The old lady thought for a moment and declared with certainty, we don't have that sort.
Wen Ning couldn't hide her disappointment. Is that so?
I don't know why these two young people insisted on the rabbit-shaped ones, but the old lady remained very warm and welcoming.
Take a look if there's anything else you like. This pair of Pisces, isn't it quite lovely too? Let me take a look. Thank you.
Wen Ning held her daughter's hand as they browsed the stall for a long time, but nothing particularly caught their eye.
Should we buy something else? Let's wait a bit first. Su Yan shook his head. Let's keep looking.
Though he knew the chances were slim. It might indeed take another 10 years before those two jade rabbits, separated by missed opportunities, could be taken away. For the next 2 days, they remained nearby. During the day, I took Tong Tong to explore various places, including the Coin Museum, Wood Carving Museum, ancient theater stages, and more. We visited them all.
This is truly a remarkably beautiful ancient town. Then when evening came, we returned once more to the matchmaker's temple. Are you back again?
After just 2 days there, even the old lady recognized them, greeting the two young people with a warm smile.
Still looking for those jade rabbits? Yeah. Wen Ning lowered her eyes and asked, still nothing today? Well, actually, the same types are set out every day.
The old woman shook her head helplessly.
No matter how hard you search, you probably won't find it. Honestly, what you hang doesn't really matter. What's truly important is two people being happy together.
Wen Ning certainly understood this principle as well, but she truly, deeply loved that pair of jade rabbits.
Perhaps just a few hazy images from a dream, yet she adored them at first sight.
Today, they still hadn't been found. On the evening of the third day, Su Yan and Wen Ning brought their daughter to the stall as usual.
Tong Tong immediately leaned over the table, helping her parents search as she asked, Granny, do you have any little moon rabbits today? The elderly woman smiled kindly, will you come back tomorrow?
We're going to Dongjia district tomorrow.
After that, we'll probably head back home.
Wen Ning gave a quiet laugh, though her tone couldn't conceal her disappointment. If we can't find it today, we'll just pick another decoration to hang up instead. If we can't find it now, we'll come back with Tong Tong later.
Su Yan turned his head to look at her. Whenever you want to come, I'll come with you, alright?
Wen Ning's eyes curved into crescents as she replied softly, okay. The three of them spent a long time picking through the stall but still couldn't decide on anything. After the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, Wen Ning finally stroked her daughter's head.
Tong Tong, help us pick one. If it's chosen by Tong Tong, I'll love it too. But Tong Tong also likes the little rabbit on the moon. Hearing their words, the old woman couldn't help but chuckle.
They've been playing here for 4 days, and they've been coming for 4 days. Though, she couldn't fathom why this young couple was so persistently sticking around.
Sweetie, little one. She waved to the two men saying, come here, help me clean up a bit, then I'll have a chat with you. Got it. Sit down and rest, we'll help you clean up. Su Yan and Wen Ning didn't refuse.
The two of them helped tidy up the stall, packed all the wishing plaques into boxes, and loaded them onto the old lady's tricycle.
Why does it have to be a jade rabbit shape?
The old lady looked somewhat exhausted as she sat on the stone pedestal beneath the tree. This is the first time I've seen someone come here for 4 or 5 days straight.
The admission tickets here are quite expensive, you know. Su Yan smiled, we both like it. Wen Ning also smiled, that's right.
The old lady looked at them for a moment.
That's good. Su Yan and Wen Ning listened as the old woman chattered away with them.
My stubborn old man at home is the one who makes wishing plaques. The old woman tapped her legs as she spoke. He worked as a woodcarver his whole life. Though when he was young, we did suggest he go out and hustle to earn more money. Her tone was tinged with emotion, as if reminiscing about something.
But he doesn't like going out, he just enjoys woodcarving. At this point, the old woman shook her head helplessly. What else could I do? He's done it his whole life, and I've sold them my whole life. Now, the old man can hardly carve anymore, and she's almost too tired to keep selling. By then, these handmade wooden wishing plaques might already be gone. Machines can make them so fast.
Not like my old man, he carves each one by hand, bit by bit, so time-consuming and labor-intensive.
In recent years, I've seen countless young people come through here.
She continued leisurely. So many happy couples came to hang their plaques, but plenty of girls also came crying, saying they'd broken up with their boyfriends and needed to take down the ones they'd hung before. Wen Ning stood beside Su Yan, her gaze pausing momentarily. Do you feel regret for them?
Probably, yes.
The elderly woman chuckled wryly. When I saw them throw the wishing plaques they'd hung up back then into the trash bin, I honestly didn't know what that feeling in my heart was.
Su Yan said sincerely, you truly are the matchmaker god. I'm not really one. I'm just an ordinary little old lady.
The old woman seemed amused by him and laughed for quite a while. But today, I'd like to play the part.
Su Yan and Wen Ning were taken aback.
Then, the old woman took out a packet wrapped in red cloth from her bosom. After unwrapping it layer by layer, inside were 2 smoothly polished wishing plaques. I went back and had the old man make them exactly as you described.
The old woman squinted her eyes and smiled. Well, how are they? Tong Tong exclaimed in delight. So adorable, right?
The old lady looked rather pleased with herself, and they're perfectly symmetrical too.
My old man put a lot of effort into these.
If we put them up for sale, they'd definitely fetch a handsome sum. Wen Ning stood frozen in place, her eyes fixated unblinkingly on the pair of plump jade rabbits. 2 wishing plaques, both carved into the shape of jade rabbits with long ears and round eyes, adorably clutching 2 small medicine pestles.
Sweetheart, do you like it? Wen Ning hastily nodded. Granny, could you sell them to me? Did I say I was willing to sell to you?
The old woman gathered the 2 jade rabbits back into their wrapping. Such beautiful jade rabbits, she said. How could I bear to part with them? Wen Ning stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. After a moment, she tugged hard at Su Yan's sleeve, her tone soft and pleading. Hurry up and buy it.
Hey Yan, I want this one. Su Yan immediately pulled out his phone. Granny, I'll buy it whatever the price. Not for sale, at any price.
The old lady finally burst into laughter upon seeing the two's bewildered expressions, her mirth brimming with childlike delight.
Here, you can have it. Chapter 67. Hang it on the highest spot.
The old woman couldn't stop smiling, the wrinkles on her face deeply etched. Just like that, she directly handed a pair of wishing plaques to the two youngsters.
Perhaps she really was just an ordinary old lady after all. But for Su Yan and Wen Ning, it was indeed the matchmaker who brought them together. This holds true both now and in the future. If it were anyone else, I'd charge them hundreds for these jade rabbits.
She tapped her legs as she stood up. So don't you dare let this old woman's kindness go to waste. Over the years, she had seen far too many couples coming to seek fortune sticks. At first glance of this young pair, she felt certain they would walk the path of life together.
Though if pressed, she couldn't quite explain why.
When Ning tightened her grip on the two wooden wishing plaques in her hands, their surfaces cool and smooth to the touch.
Grandma, wait for me.
Her face turned crimson as she spoke softer. When I get married, I'll definitely invite you and Grandpa. Now why are you getting shy about it? The old woman chuckled. Ah, youth is such a precious thing.
Very well, when that time comes look for me here again.
If you can't find me, then I suppose I'll truly be gone. She chuckled amiably, looking utterly uninhibited as she wobbled away on her tricycle, the squeaky pedals rattling with every push.
Ever since I met you, my luck has suddenly improved.
When Ning grinned until her eyes crinkled, waving the sign in her hand at Su Yan.
And everyone I've met since has been so wonderful. What about me? What about me?
Tong Tong jumped up unhappily, trying to snatch the sign. Mom forgot about me again.
Mom and Dad seem to be at it again. Exactly. Sometimes it's like they only have eyes for each other, completely forgetting about their daughter. This has happened so many times. Yes, Tong Tong is truly wonderful.
When Ning quickly patted her daughter's head, you've given all your good luck to Mommy.
Sigh.
Tong Tong pouted with hands on hips, but you're Tong Tong's mommy, so I have no choice but to spoil you.
Both of them were amused by their daughter's antics.
They chose the best spot, hanging two wishing plaques on the tree. The two jade rabbit plaques holding medicine pestles clinked and flipped in the night breeze. From the moment they were carved, they had never been apart. I played with my daughter for quite a while longer as the night gradually deepened. By the time we returned to the hotel with my daughter, it was almost 11 o'clock. Tong Tong grew sleepy the moment she got back to the hotel, nearly dozing off right after lying on the bed. Wen Ning had no choice but to pull her daughter up from the bed with a resigned sigh. Su Yan sat on the chair, watching the mother and daughter washing up together in the bathroom.
Hey Yan, do you think, when Ning crouched down to tidy her daughter's loose hair, when the time comes, should we rent 3 rooms? Su Yan pondered for a moment. Why? She really ought to develop Tong Tong's independent personality.
When Ning crouched down, using a towel to wipe her daughter's little feet as the girl sat on a stool, being too clingy to Mom and Dad isn't good either. She's already 8 this year. She was gradually beginning to do the same things Wen Ning had done in her 30s.
Tong Tong wasn't exactly a little child anymore.
In just a few more years, they'll all be graceful young ladies. Half asleep Tong Tong suddenly startled awake, opening her eyes.
Mom, you're starting again?
So even when you were this young, you'd make Tong Tong sleep alone next door.
But, Tong Tong had gotten used to it. When Tong Tong gets a little older, gradually let her sleep alone?
Su Yan pondered for a while and also thought it made sense. Then let's rent 3 rooms. Wen Ning nodded with a smile. Yes, letting her sleep alone occasionally helps her gradually get used to it. Tong Tong puffed her cheeks in defiance. Mom and Dad are so silly, always wasting money.
Wen Ning was taken aback. Tong Tong, what did you say? 2 rooms are enough.
Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. By then, Mommy and Daddy will definitely be very much in love, and Mommy's room can just be given to Tong Tong to stay in.
Where does Mom live?
Wen Ning suddenly stopped mid-sentence as realization dawned on her. Tong Tong has her own room, while Mom and Dad share another.
Nonsense.
Wen Ning licked her lips while giving her daughter a firm tug. Then it's settled, we'll rent a small 3-bedroom apartment or suite.
Mom, you're definitely going to regret this later.
Tong Tong shook her head and said, when Dad gets exhausted from work and tries to sleep in the study for a night, Mom refuses to let him. She always insists on dragging him back to the room to sleep together.
Wen Ning, ? Su Yan, ?
The Wen Ning that Tong Tong mentioned should be around 37 or 38 years old, which is indeed the most wife-material age. And as for Su Yan himself, he's also at the age where health preservation and soaking goji berries become essential.
Bullshit. Tong Tong's talking nonsense.
Wen Ning poked her daughter's forehead, her face flushing with unnatural pink. Mommy would never regret it.
On the other side, after visiting the White Lotus Pagoda, Chen Hao and Li Yuyu also arrived at the Matchmaker Temple. As it was already late at night, the bustling crowds had completely dispersed. I told you we should have come earlier. Chen Hao looked around and said, now we can't even buy any wishing plaques. I bought it ages ago.
Li Yuyu fished out a bright red pass from her pocket and wiped it against her clothes.
Chen Hao raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you get one for me? Buy your own. Li Yuyu didn't seem to mind much. Besides, Why would you pray to the matchmaker god? Don't you already have enough admirers? Chen Hao thought for a moment but said nothing. Li Yuyu walked up to the tree, ready to pick a good spot to hang herself. Everyone hangs them up high. Chen Hao popped a mint candy into his mouth and casually stuffed his hands in his pockets. So you're the only one hanging it down low for the ants to see, huh? What can I do if I'm just naturally short? Li Yuyu pouted her lips. Actually, Cupid is quite biased, isn't he? He only matches good-looking girls. Look at Ning Bao and Ian, they're just perfect together. Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. You can't just say things like that. Hurry up and apologize. Li Yuyu shot him a sidelong glance. You don't believe in this stuff, do you? I don't believe in it. But aren't you a firm believer? Chen Hao clapped his hands toward the wishing tree, afraid your careless talk might make the matchmaker refuse to bless you. Li Yuyu pouted discontentedly. It was a habitual gesture she made when upset, stemming from childhood sinusitis. Clasping her hands together, she mimicked Chen Hao's posture and silently offered an apology. Then, standing precariously on tiptoe, she struggled to hang up the wishing plaque. I spent a long time trying but still couldn't succeed. Due to my height, standing on tiptoe for too long would make me stagger forward uncontrollably. He looks pretty stupid. Chen Hao's laugh reached Li Yuyu's ears, making her feel a bit displeased again. Just as she was sulking, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over her from behind. Looks exhausting even to me. Chen Hao crunched the mint candy between his teeth with a crisp sound. Don't you know to ask your big brother for help? I can hang it myself. If you hang it this low, later the matchmaking god will think some 1.5 meter tall kid came here to mess around. Alright, wait over there. Chen Hao took the wishing plaque directly from her hands and lazily looked up at the treetop. I'll hang yours on the highest branch for you. Chapter 68, Favorite 1. Afterward, the group spent 2 days exploring Dongjia district. Only after thoroughly enjoying ourselves did we finally embark on our journey back. This trip was exceptionally precious, both for Su Yan and Wen Ning. On the return ride, Wen Ning and Tong Tong leaned against each other, flipping through their photo album while whispering and giggling. Hey, look how silly Dad looks in this photo. It was Mom who secretly took the photo. Tong Tong isn't allowed to say bad things about Dad. No way. Tong Tong was saying Dad is super adorable. After resting for a day back home, Wen Ning was about to officially begin her tutoring work. She had asked her teacher to help find this opportunity. The homeroom teacher, aware of Wen Ning's family situation, had gone out of their way to support her. You've basically been given the absolute best resources available. The pay is great, and students these days aren't that hard to manage. You're planning to do 3 tutoring jobs in one day? Yep, the timing works out perfectly. Su Yan sat on the sofa, flipping through the lesson plans and materials she handed over. From 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. She virtually never allowed herself any rest time. But the hourly wage was indeed quite high. It had already reached the threshold of full-time private tutoring. At most, I'll take on 2 jobs. Su Yan thought for a moment, otherwise it's too exhausting. Money can be earned slowly. But this time, Wen Ning was unusually insistent. She straightened her posture slightly, her tone growing more serious. Then what about you coding every night? Isn't that exhausting? I think it's manageable? Su Yan truly thought it was fine. Wen Ning pressed her lips together and said somewhat defiantly, then I also think it's fine. Alright, then you can try doing it first. Su Yan thought the way this girl dug her heels in was exactly like herself. He flipped through the documents in his hand. All 3 are female students? Yeah, I deliberately told the homeroom teacher it had to be a girl. Wen Ning nodded naturally. After all, studying requires solitary time in my room. Being with males would make me feel quite uncomfortable. Of course, there were also considerations for Su Yan. Afraid he might feel uncomfortable. Su Yan couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to pinch her cheek firmly. Where did this girl come from? How can she grow more endearing the longer one looks at her? This was probably also the reason why they never argued in their future. Both of them constantly consider each other no matter when or where. His movements were rather rough, causing Wen Ning some discomfort. Her back stiffened slightly as she shrank away. You've grown increasingly bold lately. Your mother already warned to keep your hands to yourself. Then you can pinch me too. I don't want to. Su Yan thought to himself, let her try it first, and if it's too exhausting, he'd have her take on fewer tutoring jobs. There was still some time before Su Yan would check out, so both of them cherished this period together. Wen Ning settled in quite naturally. The two agreed that Su Yan would pick her up punctually every evening. Auntie, I'll be heading back now. Standing at the doorway, Wen Ning bid farewell saying, Shuchu is very bright, her scores will improve in no time. You've worked hard, Xiao Ning. The woman in casual homeware saw her to the door. It's so late, do you want me to walk you back? No need, someone's coming to pick me up. Family member? Pretty much. Oh, I see. The woman flashed a knowing smile. Boyfriend, huh? MHM. Wen Ning smiled shyly, pretty much. By the time they reached the neighborhood entrance, Wen Ning saw Su Yan already waiting.
He was sitting on an electric scooter, leaning against a street lamp by the roadside with his head bowed while looking at his phone. The screen's glow cast on his face, giving him a somewhat lazy appearance. When Ning adjusted her backpack and jogged over, her forehead glistening with faint sweat beads. Where did this come from? Brother Meng usually rides it to take Auntie to school, but now that she's pregnant and staying home, it's not being used. Su Yan pulled out a pink helmet for her. This summer, it's mine to use. With a smile, when Ning took it and fastened it properly on her head, the helmet adorned with a cartoon design on top, her demeanor suddenly became adorably soft. Su Yan looked at her. Why are you so happy today? When Ning's smile was plastered on her face, utterly impossible to hide. She was still wearing a white short sleeve and light blue jeans, looking pure and radiant. Those beautiful, upturned eyes were brimming with sheer joy. I made money, lots and lots of it. When Ning waved her fair palm at him, her voice chirpy, of course I'm happy. Perhaps these tutoring fees mean nothing to those who are truly wealthy. But when Ning is still overjoyed. This is money she's earned through her own abilities, bit by bit. She's certain that someday, she'll be able to earn lots and lots more. That's really impressive. Su Yan put away her phone and, infected by her genuine joy, laughed heartily for a while. So will you take care of me from now on? Be good. When Ning tilted her chin up proudly, every penny I earn will be spent on you and Tong Tong. Sure. Su Yan patted the back seat of his bike. Let's go, I'll take you home. The summer evening breeze carried a slight chill, feeling pleasantly cool against the skin. When Ning sat behind him, chattering non-stop about what had happened during her tutoring session that day. The student still couldn't grasp an extremely simple problem after being taught multiple times. The enthusiastic aunt sliced her a plate of sweet melon. There was that adorable fat cat kept by one of her students. She told Su Yan every trivial little detail. Su Yan instinctively eased off the accelerator slightly, slowing down. She was truly happy today. Occasionally, a few strands of hair would be lifted by the wind, disobediently brushing against the back of his neck. While going downhill, due to a slight bit of inertia, when Ning, sitting behind him, leaned forward slightly, the girl's soft cheek and scorching body pressed lightly against his back for just a moment before parting. Su Yan's back stiffened instantly. When Ning quickly straightened up, her cheerful voice pausing for a long moment. Sorry, I didn't notice for a second. Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Then let's split it half and half. When Ning didn't pay much attention to the matter, counting sums on her fingers. This way, I should earn 5,000 yuan very soon. In the following days, when Ning still looked cheerful, showing no signs of exhaustion despite juggling 3 tutoring jobs, she diligently prepared lesson plans, carefully conducted each class, and enthusiastically shared every detail of her life with Su Yan. She seemed to be looking forward to something every day, her eyes sparkling like a little girl's, and it happened to be the weekend. When Ning and Li Yuyu made plans to spend the afternoon out together, Tong Tong was taken back by her grandparents who were longing to see their granddaughter. Su Yan felt a bit drowsy, so he went back to his room to rest for a while. By the time he woke up, it was already evening. When he walked out of the room, the living room was dimly lit. A vague figure was sitting cross-legged on the fluffy carpet, head bowed, doing something unknown. What are you up to? Su Yan let out a sleepy yawn. Why aren't the lights on? When Ning was startled and turned her head around hesitantly, murmuring, You're awake? Su Yan turned on the light, only to realize that numerous paper boxes were scattered around her feet. A brand new white machine sat beneath the television. A tangled heap of wires lay coiled together, with numerous unpackaged discs scattered across the carpet. Su Yan froze where he stood. For the first time, he wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Yen, did I buy a fake one? When Ning clutched a tangled mess of cables, her expression tense and flustered. Why won't it light up no matter what? If you want it to light up. Su Yan pressed his tongue against his cheek, feeling a tingling sensation on his face. First, you need to plug in the power strip. Oh. When Ning hurriedly plugged in the power strip, and the TV flickered to life instantly, displaying its iconic logo. You're so awesome, Yen. When Ning exclaimed in amazement, I tried for so long, and it still wouldn't light up. Su Yan stood for a long while before finally walking over, kicking off his slippers to sit on the carpet beside her. I asked Yuyu what your favorite game to play was. When Ning knelt on the floor and asked somewhat uncertainly, then I bought the gaming console and all the discs. Did I get the right ones? This is the newest model. Su Yan stared at the white machine by his feet for a long moment before finally saying, mine is the older version. The performance will be different. When Ning finally let out a long sigh of relief. She and Yuyu had shopped all afternoon, even going so far as to have Yuyu question how she'd originally hoped to give Su Yan a nice surprise. After bringing it back, I tinkered with it for ages but couldn't fix it. The TV just wouldn't turn on. I was so frantic I nearly called the shop owner to file a complaint. Hey Ning, how much did you spend today? All the money I've earned recently. When Ning extended 5 fingers. That's actually quite expensive. Su Yan picked up the CDs, examining each one for a long time. After knowing each other for so long, I've never given you anything. When Ning sat hugging her knees beside him, her voice sweet and soft, didn't you used to love playing games the most? I used to love playing games the most. Su Yan lowered his gaze slightly, catching the pure and pleasant minty fragrance from her clothes. Now, it's third on the list.
Is Tong Tong first on the list?
Su Yan stroked the disc with his fingertips. His throat itched, rendering him somewhat speechless. He freed one hand to ruffle Wen Ning's hair, chuckling silently.
Then, you still love playing games the most, right?
Imitating Su Yan's earlier gesture, Wen Ning leaned in to pinch his cheek hard, then couldn't help but smile until her eyes curved like crescents. This way, from now on your favorite thing will be what I give you.
Chapter 69 The Jade Bracelet. When this girl starts being direct, it's slightly overwhelming to handle. Perhaps Wen Ning herself didn't realize this was an extremely flirtatious remark.
Su Yan turned his head to look at her. Meeting those beautiful eyes made his throat feel strangely itchy.
What's the matter? I think I understand now. Su Yan chuckled softly. Now I see why Tong Tong said mommy only needs to get angry for daddy to willingly kneel on the washboard.
It wasn't that Wen Ning became domineering or difficult to communicate with after marriage. Rather, it was the inherent gentleness and virtue in her character, this desire to give the best to her husband and daughter, that made Su Yan willingly surrender all decision-making authority at home to her, just like Lin Hui and Su Minghui before them. Over the years, Lin Hui had done so much for her son and husband, and both of them willingly placed her in the highest position.
Perhaps one's standing in the family isn't something that can be fought for. Wen Ning blinked her eyes. So, does this mean if you make a mistake in the future, I can make you kneel on the washboard?
Su Yan laughed lightly. Truth be told, you don't seem like the type who'd get angry with me.
I could. Wen Ning nodded quite seriously. If you keep staying up late every night after I warned you, of course I'd be mad at you. A washboard. Su Yan thought for a moment, the kind sold in supermarkets? Are you stupid or something? Wen Ning pinched his arm. What Tong Tong mentioned is actually that kind of boyfriend-specific washboard sold online. It's just an ordinary pillow made to look like a washboard. Now it was Su Yan's turn to be taken aback. You actually went and searched for it? Wen Ning's face flushed crimson. I specifically asked Tong Tong about it. She would find it strange too.
It almost sounded as if Wen Ning had become completely unreasonable at home after marriage.
After asking Tong Tong, Su Yan learned that it was just a soft, squishy pillow.
And what Tong Tong referred to as kneeling on the washboard actually just meant her mother pinning her father on the sofa, pressing the washboard pillow against his knees while huffing angrily, giving it a couple of forceful punches, before launching into a lecture with both hands on her hips.
Listening to her description, Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle silently. Sure enough, Wen Ning's temperament dictated that even her way of disciplining her husband was gentle and mild. Alright, it's getting late. Play for a little while longer.
Only then did Wen Ning remember the time. She patted her cheeks and gathered all the cardboard boxes on the floor.
I'll go make dinner. Let's order takeout today.
Su Yan reached out as she was about to get up, unable to resist saying, stay and play with me for a while. Wen Ning felt tempted.
After thinking for a moment, she settled cross-legged on the floor again. Xn Yan inserted a copy of It Takes Two,
and the two sat on the carpet playing the game together with controllers in hand. Wen Ning was very unfamiliar with the controls, randomly pressing buttons on the gamepad. At first, it felt incredibly boring. Not only did she die easily, but she also kept getting Su Yan's character killed. Later, as she gradually got the hang of it, she began to appreciate the fun in it.
It's actually quite fun.
Wen Ning's eyes sparkled with moisture, her cheeks flushed pink. These monsters look so cute too.
Machem, the hardest part about games like this is finding people to play with you. So you've played with Chen Hao and Yu Yu before, huh? I must be out of my mind to play this with them.
Su Yan hesitated, but they do come over to my place often, playing games like Overcooked together.
Wen Ning blinked, somewhat curious, that what's it called kitchen game? Is it fun? Is it about cooking? Yeah, it's fun.
Su Yan fell silent for a moment. Normally, when playing that game, Yu Yu always wants to kill Chen Hao. In the days that followed, every evening after tutoring, Wen Ning would sit on the carpet and lean against Su Yan while playing video games. She slowly began to sense the joy in it, as if all the weariness of the day could be swept away in an instant. I began to understand what Su Yan meant when he said that who accompanies you to play is more important than the quality of the game itself.
She could feel it. I just wanted to give Su Yan a game console. If it made him happy, that would be enough. But now I realize, being able to sit and play games with someone you care about is truly very interesting.
On Sunday, Wen Ning had the day off. Today, both Lin Hui and Su Minghui were at home, and they had agreed to have both children return for dinner together. After getting ready, the two of them took the bus home together. This was Wen Ning's first visit to their home, so she seemed a little nervous. She bought a lot of things at the supermarket. She couldn't manage all the bags, big and small, and after carrying them for a while, she was out of breath. So she hung many of them on Su Yan's shoulders. When they opened the door, a chubby ragdoll cat once again dashed out from the room. Spotting a stranger, it suddenly braked, sitting in place with its tail wagging gently, its round eyes wide open with curiosity. Su Yan waved at it and said, Yuan, come greet someone. Yuan raised its head, staring intently at Wen Ning, then lifted its bottom and came over to rub against her ankle.
Meow meow. So you're Yuan? Wen Ning couldn't help but crouch down and stroke the cat's chin.
I've brought you a present too, your favorite salmon cat food, she said.
Yuan gazed at her with lake blue eyes and licked her palm.
Wen Ning curved her eyes into crescents as she cradled Yuan in her arms.
The plump ragdoll didn't struggle at all, settling comfortably in her embrace. Xiao Ning's here?
Lin Hui stepped out of the kitchen. Wen Ning answered softly while secretly observing the environment where Su Yan had lived since childhood. Faint traces of his upbringing could still be seen, the family portrait on the TV, the sparsely hung certificates of merit on the wall.
Mom, come to my room and help me look for my summer clothes.
Su Yan waved to Lin Hui, saying, I'll take it with me when we leave. Lin Hui was somewhat puzzled, but didn't say much more.
Uncle took Tong out to play, they'll be back soon. Ning, why don't you play in the living room for a while? Dinner isn't ready yet. Auntie, let me help you in a bit. All right.
Lin Hui narrowed her eyes with a smile. Su Yan pulled his mother into the master bedroom, then closed the door behind them.
What's wrong? Mom, give me the jade bracelet Grandma left you.
Su Yan's tone grew considerably more serious. You've always been reluctant to even show it to Dad and me, but I remember you saying it's meant for the Su family's daughter-in-law, right? Lin Hui raised her eyebrows slightly. Are you ready?
Su Yan nodded.
After watching him for a moment, Lin Hui turned and rummaged through the wardrobe before pulling out a wooden box. When opened, it revealed a jade bracelet that looked somewhat aged, bearing minimal patterns, appearing understated and unpretentious. But in that era of poverty when grandparents lived, this jade bracelet was practically their entire family fortune, the finest thing they could offer their daughter-in-law Lin Hui. Lin Hui had treasured it all these years, seldom even daring to touch it herself, insisting it must be preserved for Su Yan's future wife. Just as Su Yan reached out to receive it, Lin Hui's hand gently pressed down on the box. Yan, your father and I have indeed rarely interfered with your life. She spoke slowly. You should understand clearly, this bracelet was given to me by your grandmother, and there's only one.
Once it's given away, it can't be taken back.
Your father and I will only acknowledge this daughter-in-law from now on.
Su Yan nodded. I know.
From now on, you can treat her as half a daughter-in-law and half a daughter.
How are you going to give it to her? It's happening in the next couple of days. I've thought about it for a long time and prepared for it just as long.
You little brat, why drag your feet so much when confessing your feelings? Lin Hui clicked her tongue. If you tell Xiao Ning directly now, I bet she wouldn't hesitate for a second before saying yes.
That girl only gets to be pursued like this once in her lifetime. Su Yan ran his finger over the cool jade bracelet, smiling with narrowed eyes. If I don't treat this seriously, wouldn't she be losing out big time? Chapter 70. Mom didn't lie to you. Su Yan had indeed been preparing for a long time.
He himself couldn't quite remember when it started, only that it had continued until today. In truth, he also understood that right now, even if he spoke directly to Wen Ning, she wouldn't refuse him.
Moreover, that girl must have waited for a long time too.
Su Yan wasn't an especially romantic person, but he still wanted to be a bit more serious about it this time.
The first time, and the last time. By the time the mother and son emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still sitting on the couch playing with Yuan.
She inexplicably felt that the way those two were looking at her was a bit strange, although Lin Hui had initially regarded her with the same expression as one would view a daughter-in-law. But now, even Su Yan's gaze seemed somewhat,
what's wrong? It's alright.
Lin Hui smiled with pursed lips. Come help Auntie, Ning. About half an hour later, Su Minghui returned with Tong in tow and greeted Wen Ning as soon as they entered the door. Tong snuggled into her mother's arms, while Yuan strutted over with cat-like grace and leaped steadily into Tong's embrace. They had a rather enjoyable dinner. At the table, Su Minghui and Lin Hui cheerfully made conversation with her, not putting the slightest pressure on this first-time visitor. Wen Ning frequently turned her head to steal glances at Su Yan.
After resting overnight in Su Yan's guest room, the two prepared to return together with their daughter the next day. Xiao Ning, next time you come.
Lin Hui hinted meaningfully, smiling subtly. There's no need to bring so many things. Wen Ning didn't suspect much, thinking the aunt was just telling her not to be so polite. Afterwards, she continued with her regular tutoring sessions, waiting for Su Yan to come pick her up in the evenings.
Until one night when Su Yan didn't arrive on his bike, standing at the neighborhood entrance with his daughter waiting for her instead.
Taking you and Tong to a place. Su Yan chuckled softly. A very important place.
It's so late. Wen Ning was somewhat puzzled. Where to?
Su Yan helped her take off the backpack from behind and carried it in his own hand.
He hailed a taxi.
Throughout the ride, Wen Ning chatted with their daughter about the day's happenings, while Su Yan, uncharacteristically, spoke little. Until, when they got out of the car, they stopped at a place that felt both familiar and strangely unfamiliar to Wen Ning. Far from the city center, a solitary Ferris wheel stood by the riverbank not far from them. Looking dilapidated and old, it appeared strikingly out of place amidst the flickering neon lights. Across the river, skyscrapers rose from the ground, their neon lights glittering.
How did you know about this place?
Wen Ning paused for a long moment, her lips parting slightly. So it's all been demolished. When she was very young, this place was a bustling amusement park, back when many parents would bring their children to play. Mother had brought her here once.
Tong Tong remembers.
Tong Tong held her mother's hand. Mommy brought Tong Tong and Daddy here before, but back then this Ferris wheel wasn't here anymore. Mother had always regretted not having the courage to visit it again all these years. When she finally gathered the courage to return with her husband and daughter, there was nothing left at all.
Back then, Mom was even younger than Tong Tong. When Ning seemed lost in thought, Grandma brought Mom here to play.
It was Mom's first time riding a Ferris wheel. So much time had passed that sometimes she could barely remember her mother's face anymore. Yet right now, a flood of memories came rushing back all at once. She could no longer remember why her father didn't come that day. Yet every word, every expression from her mother seemed etched vividly in her mind. At the top of the Ferris wheel, a little girl with 2 ponytails leaned over the railing. Peering through the window at the shimmering neon lights outside, her mouth fell open in awe. Wow, Mom, it's so beautiful. The gentle and beautiful woman sitting nearby spoke softly, be careful, sweet Xiao Ning.
Mommy.
The little girl turned her head. The amusement park is super fun. The woman stroked her daughter's head. Then next time, we'll bring Xiao Ning to play again.
Is it true? Yeah.
The woman gazed intently at her daughter, not even daring to blink, as if she could never get enough of looking at her. Wen Ning snapped out of her daze and stared blankly at the abandoned Ferris wheel in the distance.
Yen, why did you suddenly bring me here? She rubbed her eyes. It's a bit sad. I promised I wouldn't cry anymore. Just this last time.
Su Yan gently pinched her cheek. Let's go to one more place. He led Tong Tong and Wen Ning forward, getting closer and closer to the Ferris wheel. On the soft grass below, there were rabbit dolls placed one after another, densely arranged in neat concentric circles. Some were half a person's height, others the size of a palm. White ones, pink ones, some with drooping ears, some hugging carrots, some with bows tied around their heads. Wen Ning couldn't count how many there were, no matter how hard she tried. She stood frozen in place, her lips trembling slightly as she murmured, Did Tong Tong tell you again? Wen Ning felt an overwhelming surge of emotion rising from her chest to her eyes. After getting off the Ferris wheel, her mother took her to a booth and bought her a brand new cartoon backpack. Then, she bought that rabbit doll and personally hung it up for her daughter. That was her most vivid memory of her mother. How adorable! The little girl shook her backpack vigorously on her back. As she moved, the dangling rabbit doll began to wobble its head from side to side. The woman gazed at her with eyes full of tenderness and profound reluctance.
Mommy, will you still give me little rabbits later? Yes. Mommy will buy lots and lots of rabbit dolls for Xiao Ning. Then pinky promise with me, Mommy. Liars are bad people. Okay. The woman crouched down and solemnly linked pinkies with the little girl. As their fingers lightly hooked together in the night, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace, fat teardrops rolling down as she choked back quiet sobs. Xiao Ning, don't blame Mom. You must grow up healthy and happy. I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to lie to you, but I'm actually the world's biggest liar. One day there will definitely be someone who buys every rabbit doll he can find and gives them all to you. Wen Ning finally snapped back to reality.
As she looked at Su Yan and Tong Tong standing before her, tears poured uncontrollably from her eyes. Tong Tong tugged gently at her mother's sleeve. Only after her mother bent down did Tong Tong sniff hard, then raise her tiny hand to wipe away her mother's tears.
Grandma didn't lie to Mommy. Tong Tong and I spent so long.
Su Yan crouched down, looking into those swollen yet still beautiful eyes, his voice softening in a way never heard before. We searched every toy store and shopping mall we could find.
No way, nobody confesses like this. When Ning continued to weep uncontrollably, I didn't mean to cry.
I'd prepared for so long. I promised myself I'd be happy when I agreed. I even thought about buying it online, but truth is, I've already spent every penny I earned during this time. He reached out and ruffled Wen Ning's hair gently. I'll make it up to you later.
Chapter 71, isn't this how it's done?
Su Yan was no seasoned lover, nor had he ever done anything like this before.
When it comes to methods, a quick search on your phone will actually yield plenty. A well-planned confession can surprise and move a girl. That's the original quote posted online.
The results would surely be far better than they are now.
But in the end, Su Yan still didn't follow others' examples, instead preparing everything bit by bit herself. Perhaps it wasn't particularly romantic, nor filled with much ceremonial pomp. It might even be a bit tacky, to be honest.
If you like bunnies, I'll buy you lots and lots of them. He went store by store, malls and toy shops, and personally picked out each bunny plush one by one.
Ah Yen.
Wen Ning choked for a long moment before slowly calming down. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and let out a small hiccup. I don't really understand this, and I probably didn't do it very well. Though she spoke vaguely, Su Yan understood her perfectly.
He paused for a moment before saying, "Truth is, I don't know how to do it either. We'll learn slowly." With Tong Tong acting as their catalyst, the two of them had already reached a point where they could interact quite naturally. But when it comes to actually being together as lovers, neither of them had experienced it before, nor did they know much about it. Or perhaps, before meeting each other, they had never even considered the idea of romance. Wen Ning wanted to say something, but suddenly met her daughter Liangliang's sparkling eyes. The words already at my throat suddenly stuck there. Given her personality, it's actually quite hard for her to say something like that. At this moment, being eavesdropped on by the little one made me feel even more embarrassed. Tong Tong stood beside the two, tilting her soft, milky white face upward while pricking up her ears to eavesdrop. Wen Ning had no choice but to lean in closer, tugging gently at Su Yan's sleeve. "Yan, I want to tell you a secret." "Mommy." Tong Tong looked utterly confused. "I even wiped your tears for you just now." Wen Ning let out an awkward grunt, feeling her face grow numb with embarrassment. These kinds of things, Tong Tong will have to wait until she grows up to hear them. But, Tong Tong nibbled on her fingers. "But Mommy said yesterday that Tong Tong has grown up and needs to sleep in her own room now." Su Yan finally lowered his head and mumbled, "What?" Wen Ning pressed her lips close to his ear and whispered softly, "I'll learn bit by bit in the future to be a very adorable girlfriend." Her warm breath made Su Yan feel a slight tickle in his ear. "Aren't you all ready?" He stared at Wen Ning's face for quite a while, his throat moving slightly. This girl really doesn't realize how irresistibly charming she can be sometimes. Wen Ning reached out to pinch his earlobe, her voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. "I was hoping you'd like me a bit more." By the time they got home, it was already very late. Su Yan carried 2 large boxes, pausing to catch his breath before setting them down on the floor. He then took out the rabbit dolls one by one and placed them on the sofa. When the sofa couldn't hold anymore, he arranged the rest on the coffee table. Wen Ning first took their daughter to wash up and tucked her into bed before returning to the living room. Only when she saw the array of dolls on the sofa did she slowly begin to recall certain things. She picked them up one by one, sitting on the sofa to settle accounts with Su Yan. The more she calculated, the more it pained her heart, and her slightly pouted lips gradually tightened. "Don't waste money like this in the future." Wen Ning pinched his arm. "We're not kids anymore, we still have Tong Tong to raise. Have you turned into a housekeeper now?" Su Yan wasn't too concerned. "This was bought for you, how could it be considered wasting money?" Wen Ning replied stubbornly, "Exactly. But didn't you also buy me a game console?" "That's different." Wen Ning explained with an utterly serious expression, "If I gave you a gaming console, you'd definitely be happy, so that wouldn't count as reckless spending." Su Yan was slightly startled. "Are you saying you'd actually be unhappy if I gave you a bunny plush?" "No, I meant." Wen Ning paused for a moment. "Tonight, even if you didn't bring me anything, I'd still be absolutely happy." She raised a finger. "So isn't this just wasteful spending?" Such flawless logic. Su Yan found himself unable to refute this. After washing up, Wen Ning changed into casual shorts. Kicking off her slippers, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her pale and slender legs folded beneath her. Then, she began counting on her fingers all the future expenses they'd need to cover. It was as if she'd already started planning a future for the 3 of them, herself, Su Yan, and Tong Tong, her expression utterly serious and focused. From the very beginning, she had resolved to walk this path sincerely. Su Yan took a sip of water while watching her, unable to suppress his laughter. "You don't know how to be a girlfriend, but you're quite good at being the Su family's daughter-in-law." Wen Ning froze momentarily before asking, "Then, what exactly would be different about being a girlfriend?" She was well aware that her relationship with Su Yan was different from that of ordinary boys and girls. Because of Tong Tong's presence, whenever the two of them were together, they mostly acted like mom and dad, which was why their current way of interacting felt somewhat like an old married couple. But if you skip right past the passionate romance phase between a man and a woman, it would actually be quite regrettable too. Su Yan thought for a moment. "I don't really understand it either." He hadn't experienced it before. Aside from Yu, he rarely interacted with girls in daily life. Wen Ning scrolled through her phone for a long while before speaking up. "The internet says girls tend to be clingier when they're in the throes of love. They long to be together every minute, sharing everything with him, and might even sulk a little if he takes too long to reply. But then it also says, both parties should give each other some personal space in a relationship, which makes things more relaxed." Wen Ning pursed her lips. "Why does everyone say something different?" Su Yan stayed with her for quite a while, but ultimately couldn't find any clear answers. Different strokes for different folks. There's no universal rulebook for love that someone else can teach you. As it was getting late, Su Yan had no choice but to take a shower first, then stood brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. Finally putting her phone away, Wen Ning shuffled over in her slippers. "Then, I'll go rest first?" "Yeah, I'll go to bed in a bit." Su Yan rinsed his mouth and grabbed a towel to wipe his face. Wen Ning stood still, looking suddenly a bit gloomy. This kind of conversation was already very familiar. It seemed like something that happened every day. Yen. Wen Ning's voice softened. Dating me must be a bit boring, right? She really wasn't the type of girl who knew how to act cute or clingy, and she had no idea how to change that, even though she and A Yan were officially boyfriend and girlfriend now. So why did their interactions feel exactly the same as before? She looked somewhat uneasy. So now, am I really your girlfriend? Su Yan knew this girl had always lacked a sense of security. He hung the towel back on the rack. Come here. Wen Ning passed by with her heart pounding. Yet in the very next moment, before she could even react, Su Yan had already reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace. Wen Ning was completely stunned, frozen in place as if all sounds around her had completely vanished. Having just showered, Su Yan still carried the pleasant scent of shampoo, a familiar fragrance washing over her. I was worried you'd lose sleep over this at night. Su Yan pulled her into his arms and patted her head. Do you understand now? Wen Ning looked up at him, her lips trembling slightly as she found herself completely incapable of speech. Take your time, no need to rush. Su Yan reminded himself this was their first encounter and shouldn't prolong the embrace too much, gradually releasing her with the reassurance. It's not like we're only dating for a day. Alright, go rest now. Wen Ning stood motionless in place, dazed. My mind went completely blank just now. By the time she came to her senses, Su Yan had already let go, leaving only the faint lingering scent at the tip of her nose. For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. It also seemed she vaguely understood why people online say girls in the honeymoon phase want to cling to their boyfriends. Ah Yen. Wen Ning said somewhat sheepishly, if you eat the ginseng fruit too fast, it seems like you really can't taste its flavor. Su Yan was taken aback and took a long moment to process before realizing what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh until his shoulders shook, making Wen Ning's face turn completely crimson, even her eyes turning slightly red. You're laughing at me again. Stop laughing. Alright, that was quite subtly put. Su Yan reached out again, his arm slipping directly through Wen Ning's waist as he pulled her entire body into his embrace. Wen Ning's feverishly warm and soft form nestled against Su Yan's chest, compliant without struggle, her hands instinctively lifting to rest upon his torso, her entire being melting instantaneously, devoid of any strength to resist. She caught the familiar, pleasant scent of Su Yan once more, and his deep, breathy laughter reached her ears. Who was it that just said they didn't know how to be a girlfriend? Seems like you're quite good at it, aren't you? Chapter 72. What flavor do you like? Because of their daughter, both had to view this relationship with greater long-term consideration. What occupied their minds more was probably contemplation of the future and the transformation that comes with growth. Therefore, since meeting each other, their physical contact had always been very limited. But it wasn't until now that Wen Ning belatedly realized. Actually, it's not that she couldn't be a good girlfriend. In fact, due to her personality and experiences, she might even be more passionate than most girls. This point is also confirmed in Tong Tong's description. Even after getting married, giving birth to Tong Tong, and becoming a wife and mother, she still remained like a young girl deeply in love whenever she was with Su Yan. Mom, Dad. Tong Tong pushed the door open and walked out, rubbing her eyes drowsily. Why aren't you two asleep yet? Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Wen Ning's back straightened instantly. She instinctively struggled slightly. Hurry up and let me go. It's fine if Tong Tong sees us. Su Yan wasn't particularly concerned. Who was the one clinging to me just now and wouldn't let go? Wen Ning forcibly maintained a straight face. I didn't. Tong Tong looked between her parents and unconsciously smacked her lips. Over such a long time, she had gradually come to understand that she had actually returned to the days when her parents were young. Yet everything seemed pretty much the same. Mom and Dad still whispered to each other in each other's arms after she fell asleep. Wen Ning finally broke free from his embrace, her ears still tinged with crimson. However, she unexpectedly became aware of something. Tong Tong is already 8 years old, and in a few more years will be starting middle school. By that time, she and Su Yan would only be in their early 20s, undoubtedly still in the passionate stages of their relationship. When doing certain things, it seemed. Seeing her hesitate while staring at their daughter, Su Yan immediately understood what she meant. He lowered his head and leaned closer. Go ahead, Tong Tong can't hear us. Tong Tong blinked her big innocent eyes and chirped sweetly. Daddy, I heard that sentence. From now on. Wen Ning leaned in close to whisper in his ear, her voice hushed. We can't let Tong Tong see us doing something like this. Su Yan nodded. Not even married yet, and already carrying the child secretly? Although Tong Tong didn't hear, she seemed to know what her mother had said. She ran over and tugged at her father's hand, swaying side to side somewhat unwillingly. Daddy, who's more important, Mommy or Tong Tong? Su Yan froze. Stop fooling around, Tong Tong. Wen Ning gently pinched her daughter's ear, then with rosy cheeks, she led Tong Tong off to rest. As for the following days, Wen Ning continued her daily routine of tutoring, heading home together with Su Yan, helping her daughter with homework while preparing the next day's lesson plan, and then playing some games with Su Yan. Every day was fulfilling. She didn't bring it up, and Su Yan couldn't figure out what was going on in the girl's mind. It wasn't until the weekend approached that Lin Hui and Su Minghui, unbearably missing their granddaughter,
came over to take her away for a couple days of playtime. Before leaving, they casually asked their son about the situation with Xiao Ning.
Upon receiving a positive answer, they happily took their granddaughter home with beaming smiles.
And on this very evening, when Ning returned home as early as 5:30, standing at the doorway, she slipped off her shoes while lifting her gaze to peer into the living room.
Su Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa, using the TV as background noise, typing away on a laptop balanced on his knees. "You're home so early today?" Su Yan glanced at the time. "Don't you have tutoring this evening?" "I asked Auntie for leave and adjusted my schedule."
When Ning placed her school bag on the coffee table, then kicked off her slippers and knelt on the sofa in white socks, watching him code.
"Has Tong Tong already gone back?" "Yeah, I'm going back in the afternoon. Didn't I text you about it?" Su Yan didn't think too much about it.
While flipping through various sentences in the document, he casually chatted with her.
"Yan, are you tired?" "Not too bad. Take a rest for a while."
Su Yan turned her head slightly in surprise to look at her. "Actually, after spending so much time together, I've basically figured out some of this girl's little habits. When she feels a bit nervous or embarrassed, she'll quietly lick her lips.
If you want to act shady, just say it outright." He closed his notebook with a half-smile and set it aside, as if I could refuse. "You started it first." Wen Ning's cheeks flushed slightly as she protested somewhat reluctantly. "Then come over here yourself. I can't always be the one initiating."
Wen Ning fell silent. After hesitating for quite some time, she finally inched forward slowly, then nestled obediently and cautiously into his embrace. Su Yan reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, letting her nestle against him more comfortably.
Let's go see a movie together tonight."
Wen Ning tilted her head to look at him, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile. "I've finally got a rare day off today."
"That could be done." Su Yan pondered for a moment. "But in that case, wouldn't it be a bit too onesie?"
"M'm, I'd love to take Tong Tong along too, but she's not here today. We'll take her with us next time."
"I think you deliberately chose today." "I didn't."
She recently looked it up, things all couples do together. They say that during the honeymoon phase, boyfriends and girlfriends would definitely go to the movies often.
They say it's a place that can really deepen the bond between couples. Yet she and Su Yan had never been there together. "So shall we dine out tonight?"
"Sure." Su Yan held her for a while longer before getting up to change clothes. Wen Ning sat on the sofa, legs crossed, scrolling through her phone while waiting for him. By the time Su Yan came out, she was staring intently at the screen with a puzzled expression.
"What's wrong?" "I looked it up, and it said if you're going to the movies with your boyfriend, you should buy chewing gum." She looked puzzled. "And you have to pick your favorite flavor too. I guess guys really like chewing gum during movies." Su Yan was taken aback. "That's not really my habit."
Wen Ning thought for a moment but still didn't quite get it.
"But that's what it said online. What flavor do you like?"
But at the same time, it felt strangely important. Su Yan also sensed something amiss. "Let me take a look." He scooted closer and studied Wen Ning's phone for a while before slowly realizing what was happening.
Before watching a movie, people usually go out for dinner first.
So, it doesn't seem unreasonable after all.
Wen Ning was somewhat curious. "What? Bringing chewing gum? It's probably because some couples kiss in the cinema."
"Kiss?" Wen Ning froze instantly. She wasn't a fool either. After a grunt, she immediately figured it out. She jumped down from the sofa, her face flushed with urgency. Then, her voice suddenly became loud. "I never thought of it that way." Su Yan glanced at her rosy lips, then naturally averted his gaze. I know." Wen Ning tossed her phone into her pocket and silently pulled Su Yan's hand as they walked out the door. Yet her neck and earlobes remained noticeably flushed.
What had just happened, she absolutely dared not think about it again. What chewing gum? Utter nonsense.
After standing in the evening breeze downstairs in the courtyard for a while, she took several deep breaths before finally calming her emotions bit by bit.
When Ning glanced at the sky, her face forcibly composed as she asked coolly, "Yan, what would you like for dinner tonight?"
Su Yan, lost in thought with his hands in his pockets, seemed somewhat absent-minded.
When Ning couldn't help but twist his arm. "Answer my question quickly."
Only at this moment did Su Yan slowly come back to his senses. He thought very seriously before giving a sluggish reply.
"Strawberry flavor, probably."
When Ning was so annoyed she could barely contain herself, she really wanted to punch this guy. She reached out to pinch Su Yan's cheek. "Who asked you to answer that?"